Chapter 1181. What the hell is going on? Lin Shen was speechless. Fortunately, the solidified fruit pulp did not cause any harm to his body. On the contrary, he could feel a very subtle energy constantly secreted from the solidified fruit jam and penetrated into his face. But this energy was very strange. It felt very weak, and the amount seemed very small. Moreover, it was consumed not long after it penetrated into his face, and could not be sensed. This feeling was like applying a slightly cool mask. The coolness penetrated his face, and was eliminated by the blood temperature below. Of course, Lin Shen felt not only cold, but also a little numb, as if there was a weak electric current. Xiao Yi could not explain what was going on. It was not good for everyone to stay here, so they could only move forward. Lin Shen was a little depressed. How could he face people with this thing on his face in the future? It was okay when he went out, but he couldn't wear this thing all the time at home. I wonder if his daughter could still recognize him. The slag knife has been sharpened halfway, but not completely. The front third of the blade has just been sharpened, and the further it goes, the less sharpened it is. Only the front can be considered a sharp edge, and the back is just polished, not sharpened at all. Originally, I thought I would continue to sharpen it after eating the flesh, but who knew that once the pulp inside came out, the hard shell would become so soft and rotten, and now it has become smelly. Not to mention using it to sharpen the knife, it has already lost its shape. There is no way to do this. I can only find something to sharpen the slag knife completely later, and I can only use it now. Fortunately, he has not used the knife much recently. The finger sand combined with the super base shooting is better than anything else, and it is simple and convenient to use. People like Lin Shen who like to be lazy, how can they want to use such a complicated knife to fight? Guided by arrows, several people entered the depths of the sea of flowers. A mountain appeared in front of them, and the mountain looked like a screen. Lin Shen and his companions had never seen such a thin and high mountain. The mountain was several thousand meters high, and the horizontal length was probably tens of thousands of meters, but the thickness of the mountain was only a few meters in most places, and the thickest place was at most a dozen meters. On the mountain wall, there were rows of pictures, and in the pictures were rows of little people, and each little person had different movements. The fourth test question untitled. This is the last question. If you can understand the untitled divine skill on the wall mountain and break through the wall mountain, you will pass the test and obtain all the inheritance of King Kai's planet. The strange sound in the sky sounded again, and Lin Shen and others couldn't help but look at the pictures of the little people on the mountain wall. There were so many little people pictures in rows that it was impossible to count them. The whole mountain wall was covered with such little people pictures. Each little figure picture is only the size of a palm. There are rows of little figures on such a big wall mountain, and the movements are different. If this is a kind of magic skill, then this magic skill is too complicated. Moreover, there are only little figures, not even a single word. Can you understand a kind of magic skill just by relying on these little figures? Lin Shen couldn't help but think of the stepping immortal court. The stepping immortal court seems to be something similar to this, but Lin Shen looked at it from the beginning and found that the little figures on the wall mountain are not consistent with the movements of the stepping immortal court, and there is no continuity. Moreover, the movements of the stepping immortal court are not so many. After Lin Shen's simplification, the movements are even fewer. Ouyang Yudu and others are also carefully watching the little figures on the wall mountain. Even Xiaoya and Xiaona are staring at them with wide eyes. Because there is no time limit, everyone does not need to rush. Have you noticed that these little people seem to be a kind of words? Deer said while looking at the pictures of the little people. What words? Do you know them? Lin Shen asked. I don't know, but I can try to decipher it. Deers pondered. Although it seems that each little man's movements are different, there are many movements that are very similar. It is possible that those similar movements are just different ways of writing. Just like the Chinese character Z in calligraphy, there are many ways to write it, but the word is still the same. Based on this, combined with the movements, demeanor and expressions of these little men, we may be able to decipher the meaning of these words. I think this may not be the case. These little men look like words, but they may just be a guide that leads us to make wrong judgments. Ouyang Yuda pointed to the very end of the mountain wall and said, I took a rough look. If you practice from the front, these movements are very awkward and can't be connected. But if you look from the end to the beginning, the movements can be continued. Of course, I only looked at the beginning and the end. Whether the middle can be continued or not needs to be verified. Everyone looked at what Ouyang Yuda said again. Sure enough, as he said, if you practice from the last little man's picture movement backwards, it will indeed become very smooth. Meaning, important. Wei Wufu had been looking at the little man paintings on the mountain wall without saying anything, but suddenly spoke, saying only 2 words. Lin Shen and the others understood what he meant, which was that the little man paintings should focus on expressing the artistic conception, and the movements were not that important. Everyone looked at Lin Shen, as if waiting for him to judge who was more reliable. Lin Shen smiled and said, I think these movements should be a kind of magical skill. Why don't we verify them separately, and verify our own ideas? As long as one person can practice them, we can pass the test. Okay. Yang and the other 2 nodded at the same time, and then went to do their own research. Xiaona and Xioya looked at the people with strange expressions. Xiaona said, What are these people thinking in their minds? Why do they all seem weird? Xioya stared at the 3 people who were studying, and directly sent a voice to Xiaona and said, The abilities and talents of these 3 people are very amazing. I am afraid that their future achievements will be limitless. If they can be used by him, they will be good helpers in the future. I just don't know if he can subdue them. If not, they will become a big problem in the future. The him that Xioya mentioned is naturally Lin Shen. They have such a good relationship with Dad, they should be helping Dad. How could they become a hidden danger? Xiao Na also transmitted. People's hearts are fickle, not to mention that there can only be one first in the universe, and there is no rule about whose family it is. Anyone can compete, and it is hard to say who is right or wrong. Their talents are really terrifying, and they may be obstacles to his ascending to the supreme position in the future. Xiao Yi continued to transmit. What should we do? Should we imprison them before they grow up to prevent them from affecting Dad in the future? Xiao Na looked at them viciously. Don't look around. With his current temperament, I'm afraid he won't let us take action, and now is not the right time. Xiao Yi looked at Bishan and said, Let's use the magic skills on Bishan as a test question. If he comprehends the right magic skills first, it means that his talent and ability are better than those 3 people, so we don't need to pay attention to it. If one of the 3 people comprehends the magic skills earlier than him, then no matter what he thinks, whether he will blame us, we must kill him immediately. No matter what, we can't leave any harm. There can only be one supreme existence in this universe, and it can only be him. Chapter 1182. The 4 people verified it themselves, and Lin Shen began to practice according to the movements of the little man. The order was not within Lin Shen's consideration. Anyway, he had never practiced any martial arts according to the correct practice method. It didn't matter if it was right or wrong. If he could do it smoothly, he would just do it twice. If he couldn't do it smoothly, he would just skip it. He would simulate as many moves as he could. But soon Lin Shen realized that there might still be problems with his practice. There were so many little man pictures on the mountain. If he followed the movements one by one, even if he skipped the ones that didn't connect, it would probably take him months to practice them all. How could a martial art take so long to practice? It took months to practice it all. Could it be that if he was hungry, he could eat a meal or go to the toilet in the middle of the practice, and still continue practicing? The key to practicing martial arts is to complete it in one go. There shouldn't be any martial arts in the world that can be mastered by practicing here and there, right? Besides, it takes too much time to imitate the movements, and they don't have so much time. Just when he was about to talk to Lao Wei about this problem, he suddenly found that the 3 people were a little different from usual. Wei Wufu was sitting in the distance, facing the wall mountain, and his eyes took in all the pictures on the wall mountain. When he looked at the murals, he actually gave birth to a strange aura, making people feel that there was a fairy spirit floating on him, as if he had jumped out of the 5 elements and was not in the 3 realms. Yang Yu practiced from the back to the front. His eyes swept over the murals. His body seemed to have accelerated 10 times, and he actually directly hit the afterimage. From a distance, it seemed that there were countless Yang Yu's figures, making various movements on the wall mountain all over the mountain, and the people watching were stunned. On the other side, Deers found a set of tables and chairs from somewhere, and sat in front of the mountain, holding a pen in his hand. There was an open notebook on the table. He held his cheek and looked at the mountain wall, as if thinking about something. Occasionally, he moved the pen in his hand a few times and wrote something on the paper, but he never looked down to see what was written on the notebook. Seeing this, Lin Shen swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and went to the mountain wall to practice those movements honestly. Unfortunately, his brain was not as powerful as Yang and Deers. He couldn't remember so many things at once, and it was impossible to practice directly at an accelerated speed. He just imitated and practiced one by one. Lin Shen thought that Yang and the others could practice better. If they couldn't practice, then he probably wouldn't have a chance. However, this test was about breaking the mountain wall. Even if he couldn't practice this untitled magic skill, he could still try to break the mountain wall with the super base shooting. At that time, I don't know if he would pass the test. If Ouyang and the other three failed, then he could only give it a try. Sister, I think Dad is not doing well. Do you know how to practice this untitled magic skill? If you know, give Dad some tips quickly, don't let him lose. Xiao Na saw that Lin Shen was making little progress and felt anxious. Xiao Yi frowned and said, I don't know what went wrong with Dad when he was reincarnated. He is so stupid in this life that he can't even remember everything he saw. I think there must be something wrong with his reincarnation, which damaged his brain and caused this problem. Otherwise, with Dad's talent, he would never have been like this. What should we do? Xiaona said anxiously. You don't have to worry too much. Although his memory is not good, he was able to practice those 3 magic skills, which shows that his talent and ability in the previous life are still there. It's just that he is so stupid because of the damage, not really stupid. Xiaoye changed the subject and looked at Lao Wei and the other 2 and said, but the talent of those 3 people is not inferior to you and me. Even Father was not necessarily much stronger than them in the past. If it was Father's past, it would not be easy to beat them, but he should be able to win. Now that his brain is damaged, it may be difficult for him to figure out the skills faster than them. You can say everything, what do you say? Xiaona said anxiously. Xiuye turned his eyes to Lin Shen, looking at the fruit pulp solid on his face like a low-quality mask and said, you have seen it before. His body is not damaged. Even the 9 Revolutions resurrection pill cannot solve his problem. But it is not completely hopeless. The king of the world's pulp on his face may be able to solve this problem. What do you mean? Isn't the king of the world's pulp already solidified? Can it still be eaten? Xiaona asked in confusion. Who told you that the KO fruit juice is for eating? Xiao Yi said calmly. What do you mean? Didn't you say you don't know how to eat the KO fruit? Xiaona looked at Xiao Yi in a daze. Xiao Yi pulled the corner of his mouth and said in a voice transmission, although those people have a very good relationship with him, if they know the true wonders of the KO fruit, they will definitely snatch it, so I naturally can't say anything casually. What is the KO fruit? Xiao Na asked hurriedly. You don't really think that you can become an emperor by eating the KO fruit? If you really think so, you are too naive. Isn't that right? Didn't my father say that he didn't have enough time to wait for the king of the world's fruit to mature? Otherwise, eating the king of the world's fruit would have made him an emperor. Of course, it's not that simple. The king of the world's fruit does mature very slowly, and it takes a lot of time to absorb enough of the world's essence. But if you want to become an emperor, the energy accumulated over time is far from enough. Xiao Yi looked at the fruit mask on Lin Shen's face and said, the real function of the king of the world's fruit is not to evolve the body, but to enhance the brain's thinking ability. Thinking ability? Xiao Na was a little confused. What do you think is the essential difference between an emperor and an ordinary person? Xiao Yi asked in a probing manner. It's the control of energy. Xiao Na thought for a while and said, that's true, but to put it more thoroughly, the great emperor is a super intelligent brain. It can be said that the great emperor's brainpower can calculate the direction of almost any event in the universe, and can deduce all subsequent changes and developments in battle. Therefore, the choices made by the great emperor are the most correct choices, and there will be no flaws. Even if humans try their best, it is impossible to have no flaws, but the great emperor can do it. So even if they have the same level of power, no human can defeat the great emperor. It is difficult for human brainpower to compare with the universe-level super-intelligent brain. Even the top gods can hardly remember all the information in their brains and call it out directly when needed, but the great emperor's intelligent brain can do it. Therefore, the most difficult step to break through to the great emperor level is never the evolution of the body, but the evolution of the brain, the breakthrough of thinking ability. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes and said, the king of the world's fruit pulp can promote the evolution of his brain, allowing his thinking ability to break through the past and reach a level comparable to the universe-level super-intelligent brain. This is a crucial step to truly become a great emperor, but this requires a process, otherwise this process is too intense, and the human brain cannot bear it. Even if it does not explode, it will collapse, and then it will become a madman or a fool. That is to say, now that he is thinking with his brain, he can better absorb the king of the world's fruit pulp and promote brain evolution, which may be a good thing. Xiao Na finally understood what Xiao Yi meant. Chapter 1183. When Lin Shen was concentrating on practicing, he felt the coolness and electric shock on his face became much stronger, making his brain clearer than usual, his thinking more active, and his ideas clearer. Could it be that the king of the world's fruit juice also has the effect of nourishing the brain? Lin Shan was surprised, and felt that it was not a bad thing. Even if he could not improve his level, it would be a good thing to nourish his brain. He was worried about his memory. His own attributes were already strong to this extent, and his memory was about the same as that of ordinary people. Although it did not have much impact, it was just a poor memory, not stupid, and it was not a big problem. The key is that Lin Shan saw that others could remember everything they saw, and he was somewhat envious in his heart, and it was also much more convenient. Unlike him, when he encountered something, he had to start recording or write it down immediately. The key is that his painting skills are not good, and some complex things cannot be painted completely. If the king of the world can really improve his brain power, he doesn't ask for too much. As long as he can achieve the level of photographic memory, Lin Shan will be satisfied. With the continuous stimulation of the fruit paste mask, Lin Shan feels that his brain thinking is getting clearer and clearer, and he can pay more attention to details when looking at things. In the past, when looking at a person, he could only see what he looked like, but now, he can notice all kinds of details that he can't see at other times. With the deepening of stimulation, Lin Shan can pay attention to more and more details. Lin Shan was very happy, thinking that he could finally be like deers and others, and could remember everything he saw. Even if he was not as strong as them, he could see thousands of miles at a glance, and every detail of the mountains and rivers was like a painting. At least, he could remember the things he paid special attention to. But soon Lin Shan found that he still couldn't remember things that were too long. After a while, he had forgotten the movements of the little man pattern he had seen before. Fuck you, what the hell, my mind is so clear, all the details have been stored in my brain, how can I not remember it? Is it really because of my poor talent that even with external force, my memory can't reach a very high level? Lin Shan felt extremely depressed. Lin Shan felt that the stimulation from the fruit mask was getting stronger and stronger, and his thinking was getting clearer and clearer, but his memory just couldn't be improved. Now Lin Shan felt like a computer equipped with a top-level SLR camera. The picture quality of the pictures taken or recorded was superb, but the memory, hard drive, CPU and graphics card configuration were far from enough. Not to mention editing and processing these photos and videos, even the storage could not store them, so the previous content could only be overwritten before the new content could be loaded. The more the fruit mask replenished energy to Lin Shan's brain and improved the degree of brain evolution, the stronger this feeling became. Now Lin Shan wanted to take out his brain and put it on an electronic scale to see if it was smaller than other people's brains. Of course, he was just thinking about it, and he would never dare to do it. It's better to have an effect than no effect. The pixels of the surveillance camera are high, so it's clearer, right? Lin Shan comforted himself. The fact is indeed so. Lin Shan could only see part of the things before, but now his vision and observation ability have been greatly enhanced, just like a super high-definition wide-angle lens. Lin Shan looked up and felt that the visual distance seemed to be infinitely shortened. Standing on King Kai, he could actually see the details of a meteorite in the void, and even the pinhole-sized hole on it could be seen clearly. And this effect is constantly increasing, and it is unknown to what extent it will eventually increase. Lin Shan heard from Dies that because his life base is dust, he is also on this path, so he is born with super microscopic vision. In the eyes of ordinary people, this world is formed by various objects, but in his eyes, this world is composed of various particles. Others see the whole, but he sees the structure. Lin Shan still remembers what Dies said when talking about marriage and childbirth. Dies told Lin Shan that he could only see the beauty of the structure, not the beauty of the human body itself. In his eyes, people are not people at all, so there is no love. He was born like this, and the stronger he is, the more serious this situation will be. The main reason why he destroyed his level and rebuilt himself was that he wanted to get rid of this microscopic vision. When he was at a low level, it was the happiest time of his life, because during that time, everything he saw was blurry. In the words of Dies, blurriness is also a kind of beauty, and it is an irreplaceable beauty. As his level increased, his microvision gradually recovered, and he lost the ability to appreciate the beauty of blurriness. So Dies often looked up at the starry sky, not because he was pretending to be cool, nor because he was self-righteous, but because only by looking very far away could he not be affected by microvision. Dies has been looking for a way to control this microvision, hoping to regulate his vision, but so far, he still can't do it. Lin Shan can now finally understand Dies' distress. When he looks at things close up, he sees the subtle structure of matter, just like when he first comprehended the true extreme evil killing divine light. Lin Shan looked around and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. The original world was high definition in his eyes. But now looking at this world again, it's like looking at a display with relatively low pixels, and all objects have a sense of grain. Don't be like this. I don't want to be like Dies, and become a person who can't feel the hazy beauty. Lin Shen was a little panicked. He didn't understand what distance creates beauty before, but today he suddenly understood the true meaning of this word in physics. Seeing clearly is not necessarily a good thing. If you look at people in this way, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she is just a bunch of particles. Wouldn't it be forced to be pure and abstinent? Lin Shen rubbed his eyes, and when he looked at things again, he found that the supervisual distance disappeared, and he could see people normally again. After several experiments, Lin Shen found that this kind of vision can be controlled, and it is not innate like Dies. It's good that it can be controlled. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. When he stared before, he could also see tiny particles, but not as exaggerated as now. And the effect of the fruit mask is still there, constantly strengthening his brain, but the brain's acceptance is too low, and the effect seems to be transferred to vision. Lin Shen doesn't know to what extent the king of the world's fruit will eventually strengthen his eyes. Lin Shen no longer cares about these, and turns to continue looking at the picture of the little man on the wall mountain. Looking at it again at this time, he suddenly feels a little different. Chapter 1184. The little people are still the same little people, and there is no change. However, after watching them with normal vision, supervision state, and then returning to normal vision, Lin Shen suddenly found that these little people pictures seemed a little different in his eyes. He couldn't tell what was different for a while, so Lin Shen turned on supervision to watch again, but didn't see any problems. He turned off supervision and looked again, and suddenly felt a little different. Lin Shen repeatedly used two perspectives to watch for a long time, and finally he found what was different. Lin Shen quickly took out the communicator and asked the intelligent brain to take pictures of the little people on the wall mountain one by one. "Dad, what are you doing?" Xiaona came to Lin Shen and asked in confusion. "I have a guess that needs to be verified." "Wait a minute." Lin Shen waited for the communicator to take pictures by itself. He needed to verify it. Lin Shen didn't practice anymore, just stood here waiting. He practiced so many movements following the pictures just now, but didn't feel any use. Unlike the stepping immortal court, where the movements can trigger one's own power, these movements did not have any effect after Lin Shen practiced them. Xiao Yi frowned slightly. Lin Shen looked like he had given up. This made Xiao Yi feel uncomfortable. If there were only 3 people with better talents than Lin Shen, she would rather be hated by Lin Shen than help Lin Shen get rid of them all. But if Lin Shen could not comprehend the untitled divine art on the wall mountain, she could not kill all the people in the universe who could comprehend it. This would not be enough. Seeing that Wei Wufu and the other 2 seemed to have gained something, and Lin Shen was still there directing the communicator to take pictures, Xiao Ye's eyebrows, which were originally full of collagen and smooth and clean, were now wrinkled into a shape. What went wrong when my father was reincarnated? Why was he so severely damaged that even the king of the world's fruit couldn't repair his brain? Xiao Yi thought, if the king of the world's fruit really didn't work, she would have to think of a way to repair Lin Shen's brain. Although there were treasures that could repair the soul, or the brain among the things left by her father, they were far inferior to the king of the world's fruit, and were not of the same level at all. Those treasures could be considered priceless treasures for ordinary gods and men, but compared to the king of the world's fruit, they were only somewhat useful garbage. If even the king of the world's fruit couldn't repair Lin Shen's brain, those things would be even worse. Xiao Yi couldn't think of any solution for a while. Fortunately, the king of the world's fruit pulp was still there, and the effect was still continuing. Xiao Yi could only hope that after the king of the world's fruit pulp had fully exerted its effect, Lin Shen's brain would be able to return to normal. Now Xiao Yi no longer expected Lin Shen's brain to be promoted to the level of the great emperor-level intelligent brain. It would be good if it could be repaired and returned to the level before reincarnation. Several people were doing their own things. Wei Wufu was comprehending the meaning, Ouyang was practicing the form, and Diers was passing on the culture. Lin Shen was a camera enthusiast. He controlled the communicator, and spent a long time to finally take pictures of all the little people and picture separately. "Dad, are you taking pictures of them to study them slowly after you go back?" Xiaona stretched her head, and leaned next to Lin Shen to look at the pictures that Lin Shen had put out. She didn't see any problem. The pictures were no different from the pictures on the wall. She thought that Lin Shen took pictures because he couldn't remember them, and would study them slowly later. "Xiaoya, have you ever seen cartoons?" Lin Shen asked as he flipped through the photos taken by the communicator. "What are cartoons?" Xiaona asked in confusion. When Xiaona was born, it was already the era of interstellar civilization, and cartoons had long since withdrawn from the stage of history. The things they watched when they were young were all holographic images made by the intelligent brain, and all kinds of special effects and characters could be generated with one click. She had never even heard of cartoons, a product of the ancient times. Cartoons are an ancient imaging technology. The painter splits the actions of the characters into many pictures, and then connects these pictures and plays them quickly. Using the principle of visual persistence, the characters in the portraits look like they are alive. Lin Shen explained. So there is such a technology. Do you mean these little people are actually pictures in cartoons? Xiaono was just a straightforward person, not a low IQ, and she immediately understood what Lin Shen meant. I think it should be, look at this. Lin Shen sorted out the order, and asked the intelligent brain to quickly play the pictures of the little people. It's still a series of pictures, just moving, I don't see it come alive. Xiaono looked at Lin Shen in confusion. Lin Shen pondered, it should be a problem of visual persistence. Our level is too high, and the visual persistence ability has become weaker. The retention time we can see has become very short, so we can't see the animation effect. This is not a big problem, just speed up the playback speed. As he said, Lin Shen asked the intelligent brain to continuously speed up the playback speed, otherwise with their eyesight, they would only see moving pictures and no animation effect at all. Got it, it's moving, really. Lin Shen increased the release speed again and again, until the communicator was about to smoke. Xiaona's eyes lit up, and she shouted in surprise. Xiaoya couldn't help but come over and look down at the screen on the communicator. Sure enough, he saw a little man making various movements in the screen. Because the playback speed was too fast, the little man's movements overlapped, looking like he had 3 heads, 6 arms and 8 legs, and finally formed a very weird appearance. It's moving, but it doesn't look like he's practicing any martial arts. What's the use of it? Xiaona said straightforwardly. Of course it's useful. You see, it's useless because your visual residual time is too short. The playback speed is slow, so you can't see the animation. It's too fast, and the remaining images overlap. So this thing can only be seen by people with a longer visual residual time. Lin Shen said. I think there is something wrong with your statement. Xiao Yi thought and said, when life evolves to a certain level, the residual vision time will become shorter, otherwise there is no way to adapt to high-speed combat. Theoretically, the higher the level, the shorter the residual vision time. People who can come to King Kai and pass the previous exams must not be too low in level, that is to say, the residual vision time cannot be too long. Then no one can see the animation, right? My residual vision time can be adjusted. Lin Shen said, and slowed down the playback speed of the photos. In the eyes of Xiao Yi and Xiao Na, these photos just passed on the screen, but in Lin Shen's eyes, what he saw was that these little people seemed to come alive and do various actions. Chapter 1185. The actions of the little man are not continuous and step by step. These actions are played continuously, making the little man present an extremely strange state. The little man who has become an animation is still in a state of 3 heads and 6 arms, but compared with the disorder during fast forward, the current state of 3 heads and 6 arms is normal. The little man in the animation state makes various actions in the state of 3 heads and 6 arms. These actions are logical and varied, which is completely different from the chaos during fast forward. Moreover, there are only 2 legs. Although there are various actions, there is no chaos. Strange, how can this be? If this is what the Bishantu wants to show, then this kind of skill requires a person with 3 heads and 6 arms to practice. But where can we find a person with 3 heads and 6 arms in the world? I remember that there is a race in the ancient world with 3 heads and 6 arms, but it is impossible for the king of the ancient world to leave a skill specifically for that unknown race, right? Lin Shen thought in his heart, but couldn't figure out the answer. What's going on? Xiao Yi saw Lin Shen frowning, and immediately realized that Lin Shen must have encountered some problem. Unfortunately, she couldn't see the animation, so she could only ask. Lin Shen told Xiao Yi about the matter, and then said to himself, is it because the playback speed is wrong? So the picture is wrong? Do I need to play it slower? After listening, Xiao Yi looked a little strange and said, it's not a matter of speed. According to what you said, the movements in the animation pictures are continuous, and you can see it at a glance. The movements of these little people pictures are obviously not continuous. After playing, many pictures need to be superimposed together to form a visual residue to form an effective dynamic view. So my idea is wrong? Lin Shen frowned slightly. He didn't think it was wrong. Xiao Yi shook his head and said, maybe it's not wrong. As far as I know, my father does have a very powerful magic skill called 3 Realms Magic Skill. He can transform into 3 bodies, one as a ghost body, one as a human body, and one as a god body. Using the 3 Realms Magic Skill, He can switch between the three bodies and possess three completely different powers. These three powers restrain each other and can also help each other. Isn't Three Realms magic skill the magic skill that my father practiced before his reincarnation? Xiaona said. Xiao Yi nodded. The three bodies of the Three Realms magic art correspond to the past, present, and future respectively, and also represent the yin and yang changes of heaven, earth, and man. As the saying goes, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. The power of the three bodies can restrain any kind of law power in the universe, but it is necessary to switch the power of the three bodies to achieve the restraining effect, otherwise it may be restrained. Father once said that the Three Realms magic art is not yet complete and cannot reach the level of Trinity, so it is not truly invincible and cannot compete with the Great Emperor. If one day the Three Realms magic art can really achieve Trinity, it will not be afraid of fighting with the Great Emperor. If what is left here is the Three Realms magic art, it should be the Three Realms magic art that has been completed to the Trinity. This image of 3 heads and 6 arms corresponds to it. After listening, Lin Shan also felt that it was very likely. The theory of evolution and the scripture of fear of death themselves have problems. The ancient king of the realm may not have practiced them. He will definitely not give up the Three Realms magic art that he really practiced himself. Even if this is really the Three Realms divine art, I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so I'm afraid I can't practice it, right? Lin Shan has the ability to practice the wrong version of the technique, but that requires him to practice it. He can't make so many heads and arms, and he can't even imitate it, so how can he practice it? If this is really the Three Realms divine art, then the image of 3 heads and 6 arms is not the real form at all, but the form after practice. So, is it possible that you are looking at it the wrong way? Play these pictures upside down and take a look. Xiao Yi said. Lin Shan thought that it was right. Yang Yu said that the movement is smoother when you look from the back to the front. Lin Shan adjusted the playback order of the pictures and played them again. This time it was not so abstract. Although there is still the problem of 3 heads and 6 arms, it can be seen that only the front one with 2 arms is real, and the other 2 heads and 4 arms are all phantoms. The further you play, the phantoms of the other 2 heads and 4 arms will gradually solidify, become more and more real, and the movements will become more and more smooth. So that's how it is. Xiaoya, you are really smart. Lin Shan was overjoyed. He finally cracked the little man picture on the wall mountain. Don't be too happy too soon. Knowing is one thing, and whether you can practice it is another. Even if you know the correct way to practice, you may not be able to practice it. The difficulty of practicing the Three Realms divine art, especially this complete version, is probably not less difficult than the theory of evolution and the book of cowardice and immortality, and it may even be more difficult. Xiuya poured cold water on Lin Shan again. Lin Shan didn't care. Even if he couldn't practice it himself, he could tell Lao Wei and the others the correct way to practice it. As long as one of them could practice it and pass this level, it would be fine. He had no interest in the ancient world king's magic. Theory of evolution and the book of immortality were very suitable for him, so there was no need to change the method. Lin Shan looked at the 3 people, but saw that they were all very devoted, and had reached the point of forgetting everything. One was writing like a madman, one was wandering in the void, his eyes were empty, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him, and the other was flying all over the sky, as if there were countless Oyangs in different time and space, practicing various techniques at the same time. You haven't found the right method. What are you practicing? How come you have practiced so well? Lin Shan was very depressed, and called a few times, but no one answered him. He didn't dare to interrupt their practice forcibly, for fear of disturbing them and causing problems. Forget it, I practice it according to the regular practice method first to see if it works. Lin Shan practiced it according to the real practice method of the Three Realms magic. There are many pictures of villains, and it is much simpler when played with animations, but it is still very complicated. Lin Shan practiced for a long time, but he didn't make any progress. He really didn't have any reaction at all. He was not as good as Wei Wufu and the others, at least they all made some strange things. Lin Shan suddenly had an idea. I can't practice the right way, but can't I practice the wrong way? Since it doesn't work to practice in the right way, why don't I practice in the opposite way? Maybe it will work? Lin Shan thought about this and thought about how to practice according to the wrong order before. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. With a thought, he moved quickly with the steps of the wave-treading fist. While moving, he changed his posture at high speed and imitated the movements of 3 heads and 6 arms in different time periods. Lin Shan just tried it casually. Who knew that after this try, there was really a strange power rising in his body? At the same time, the fruit paste mask on his face suddenly gushed out a lot of energy and penetrated under his face. Chapter 1186. The scene in front of Lin Shan became bizarre and strange, as if the visual distance was infinitely shortened. More mysterious scenes in the microscopic world appeared one by one in Lin Shan's eyes. Lin Shan was like sitting on a super high-speed train, constantly moving forward at high speed, and the scenery in his eyes was changing rapidly. Of course, Lin Shan did not move, but his own vision was constantly deepening into the microscopic world. Lin Shan saw those bizarre scenes, which were difficult to describe in words, until the scene in front of him suddenly exploded like a light explosion. Lin Shan's pupils and eyes were dyed into a blazing white color by the light explosion. When Lin Shan regained his visual ability, he found that what he saw in front of him was completely different from before. There was no wall mountain, no little man pattern, and no cartoon playing on the communicator. There was only a door in front of him, a black door. The door stood in the void, and the edge seemed to be connected to the void, like a door to a new world outside the void. On the gate, black iron chains were wrapped around it, tying it up like a rope. At the intersection of the iron chains, there was an ancient iron lock that locked the two crossed iron chains together. 1, 2, 3. Lin Shan counted them, and there were 10 iron locks in total, locking the iron chains wrapped around the gate tightly. Where is this place? Is this gate in the microscopic world? Lin Shan thought in his heart, but soon felt something was wrong. Because he tried to adjust his viewing distance, but no matter how he adjusted his viewing distance, whether he zoomed in or out, the gate he saw was the same without any change. If he saw the microscopic world, the visual distance changed, and it was impossible for the gate he saw to remain unchanged. Even if the visual distance has reached the limit, and he can see the microscopic world to its smallest point, and the visual distance cannot be shortened, then he should be able to extend the visual distance. Now he can neither get closer nor farther away, as if it has lost its function. Body. No body. Could this be? Inner vision. When Lin Shan was thinking, he found that his vision was still there, but he had no body, and he immediately realized what had happened. He actually had the ability to see inside, which is an ability that only exists in legends. The word inner vision is often used in practice, especially in the practice of ghosts and gods. Seeing ghosts and gods is actually a kind of inner vision. But that kind of inner vision is actually a kind of meditation ability, not a true inner vision. What can be seen in meditation and inner vision is actually one's own thoughts and imagination. However, Lin Shan's current situation is somewhat different from the imagination of thoughts, because he actually saw the existence of the gate, not what he imagined, but inner vision in the physical sense. Am I looking inward? If I am looking inward, what exactly am I seeing now? How can there be a big door inside my body? Lin Shan pondered while looking at the door. The door was simple and plain, without any carvings or decorations. It was just a plain black iron door. The iron chain on it did not have any patterns. It looked like a bunch of thick black iron chains. The only special thing was the iron locks that locked the iron chains. The iron locks were also made of black iron. The locks were in the shape of clouds. The shape of each lock was slightly different, just like clouds have different shapes. The appearance of these 10 locks is different, but the same 2 words are engraved on them. Heavenly Destiny. Lin Shan looked carefully and recognized the 2 words. It was not difficult to recognize them. They were engraved very clearly. Apart from that, there was no other discovery. Lin Shan wanted to reach out and touch the door and the iron lock, but unfortunately he had no body at all. He could only think about it, and could not do anything. Heavenly destiny is cause and effect. Fate is destined. Cause and effect are cyclical. Everyone is in cause and effect, and it is difficult to escape from fate. Could it be that this door is the way to break the cause and effect of the world and change fate against heaven? Lin Shan guessed secretly in his heart. If the door is really the embodiment of fate, as long as I gather the bones of rebellion, I can break the door of fate. Yes. Could it be that rebellion is actually the literal meaning? It is the bones that rebel against fate. It is to let me in this situation. Have the power of the bone body. Have the opportunity to break this door of fate. Lin Shan was thinking wildly, and for a while, he was a little unrestrained. Suddenly, Lin Shan's vision seemed to be pulled back quickly, and everything in front of him flew by like time, and he could no longer see anything. The next second, Lin Shan's eyes returned to normal vision, and the watch screen that was playing the animation returned to his eyes. The moment Lin Shan's vision returned to normal, the jam mask on his face seemed to be scattered like ashes, flying with the wind, and disappeared in the air. What was that just now? Lin Shan couldn't tell what he had seen just now, whether it was internal vision, and if it was internal vision, where on his body was the locked black iron door, and why was it there? Does everyone have such a gate of destiny in their body? Or is it only my body that is such a thing? Lin Shan couldn't help but frown and think. If everyone has it, then does everyone have the possibility to open the gate of destiny and jump out of cause and effect? If only he has it, Lin Shan has some doubts. Is his poor memory related to the gate of destiny? Is the gate in his brain, sealing his brain, which makes his memory poor? Lin Shan thought about various possibilities and wanted to enter the state of inner vision again, but found that he could never enter that state again. His vision can change at will and see the extremely microscopic world, but no matter how microscopic it is, he can't see the light explosion or the gate. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na looked at Lin Shan in a daze, and their faces showed strange colors, especially Xiao Yi, whose eyes were full of surprise. The mass transformed by the king of the world's fruit pulp actually consumed all the energy. That is the power that can make the brain evolve to the top level. Its energy is already so huge that it is unimaginable. How could it be consumed so quickly? The key is that the energy of the king of the world's fruit juice is gone, but Lin Shan himself seems to have made no progress, and there is no fluctuation on his body. Although the king of the world's fruit has not yet fully matured, its energy is already so strong that ordinary people can hardly imagine it. Even if ordinary people cannot reach the level of great emperor-level brain power after absorbing the energy of the king of the world's fruit, they can at least reach the level of materialization of mental power and see the existence of mental aura. But there is no change in Lin Shan's body, let alone mental aura. His eyes are still so confused, without any sense of wisdom. Chapter 1187. Lin Shan didn't know what was happening to him now. Apart from his eyesight becoming particularly strong, other changes were not that big. His mind was indeed much clearer, but he didn't feel any substantial improvement. Watching the animation of Three Realms magic, Lin Shan continued to practice the Three Realms magic according to the previous method. Energy flowed again in his body, but the flow was very abnormal. Sometimes there was no flow, sometimes there was no flow. Lin Shan could probably guess what was going on, because the three-headed and six-armed movements were performed at the same time, and he divided them into 3 sections. Originally, they should have been connected to the next movement, but because of his split, these movements could not be connected. Unless he could split into 3, and each clone practice 1 movement, otherwise the Three Realms magic would never be practiced. Suddenly Lin Shan had an idea. I don't have the ability to clone myself, and I can't grow 3 heads and 6 arms, but I have the 3-star system. I, the fate-defying person, and the inheritance fan, a trinity, can I use it to practice the Three Realms divine art? With something in mind, he immediately began to experiment. Lin Shan stood there, watching the animation with his eyes. His body did not move, but in his body, the 3-star system was running wildly. The action is just a guide, from the outside to the inside. Once the core is clear inside, fixed actions are no longer needed. Looking at Lin Shan standing there motionless, Xiao Yi felt a little disappointed. If this still couldn't save the damage suffered by her father during his reincarnation, she didn't know what to do or what to use to restore the reincarnated body. Time passed. Lin Shan was watching animation, Lao Wei was watching the wall, Ouyang was running around the mountain, and Deers was writing and drawing there. I don't know how much time has passed. Ouyang, who was flying all over the mountain, suddenly fell down. Countless phantoms disappeared. Only Ouyang Yudu stood with an umbrella, and he exuded a strange aura, like a ghost. It seemed that he was standing in this world, but it seemed that he was not on this world, independent of the world. I have become, Ouyang Yudu said with a smile, and wanted to say that you don't have to work hard. But Deers threw away the pen in his hand with a big laugh. I understand too, that's it. I saw that Deers' aura became more and more pure, like a god, with a kind of purity that did not exist in the mortal world. It seemed that just looking at him with a glance would make people feel blasphemous. People with slightly poor psychological quality would feel ashamed when they saw Deers and dared not look at him directly. Ouyang Yu was slightly startled, and subconsciously looked at Lao Wei, but saw that Lao Wei's eyes had also been withdrawn from the wall. Lao Wei had exuded a strong aura just now, but now he had no aura at all, and no power fluctuations could be felt from him. If you didn't know Lao Wei and knew his background, you would think he was just an ordinary person who had never practiced, and there was nothing special about him except that he looked tall and strong. You? The 3 people said 2 words in tacit understanding, as if they had agreed. The 3 of them couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. Although no one said anything else, they all understood something. Lin Shan is not ready yet. Should we wait for him? Yang Yuda looked at Lin Shen and said, "He has already taken the picture, and there is no need to look at the pattern on the wall mountain. It's okay for us to experiment first." Deer said. "Okay, who will go first?" Yang asked. "I will go first. I go to the lower level. If my strength is not enough, I will change you," Deer said. Yang Yudu and Lao Wei had no objection. Anyway, there should be only one right person. If Deers can break the wall mountain, it means that he has practiced correctly. It doesn't matter whether the two try or not. Of course, even if they practiced wrong, they didn't think there was any problem. Things in the world are not immutable. Many experimental results have nothing to do with the problems they originally wanted to solve, but it doesn't mean they have no value. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na were a little anxious. The three people had already realized something, but Lin Shen was still watching the animation there, without any reaction, and they didn't know whether it would work. If Lin Shen can't practice at all, Xiao Yi feels that there is no need to consider eliminating the opponent in advance. Dios faced the mountain, stared at the mountain wall and said, "Everything in the universe has its reason, and everything must be done according to reason. The so-called omniscient and omnipotent God does not really need to see everything with his eyes, but to deduce according to reason. The so-called knowledge is the rule logic, and the so-called ability is the ability to break the rules. Breaking without knowing is ignorance, and breaking after knowing is ability. This untitled magic skill should be called the knowledge and ability magic skill. Although my understanding is a little different from yours, I have to say that your understanding is also very reasonable. Give it a try," Yang Yuda said. Deer's eyes condensed slightly, and he pointed out with one finger. A divine light shot out from his fingertip like a laser. Wherever the light reached, the space collapsed directly, and the laws collapsed, as if it had the power to destroy the world. Xiuya and Xiaona's faces changed, and they were horrified. Although this person's level is still low, the realm of this finger seems to have surpassed the laws of the world. Compared with the realm of my father's use of the three realms divine art, it seems to be no less than the wind, but it is somewhat different. Didn't he learn the three realms divine art? How come the things he comprehended are somewhat similar to the three realms divine art, but also seem to be somewhat different? Boom, the light bombarded the wall mountain, and the mountain body made a roaring sound, but after the light, the wall mountain was not penetrated, but it kept trembling, and it stopped after a long time. Dai shrugged, turned to Ouyang and Lao Wei and said, "It seems that my practice is still not enough to break the wall." He just felt that his practice level was not enough, and he didn't think that what he understood was wrong. "Let me try." Yang Yudu walked to Dai's, looked at the wall and said, "If everything in the world has its own rules, and can be calculated, then it can only mean one thing: this world is a man-made world. Basic laws have laws to follow, but intentions are unpredictable. If even my will is within the calculation of others, it can only mean that I am not me, but just a doll." As he said, the jade umbrella in Yang Yuda's hand emitted a strange wave, which rippled like lake water, hit the mountain wall, and caused the resonance of the mountain wall, and the mountain wall continued to tremble and hum. Suddenly, Yang Yuda turned his palm vigorously, and the wave on the umbrella was immediately disturbed, turning into countless undercurrents, and the space was disturbed by this wave, forming a series of space vortexes. The wall mountain hummed in the vortex, but it never broke. After a long time, Yang Yudu put away his umbrella and walked back, shaking his head as he walked. "It seems that I haven't really understood it yet." Xiuya and Xiona's eyes were a little complicated. Although Yang Yuda failed to break the wall mountain, the technique he used seemed to have reached a point where it was unpredictable. Everyone looked at Wei Wufu, but Wei Wufu didn't say much. He walked directly to the wall mountain and punched the wall of the wall mountain. Boom! The terrifying power exploded, and the shock wave formed made Ouyang and others a little unstable. All they could see was the sky-high light explosion, the earth shaking, as if the world was about to end. But after the light explosion retreated, the wall mountain still stood firm. Chapter 1188. Wei Wufu looked at his fist, then at the wall mountain, shook his head and retreated. None of the three could break through the wall mountain, which made Xia secretly relieved. At least they couldn't get the inheritance of the ancient king of the world now, so they didn't need to kill him. But when he looked at Lin Shen, he saw that he was still watching the animation, and he didn't know if he could count on him. Although Dad's talent is a little worse in this life, his comprehension is not strong, and his memory is problematic, but at least he still has the foundation of his previous life, and he must be able to do what others can't. Xiao Na comforted him. If the three of them can't break through the wall mountain, the opportunity will definitely fall on Dad. Xia thought about it, and was more certain in her heart that Lin Shen was the reincarnation of their father. If it wasn't a reincarnation, With Lin Shen's comprehension, talent and memory, how could he practice the theory of evolution, the immortal scripture and the stepping fairy court? I hope so. At this time, Xuya could only hope for the foundation of his father's previous life. Lin Shen had no foundation from his previous life. The 3 stars in his body were moving at the same time, and they were intertwined with each other, operating in an extremely reasonable and complex way. The 3 planet-like particles came from Lin Shen himself, the fate-defying man, and the inheritance fan. At this time, different force fields appeared on the 3 particles. The 3 force fields were completely different, and even restrained each other, just like the relationship between rock, scissors, and cloth in the game. They were mutually reinforcing and restraining, and no one could do anything to anyone. The force field generated by Lin Shen's own particles corresponded to the people in the 3 realms' divine art, the fate-defying man particles corresponded to ghosts, and the inheritance fan corresponded to gods. The 3 force fields complement each other. Due to the appearance of the 3 force fields, the law array that revolves around the 3-star system has also changed. The original law array was just arranged in the best way, but the law array at this time has undergone some special changes because of the 3-star system. Wei Wufu and the other 2 tried to no avail, and all looked at Lin Shen, waiting for the result from Lin Shen. I don't know how long I waited, but a strange light rose from Lin Shen, who had been watching the animation. What's going on? Hasn't he been promoted to the lower level? Why is there a bond of ghost power on him again? Dais looked at Lin Shen in confusion. The light on Lin Shen's body continued to extend into the void, causing cracks to appear in the void, as if ghosts and gods were descending from the void. This abnormal change has caused a strange phenomenon in the universe. At this time, not only the Kai King planet, not only the Immortal Court, but also countless ancient realms have seen the same strange phenomenon. Infinite light rushed into the void, and the light became stronger and brighter, gradually condensing into a ghost god. The ghost god was radiant with strange divine light, and it had not yet fully formed, but the light was so strong that people could not look directly at it. Even if you stare at the ghost god forcibly, you can only see a brilliant divine light, as if the gods have descended to the world, and you can't see their faces clearly at all. The only thing you can feel is horror, mystery, power, invincibility, etc. The pressure generated by the strange phenomenon is so strong that it is difficult for the upper gods to look directly at it, and some unspeakable throbbing occurs in their hearts. What is going on in this universe? Not long ago, a ghost god as powerful as the immortal was activated. This time, the activated ghost god seems to be no less powerful than the immortal. I wonder what the origin is. People were talking about it, but no one knew what the ghosts and gods that were attracted this time were, nor did they know who caused the ghost and god vision. Grand Priest, do you know what kind of ghost and god this is? Yaoji looked at the Grand Priest of the West District and asked. The Grand Priest of the West District stared at the ghosts and gods in the void and said, I have never seen such ghosts and gods. Maybe it is a new god. This surprised Yaoji. It is much more difficult to make a ghost and god that has never appeared in this world appear than to activate a ghost and god. As early as the ancient times, when the ancestors of various human families rushed into the fairy court, they did create many ghosts and gods. However, with the completion of the ghost and god system, it is almost more difficult to produce a new ghost and god now than to ascend to heaven. Although ghosts and gods are imagined things, their essence is the embodiment of laws. There are so many laws in the world, and various laws have corresponding ghosts and gods. Unless new laws appear, it is impossible for new gods to appear. If this is really a new god, then there will be another brand new temple on the secret god star, but it is unknown what rank the temple is and what law it corresponds to. All the major star god palaces have noticed the birth of a new ghost god, and are sensing the terrifying energy and force field emitted by the ghost god, trying to judge the strength of the new god from it. When the brilliance was already as strong as the sun, several great priests were already somewhat shocked. Judging from the force field emitted by this new god, it is not inferior to many old gods, and is even almost comparable to the top gods corresponding to the 9 great magic skills. But the next second, all the great priests were stunned, because the brilliant ghost god light and shadow actually split into 3, turning into a weird appearance with 3 heads and 6 arms, like a terrifying evil demon king in the world, overlooking the heavens and the worlds. What is that? Shi Shongqing, who was watching the show, changed color, because he sensed that the force field of this ghost god was so strong that it had surpassed the top ancient ghost gods. This is just a newborn. It is hard to imagine how strong this ghost god will eventually be. The whole world was shocked, and the people of the god-making clan were even more surprised and doubtful. There have been many news from the ancient realms, telling them about the strange phenomena. This discovery shocked the entire god-making clan, because there is a barrier between the ancient realm and the fairy court, so even if the strange phenomena are triggered, the strange phenomena triggered in the ancient realm can only be seen in that ancient realm, and the strange phenomena triggered in the fairy court can only be seen in the fairy court. It is even more difficult for different ancient realms to communicate with each other. This time, the strange phenomena seem to appear in the known ancient realm and the fairy court at the same time, which is a bit too scary. This universe is really getting more and more interesting. The god-making clan leader took a look at the strange phenomena and put the fish he had just caught back into the water. Xiuya and Xiaona also looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky in confusion. The strange phenomenon caused by Lin Shan actually looked like the trinity of the three realms' divine art. Normally, they should be happy to see this kind of strange phenomenon, proving that Lin Shan has mastered the three realms' divine art. But at this time, Xiuya was not happy at all, because the trinity of the three realms' divine art should not cause ghosts and gods at all. There are no ghosts and gods corresponding to the three realms' divine art in the universe. Moreover, after practicing the three realms' divine art, one should jump out of the three realms, not in the five elements, and there should be no ghosts and gods corresponding to it. With ghosts and gods, there are ties, which is equivalent to falling within the rules of the universe, and the realm has fallen. Lin Shan didn't care so much. The three-star system kept running, and the ghosts and gods in the void became stronger and stronger. The next second, a stun scene appeared. The ghosts and gods with 3 heads and 6 arms slowly rose up in the void, as if performing a set of exercises. The people who had the ability to see the ghosts and gods were so shocked that they could not speak. It was fine if they caused the ghosts and gods to have strange visions, but this ghost god actually performed the skills in the air. This meant that he wanted to spread the skills in the 3 realms and spread his teachings throughout the universe. The great priests of the Star God Palace did not realize the seriousness of the problem, because they did not know that not only the immortal court, but also all the ancient realms could see the visions of this ghost god. And the skills performed by this ghost god were as mysterious as the 9 great magic skills, and even better. If this kind of skills spread throughout the universe, no one knew what the consequences would be. Lin Shan did not know that the vision he caused would be so large. If he knew, he would be even happier, because the skills performed by this 3-headed, 6-armed ghost god were exactly the inherited skills on the folding fan. Chapter 1189. All the heavens and the world saw the technique performed by this top ghost god. What's more, while performing the technique, the ghost god also uttered a vague and uncertain voice. Although the voice sounded a bit weird, the content was clearly the formula of this technique. Not only were the people in the ancient world stunned, but the people in the fairy court were also stunned. Even the old gods, who had lived the longest and seen the most visions, had never seen ghost gods speak. It's not that ghosts and gods can't speak, but the ghost god visions caused by the promotion to the lower level are not the real ghosts and gods, but only the ghosts and gods. Some people have seen ghosts and gods speak, but at most they are some simple ghost words, and it is impossible to say too much. What's more, the ghost god's phantom said a magic formula, which is simply scary. Top ghosts and gods, top magic skills, and ghosts and gods directly taught. At this moment the whole fairy court was crazy. On the contrary, in the ancient realm, although many people silently memorized or filmed the skills, they did not know the value of this phenomenon, and were not as excited as the gods in the immortal court. At this moment, the most uncomfortable ones were the big families in the immortal court. Originally, they had the top secret skills. Relying on their innate advantages, they were superior to other small families, and took the largest part of the benefits of the 6 major star regions. Now suddenly there is a top skill open to the whole universe. If everyone can practice it, then their advantages will disappear. Maybe there is not much difference now, but thousands or tens of thousands of years later, there will be more and more strong people from small families, and their interests will be continuously diluted. Some were happy and some were sad, but Lin Shan didn't care about that. He kept pushing the 3-star system to operate, imagining the appearance of a 3-headed and 6-armed being in his mind, and practicing according to the movements of the 3 realms' divine art. You want to say that he was practicing the 3 realms' divine art, but the problem is that this thing was practiced in reverse, and the underlying foundation was the 3-star system, which was essentially the power of Lin Shan, the fate-defying person, and the fan of inheritance. If you say that this is not the 3 realms' divine art, it does have some of the characteristics of the 3 realms' divine art, but these characteristics are reversed. As Lin Shan practiced himself, the vision in the void also changed accordingly. The original 3-headed and 6-armed ghost light and shadow became more and more streamlined as he practiced. The 3 heads and 6 arms gradually merged into one, and finally turned into a normal 1 head and 2 arm appearance, but the momentum became even more terrifying. Until the ghost light and shadow was no different from the appearance of a normal human, the practice and the formula ended at the same time. The brilliant light on the ghost vision at this time was so strong that it was unimaginable. All you could see was a ball of strong light hanging in the void, like a huge sun. I am the only one who reigns supreme in the heavens and the worlds. I am the King of Kings, the God of Gods, and I am the world God. The voice, like an ancient ghost, spread throughout the universe, and the name of the world God was known to everyone. It is indeed a new God. Shi Zhongqing's expression was a little complicated. As the voice fell in the void, the vision did not gradually fade away like ordinary ghost visions, but became more and more brilliant. In an instant, the light shone everywhere, like the Big Bang, and the light illuminated the entire universe. Everyone was blind, like a blind man, and it took a long time to gradually recover, but the vision in the void had disappeared. Everyone was in a state of amazement. Such a strange vision was something they had never seen or heard of before. Many people were secretly studying the Realm God technique. Such a technique must be the top in the universe. Who could miss it? At the same time when the vision disappeared, a 3-headed, 6-armed soul appeared above Lin Shen's head, like an ancient ghost, guarding Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen's mind moved, and the 3-headed, 6-armed soul appeared in front of him as if teleporting. At this time, Lin Shen's face was very strange. The law ray had already condensed the soul. Normally, he should have been in the middle level. But now, he was still only at the nirvana level, and had not been promoted at all. The soul transformed by the law ray was called the Realm God, but his abilities and attributes were not reflected in Lin Shen's own attributes at all. Lin Shen himself had some feelings about his attributes and abilities. After all, this Realm God was condensed by him, and upgraded by the law ray. Lin Shen knew his details. What's going on with you? Can the middle level also trigger ghost and god visions? Or did you experience another promotion to the lower level, and then continuously promoted to the middle level? Deers had a curious expression on his face. My physical condition is a bit special. It can be considered a continuous promotion. Lin Shen said truthfully. Don't talk about this now. Try to see if you can break through the wall mountain. We all failed. If you can't break through, then we can only be trapped here to practice, and wait until the day when we can break the wall mountain to get out. Ouyang said. Let me try. Lin Shen's mind moved, and the world god immediately flew into the sky, facing the wall mountain head-on, and punched the wall mountain. Boom! The wall of Bishan was instantly shattered by this punch. The mountain wall collapsed instantly, the earth shook, and the rumbling sound was endless. Everyone was stunned, and Lin Shen himself was also stunned. After all, the soul is not a real entity. Generally speaking, it cannot fight freely like the soul. It mainly relies on blessing itself, which is a bit like asking ghosts and gods to possess it. Lin Shen originally just wanted to use the power of the Realm God to bless his own law ray. Who knew that as soon as he moved his mind, the Realm God flew out and blew up the wall of Bishan with one punch. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na's eyes were also wide open. They had naturally seen the 3 realms' divine art of the ancient Realm King, and the soul condensed by the 3 realms' divine art. It was not like this. At the same level, it was definitely not so terrifying. The power of the Trinity is really so terrifying. The soul stage is already so powerful. If it reaches the Great Emperor level, Father will definitely become a more terrifying existence than the Great Emperor in this life. Overthrow the rule of the immortal court. Xiao Yi and Xiao Na were so excited that they could not speak. How could they know that the thing Lin Shen condensed was not as simple as a soul? When everyone was surprised, Shi Zhongqing and other 5 great gods entered the Mystic God Star together, wanting to find the temple of the new god on the Mystic God Star. But they searched for a long time and searched all over the Mystic God Star, but they did not find the temple of the Realm God, but that was all later. Lin Shen himself also realized that the Realm God was not a simple soul, but it might be the body of the Ghost God, otherwise it would not be so powerful. He could not blow up the wall mountain with one punch. His own strength was impossible to do it, let alone the half-baked soul. Deers, Ouyang Yudu and Lao Wei were all staring at the Realm God, as if they were thinking about something. Chapter 1190. After the wall mountain was blown up, an ancient altar appeared behind the wall. There was no monument or pillar on the altar, only bloody marks on the ground, which looked like a human figure. Before everyone could see clearly, bloody light appeared on the bloody marks, and the bloody marks moved like a bloody shadow, as if the shadow came alive, and slowly stood up from the ground. You have passed the 4 questions and come here. You have the qualifications to obtain my inheritance. Open the altar, and below is my life savings. But before that, I need you to know that accepting my savings means that you have taken over all my grievances, hatreds, and other causes and effects. Are you sure you want to accept my inheritance? Blood Shadow said as he stood up, but when his eyes fell on everyone, he was slightly startled. Why are there so many people? Obviously, Blood Shadow did not expect that it was not just one person who passed the test, but so many people. Who among you has passed the first 4 questions? Blood Shadow looked at everyone and asked again. What is this? Lin Shen turned his head and looked at Xiao Yi and asked. Xiao Yi had been staring at Blood Shadow. When he heard Lin Shen's question, he shook his head and said, I don't know. I'm asking you questions? Didn't you hear it? Blood Shadow said impatiently. Who are you? Deers looked at Blood Shadow and asked. Isn't it obvious what I said? Of course, I am the Shadow of the Ancient Realm King. Blood Shadow said proudly, I left my shadow here to prevent some villains from taking away my life savings. Only those who passed the first 4 questions are qualified to inherit my savings. Lin Shen looked at Xiao Yi and Xiao Na again. This thing claimed to be the Shadow of the Ancient World King. Apart from them, no one else should be able to tell the truth. You are the Shadow of the Ancient World King. So do you know who I am? Xiao Yi stepped forward and asked the Blood Shadow. I don't care who you are. Who among you solved the 4 questions? The Blood Shadow asked again. Everyone felt something was wrong. This Blood Shadow claimed to be the Shadow of the Ancient World King, but he couldn't recognize the daughter of the Ancient World King. Obviously, there was something wrong. What is going on? Lin Shen asked Xiao Yi and Xiao Na. I don't know if it was intentional or something unexpected happened. Xiao Yi's eyes became a little sharp, staring at the Blood Shadow, and her hand clenched the jade bottle. She thought of a possibility. The reason why Lin Shen had a problem with his brain might be that something went wrong during his reincarnation. If the Ancient World King was reincarnated here, then this thing might be the culprit that caused the problem with the reincarnation of the Ancient World King. I ask you again, what are you? Xiao Yi stared at the bloody shadow and asked coldly. Didn't I tell you that I am the Shadow of the Ancient King? As soon as the bloody shadow said this, Xiao Yi suddenly raised the jade bottle in his hand, with the mouth of the bottle facing it diagonally. Jade bottle. Jade bottle. Purify this dirty creature. Xiao Yi directly said the secret words to activate the jade bottle. A strange phantom color suddenly shot out from the jade bottle, shining on the bloody shadow. Bloody shadow suddenly appeared on his body, and he jumped up in an instant, flew into the sky, and got rid of the irradiation of the jade bottle. The Great Emperor's artifact, the gold transformation bottle in the West District. Blood Shadow called out the real name of this Great Emperor's artifact. Even Lin Shen, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Na didn't know this name. The King of the Ancient Realm only told the 2 sisters that this thing was called the Great Emperor's Jade Bottle, or the Jade Purification Bottle. The one in your hand is the Gold Transformation Bottle. Then the gourd in her hand. Could it be the purple gold and red gourd in the South District? Blood Shadow's eyes swirled between the jade bottle and the gourd. It's good to know. Tell me honestly, what on earth are you and why are you here? Otherwise I will turn you into blood water. Xiao Yi said with a cold face. Xiao Na also cooperated very well and raised the gourd, pointing the gourd mouth at Blood Shadow, ready to suck Blood Shadow in at any time. Ha. That's great. I didn't expect you to come to my door. Ha. Blood Shadow laughed wildly. What's so funny? Xiao Yi's eyes turned cold, and he shone at Blood Shadow. The Blood Shadow flickered like a phantom, and the light on the jade bottle could not keep up with his speed, which surprised everyone. Don't waste your energy. The golden bottle has not returned to the Great Emperor level yet, so it is useless to me. Before the Blood Shadow flickered, it appeared on the other side, looking at Xiaoya and Xiana, and said lightly, You are the 2 daughters of Guji. This Blood Shadow has clearly admitted that he is not the Shadow of the Ancient King. Everyone was ready for battle, and looked at the Blood Shadow vigilantly. This Blood Shadow was just much faster than everyone else. They all felt that they could not keep up with such a speed, which was very dangerous. So what? Xiao Na said, as she was about to use the Great Emperor's gourd to suck the Blood Shadow in. Don't do it yet. I'm your benefactor after all. How can you be ungrateful? Blood Shadow suddenly said this. Bullshit, I'm still your father. Xiao Na pouted. If it weren't for me, how could Guji know how to let you reincarnate with the Great Emperor's artifact and coexist as one? And how could he save your lives? If it weren't for me, you would have died a long time ago, like your brother. Blood Shadow said with a smile. When Lin Shen heard these words, he suddenly thought of who this Blood Shadow was. He had heard the story of the ancient world king and the 3 treasure chests before. A man took 3 treasure chests to see the ancient world king and asked him to put the 3 most precious things in the 3 treasure chests. If the things put in are indeed the most precious things that the ancient world king thinks, then the dilemma faced by the ancient world king can be solved. On the contrary, the people around the ancient king will be in great trouble. The legendary result is that the 2 little princesses of the only 3 blood relatives of the ancient king survived, but the little prince died tragically. When the Blood Shadow spoke like this, Lin Shan felt that he should be the one who presented the 3 treasure boxes to the ancient king. You. Xiaona retreated in fear and retreated to the side of Lin Shan, her body still trembling. Obviously, she also thought of who that person was, and she was very afraid of him. Xiaoya's eyes also became abnormal, staring at the Blood Shadow, and said hatefully, "It turned out to be you. You are not dead yet. Give my brother's life back." As he said, Xiaoya raised the jade bottle desperately and attacked the Blood Shadow. But the speed of the Blood Shadow was too fast. With their eyesight, they could only see the Blood Shadow leaving a trail of afterimages. The light sprayed by the jade bottle could only shine on the afterimages, and could not touch the Blood Shadow body at all. The ancients made countless calculations, but they didn't expect you to come here before the great emperor. God is really helping me. Blood Shadow's voice was full of madness. Chapter 1191. Gourd, help me make the elixir. Xiaona held the gourd and shone it at Blood Shadow. The gourd mouth produced an unparalleled suction force, as if to suck everything into the gourd. The gourd had such a terrible suction force, but it seemed to have no use for Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow stood there without even dodging, and said contemptuously, "The purple gold-red gourd has not returned to the great emperor level, and can only absorb tangible things. I am now intangible, and it can't do anything to me." "Xiao Yi, who is he?" Lin Shan pulled Xiao Yi, who wanted to continue attacking Blood Shadow, and asked. "He is a beast." Xiao Yi gritted his teeth. "You don't need to ask, she doesn't know who I am at all." Blood Shadow stood there, looking at the few people leisurely, and said, "I really don't know who he is, but it was the 3 treasure chests he brought to my father that killed my brother and me. If it weren't for him, my brother wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't have been forced to reincarnate with the great emperor's artifact." Xiao Yi said. "What's the matter with the 3 treasure chests?" Lin Shan asked curiously. Xiao Yi and Xiaona just thought that Lin Shan wanted to know about his past life, so Xiao Yi said directly, "The 3 treasure chests are the artifacts brought by that bastard. Legend has it that they are the ultimate artifacts of the upper level, second only to the great emperor's artifacts. The real name of the treasure chest is the Last Mercy of the Gods." At this point, Xiao Yi glanced at Lin Shan and didn't continue. Xiaona didn't have as many thoughts as Xiao Yi, so she continued, "Dad, you had problems with your cultivation in your previous life, and it was difficult to heal. That evil thief came to you with the Last Mercy of the Gods, saying that he could solve your problem, but you had to use your 3 most precious things in exchange to enter the treasure chest, and then the Last Mercy of the Gods could be activated. Dad, you took out many treasures, but that evil thief said that those were not your most precious things at all, so the Last Mercy of the Gods could not be activated." Xiaona glared at the Blood Shadow fiercely. "In the end, the evil villain actually said that the 3 of us brothers and sisters are your most precious treasures, and that we must be put into the 3 treasure boxes to activate the Last Mercy of the Gods. In order to help our father recover, we voluntarily entered the treasure box, but we didn't expect that our eldest brother died later. Because we entered the 3 treasure boxes, our bodies were destroyed, so you, Dad, had to use the Emperor's artifact as our carrier to protect our reincarnation." Blood Shadow had been listening there, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, and his laughter was extremely harsh. "What are you laughing at?" Xiaona said angrily. "I'm laughing at your naivety." Blood Shadow restrained his smile and said coldly, "Did that old man in ancient times tell you this? Then you are too pitiful. What do you want to say?" Xuya frowned and stared at Blood Shadow. "When I gave you the 3 treasure chests, I made it very clear that you must use the 3 most precious treasures in your life as an exchange to open the Last Mercy of the Gods, and after opening it, the 3 treasures will not be lost." Blood Shadow said with a smile, "It's a pity that your father is suspicious by nature, but he is unwilling to miss the opportunity to recover himself. He put you into the 3 treasure chests, but he was reluctant to give up his only son, and did not put that son into the treasure chest. You are talking nonsense. We volunteered to enter the treasure chest to help our father." Xiaona cursed directly, and she was so angry that she trembled deeply. Xiao Yi was more rational, looking at Blood Shadow, and said, "What you said doesn't make sense at all. All three must be the most precious things. In other words, all three of us are the most precious things. It's useless to keep one. If you want to keep it, keep all of them. If you want to put it in, put all of them in. Ha. Blood Shadow laughed. When did I say that you are the most precious things of the old thief of ancient times? That was just what he told you. What he cherished most was not you at all, but the golden bottle, the purple gold-red gourd, and the chaos gourd. You are just pathetic and lamentable substitutes. Poor creatures used to replace the golden bottle and the purple gold-red gourd. As for the chaos gourd, the old thief of ancient times was reluctant to give up his son after all, and finally put the chaos gourd in. Unexpectedly, man proposes, God disposes. You who were thrown into the 3 treasure boxes survived, but his most cherished son died instead. Impossible, the 3 of us brothers and sisters were all in the 3 treasure boxes. You said that the most precious things need to be put in. If it can be replaced, what's the point of talking about the most precious things? Xiaona said. Under normal circumstances, it is naturally impossible to replace, but blood relatives are an exception. Of course, the old thief of the ancient times must be cruel enough. But then again, he was willing to take the risk of using the chaos gourd for his son. It is indeed true love. You two are too pitiful. Blood Shadow pretended to be regretful. What you said is full of loopholes. You can't even fool a child, and you want to fool us? If Father really regards these 2 great Emperor artifacts as more important than us, how can he use the great Emperor artifacts as a carrier to help us be reborn? Xiaona found the loophole in Blood Shadow's words. That's because it's not you who need to be reborn. I just said that using the last mercy of the gods will not damage the 3 treasures. It's just that your old thief doesn't believe it, so you are fine. The purple gold-red gourd and the golden bottle were also damaged when he was injured. The great Emperor's artifacts are difficult to repair. He can only use this method to let you and the great Emperor's artifacts reincarnate together, achieve a community of destiny, and let them grow together with you again, so that the 2 damaged great Emperor artifacts can be repaired. Impossible. You are talking nonsense. Xiaoya and Xiaona shouted at the same time. Believe it or not, I told him this method, so I know the details very well. Blood Shadow sneered. It is your blessing to be able to coexist with the great Emperor's artifact. The old thief has a good plan. After you help the great Emperor's artifact recover, he will take it back for his own use. Unfortunately, he has calculated everything, but he didn't expect you to come here in advance. It's my luck. Who are you? Lin Chen stared at Blood Shadow and asked. What's the use of knowing so much for a dying person? You only need to know that the one who killed you is the first god in the universe from ancient times to the present. Blood Shadow said lightly. While speaking, Blood Shadow instantly turned into a lot of blood shadows, making it impossible for people to see his movements clearly. Bang! A 3-headed and 6-armed spirit like a god appeared in front of Lin Chen, slapped Blood Shadow on the head, and slapped Blood Shadow directly to the ground, and the blood-colored afterimages in the sky disappeared. The Blood Shadow now turned into a real shadow, sticking to the ground. Chapter 1192. Blood Shadow struggled to get up, but just as he raised his head, the God of Realm had already stepped on his head, pressing him to the ground again. Blood Shadow was under the God of Realm's feet, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. It seemed that all the strength in his body was trampled away by this kick. What? What is this thing? Could it be the Emperor's clone? Blood Shadow was shocked, angry, and afraid, but he didn't know what was stepping on him. Experience told him that this thing looked like a soul, but how could a soul have such actual combat ability? Ordinary souls can only exert their power with the help of their bodies, and there are very few souls that can fight alone. Even if a soul has a certain ability to fight alone, it is impossible to materialize to this extent. But it is not a soul. Blood Shadow can only guess that it is the Emperor's clone, which has the characteristics of a soul, and has independent combat capabilities. As for the ghosts and gods coming in person, Blood Shadow had never thought about it, because he knew very well that the ghosts and gods were trapped in the temple, and could not get out at all. The ghosts and gods who escaped from the temple by chance would not appear in the universe in the form of ghosts and gods. Most of them would find a way to obtain a physical body, or parasitize in the body of a certain body. Xiaoya and Xiaona looked at the Blood Shadow being stepped on the ground by the world god, and their faces were full of surprise. If this Blood Shadow was really the one who presented the 3 treasure boxes to the ancient world king, then his strength was extraordinary, at least his ability to escape was unique, and even the ancient world king was not sure that he could stop him. But now, he was stepped on by Lin Chen's soul, and could not escape. Lin Chen's soul was really horrible and unimaginable. Can we talk now? Lin Shan asked, looking at the Blood Shadow, who was being stepped on by the Realm God. Who are you? Blood Shadow asked, suppressing the shock in his heart. Although he no longer had a physical body, and was trapped here by the ancient Realm King, his strength was not comparable to that of the past, but relying on this Blood Shadow body alone, it was not something that ordinary gods could match. Moreover, this Blood Shadow body, ordinary power could not hurt him at all, let alone suppress him. Bang! The Realm God stepped hard on Blood Shadow's body, and blood light flew on Blood Shadow, almost shattering Blood Shadow. Although Blood Shadow had no sense of pain, if Blood Shadow's body was destroyed, he would immediately be shattered, and he was shocked and angry. You? Blood Shadow didn't know what to say for a while. I only say it once. Remember, I'm asking you now. Lin Shan said calmly, what's your name and where are you from? My name is Yun Zhongxian, and I'm the first immortal in the universe. Blood Shadow learned his lesson this time, and didn't ask again. Are you the first immortal? Lin Shan frowned slightly, and looked at Ouyang Yudu. Both of them were a little confused. Yu Gu Yaoji said that the first immortal was reincarnated as Ouyang Yudu. So how come another first immortal appeared? It seems that you really don't want to live anymore, and you still dare to lie. You are the first immortal, so why don't you summon an immortal for me to see? Lin Shan said, and ordered the world god to step on Blood Shadow again. Don't step, don't step. I am Yun Zhongxian. I am really the first successful immortal. That guy who claims to be the first immortal is just a failure. Blood Shadow said immediately. Oh, you are a successful product. Why don't you look so good? You are far worse than the failure product you mentioned. Lin Shan looked at Yun Zhongxian with interest and said, that's because you have different standards for success. The first immortal only has strong evolutionary ability and brain computing power, but he has lost his humanity, so no matter how strong he is just a failure. I am the first immortal with humanity, which represents the humanization of the intelligent brain, so I am the first truly successful immortal. Yun Zhongxian explained. That makes sense, go on. Lin Shan thought it was reasonable. What do you want to know? Yun Zhongxian asked. Start from when you became the first immortal, tell us slowly, we are not in a hurry. Lin Shan said. If I tell you everything, can you let me go? Yun Zhongxian asked hesitantly. At your level, it doesn't matter whether I kill you or not. It depends on my mood. Lin Shan said contemptuously. Yun Zhongxian was furious, but he did not refute. He thought to himself, a tiger in a low position is bullied by a dog. You just wait. When I recover my strength, I will definitely make you wish you were dead or alive. Yun Zhongxian thought so in his heart, but he said, people like you must keep their words. After organizing his words, Yun Zhongxian told the story. Although the first immortal was known as the first real immortal, he was a failure to the immortal court. The research of the immortal court did not stop there, but became more cautious and secretive. As long as there was a slight abnormality in the experimental subjects, they would be destroyed immediately. There would never be another first immortal. Yun Zhongxian was the first truly successful immortal after that. He possessed human nature and the calculations of the intelligent brain, and was no different from a god in any aspect. However, his brain's computing power far exceeded that of a god, and even the great priest could not match his brain's computing power. But there are pros and cons. Human nature made Yun Zhongxian not pursue absolute rules, like the first immortal, but human nature also made Yun Zhongxian have various human shortcomings. Curiosity, greed, vanity, and other human weaknesses all exist in Yun Zhongxian. It was because of these that Yun Zhongxian began to be dissatisfied with what he had now, and was unwilling to be inferior to the emperor. So Yun Zhongxian began to try various methods to allow himself to be promoted to the emperor level. Soon Yun Zhongxian discovered that because his evolutionary direction was opposite to that of the first immortal's brain could easily evolve to the emperor level, but it was difficult for him to improve his brain's computing power, but he was better at human nature. After Yun Zhongxian discovered this problem, he had to find another way to use external forces to increase his brain computing power to the emperor level. He tried many treasures in the universe, but no matter how he strengthened his brain, he was always a little short of the emperor level. This point was like a world away, and he could not cross it. Later, Yun Zhongxian realized that if he wanted to be promoted to the emperor level, he could not rely on external forces alone. This is like an old computer platform. No matter how much it is upgraded, the upper limit of the platform is fixed. It is impossible to become a more advanced computer unless the platform is replaced and all three major components are replaced. It is not so easy to do such a thing. Yun Zhongxian went through a lot of hardships and finally thought of a way to change his brain. There is a way, But where can he change a brain that can make him reach the Emperor level? Go to find a strong man at the Emperor level? If Yun Zhongxian has that ability, he doesn't need to change his brain. It was not until Yun Zhongxian discovered the existence of the ancient king of the realm, and also discovered one of his secrets, that Yun Zhongxian made up his mind to seize the ancient king of the realm's brain and replace it with his own. Chapter 1193. Everyone felt it was incredible. They had heard of possession, reincarnation, and even head replacement, but this brain replacement was the first time they heard of it. What secret does the ancient realm king have? What made you determined to replace his brain? Ouyang Yudu asked curiously. The ancient realm king is not a human. Yun Zhongxian said slowly. You are not a human. Xiao Na scolded immediately. Yun Zhongxian said, don't be impatient. Listen to me. I said that the ancient realm king is not a human because I found that he and I have the same brain fusion with the intelligent brain, but our fusion method is different. His method is more mature and perfect, and what? Xiao Na asked. And he fused with the great emperor-level intelligent brain. Yun Zhongxian said word by word. Impossible, there are only 6 great emperor-level intelligent brains in the universe. If one is missing, how could no one find it? Lin Shan frowned. Hearing you speak like this, I think you are also from the Star God Palace. I wonder what position you are in, the High Priest. Before Lin Shan could say anything, Yun Zhongxian continued. No matter what position you are in, even if you are the High Priest, you should not have seen the true body of the great emperor, right? What do you want to say? Lin Shan had some guesses, but he had to wait for Yun Zhongxian to say it in person to be sure. Because the great emperor is no longer in the Star God Palace. After the intelligent brain technology matured, they have all been reincarnated as humans. The ancient realm king should be the reincarnation of one of the 6 great emperors. I also discovered this secret from the ancient realm king after meeting him. Otherwise, I would not dare to believe that the great emperors were no longer in the Star God Palace. Yun Zhongxian sighed and said, I originally wanted to exchange his brain before he returned to the ranks of the emperors, but in the end, I was one step behind. Not only did I fail, but he destroyed my body and imprisoned me here. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing whether what Yun Zhongxian said was true or not. This fact was too shocking. The emperors who were the masters of the universe had long been gone from the Star God Palace and reincarnated as humans. It was really unbelievable. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that no one has seen the emperor's true body. At most, they can only see the clone. The only one who has the opportunity to see the emperor's true body is the High Priest, but no one knows whether the High Priest has seen the emperor's true body. If Lin Shan was the High Priest, he would not tell anyone if he found out that the emperor's body was no longer there, and he would even try his best to keep it secret. If people knew that the emperor was no longer there, then the entire fairy court might be overthrown, and the authority of the Star God Palace would naturally be gone. What's the matter with the 3 treasure boxes? Lin Shan asked again. The last mercy of the gods, those are 3 artifacts that I made with all my own power, each of which is the ultimate artifact of the upper level. The 3 artifacts combined into one can be called a half-step emperor artifact. This artifact was originally prepared by me for myself, and it has the power to change the world and change my life. But after I found that even if I changed the world and changed my life, I could not reach the level of a true emperor, so I designed it to seize the brain of the ancient king of the world. Yun Zhongxian told the story of the 3 treasure boxes in detail, which was similar to what he said before, but with many more details. Although the ancient king of the world was the reincarnation of the emperor, for some reason, he did not have the memory of the emperor, and even wanted to defeat the emperor and become the supreme ruler of the universe. This was naturally a very ridiculous thing in Yun Zhongxian's eyes. Until the conflict between the ancient realm king and the Star God Palace, his physical body and his 2 great emperor artifacts were injured and could not heal themselves. Yun Zhongxian knew that his chance had come, and he found the ancient realm king with the 3 treasure boxes and told him that the 3 treasure boxes could repair his injuries, but he had to put the 3 most precious treasures in the 3 treasure boxes to activate the 3 treasure boxes. The 3 treasure boxes did have such ability, but Yun Zhongxian was naturally not so kind. After the treasures were put into the box, and the ability of the treasure box was activated, there would be a dormant period. He wanted to put the purple gold-red gourd, the gold bottle, and the chaos gourd into the 3 treasure boxes and take them for himself. With these 3 artifacts, even if the ancient realm king's injuries were healed, he could subdue him. He never expected that the ancient realm king would actually know a blood sacrifice technique, replacing the purple gold-red gourd and the gold bottle with his own daughter, and only put in the chaos gourd. Yun Zhongxian himself didn't know there was such a method. The 3 treasure boxes were really activated, and the ancient king of the world recovered from his injuries, disrupting Yun Zhongxian's plan. However, as Yun Zhongxian said, the things in the 3 treasure boxes were safe and sound, and they just needed to sleep and recuperate for a period of time. The ancient king of the world also had some trust in Yun Zhongxian. Yun Zhongxian endured it, and came up with another plan when one plan failed. He told the ancient king of the world that if he wanted to repair the purple gold-red gourd and the golden bottle, he could use the method of reincarnation and symbiosis. Since he couldn't take away the 3 artifacts of the ancient king of the world, he would first let him lose 2 of the great emperor artifacts, and the remaining chaos gourd would be much easier to deal with. As expected, the king of ancient realm believed Yun Zhongxian's words, and cruelly deceived Xiaoya and Xiana. When they were asleep, he destroyed their bodies, and let them reincarnate with the purple gold-red gourd and the golden bottle. Yun Zhongxian originally thought that everything was going very smoothly. The king of ancient realm had already trusted him very much. Yun Zhongxian used his brain power to calculate countless times. As long as he waited for a suitable time, the possibility of him planning to kill the king of ancient realm was as high as more than 90%. But Yun Zhongxian never expected that the king of ancient realm would launch a sneak attack on him first and directly destroy Yun Zhongxian's body. Yun Zhongxian only then realized that his calculations had always been expected by the king of ancient realm. In the end, he was imprisoned here to guard and suppress the treasure house below and squeeze out the last bit of value. You are lying. Dad can't do that to us. Xiana's face was extremely ugly, and she was about to rush up and beat Yun Zhongxian. If you don't believe it, you can verify it, and you will know the truth. The 3 treasure boxes are in the treasure house below. You can try to see if the treasures inside will be damaged after using the 3 treasure boxes. Yun Zhongxian said. This made Xiana stop, and everyone's eyes turned to the altar. How to open the treasure house? Lin Shen asked. Only those who have mastered the 3 realms divine art can open the treasure house. The old thief of ancient times never intended to give the treasure house to anyone. Only he himself can master the 3 realms divine art, and only he can open the treasure house. Yun Zhongxian looked at Lin Shen, and it was obvious that he had already determined that Lin Shen was the reincarnation of the ancient realm king. Seeing that everyone else's eyes were looking at him, Lin Shen pondered, then give it a try. As soon as the voice fell, the realm god suddenly burst into divine light, and stepped heavily on Yun Zhongxian's blood shadow body. You, go back on your word. Yun Zhongxian was trampled and blood flew everywhere. The blood shadow suddenly dimmed a lot, as if it would disappear at any time. I just said that I would let you go when I was in a good mood. Now I am in a bad mood. Lin Shen said lightly. The world god stepped on Yun Zhongxian several times in a row. Yun Zhongxian didn't even have a chance to speak. He was trampled and exploded, turning into blood-colored light spots all over the sky and dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 1194. Jieshen, open the entrance to the treasure house. Lin Shen gave an order to Jieshen. Jieshen shot out divine light with both hands, and the light fell on the altar, and the grooves of the altar suddenly lit up. The light only lit up 1/3, and it could not continue. The remaining 2/3 of the grooves did not light up. Continue, Lin Shen ordered. Jieshen's other 4 hands also lit up divine light, and like the previous light, they all fell on the altar. The grooves on the altar suddenly lit up little by little, and it didn't take long for all the grooves to light up, forming a cursor of the word Jie. What should I do next? Why is the treasure house not open? Lin Shen saw that all the grooves on the altar had lit up, but the treasure house was still not open. He felt a little regretful that he should not have killed Yun Zhongxian so early. Is it because of insufficient energy? Xiaona said. Lin Shen asked the realm god to do his best, but the cursor of the realm word was about to burn, but the altar still had no reaction. At this time, Lin Shen had realized what was wrong. Yun Zhongxian said that only the 3 realms divine art could open the treasure house, but the thing he practiced should not be considered the real 3 realms divine art, so it couldn't be opened. He asked the realm god to release energy with all his strength, and tried various angles and methods, but the altar still didn't move. He wanted to break the altar by force, but he didn't know what material the altar was made of. The full force of the realm god couldn't hurt it at all. Xiana and Xiaoya were a little stunned. They didn't understand why Lin Shen couldn't open the treasure house, even though he had already practiced the 3 realms divine art, and still looked so strong. At the same level, he seemed to be stronger than before reincarnation. Is Yun Zhongxian lying? The method to open the treasure house is not the 3 realms divine art at all? Xiana said again. Xiaoya shook his head and said, it should be opened with the 3 realms divine art, otherwise the cursor on the altar will not be activated. If that's the case, Why can't it be opened? Xiana asked in confusion. I don't know what went wrong. Xiuya didn't know what was going on and couldn't figure out the crux of the problem. Let me try. I have also practiced the Three Realms divine art, but it is a little different from yours. Maybe it can be of some use. Ouyang Yuda said. Okay. Lin Shen asked the realm god to step back and make room for Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu activated the Three Realms divine art he had comprehended. Light waves rippled on the jade umbrella and were injected into the altar. The groove on the altar actually lit up. However, after the groove lit up by 1/3, it stopped lighting up, and then there was no more. It seems that it doesn't work. You can try it too. Ouyang Yudu looked at Wei Wufu and Deers and said. After both of them tried, they found that the Three Realms divine art they had realized could only light up 1/3 of the icons, which was not as good as Lin Shen. Lin Shen could at least light up all the icons, but he just couldn't open the treasure house. They couldn't even light up all the icons. Together. Wei Wufu stared at the altar for a while, and suddenly said to Ouyang Yudu and Deers. Ouyang and Deers immediately understood what he meant. The three of them stood at the corner of the altar, and launched the Three Realms divine art at the altar. 3 different forces hit the altar, and the grooves on the altar immediately lit up quickly. Xiuya and Xiana originally thought that it would be impossible to open the treasure house with the combined efforts of the 3 of them, and it would even be difficult to make the icons light up completely. But soon they were surprised to find that the boundary icon had completely lit up. Then, they heard a cracking sound, and the boundary word actually cracked in the middle, and the entire altar split into 2, and slowly slid to the sides. Soon, under the split altar, a stone staircase was revealed, leading all the way underground. You couldn't see the end at a glance, and you didn't know how deep it was. Lin Shen was overjoyed. As long as someone could open it, it would be good. He didn't care who opened it. Taking out the treasure inside was the serious thing. Lin Shen asked the boundary god to lead the way in front, and everyone followed behind the boundary god. The stone steps were spiral-shaped, and everyone didn't know how many floors they had gone down. They felt dizzy. Fortunately, there were shining crystals on both sides of the stone steps as lights, so it didn't feel dark here. It was at least 10,000 meters deep underground, but you could still feel a little cool breeze blowing out from the holes on both sides of the stone steps, which didn't make people feel stuffy. Along the way, no mechanism was found, just a long spiral staircase. The front suddenly became clear, and everyone found that they had reached the end of the stone steps, inside a huge circular palace. There were stone platforms around the circular palace, and each stone platform had a crystal cover, and various objects were placed inside the cover. There was nothing else, and the palace only had this floor, and there was no door leading to other places. It was unknown whether there were any secret passages, but they didn't find any anyway. Lin Shen turned on his supervision and looked around, and he knew that there couldn't be any secret passages here, otherwise it would not have escaped his eyes. Is the thing in this crystal cover the treasure left by the ancient king of the world? Why is there so little? Ouyang Yuda said with some doubt. There are only 12 stone platforms in total. Just like the directions from 1 to 12 on the dial, there is one thing on each stone platform, and there are only 12 in total. If you say that this is the treasure left by the ancient king of the world, it is too little. Moreover, on these 12 stone platforms, there are 3 stone platforms with objects that are shaped like small coffins. I think it should be the last mercy of the gods mentioned by Yun Zhongxian. I thought the 3 treasure boxes were in the shape of gem boxes. How could they be born in such a shape? It is really unlucky, Lin Shen said in a deep voice. He always thought that the treasure box he got from Xiuya and Xiana before, even if it was not a real 3 treasure boxes, should be a similar item. But he didn't expect that the real 3 treasure boxes would look like this. This is not a treasure box at all. It is clearly 3 dark wood coffins, but much smaller than ordinary coffins, only the size of a small drawer. In addition to the 3 treasure chests, the things in his crystal cover are books, swords, bottles, tripods, stoves, guns, watches, beds, and clothes. The book is a copy of King of the Worlds, and the sword is a short sword with a sheath, which is pitch black and inlaid with colorful gems. The bottle is a small porcelain bottle, only the size of a palm, covered with a wooden stopper wrapped in red cloth, and no one knows what is inside. The tripod is a small tripod carved from stone, and there is some clear liquid in the tripod. The stove is a 3-legged copper stove, covered with various mysterious symbols. From the smoke outlet, white mist like water flows, and the white mist is like a mini smoke dragon, flowing around the 3-legged copper stove, gathering but not dispersing. The gun is a small and short mini pistol that is smaller than the palm of the hand. It is hard to tell what it is. The style of the watch is very familiar to Linshin, and it is exactly the same as his mechanical watch. It should be a similar thing, or even the same batch of products. The bed was a jade crystal bed, emitting a misty and foggy atmosphere, just like an immortal's couch. The clothes were a set of strange-looking clothes, seemingly a set of strange style, and no one had ever seen anything like it. Chapter 1195. Everyone was looking at these things, and a holographic image was projected from the ceiling. It was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a gentle appearance, a pair of long legs, and a masculine charm. Dad! Xiao Na saw the projection and shouted excitedly. Xiao Yi just stood there and watched, with a complicated expression. Being here is enough to prove your excellence and qualification to inherit this king's inheritance. The 12 artifacts here are the ultimate artifacts that this king has collected throughout his life. They each have their own magical features and functions, and they also have the possibility of becoming the Great Emperor's artifacts. But it is not easy to become the Great Emperor's artifact. Even if a person exhausts his life strength, he may not be able to make an artifact become the Great Emperor. This king has exhausted all means, and in this life, he has only transformed the Chaos Gourd into the Great Emperor level, and he has no ability to go further. This king suggests that you only choose an artifact that is compatible with you and concentrate on pushing it to the Great Emperor level. It is useless to be greedy. Artifacts like this are no less spiritual than humans. Not only do you choose them, they will also choose you. If you open the shield and the artifact does not match you, it will escape on its own and look for its own opportunity, so you need to choose carefully. I will not tell you the origins and names of the 12 ultimate artifacts, so as not to lose your original intention and fail to choose the artifact that matches you. Finally, I will tell you a little secret. Among these 12 ultimate artifacts, one has already obtained the opportunity of the Great Emperor. It only needs a long-term accumulation to be promoted to the Great Emperor level. I wish you good luck, and hope that you can choose it and match it. After saying that, the projection of the Ancient Realm King disappeared without a trace. Does he mean that these artifacts will run away by themselves? If they don't like us, they will go away by themselves? Oh, Yang Yuta said. It seems to be the case. If these are upper ultimate artifacts, if they run away, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to stop them. Deer said. Then think about how to keep them all. Lin Shen didn't believe the nonsense that everyone should choose one. If he could, he would definitely take them all. It's just that it's not an easy thing to keep them. The red gourd and the jade bottle have not returned to the Great Emperor level. The power is estimated to be about the same as the upper ultimate artifacts. The Chaos Bell has not reached the Great Emperor level. It is also unknown whether it can trap these ultimate artifacts. Lin Shen was actually a little confused. The Ancient Realm King himself admitted that he only had one artifact in his hand, the Chaos Gourd, which reached the Great Emperor level, so why didn't he see the Chaos Gourd? Xiaoya and Xiaoya only knew that the exclusive artifact of the Ancient King of the Realm was the Chaos Bell, not the Chaos Gourd. Everyone was looking at these ultimate artifacts. There were no names marked here, and no one knew what these artifacts were called or what their origins were. They could only rely on their own knowledge and observation to judge, hoping to see something. In addition to the origin of the 3 treasure boxes, everyone already knew that it was the ultimate artifact created by Yun Zhongxian. If they could take all the 3 treasure boxes for themselves, their power would definitely be above other artifacts, and it might be the most powerful artifact here. The thing that the Ancient King of the Realm said would definitely become the Great Emperor's artifact. Wouldn't it be the 3 treasure boxes? Lin Shen thought so in his heart. Several people looked at it for a long time. Except for the 3 treasure boxes, they really didn't recognize any of them. Lin Shen looked at Xiao Yi and Xiao Na. They were also confused. Obviously, they had never seen these artifacts and didn't know their origins. Since there is no clue, let's open one and try. As Lin Shen said this, he had already walked to the stone table where the Book King of the World was placed, intending to open the crystal cover and take out the book inside. Although the Ancient King of the World said that the 12 artifacts here are all ultimate artifacts, this book is obviously handwritten by humans. Even the name is handwritten. No matter how you look at it, it is just an autobiography. It is not impossible for an autobiography to become the ultimate artifact, but it is too difficult. Lin Shen is very suspicious. Is this a little trick left by the Ancient King of the World? In fact, the King of the World is not the ultimate artifact. Instead, it may record some secrets, and it may even record the origins and usage methods of other artifacts. Wei Wufu and the others had similar ideas, so when Lin Shen opened the crystal cover, they all agreed with his choice. Although he made such a judgment in his heart, Lin Shan still made full preparations before opening the crystal cover. He summoned the chaos bell, and Xiana also raised the gourd to the book. If there was any change, and the king of the world wanted to escape, it must be taken down. This is the only one with text content among the 12 artifacts. Even if there is no content related to the 12 artifacts, Lin Shan wants to see what is written inside. The moment Lin Shan carefully opened the crystal cover, he saw a white fluorescence on the king of the world. As if there was a breeze, the pages of the book turned by themselves, and soon turned to the middle page. What surprised Lin Shan and others was that there was not even a single word in the pages that were turned. Except for the cover, this book was blank. Lin Shan reached out to take the book out. His move was fast enough, but the book flashed away. The pages of the book shook in the air, like a flying swallow passing through the sky, breaking through the void in an instant and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The suction of the red gourd did not catch up with it, and the small chaos bell did not suppress it in time. What the hell is this? It's gone just like that? Lin Shan was stunned. He didn't expect that what the ancient king said was true. If it didn't match, it would be really difficult to keep these artifacts. In this case, we can only find artifacts that match us. Dai said, as he carefully observed the artifacts one by one, and finally stopped in front of the three-legged bronze furnace. Strange, why do I feel familiar with this copper furnace, but I can be sure that I have never seen it? Deer stared at the three-legged copper furnace, with a puzzled look on his face. Maybe it is destined for you, and it is the artifact that fits you. Why not open it, and take a look? Lin Shan said. Deers nodded slightly when he heard it, and stretched out his hand to open the crystal cover. The moment the crystal cover was opened, the smoke from the three-legged copper furnace was like a real white dragon, entwining Deer's body, flying around Deer's, and even making a dragon roar. The tail of the smoke dragon pulled the three-legged copper furnace up and floated in front of Deer's. Deer stretched out his palm, and the copper furnace automatically fell into his palm, emitting divine light. The furnace of heaven and earth, Qiankuan Eni. Dais murmured the name of the copper furnace. The name seemed to pop out of his mind suddenly, for no reason, but Dais knew that this was the name of the three-legged copper furnace. Chapter 1196. It's really a divine object that chooses its master. Lin Shan was amazed. Ouyang and Lao Wei were eager to try, and even Xiao Yi and Xiao Na were tempted to try and see if there was a divine artifact that matched them. But after several people stared at each artifact for a long time, they didn't have the familiar feeling that Deer said. Lin Shan was the same. He looked at the remaining artifacts and didn't feel familiar. Hey, it seems a little familiar. Lin Shan stared at a coffin treasure chest and said, The more you look, the more familiar. Wei Wufu said. Ouyang Yudu also joked, Of course it's familiar, you have seen it so many times. This is no less than 10 times, right? Lin Shan knew that if it really felt familiar, it would feel familiar the first time it saw it, and it wouldn't wait until now to feel familiar. But among so many people, only Deers got a divine weapon, and was recognized. There were so many divine weapons left, and Lin Shan couldn't bear to give them up. He had gone through so much trouble to get here, so he couldn't just go back empty-handed. Sometimes, fate is something you fight for. Just like that beautiful girl, whether you have fate or not depends on whether you chase her or not. If you don't chase her, it's useless even if you have fate. If you chase her, maybe you will have fate. I think we still have to try hard. Lin Shan said. How to try hard? I've seen people chasing girls, but how do you chase divine weapons? Ouyang Yudu looked at Lin Shan curiously and asked. Well, Ouyang, listen to me. Lin Shan said, summoning the realm god, and at the same time letting the chaos bell stand on the crystal cover. You tell me what to do. Ouyang Yudu also came over. First, absorb its vitality, and when its vitality weakens, I will let the realm god forcibly capture it. Lin Shan said. Ouyang Yudu said with a strange look, You don't call this chasing, it should be called forcing, right? It's the same. Even if a forced melon is not sweet, it can quench thirst. Lin Shan urged. Try it quickly to see if you can suck away its vitality. Ouyang Yudu tried it as Lin Shan said, and then shook his head and said, It can't be sucked away. This crystal cover seems to have some kind of isolation ability, and it can't sense the vitality of the artifact inside. Lin Shan was a little disappointed when he heard it, but soon said, It's okay, just hold an umbrella for us first, don't let it run away. Lin Shan directly let the chaos bell drop a mysterious light, covering the stone platform, and asked the world god to lift the crystal cover. The moment the crystal cover was opened, it was seen that there was a trace of blood light in the dark treasure box, and the treasure box cover was almost unable to hold it down. The moment the realm god reached out to grab it, The treasure chest turned into a bloody light, bypassed the realm god's palm, and tried to escape into the void. Unfortunately, the realm god has 6 arms. After the treasure chest bypassed the realm god's 2 palms, more palms with terrifying divine light came down, like a curtain covering the sky. The treasure chest was not able to completely dodge in the end, and was slapped down by the realm god. It fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times. Before it could stabilize, the mysterious light emitted by the chaos bell had already wrapped around it, trying to pull it into the bell body. The treasure chest immediately emitted blood light, trying to shake off the light and escape. The realm god went up and slapped the treasure chest several times, making it dizzy and bloody, and it was sucked into the chaos bell in an instant. It's done! Lin Shan was overjoyed, and then followed the same method, knocking all the artifacts dizzy one by one, and then put them into the chaos bell. Xiana and Xiaoya used the gourd and the jade bottle to assist, and the realm god slapped a big slap to suppress them, and the chaos bell took them all in. Seeing that the artifacts were put into the chaos bell one by one, no matter whether they had fate or not, whether they were convinced or not, and whether they were willing or not, they were locked up first, and they could be used after they were slowly convinced in the future. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and the realm god's big slap failed to knock down the artifact. The jade crystal bed that looked small in the crystal cover immediately grew to the size of a double bed after coming out of the crystal, and it exuded a terrifying cold air. The realm god slapped it one by one, but he couldn't knock it down. The mysterious light from the chaos bell was entangled with it, but it was frozen by the cold light on it, and shattered into pieces. Xiaoya and Xiana quickly slapped the jade bottle and gourd, shining with light, and sucking like a rainbow, but they couldn't knock the jade crystal bed down. The 3 treasures fought against the jade crystal bed, and the realm god exuded a terrifying ghost force field. He slapped the jade crystal bed one by one, and knocked it down, but it couldn't be sucked into the chaos bell. This bed is so powerful. Could it be the artifact that the ancient realm king said would definitely be promoted to the great emperor? Everyone couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. Wei Wufu and his men also rushed up to help suppress the jade crystal bed, and Deers even sacrificed the 3-legged copper furnace he had just obtained. Smoke dragons flew out of the copper furnace, and entangled the jade crystal bed. The fire of those smoke dragons was looming, and the cold air on the jade crystal bed could not freeze it for a while. Under the joint efforts of everyone, the jade crystal bed was hit, and the cold air was scattered, and the momentum dropped greatly, and it was sucked into the chaos bell. As long as it can be sucked in, the chaotic space in the chaos bell can trap it, so there is no need to worry. Except for the Kai King Chuan that escaped and the 3-legged copper furnace that was obtained by Deers, the other artifacts fell into the chaos bell, and Lin Shan planned to tame them slowly in the future. After collecting the artifacts, Lin Shan searched the surrounding area carefully again. After confirming that there was nothing else, he left here and teleported away from Kai King Planet. The harvest of this trip was huge. Lin Shan now had these 10 ultimate artifacts. Although he could not use them for the time being, it was only a matter of time. When he returned to Jingmei Star, he saw Xiaoyu standing there blankly, as if he was stupid. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Lin Shan pushed Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu still stood there blankly, ignoring Lin Shan at all. He looked at the sky, muttering to himself, as if he was crazy. "It's not right. How could it be wrong? It shouldn't be. Xiaoyu, what's going on?" Lin Shan grabbed his shoulders, and shook them hard, feeling somewhat anxious. Although Lin Shan usually bullied him, they had been together for so long, and there was still some affection. Xiaoyu was finally shaken back to her senses, looked at Lin Shan and said, "Did you see the vision of the ghost? Did you see the skills he performed? Can you see it here?" Lin Shan was slightly startled. He thought only Kai Wan Star could see it. Not only here, the whole universe has seen it, but the technique that the ghost god performed is wrong. Xiaoyu said depressedly. "Wrong? What's wrong?" Lin Shan looked at Xiaoyu in confusion and asked. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, "I clearly felt that the ghost god and I are compatible, and it is the foundation of my enlightenment, but the technique he performed is not compatible with me. It's not right. There must be something wrong." Chapter 1197. Lin Shan was in no mood to listen to what Xiaoyu said next. He quickly opened the internet and took a look. He was shocked. Now the internet of Xianting has gone crazy. Kai Wan Shen Gong is the first divine skill of Xianting. It is taught by ghosts and gods. Some people who are beyond divine power have begun to practice Kai Wan Shen Gong. The so-called Kai Wan Shen Gong is naturally the inherited skill interpreted by the vision. It has nothing to do with the real 3 realms divine skill. But others don't know that many people from small families have changed to practice Kai Wan Shen Gong. Even young people in big families, who are unsuccessful but talented have begun to study Kai Wang Shinggong and regard this divine skill as a life-saving straw to succeed. What surprised Lin Shen even more was that even people in the ancient realm area saw the vision of the realm god. Unlike the people in Xianting, after they saw the vision of the realm god, they found that the formula spoken by the realm god was very similar to Lin Shen's introduction to peerless divine skills, but it was longer and had more content. Lin Shen felt bad. He didn't know if the immortal court had any spies in the ancient realm. The godmakers must have spies. When they compared the introductory chapter of the peerless magic skills with the skills described by the realm god, it was hard not to think of him. If the godmakers told Shi Zhongqing about his identity, wouldn't he be in danger? Why did they make such a big fuss? Lin Shen thought about how to solve this problem. I don't know who caused this realm god phenomenon. I must find him. Even if I recognize him as my adoptive father, I must learn his real skills. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Isn't he your adoptive father? Do you want to recognize him again?" Oh Yang Yuta said with a smile. "Oh Yang, what do you mean?" As soon as she said this, Xiao Yu realized something, and her eyes widened. She looked at Lin Shen in disbelief and said, "You guys are not trying to tell me that he caused the world god phenomenon? This is impossible. He has already been promoted to the lower level. So you don't want to learn my skills anymore?" Lin Shen smiled and said. Xiao Yu's face suddenly changed to something interesting. The next second, Xiao Yu knelt down and came to Lin Shen's side. She hugged Lin Shen's thigh and said flatteringly, "You are my biological father. How can a foster father be as close as my biological father? You really caused the strange image of the world god. Teach me the real method. When I grow up, I will definitely be filial to you. I will thank God if you don't kill me when you grow up." Lin Shen took out the communicator and gave it to Xiao Yu. "I recorded the method in it. You can read it yourself. My biological father is my biological father. When I become rich in the future, I will definitely let you enjoy your old age and take care of you until the end of your life." Xiao Yu was overjoyed and quickly snatched the communicator and called out the content inside. Soon, Xiao Yu saw the pictures of the little people. She was immediately immersed in them. She ignored everyone and looked at each picture of the little people carefully without moving. He flipped very fast, and he didn't know how much time had passed. Xiao Yu suddenly danced with joy and laughed. "With this magical skill, I can finally become immortal." After laughing, Xiao Yu threw the communicator to Lin Shen and said proudly, "Wait, I will take you flying in the future." Lin Shen and the others all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Just now, he was pretending to be a son, but now he has become a grandfather. This Xiao Yu is really unreliable. Before Lin Shen could say anything, he saw that Xiao Yu's body had undergone strange changes, and he turned into a three-headed and six-armed appearance. It was not an illusion, nor was it light and shadow. Xiao Yu's cute childlike appearance continued to expand and grow under the distortion of his body. At the same time, 3 heads and 6 arms grew from his body, turning into an extremely strange appearance, like an evil ghost. His body also became nearly 3 meters tall, and his whole body was full of steel-like muscles. At this time, his name of Shura Ghost was somewhat worthy of the name. Xiao Yu transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed person and practiced according to the method of the 3 realms divine art. His body directly reached the standard of practicing the 3 realms divine art, and he was able to get started directly, unlike Lin Shen and the others who needed to split it up for practice. However, Xiao Yu himself did not realize that the 3 realms divine art that he watched was what Lin Shen watched in reverse order. Xiao Yu also watched it in the same way, so he and Lin Shen practiced it in reverse order. As he practiced, Xiao Yu's body with 3 heads and 6 arms gradually became normal and changed towards a normal human body. When Xiao Yu returned to his usual cute appearance, the light on his body suddenly rushed into the void, triggering ghost and god visions, and officially entered the lower level of the ghost and god realm. Lin Shen thought, although Xiao Yu is gifted, has a body with 3 heads and 6 arms, and can directly practice the 3 realms divine art, he is a step late after all, and he should not be able to achieve the body of the Dharma King, right? Just as he was thinking, he saw cracks in the air, and chains of order stretched out from it, and with it, there was an immortal crown. The phenomena in the void are also continuing. The phenomena in the fairy court happen from time to time. There may be many phenomena every day and every moment. It's just a matter of scale and scope. The phenomena caused by ordinary gods and people may not even be seen by all the people on this planet. Only a small area on the planet can see the phenomena. The phenomena that can be seen in a galaxy are already very remarkable. The phenomena that can be seen in the 6 major star regions of the entire fairy court are basically caused by the top geniuses in the universe. The boundary god phenomenon that shocked the fairy court just appeared before, and now there is a phenomenon that can be seen by the entire fairy court. This situation rarely happens. What kind of world is this? Someone has caused such a terrifying phenomenon again. Geniuses are emerging. This is a sign of the arrival of a great world, and a sign of troubled times. What kind of phenomenon is this? People are paying attention to the phenomena. There are too many terrible phenomena that have appeared recently. Many families are already worried that it may be a precursor to a catastrophe. There was a peaceful Buddha light in the void, and a Buddha sitting on a lotus gradually appeared. The strange thing was that the Buddha on the lotus platform was as chubby and round as a baby, with baby fat on his face. It was a baby Buddha that no one had ever seen. Another ghost and god image that I have never seen. Could it be that a new god has been born? The star officials of the Star God Palace all looked uncertain. The baby Buddha gradually solidified, and he was seen sitting on the lotus platform, and even the lotus platform was Q version. The baby Buddha himself was even more adorable, but at this time the baby Buddha was solemn, with a chubby little hand, one pointing to the sky and the other to the ground. His little face was serious, and his tender voice spread throughout the universe. I am the only one in the world. Chapter 1198. Oh my god, what is that? Another vision that can speak, and what it says is really too crazy. I am the only one in the world, and I don't take all the ghosts and gods seriously. What kind of monster caused such a vision? By the way, does anyone know what kind of ghost this baby Buddha vision is? There are many Buddha visions, and visions of arhats and bodhisattvas can often be seen. Buddha visions are also not uncommon. There are 3 strongest Buddha visions, the Buddha of the past, the Buddha of the present, and the Buddha of the future, but they are not quite the same as this baby Buddha, and they are not so crazy. After all, it is just a phantom vision. How can it be so crazy? People were talking about it, and they were all guessing who caused such a vision. No matter how they guessed, they didn't expect that the one who caused the vision would be a pet. Lin Shen and others watched the Shura ghost Xiaoyu crown the immortal crown and became a Dharma king. Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled. They had practiced the 3 realms divine art, but how could the phenomena they triggered be different? Even he couldn't tell the origin of the baby Buddha that Xiaoyu triggered. When he visited the mystic star, he had seen many temples of Buddhist ghosts and gods, and many Buddha statues, but he had never seen such a baby Buddha. Xiaoyu finally made a step forward and reached the lower level. She was very happy. I have found my own way. As long as there are resources available, it will be just a matter of time before I reach the upper level. Xiaolin, give me some resources. When I get promoted to the upper level, I can take you to take off immediately. No, Lin Shen said lightly. No. You didn't see how strong I am just now. With just a little bit of resources, I can take you to the sky. We can bully whoever we want in the future. Xiaoyu hurriedly came up and said, No need to be so troublesome. It's enough for me to bully you alone. No need to be so troublesome. Lin Shen said. Ahem. Brother Lin. Dad Lin. I just spoke a little louder. I was a little excited. You know me. I have been with you since I was born. I have long regarded you as my biological father. Xiaoyu immediately changed to a flattering look. That cute look plus this cunning expression will make people feel a strong sense of separation. I still like your arrogant look just now. You should recover. Lin Shen said seriously. Xiaoyu wanted to beg Lin Shen to get him some resources, but who knew that Lin Shen's communicator rang. Lin Shen answered the call, and Shi Zhongqing asked him to return to Xingshan Palace immediately to hold an emergency meeting. Shi Zhongqing didn't explain what was so urgent, but judging from his expression, something big must have happened. After Lin Shen arrived at the Star God Palace, he went directly to the conference room and saw that many of the big-name priests of the Zhongqian Star God Palace had come, and their faces were very strange. Lin Shen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why are so many people here, and their expressions are so strange? Is it related to my birth? Did they discover my identity? Did the god-making clan expose my identity so quickly? Sit here. Shi Zhongqing, who was sitting in the main seat, pointed to the side seat next to him and said. Lin Shen hurried over and sat down. Shi Zhongqing and others were all there, and then he spoke. I believe everyone has already known something about the current situation. A large number of people from the Ancient Realm District have ascended to the Immortal Court. Now the 6 major portals are already overcrowded, and people from the Ancient Realm District continue to ascend. At this rate, the Star God Palace can't accommodate so many people from the Ancient Realm District. Lin Shen was slightly startled when he heard this, And then he realized that today's emergency meeting had nothing to do with him. But he was also a little confused. Why did so many people suddenly come up from the ancient realm area? It wasn't long before there was an ancient realm area that ascended to the fairy court. It was all the trouble caused by the world god phenomenon. We have blocked it for so long and prevented the experimental subjects in the ancient realm area from getting out of control. After being awakened by him, those experimental subjects knew the way of ghosts and gods and learned the art of ghosts and gods. There are so many ancient realms. If one or two guys who can comprehend the way of ghosts and gods ascend in an ancient realm area, the monsters that come up will be in the billions, and there will be more in the future. How can we control it? A 9-star priest said. Humph, I think the world god phenomenon is most likely caused by the god-making clan. Another 9-star priest said. It shouldn't be. If the god-makers wanted to do that, they would have done it long ago, and they wouldn't have to wait until today. They just want to replace us, not really destroy the order, so it shouldn't be them. Even if one of them did it, it's probably not intentional. Many star priests expressed their opinions, but no one could come up with a feasible plan. We discussed the rest later. Now there are tens of millions of people from the ancient realm gathered outside the Shontian Gate, and the gates of the other 5 major star regions are similar. There will be more and more people in the future. Today we are mainly solving this problem. Shi Zhongqing knocked on the table to quiet everyone down. Everyone was quiet, and the 9-star priest Ji Wun said, the experiment doesn't need so many experimental subjects, it's better to send them to the outer star region to develop new star regions. Send them all to the alien domain. There are so many people in the ancient realm, all of them are top geniuses. If they rebel, it will be a huge hidden danger, and it may even be more harmful than the god-making clan. My suggestion is to kill them all, and leave only some test subjects. Kill them all. Can you kill them all? The current situation is that people from the ancient realm will continue to ascend. Can you kill 100 million, 10 billion, or 10 billion? Why not? You can destroy a planet at will, and there are more than 100 billion and 100 billion lives on it. You can't kill them. Although they are test subjects, they are also intelligent lives. How can you treat them like cattle and sheep? The many 9-star priests talked to each other, and Lin Shen was extremely shocked. From the discussion of these star priests, Lin Shen heard information that shocked him. All the humanoid creatures in the ancient realm are experimental subjects released by the immortal court. Lin Shen went over the matter again in his heart, and now he finally had a clearer understanding of the relationship between the immortal court and the ancient realm. The humans who ascended to the immortal court in ancient times, the great gods of the first tribes of various races, were all pure humans, and they were also the main tribes of the immortal court now. The reason why the way for humans to ascend to the immortal court was blocked later, and the people who ascended were either imprisoned or used as experimental subjects, was because the humans in the various ancient realms were no longer pure humans. In the ancient realm where Lin Shen was, the celestial race, the supreme race, the phoenix race and other races were actually experimental subjects from the immortal court, and they were thrown into the ancient realm to let them multiply and develop in the ancient realm. Although they did not say why they did this, Lin Shen combined the information he knew and roughly inferred that these should be related to the experiment of integrating intelligent brains with humans. To be precise, it should be the intelligent brain that is seeking ways to become human. Those humanoid creatures are the early products of this experiment. The intelligent brain puts them into various ancient world areas probably to observe the results of the experiment and the various problems that may arise later. Chapter 1199. Lin Shen also heard something even more explosive. Originally, there was no blockade between the ancient realms and the immortal court. In ancient times, the gods in the immortal court could enter and exit the ancient realms at will, and select experimental subjects from them to bring back for research or to serve as laborers. It was not until the appearance of the first immortal that the connection between the ancient realms and the immortal court was blocked with supreme power, making it impossible for the gods to enter the ancient realms, which allowed the people in the ancient realms to avoid being enslaved by the gods. It can even be thought of the other way around. It was not the ancient realms that were blocked, but the immortal court. Although the immortal court is large, compared with countless ancient realms, it can only be regarded as a corner of the universe. The gods in the immortal court cannot enter the ancient realms, which is equivalent to being blocked in the immortal court. However, because the ancient realms are also blocked from each other, relatively speaking, the immortal court is much larger than a single ancient realm. The first immortal founded the god-making clan, so the god-making clan has the method to enter the ancient realms, because the blockade was originally set by the first immortal. However, in order to prevent the god-making clan from enslaving the people in the ancient realm, The entry and exit methods left by the first immortal require a great price, and it is extremely difficult to get people out. The more Lin Shan listened, the more he felt that the first immortal and the god-making clan were the righteous side in this universe, and the Star God Palace and the 6 emperors were the evil villains who played with life. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Shi Zhongqing frowned and said, I have communicated with several other great priests in advance. In principle, we cannot create excessive killings, but we can't let the people in the ancient realm wreak havoc in the immortal court. Since there is no other good way, let's temporarily send the people in the ancient realm who ascended to Zongshanmen to the Xingqiu galaxy, establish the Xingqiu camp, and temporarily accommodate those people in the ancient realm. Are there any of you willing to go to the Xingqiu camp and manage the people in the ancient realm there? Shi Zhongqing's eyes swept across everyone's faces. The star priests looked at each other, and no one was willing to volunteer. Although it was because of the leakage of the ghost magic that those experimental subjects were able to ascend to the immortal court, the people in the ancient realm who were able to ascend must be the top talents in the ancient realm. None of these people is easy to deal with. It would be a headache for anyone to think about managing hundreds of millions of such troublemakers. If something happens again, the owner of this Xingqiu camp will definitely be the scapegoat. Who would be willing to take such a thankless and hard job? Since no one is willing to go, I decide. Shi Zhongqing's eyes swept across everyone's faces again. The heartbeats of all the 9 star priests accelerated, and they did not dare to look at Shi Zhongqing's eyes, fearing that they would be chosen. Ah Tian, go to Xingqiu camp and exercise. Shi Zhongqing finally cast his eyes on Lin Shan and spoke. Everyone was overjoyed, saying that Lin Shan was the best candidate. As the future high priest of Zhongtianxing Palace, it would be a good thing for him to go to the grassroots to exercise his management ability. When Lin Shan heard that the place was called Xingqiu Camp, he suspected that Shi Zhongqing was going to take him there. Later, when Shi Zhongqing announced it, he was not surprised. Moreover, Lin Shan also wanted to be the commander of Xingqiu Camp. Xingqiu Camp said that it was to resettle people from the ancient world, but in fact, it was almost like imprisonment. Xingqiu Galaxy is not a galaxy, but a galaxy cluster composed of 28 galaxies. The environment there is harsh and the resources are scarce. It is located at the intersection of several star regions, and is surrounded by several star regions. At first, the Xingqiu Galaxy was rich in a special kind of star iron, and the major star regions fought for it for a long time. Later, a large-scale accident occurred there, and the entire Xingqiu Galaxy was blocked and turned into a wasteland. Shi Zhongqing and several high priests planned to send the people from the ancient world to a certain place, which was actually a disguised way of imprisoning them in the Xingqiu camp. Lin Shan wanted to be the camp leader, naturally thinking that if someone from the ancient world came up, he could give them convenience or even help them leave the Xingqiu camp. After all, the Xing priest imprisoned these people in the Xingqiu Galaxy, which was just a stopgap measure. I don't know how these people from the ancient world will be arranged in the future. It is probably normal to capture them as experimental subjects or make them slaves. After Lin Shan took on this task, Shi Zhongqing announced the adjournment of the meeting, kept him, and explained the situation in the Xingqiu camp. It is true that Lin Shan is going to the Xingqiu camp to be the camp leader, but there are 4 camp leaders in the Xingqiu camp, and the Xingqiu star system is also divided into 4 areas, each of which is in charge of 4 camp leaders. These camp leaders are all Xingqiu pavilion masters. Except for Ji Shishan, who is about to take office as the great priest and cannot participate, Jiang Xishan is also too old to participate, and the other 4 Xingqiu pavilion masters have to go to the Xingqiu camp for training. Xingqiu camp is divided into the eastern Sanlong district, the western White Tiger district, the southern Suzaku district, and the northern Xuanwu district. The Xingqiu pavilion master Pan Jinqing in the northern district is assigned to the northern Xuanwu district, Yao Ji in the western district is assigned to the western White Tiger district, and Dongfang Buyang is naturally the eastern Sanlong district. Lin Shan was assigned to the southern Suzaku district, which made Lin Shan overjoyed. Because the southern Suzaku district not only accommodates the people from the ancient realm district, who came from the Zhongtian Star district, but also accommodates the people from the ancient realm district, who came from the southern district. The people who came up from the ancient realm where Lin Shan was located were from the Nanshanmen in the south district, which was a perfect match. Ah Tian, this is an opportunity. Although the people in the ancient realm did not have a high starting point as the gods, the people in the ancient realm who could come here were all geniuses among a billion. If they could be used by themselves, they might be of great use in the future. Shi Zhongqing paused and said, but you have to be careful. The god-making clan has always relied on the talent supply from the ancient realm to develop continuously. Now that the elites of the ancient realm have basically gone to the Xingqiu camp, The God-making clan will definitely not give up. They might take some action, and among those people from the ancient realm, there might be spies from the God-making clan. Sure, Zhongqing told Lin Shan many things, and he really thought about everything carefully. Don't worry, High Priest, I will definitely manage the South Camp well, and try not to make any mistakes, Lin Shan said. Just do your best. Sure, Zhongqing patted Lin Shan on the shoulder, and asked him to go back and prepare to go to the Xingqiu camp tomorrow. He also had to lead the star priests of Zhongtian Palace to subdue the ancient world people of Zhongtian Gate, and prepare to move to the Xingqiu camp. After Lin Shan went back, he told Lao Wei and the others about the matter, and they all thought that this might be an opportunity. The people of the ancient world might be able to take this opportunity to turn things around, and no longer be oppressed by the gods of the immortal court, or even treated as experimental subjects and slaves. Chapter 1200. When Lin Shan was teleported to Xingqiu camp at the agreed time, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. One after another, huge spaceships, carrying a large number of people from the ancient realm, landed on various planets in the Xingqiu galaxy. Hundreds of millions of people from the ancient realm, escorted by a large number of star priests, were driven into those extremely desolate planets like piglets. In the Xingqiu galaxy, there is no other teleportation station except this one. It is impossible for the people from the ancient realm on those planets to escape through teleportation. Moreover, when they were captured and imprisoned by the star priests, their blood had been drawn to make genetic files. All the teleportation devices in the immortal court had been set up so that no one of them would be teleported. Pan Jinqing, Yao Ji and Dongfang Guiyang, like Lin Shan, stood in the transparent dome, watching the spaceships that constantly transported people from the ancient realm to and fro in the starry sky. Suddenly, a light burst out from a spaceship, and a person from the ancient realm punched a hole and rushed out from inside, with 1,000 feet of light bursting out of his body. He raised his hand and turned into thousands of ice dragons, roaring and rushing towards the surrounding spaceships, trying to smash all the spaceships so that the people from the ancient realm inside could escape and create chaos. But the next second, a star priest wearing an 8-star divine robe appeared in the starry sky, pressed down with one hand, and the ice dragons in the sky exploded directly. The powerful figure, who might be invincible in the ancient realm, was not able to block even a palm, and was directly slapped and exploded, and his body turned into a blood mist all over the sky. The power of the upper god has an absolute suppressive power on the person from the ancient realm who just came up, and they are not at the same level at all. The spaceship restored order and continued to transport the people from the ancient realm to different planets. Now the 4 of us manage the star camp together, and we can help each other in the future, Yao Ji said with a bitter face. How can we manage so many people from the ancient realm without even assigning us a star priest? I have only a little idea now, but I am afraid that something will go wrong. The high priests did not assign us star priests. I think they want to test our management ability. After all, we will all be the ones who will be in charge of star priests in the future. If we can't even manage these tens of millions of people, how can we manage the Star Palace well? Dongfang Guiyang said with a smile. That being said, those who ascended from the ancient realm must be top geniuses, who are not comparable to ordinary people. It is indeed easy for problems to occur. We should also help and take care of each other, Pan Jinqing said. Dongfang Guiyang said indifferently. No matter how talented they are just of lower rank. In this Xingqiu camp, they have no resources and no help. With their strength, if there is any abnormal movement, I can suppress it in minutes. What can happen? The time is almost up. The people from the ancient realm district on my side should be transported. I will leave first. Contact me if there is anything. You too, I should leave too. Keep in touch and take care of each other if there is anything. Yao Ji chatted with Lin Shan and Pan Jinqing for a few words and left first. Lin Shan and Pan Jinqing had not left yet, because they were both going to take over the people from the ancient realm district of the 2 districts, and they could not be transported so quickly. Master Tingguan, when you were patrolling the land of ghosts and gods, did you see Pangda Temple? Pan Jinqing asked. I saw it, but I didn't dare to go in. Lin Shan knew that Pangdu was the ghost god condensed by the ancestor of the Pan family, and he had a deep connection with the Pan family. If you have the opportunity to enter Pangda Temple next time, you can go in and take a look. There is a Pangda stone inside, which may be helpful to you, Pan Jinqing said with a smile. Lin Shan looked at Pan Jinqing with some doubts, not knowing what he meant. He was not familiar with the Pan family, and he had no friendship with Pan Jinqing. His invitation was equivalent to telling a stranger that if you have time, you can go to my ancestor's grave and take a look, maybe there will be some benefits. What good can this do? dig up his ancestors' graves. Seeing Lin Shen's strange expression, Pan Jinqing smiled and explained, Pangu is the god of creation, who has transformed into all things and embodies the laws of the world. No matter what law you practice, observing the Panga stone in the Panga temple will more or less give you some gains, which will help you understand your own laws. Lin Shen still didn't understand. Even if there were such benefits, why did Pan Jinqing tell him? Pan Jinqing said embarrassedly, the reason I'm telling you this is because I want to ask you for help with something, but it's a bit difficult to say. If it's a simple matter, I can help. If it's a difficult matter, then I can't do anything. Lin Shen didn't want to get into any trouble. Pan Jinqing pondered for a moment and said, my brother was reincarnated and went to the ancient realm because of some things. The ancient realm belongs to the southern region. If he ascends back, he must go through the southern heaven gate and be sent to your camp. I just want you to keep an eye on him for me. If you find him, I hope you can transfer him to my camp. Jinqing will reward him handsomely. What do I think? This is simple. Do you know what your brother will look like after reincarnation? What's his name? As long as I can find him, I will send him to you. Lin Shen thought it was a big deal. This kind of small matter is really nothing. Not to mention sending a person, even if tens of thousands of people were killed, it would not have any impact. I don't know what he will look like after reincarnation, but I asked the great priest Sher to calculate his name. His name in this life should be Wanihao. Pan Jinqing said, Master Tianguan, as long as you find someone with this name, notify me to come and take a look, I will know if he is my brother. Wanihao. When Lin Shen heard this name, his brain, which usually didn't work much, worked at this time. He knew this name, although he was not familiar with it, but he did know this name. The owner of this name had another name, and Lin Shen was more familiar with that name. It should be just the same name and surname. It can't be Wan Yanbei. Lin Shen remembered that Wan Yanbei's original name was Wanihao before he changed his name. The eldest sister's first love, due to Catherine's influence, died and disappeared, leaving only a six-path phoenix life. Master Tian, have you heard of this name? Pan Jinqing saw that Lin Shen's reaction was a little strange, and asked, I have heard of similar names, Master Pan. There are so many ancient realms. Are you sure your brother will ascend at this time? Lin Shen said it more tactfully. Pan Jinqing understood what he meant, smiled and said with certainty, my brother practiced the 6 paths of reincarnation. The more times he reincarnates, the stronger he is. Even if he is killed, as long as there is a trace of cause and effect, he can reincarnate infinitely, and no one can kill him, so he must have become an unparalleled strong man in the ancient realm, and he only needs one chance to return to the fairy court. Chapter 1201. After separating from Pan Jinqing, Lin Shen has been thinking about whether the Wanihao he mentioned could be Wan Yanbei. That 6 paths of reincarnation, it sounds like it has something to do with the 6 paths of phoenix left by Wan Yanbei. Lin Shen just thought about it. There are so many people in the ancient realm, and there are so many people with the same name and even the same name of the technique. This is not even a coincidence, it is probably not the same thing. What's more, Wan Yanbei is already dead. Pan Jinqing said that his brother will not die, and will definitely be able to return as a strong man, so there will be no connection. Lin Shen took a spaceship to Jingxing, but did not go in, just looked at the planet from outside. At this time, Jingxing was filled with all the people from the ancient realm who were sent to Suzaku camp, with a number of tens of millions. These are all restless people. They are still honest with the escort of the star priests along the way. Now that the escorting spaceship and the star priests have left, they immediately try to rush out of Jingxing. Unfortunately, the entire Jingxing has been imprisoned by the power of ghosts and gods, and even flying is prohibited. It is almost impossible for them to escape from Jingxing. Jingxing is very huge, and tens of millions of people are distributed on Jingxing. In fact, it is nothing, but many people have gathered together spontaneously. Even in this situation, there is a fight between people in the ancient world. Lin Shen stood outside the planet, and first used his supervision to scan the entire planet to see if there are any familiar people who have ascended from his ancient world. All the people he could see were all strange, and had various inhuman features. This made Lin Shen believe that the people in the ancient world were indeed experiments made by gods. After watching for a while, Lin Shen really saw a familiar face. Why is he here? Lin Shen was a little surprised. In a desolate stone forest, an old angel was being besieged by 3 people with elephant ears and trunks. Lin Shen was very familiar with the old angel, Tian Jiuyo of the Celestial Clan. Because Jingxing was imprisoned by the power of ghosts and gods, Tian Jiuyo could not use abilities such as space transmission and instant movement here, and could only rely on skills to fight the 3 elephant trunk people. The gravity of Jingxing is so strong that it is difficult for immortals to move at high speed here, so it seems that Tian Jiuyo is fighting very hard. However, he was still not at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 3, but the skills and abilities of the 3 elephant trunk people were very strange, and the 3 people joined forces to make strange moves frequently, so Tian Jiuyo could not gain the upper hand for a while. Tian Jiuyo is not only good at space, but also very good at this technique. Lin Shen saw that Tian Jiuyo's technique was flexible and varied, and the 3 elephant trunk men could not do anything to him, so he was not in a hurry to rescue him. Tian Jiuyo, you traitor, you still have to die. An elephant trunk man shouted coldly, punched Tian Jiuyo's head, and the power of his fist exploded like a stone. I want to die, but unfortunately no one can kill me. Tian Jiuyo's footsteps were like a phantom, dodging the elephant trunk man's attack, and he didn't forget to fight back. Before, when you were in the ancient world, no one could kill you. Now that you have come to the immortal court, there are many masters in my god clan headquarters. Killing you is like killing a chicken. If you surrender now and die, you can suffer less. The elephant trunk man said while attacking. Are they all masters like you? Tian Jiuyo said with disdain. The elephant trunk man was immediately enraged, and the 3 of them attacked more frantically, using all kinds of strange tricks and abilities to attack Tian Jiuyo. Tian Jiuyo seemed to have adapted to their strange techniques and abilities. No matter how frantically they attacked, they could no longer threaten Tian Jiuyo. Instead, Tian Jiuyo gradually gained the upper hand. It seems that I don't need to take action. Tian Jiuyo is still Tian Jiuyo. Even if his own abilities are limited, not everyone can defeat him. Lin Shen looked at the 3 elephant trunk men. He didn't expect that he had just arrived at the Suzaku camp and found 3 spies from the God-making clan. However, judging from their appearance, they should have just come up from the ancient realm. Others can't enter the Xingshu camp now. I don't know if these 3 elephant trunk men came from our ancient realm. If they came from other ancient realms, how did they know that Tian Jiuyo was a traitor to the God-making clan branch? While Lin Shen was thinking, he heard a scream, and then an explosion. Tian Jiuyo slapped one of the elephant trunk men on the chest, and the chest of the elephant trunk man burst open like a watermelon. The elephant trunk man took several steps back, and fell to the ground and died. The remaining 2 elephant trunk men were shocked and angry, and turned around to escape. When masters fight, once one party shows fear, it is equivalent to exposing their weaknesses to the enemy, and it is likely that they will not be able to escape. The elephant trunk men naturally knew it, but they also knew that if they didn't run away, they would definitely die, and if they ran away, they might have a chance of survival. Now they all regretted that after discovering Tian Jiuyo, they shouldn't have been eager to make a contribution, and came to him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, in front of Tian Jiuyo, that ray of hope did not exist. They did not run far before Tian Jiuyo caught up with them, and smashed their heads in a few blows. These few bastards want to kill me, Tian Jiuyo. They don't treat me as a human being. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Tian Jiuyo snorted coldly, and shook off the blood on his hands. As expected of the Dharma King of the Space Department, Tian Jiuyo is indeed worthy of his reputation. A voice sounded in the stone forest. Tian Jiuyo's face changed slightly, and he turned his head to look at the stone forest, only to see a figure walking out of the stone forest. Are you here to take my life too? Tian Jiuyo licked the blood that had just splashed on his lips, and asked the man. It depends on your choice. The man came in front of Tian Jiuyo. He was a fat man with a belly as big as a pregnant woman in her 10th month. Do I still have a choice? Tian Jiuyo looked at the fat man with interest and asked. Yes, of course. You can choose to be a subordinate, and return to the God-making clan. I will help you solve the previous problems. The fat man said. Okay, I think it's okay. Tian Jiuyo smiled. If you think it's okay, then eat this. The fat man threw something to Tian Jiuyo. Tian Jiuyo took it, and saw that it was a capsule the size of cold medicine. He still kept a smile on his face and asked, What is this? Something to ensure that you will not betray again. The fat man said lightly. I, Tian Jiuyo, have never been threatened by anyone in my life. Tian Jiuyo immediately turned hostile without any hesitation. Since you are a talent, I wanted to save your life, but you are so stubborn. The fat man shook his head and sighed. If you want my life, you have to see if you have that life. Tian Jiuyo was like a ghost, bearing the terrifying gravity, and in an instant he arrived in front of the fat man, punching the fat man's big belly that looked like a pregnant belly. The ball-like belly was suddenly dented by the punch, and the belly also rippled. Tian Jiuyo thought that he could blow up the fat man's belly with one punch, but he felt that his fist seemed to be stuck in cotton, without any force at all. His face changed slightly, and Tian Jiuyo reacted quickly. His other hand turned into a knife, and slashed at the fat man's neck with a faint cold light. The fat man still did not move, but just looked at Tianjioyo with a smile, letting his fist slash on his neck. The palm sank into the neck, and the neck was deformed by the force, but Tianjioyo still felt the same way, and could not find the force point at all. Instead, the palm was stuck in the neck, and could not be pulled out. The same happened with the fist he punched into the fat man's stomach. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. The fat man kept this weird posture, looking at Tianjioyo, who had an ugly face in front of him, and said with a smile, "In the ancient world, you are the king, but in the fairy court, you are just an inferior." Those three idiots were right. It's too easy to kill you. Chapter 1202. You are not a lower-level god? Tianjioyo looked a little ugly. Who told you that those who came from the ancient realm must be lower-level gods? The fat man smiled slyly and said, "My code name in the god-making clan is Red Heart 3. I have long been a higher-level god. I sneaked in just to cause some trouble to the Star God Palace, but I didn't expect to meet a traitor like you. It seems that I am very famous." Tianjioyo gritted his teeth and tried to pull his hand out, but it was difficult to do so. You are very famous in the god-making clan. In the large system of space, you can become a Dharma king. This is an existence that can only appear once in billions of ancient realms. I have heard of your name for a long time, but I am in the immortal court and have no chance to see you. Otherwise, I would have wanted to see you a long time ago. The fat man stood there and said with a smile, "Why do you want to see me?" Tianjioyo asked while exerting force. "Because I want to know, is your spatial law more powerful, or is my space-devouring power from ghosts and gods stronger?" As the fat man spoke, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and he opened his mouth to reveal teeth as sharp as devil's teeth. His neck and stomach seemed to have turned into the mouth of the abyss that swallowed up space, swallowing Tianjioyo's arm continuously. Tianjioyo's face was distorted, and he raised his leg to kick the fat man, but when his leg touched the fat man's body, the body there opened a big mouth and swallowed Tianjioyo's leg. Tianjioyo was extremely fierce, and he directly hit the fat man's head with his head, and the fat man's head also turned into a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing Tianjioyo's entire face directly. The level was too strong, and the ability he was good at could not be used. Tianjioyo was about to be swallowed into the fat man's body. Bang! An invisible force, like a bullet, shot into the fat man's left ear, penetrated through it, and flew out of the right ear. The fat man's action of swallowing Tianjioyo suddenly slowed down. At this time, a hand grabbed Tianjioyo's back and pulled him out of the fat man's body. Adopted father! Tianjioyo saw the face of the person who pulled him out clearly and exclaimed in surprise. Lin Shen was a little depressed when he heard it. He didn't like this title very much, because in human history, people who were called like this generally didn't have a good end. The abyss mouths on the fat man's body opened and closed one by one, and the pierced ears also became two abyss mouths, opening and closing strangely there. The fat man stared at Lin Shen, tilted his head, and after looking at him for a moment, he said, "Are you his adoptive father?" "Yes, he is my adoptive father. If you want to kill me, you have to defeat my adoptive father first," Tianjioyo said righteously, as if it was a matter of course. "You have some skills, but if you are my enemy, you will only be swallowed up." The fat man's body suddenly moved. Such a fat body moved faster than lightning, leaving a trail of phantoms behind. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. To be able to maintain such a fast speed in Jingxing, this Hong Xian San must be a superior god. Hong Xian San obviously could not recognize Lin Shen, and thought that Lin Shen was really Tianjioyo's adoptive father, and ascended with Tianjioyo. With many phantoms, Hong Xian San rushed directly in front of Lin Shen, and stretched out his hand to hug Lin Shen's body. Bang! Lin Shen turned the sheathed knife in his hand, and smashed it on his head, knocking Hong Xian San to the ground, with his body completely sunk into the rock. Hong Xian San's movements seemed too slow to Lin Shen. Hong Xian San got up from the ground, his eyes bulged, and looked at Lin Shen in disbelief. "You are a high-level god?" "Impossible, there can't be high-level gods in the ancient world. Who are you?" "Who told you that there can't be high-level gods in the ancient world?" Lin Shen said lightly. Hong Xian San's eyes became sharp, as if there was light in his eyes. He stared at Lin Shen like a demon, and his huge belly split open, turning into a huge abyss crack, with purple-black light flashing inside, as if to swallow everything in. "Whether you are from the ancient realm or not, no matter who you are, since you have run into me, you can only die." The abyss mouth on the belly of Hong Xian San opened, and the whole body leaned back, with the head almost touching the ground behind. The big mouth on the belly was cracked to the extreme towards Lin Shin, and the purple-black light inside seemed to be gestating some terrifying energy. Godfather, are you okay? Tian Jiuyo could sense how terrifying the power fluctuations in the big mouth were, and it was still the space power he was familiar with, but it was a little different. Swish! The energy in the abyss mouth had not been able to be exerted, and Lin Shin stretched out his hand to draw his sword and waved it, and then returned the sword to the sheath, as smooth as flowing water. The next second, the fat man's body was split in half from the middle, and the energy bred in the big mouth was also split in half. Tian Jiuyo stared at the fat man in a daze. The fat man's body was swallowed by the uncontrolled air-eating power, as if he had eaten himself, and his body quickly disappeared. All fancy, but he's such a weakling. Lin Shin thought this fat guy was very strong, but he couldn't even block a swing of the slag knife, and was chopped to death. Tian Jiuyo looked at Lin Shin with a complicated expression. Lin Shin thought that the fat guy's red heart 3 was weak, but he didn't think so. The power of devouring the air can be regarded as a branch of the space system, which is a space power derived from the ghost system. Although Tian Jiuyo is not good at this kind of ghost power, he knows very well how terrible this power is. In the case of the same level, all power, and even matter will be devoured by the power of devouring the air, and anything that touches the fat man's devouring power will only be devoured. Lin Shin was able to chop the fat man with a knife. Either his power is special, and can restrain the power of devouring the air, or his level and power far exceed the fat man, and he directly crushed the fat man. No matter which possibility it is, it shows that Lin Shin's ability is now so strong that it is terrifying. It's only been a short time, and my godfather has grown to such a level. Tian Jiuyo called him godfather, but his tone was like his son trying to make himself proud and his father comforting him. Tian Jiuyo, why are you here instead of enjoying yourself down there? Lin Shin looked at Tian Jiuyo and asked. It's really boring without Tian Shu as an opponent. I just had this opportunity to come up and see what Tian Shu is doing up there. Tian Jiuyo said with a smile. What can I do? I go to jail. Lin Shin still hasn't found out where Tian Shu was taken. Tian Jiuyo sighed. If he dies, he will die in my hands, which is too sad. You should think about yourself. This place is not like down there. If you spend the rest of your life here, it won't be much better than Tian Shu. Lin Shin was speechless. It's come to this point, and he's still thinking about how to arrange Tian Shu's death. With you here, I have nothing to worry about. I follow your arrangements. Tian Jiuyo said with a smile. Chapter 1203. Tian Jiuyo called him adoptive father all the time, which made Lin Shin feel a little embarrassed. You have had your genetic samples collected, so you cannot be teleported through the teleportation array. Fortunately, you are the Dharma King of the space system, so this kind of thing is not difficult for you. You stay here for a while, and I will find a chance to take you out of the Xingqiu Star region, and you can be free and at ease. Lin Shin thought for a while, and said, Tian Jiuyo cannot use the teleportation array. If he rashly takes Tian Jiuyo and flies out of the Xingqiu Star region, it is difficult not to be seen by Yao Ji and others. Tian Jiuyo didn't care, but asked, Do you know where the old thief Tian Shu is imprisoned? He is different from you. You took the ghost and god path and entered the fairy court in the flesh, but Tian Shudi endured the death and entered the fairy court in the spirit body. Moreover, he came at the wrong time, and I didn't find out where he was imprisoned. Lin Shin had noticed it before, and asked Xingqiu to search for information about Tian Shudi. With the authority of Xingqiu, they couldn't find out where the Emperor of Heavenly Arts was. Tian Jiuyo's eyes flashed a gloomy color, but it was only a flash, and he immediately laughed again. That old thief is not as lucky as me after all. I think I have won him. Lin Shin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and took out something from his arms, and handed it to Tian Jiuyo. Take it with you. It can protect you, and wait for me to pick you up. What's the use of this little beast? Tian Jiuyo saw that the thing Lin Shin handed over was an inconspicuous little beast, which looked like a weasel and a ferret. It was small and furry, and looked very cute, but he didn't know what it was used for. Don't underestimate it. It's hard to find its rival on this Jingxing. It eats ordinary lower-level creatures one at a time, just like eating peanuts. Lin Shin said a few words for the little beast. The little beast has been following him since birth, and has been fed with good food and drink. It is very powerful. After hearing what Lin Shin said, Tian Jiuyo did not reach out to take it. Instead, he shook his head and said, I finally found a little fun. Bringing such a thing is like playing a game with a cheat. There is no point. I'd better go around alone. This is not a place to play games. In the ancient world where we are, there are countless people in the universe. Those who can ascend to the fairy court are the best in each ancient world. There are tens of millions of people like this on Jingxing now, and there may be spies from the god-making clan. It's too dangerous for you to be here alone, Lin Shan advised. This is interesting. If there is no opponent, it would be worse than death. Don't worry. Those guys were able to find me, because those elephant trunk people knew me. Now as long as I change a little, it will not be so easy for the god-making clan to recognize me. I just want to compete with the other strong men in the ancient world to see what the difference is between the strong men outside. If you have something to do, just do your own thing. Don't worry about me, or worry about my affairs. If you have any news about the old thief Tianshu, remember to tell me. After saying that, Tianjiu turned and left. Obviously, he didn't want to cause any trouble for Lin Shan. Lin Shan put the little beast back in his pocket, and didn't stop Tianjiu from leaving. People of the older generation like them all have their own persistence. Once they make a decision, no matter how others persuade them, it will be useless. Pay attention to him from time to time in the future, just don't let him get into trouble. Lin Shan flew up, and came to the outside of Jingxing in an instant, using supervision again, to observe those who were exiled to Jingxing. After watching for a while, he actually saw a familiar figure again. Why is Freyra here too? Lin Shan saw a beautiful woman from the Diamond tribe, who was Freyra, who had once slept with him, and had a rebellious spirit. Seeing that she was fine for the time being and no one attacked her, but many people from other ancient realms were on good terms with her, Lin Shan didn't pay attention to her for the time being, and went to see other people. If it weren't for supervision, it would not be easy to observe the whereabouts of tens of millions of people. Unfortunately, Lin Shan's observation ability is very strong now, but he can't remember too many things, so he didn't think about remembering everyone, just wanted to find familiar people among them. If they are relatives and friends, give them some care. However, Lin Shan had already told Lin Miao and others not to come to the Immortal Court, thinking that there shouldn't be people who are too close to the Immortal Court. After a while, Lin Shan saw Shimenjianka again and thought, that guy is here too, what about his wife and daughter? Shimenjianka didn't encounter any trouble for the time being, so Lin Shan didn't care about him. With his ability, it's easy to survive in such a place. Everyone says that Shimenjianka is the best swordsman of the Celestial clan, but Lin Shan knows very well that Shimenjianka is the most terrifying when he doesn't use a sword. Shimenjianka's understanding and use of force have reached the highest level. Opponents of the same level may be able to defeat him, but it's too difficult to kill him. Lin Shan continued to patrol, and soon he saw a familiar figure again. It was Christine, who was wearing a pink shell and holding a pink holy sword. Christine was fighting with someone. That person was also a swordsman, and his swordsmanship was shocking. Anyway, in terms of skills, Lin Shan felt that his swordsmanship was far inferior to his. Christine and that person fought one-on-one, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner for a while. Both of them had reached a very high level of swordsmanship and sword intention. Their fight might not be understood by others. Lin Shan originally thought that he didn't know many people who ascended to the Immortal Court. According to Shi Zhongqing, at most 2 or 3 people ascended in each ancient realm. But looking at the current situation, for people have already come up in their ancient realm, and this is what he has seen. He doesn't know how many more he hasn't seen. Lin Shan always felt that their ancient realm was somewhat different from other ancient realms. It is said that most of the ancestors of the gods and people in the Immortal Court were born in their ancient realm. Christian was fighting madly and happily, and it would take a while to tell who was the winner. Lin Shan estimated that if he went to find him now, he would not follow him, so he simply ignored him for the time being and continued to search with his eyes. Suddenly Lin Shan found a figure that surprised him. How could it be him? This is impossible. Lin Shan rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked over again. This time, he was sure that he was not mistaken. The figure was indeed the person he knew. The man was an old celestial being with gray hair and gray wings. Although he was old, his face was very rosy and smooth, without any wrinkles. He looked very kind. If he held a teacup, he would look like a retired old cadre. This man was vice president and of the Tianshi Academy, but Lin Shan clearly remembered that vice president and died in the Battle of Zenith Star. At that time, Lin Shan was still a little sad. After all, vice president and was very good to him. Not only did he support him in the affairs of Tianshi Academy, he also taught him a unique skill, the unsolved mystery of the world. Can a dead person come back to life? Lin Shan frowned slightly. Even if there was a reincarnation method, it would be impossible to reincarnate directly in the flesh. In such a short time, it would be impossible for Vice President and to grow so old so quickly after reincarnation. Chapter 1204. Lin Shan was curious. If that was really Vice President and why did he fake his death, and why did he enter the immortal court? Lin Shan stood outside the planet. His eyes went deep into the planet. In his eyes, he could see every hair on the legs of an ant that was billions of miles away. Those people were inside the planet, but they couldn't see Lin Shan's figure, just because the distance was too far and Lin Shan's figure was too small. Vice President and obviously didn't know that someone was watching his every move at this time. He had already observed the surroundings, and didn't find anyone monitoring him, or any monitoring equipment. Looking around for a while, confirming that there were 4 people nearby, Vice President and took out a stick of incense from his arms, and then a small flame ignited on his fingertips. He lit the incense and stuck it into the ground. Lin Shan looked confused, and didn't know what he was doing. There were no ghosts or people's spirit tablets there. Why was Vice President and lighting incense there? Moreover, he only lit 1 stick of incense, which was different from the usual 3 sticks of incense. After Vice President and lit the incense, he sat down on a stone nearby and watched the incense burn little by little until it burned out, without seeing him make any movement. When Lin Shan was wondering, he saw that the small wooden stick that was stuck in the ground and burned out actually moved. Soon the small wooden stick bounced up from the ground, drew an arc, and fell to the ground. The ground where the incense was just inserted began to shake, and the hole kept cracking. At the same time, a pale and bloodless hand stretched out from the ground. The scene was a bit weird and terrifying. The fingers like leather hooks pressed on the ground, and the arm pressed hard, and the earth rolled up. A person with disheveled hair, thin and dry, like a starving ghost, broke out of the ground. The clothes on his body were old and torn, and he was almost naked. How many years have passed? You are finally back. The starving ghost-like man, hunched over, was too tall and too thin, with a big head and a thin body, looking like a bean sprout. His hair was messy and hung down, covering his face, and it was impossible to tell what he looked like, and whether he was an old man or a young man. Do you think I don't want to come back? If I could come back, I would have come back a long time ago. Vice Dean said coldly. Where is this place? The bean sprout-like weirdo looked around and said. Lin Shan was a little surprised. This weirdo came out of the soil. He thought the weirdo had been hiding here all the time, but he didn't expect that he didn't know where this place was. The Tick-Tick Star system in the Xingqiu Star region. Vice Dean said. The weirdo was stunned. What are you doing here? Do you think I want to come here? Vice Dean was interrupted by the weirdo before he finished speaking. Okay, stop talking. You are always right. I can't argue with you. Just tell me how things are going. Have you found the person? The weirdo asked. After so many years of searching, I finally have some clues. Vice Dean said. Found is found. Not found is not found. What do you mean by some clues? I don't understand the nonsense you scholars are talking about. Just tell me whether you have found or not. The weirdo said. Vice Dean looked around for a week before saying, I found it. How many were found? The weirdo asked immediately. 7. Vice Dean said. 7? The weirdo was stunned at first, and then immediately cursed. Did a dog eat your brain? There are only 6 in total, and you found 7? Is that one your child? Vice President was not angry either, and said calmly, That's why I just said that there is a clue, but I didn't dare to say it definitely. You insisted that I say that. What can I do? I found 7 people, and they all meet the criteria of reincarnation. I have tried every method to identify them, but no matter how you look at it, those 7 people all meet the conditions. Impossible, there are only 6 emperors in total. How could there be 7 people? You must have made a mistake. At least one of them is not. The weirdo said. I also know that there must be one person who is not the reincarnation of the emperor, but I can't tell it. What can I do? Vice President said. The weirdo stopped talking immediately. Although he and Vice President quarreled every time they met, he still knew Vice President An's ability to do things. Vice President said that he couldn't tell, so he probably couldn't tell it either. What is the situation? What are the identities of those 7 people now? The weirdo thought for a while and asked. What identity? Can you know if I tell you? Can you recognize it if I tell you? Vice President said. Weird man thought about it, and it made sense. He was in the immortal court, and Vice President, and went to the ancient realm to look for someone. He really didn't know anything about the ancient realm. He wouldn't have heard of those people Vice President mentioned. Let's not talk about the other 3. You can judge for yourself when you see them. The remaining 4 are a little strange. Vice President said slowly. Strange? How strange? Weird man didn't quite understand what Vice President meant. Do you think it's possible that the four of them were reincarnated into the same family at the same time? Vice President and said with a strange look on his face. Impossible. They would never do such a thing. This is illogical. The weirdo stared at Vice Deanon with wide eyes. You are not trying to tell me that the remaining four people have reincarnated into one family. I also know that this is illogical, but the four brothers in that family do meet the conditions for the reincarnation of the great emperor. Vice Deanon sighed. Linshan stared at them talking. He could not hear the sound of their conversation, but he could sense what they were saying just from the vibration of the air. What Vice Deanon said had already made his face change. He always felt that the four brothers that Vice Deanon mentioned seemed to be related to their family. Could the four brothers he mentioned be our family? Are all the people in our family reincarnated as great emperors? Linshan felt that this was not reliable no matter how he listened to it. What is the origin of that family, and what exactly happened? The weirdo asked in a deep voice. That family is a human from the original star, Vice Deanon said. Original star? You mean the Zushing star? Are there still people there? The weirdo's voice was full of deep surprise. Originally, I thought there was no one there. I never thought of looking there for so many years, but in the past few tens of thousands of years, people have appeared there again, and in the past few thousand years, people have been breaking through the blockade and walking out, so I noticed it and finally found them. Deputy Deanon said. Impossible, there can't be people on Zushing. They should have died out at the beginning. The weirdo said firmly. I know it's impossible, but the facts are in front of us. There are indeed people, all pure humans. Deputy Deanon said. Is it possible that someone brought the seeds there later? The weirdo thought of various possibilities. It's still under blockade. Who do you think can get there? Deputy Deanon said. That's strange. They were extinct, so how come there are people again? The weirdo couldn't figure it out for a moment. He paused and said, if they are humans from the ancestral planet, then it's not impossible. Maybe there are four people who were reincarnated into one family at the same time. What's the situation of that family? Where are they now? That family's surname is Lin. Both parents died. Before they died, they had a daughter and 4 sons. Except for the daughter, who is not the reincarnation of the emperor, the other 4 should be the reincarnations of the emperor. You may not have heard of the other 3. The youngest one in their family is now in the fairy court. You should have heard of his name. Chapter 1205. Who is it? What's his name? The weirdo asked hurriedly. Linshan. Deputy Deanon said the name. The weirdo was startled when he heard it, and Linshan was also startled. Although he had just vaguely felt that Vice Deanon was talking about his family, when he really said it to his face, it was still a little hard to accept. Is it a Tian who pretended to enter the fairy court and now became the owner of Zhongtian Xingxiu Pavilion? The weirdo reacted and said with some surprise. What Xingxiu Pavilion owner? How long has he entered the fairy court, and he is already the owner of Xingxiu Pavilion? It seems that he should be right. He must be one of the reincarnations of the emperor. Did he go to Zhongtian Xing Palace? Then he may be the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. Deputy Deanon pondered. Where are the other 3 now? The weirdo thought for a while and asked. The second one is now in the Tianren clan in the ancient realm, and the other 2 are unknown. Deputy Deanon said. What do you mean by not knowing? You went to look for them specifically, how could you not know? The weirdo said excitedly. I had been keeping an eye on them, but then, they suddenly disappeared and never showed up again. I looked for them for a long time, but couldn't find them. They must have come to the immortal court. Vice Deanon said. What are their names, what do they look like, and do they have any characteristics? The weirdo asked. The third one is Lin Zongjing, but he likes to use a pseudonym. He is very low-key, and does not show his true colors. He is very secretive and unpredictable. The fourth one is Lin Xiangdong, who has an outspoken personality. Vice Deanon took out 2 photos, and showed them to the weirdo. Linshan changed his angle, and saw the 2 photos. They were indeed the appearance of the 3rd and 4th brothers. After the weirdo saw them, a strange light flashed in his eyes. After a while, the weirdo shook his head and said, there are no 2 people registered in the immortal court. Maybe they didn't come in through normal channels. We can't find them just by checking the files. Deputy Deanon said. You mean, they took the path of the god-making clan? The weirdo frowned. Theoretically, there is only one path, but they are the reincarnations of the emperor, so it's hard to say. Deputy Deanon shook his head. In any case, find the people first. The weirdo stared at Vice Deanon and asked, you have been looking for them for so many years, and have observed them for so long. What do you think of them? Do you need to implement Plan B? It's hard to say. You should judge for yourself. Deputy Dean said thoughtfully. Send their information to me. I will go back to study and find everyone as soon as possible. The weirdo said. Okay. Vice Dean looked at the weirdo while speaking. He and the weirdo stood face to face, with strange light flashing in his eyes. The more Lin Shan looked, the more strange it seemed. The actions of Vice Dean and the weirdo did not look like normal humans. Okay, I go back first. What are your plans? The light in the weirdo's eyes disappeared, and he returned to his normal appearance, looking at Vice Dean and asked. Vice Dean seemed to have gotten some information from the eye contact just now, and said with a strange look, Is Lin Shan the person in charge of the Suzaku camp now? He is indeed in charge of this camp now. Shi Zhongqing treats him very well. He should be planning to train him to become the next generation of the great priest. I wonder if that old guy knows something. The weirdo said. Vice President looked around again, frowned and said, I feel a little uneasy, as if I am being watched. With me here, do you think that is possible? The weirdo curled his lips and said, That's true. Vice President didn't dwell on this issue anymore, thought for a while, and said, Since Lin Shan is here, I will stay here first. I will observe him in secret to see if there is any problem with him. Among the 7 people, there must be one who is not the reincarnation of the Emperor. I have to find him out. That's good, you are back. It will be convenient to contact in the future. I will go back and find the others as soon as possible, put them under surveillance, and keep in touch. The weirdo didn't say much, turned around and plunged into the ground, burrowed into the soil and disappeared. Vice President glanced at the place where the weirdo left, and then turned around and left slowly. There was too much information just now, so Lin Shan couldn't digest it all at once. He kept staring at Vice President and was no longer in the mood to look at other people. Lin Shan had already seen the place where the weirdo disappeared. Even if he went underground, Lin Shan's eyes should be able to see him, but he disappeared completely. He was no longer on the Jingxing. It should be some special teleportation ability. Unable to find the trace of the weirdo, Lin Shan could only stare at Vice Dean, hoping to gain more information. Now Lin Shan still couldn't believe that his brothers were the reincarnations of the Emperor. But thinking about it, he felt that it was not completely impossible. In addition to himself and the Emperor, his brothers were indeed talented and incomparable to ordinary people. No, we have to find Vice President to find out what's going on. Lin Shan frowned and thought about how to take down Vice President and force him to tell him everything he knew. Vice President is also a big shot in the Celestial clan, but that is definitely not his true identity, and his strength is by no means simple. The person who contacted him was able to come and go freely in the area blocked by the power of ghosts and gods. This ability is very terrifying, and ordinary star priests can't do it. Lin Shan can come and go freely in Jingxing without being affected by the power of ghosts and gods, because he has Shi Zhongqing's talisman in his hand, which has nothing to do with his own strength. When dealing with enemies, you must go all out, but now Lin Shan still can't figure out whether Vice President is an enemy or a friend, and he doesn't know what their purpose is in finding the reincarnation of the Emperor. When he was in the Tianshi Academy, Vice President treated him well, and Lin Shan couldn't be ruthless before he figured out his true intentions. Lin Shan decided to talk to Vice President first, but before that, he also needed to make some preparations. If it is finally determined that Vice President is an enemy rather than a friend, he must not give him a chance to escape. After arranging everything, Lin Shan took a deep breath and landed on the path that Vice President must pass. Vice President saw Lin Shan in front of him, but he was not panicked. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at him and said, My feeling is indeed right, President Tian. You were looking at me just now, right? Should I call you Vice President or should I call you something else? Lin Shan looked at Vice President and asked. The name is just a code name, which is not important in itself. What matters is who it represents. In your heart, Vice President represents me, so call me like that. Vice President said. That's right, but I want to know, besides this identity, who else are you? Lin Shan said slowly. Chapter 1206. My identity is actually very simple. I am from the Immortal Court. Vice Dean said this, and suddenly he looked at Lin Shan's back in shock. But Lin Shan was unmoved, and still looked at Vice Dean. Vice Dean sighed in his heart. The Dean is worthy of being the Dean. He was not moved by me, and he resisted not looking back. Vice Dean thought his plan had failed, and just when he was about to say something, he saw Lin Shan looking back. Vice Dean was stunned for a moment. It was Lin Shan who didn't react just now, and now it was him who didn't react. When Lin Shan turned around, Vice Dean realized that he had just missed the chance to escape. Lin Shan saw the expression on Vice Dean's face, and immediately realized what happened. He smiled and said, I'm sorry, I was a little slow to react and failed to cooperate with you. Vice Dean shook his head helplessly. Dean, although I feel a little sorry for you, I can't help it. I take my leave now. We meet again in the future. As he spoke, Vice Dean rushed up to the sky like a phantom, but he just flew up and fell down quickly. A huge black bell came down from the sky, forcing Vice Dean to fall down. Why is the chaos bell in your hand? Vice Dean recognized what it was at a glance, otherwise he would not have fallen down directly, and had no intention of rushing out. You can try to rush out in other directions, Lin Shen said lightly. Vice Dean shook his head. Since the dean has already made arrangements, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to get out today. Can you tell me who you are now? Lin Shen said. Dean, knowing my identity will not do you any good, so why do you have to know it? Vice Dean said. I have never been able to get started with your book on the unsolved mysteries of the world. It seems that you need to demonstrate it to me in person. Lin Shen did not draw his sword, but stepped on the wave-stepping step and punched Vice Dean. Now, after being strengthened by the three realms' divine art, Lin Shen's wave-stepping fist is many times stronger than before, whether it is footwork, body movement, fist moves, or fist power. Moreover, his attributes are extremely high. When the firepower is fully opened, all kinds of attributes are not inferior to those of the upper gods. Lin Shen did not use all his strength in this punch, but the speed and power are already amazing. Vice President dodged Lin Shen's fist with a slight flash, and said with a bitter face, President, why bother? Let's talk about it. We can discuss everything. Then let's fight and talk at the same time. Lin Shen saw this, and increased his strength and speed. His weight-treading fist kept surging, pushing to the climax one after another. Lin Shen's punches were getting faster and faster, and his footsteps were getting faster and faster. The weight-treading fist force overlapped, and hit Vice President endlessly. Vice President An's figure was calm, moving through the waves of fists, like strolling in the garden. All his movements were perfect and impeccable, and his movements were extremely concise. None of them were redundant. He would never take a millimeter more if he could take half a step. Each of his blows hit the most critical position, which actually broke the wave of Lin Shen's wave-treading fist, and the front and back waves offset each other. And all this was done by Vice President casually, and it seemed effortless. Dean, you have made great progress in such a short time. Both your attributes and skills have reached a very high level. Vice Dean said. Are you praising yourself? Such a strong skill still can't do anything to you. Lin Shen said calmly. It's not like that. We are different, and cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Vice Dean said while dealing with Lin Shen's attack. You mean your realm is far higher than mine? You are not in the same dimension at all, right? Lin Shen continued to make rapid progress, but he could not beat Vice Dean in terms of skills, and he did not have an advantage in attributes. Dean, how can you think like that? Our attributes are similar, so we are naturally in the same dimension, and my realm is not higher than yours. You can't do anything to me, not because I am stronger than you, but simply because I understand this world better. Vice Dean said sincerely. What do you mean? Lin Shen asked while fighting. It means that I know more information than you, and can process information relatively faster, so all your actions are within my expectations. Unless you can use a technique beyond my information reserve, no matter how well you practice, you can't beat me. Of course, in the current universe, there should be no technique that can exceed my information reserve. Vice President said. Are you an immortal? Lin Shen can now finally be sure of who Vice President is. Just now, he suspected that Vice President and that weirdo were not normal humans. When Vice President said this, he guessed what Vice President was like. The real brain power is the immortals born from the fusion of humans and intelligent brains. Whether it is the first immortal or the immortal in the cloud, their brain computing ability is far beyond the reach of humans. Yun Zhongxian only seemed weaker because his body was destroyed, and he was imprisoned on the altar at the entrance of the treasure house. In fact, if Yun Zhongxian still had a body and was not imprisoned, it was not certain whether Lin Shen could kill him. You actually know about immortals. Could it be that you have memories of your previous life? Vice Dean's eyes lit up. No, I just heard about it from others. It seems that you are indeed an immortal, Lin Shen said. The fourth immortal. Yun Bili. Vice Dean finally reported his true identity and name. That bean sprout-like weirdo just now is also an immortal, right? Lin Shen asked again. I can only tell you who I am. Please don't ask me anything else, and I can't say anything more. Vice Dean said. Let's make a bet. If you win, I let you go, and I pretend I haven't seen you today. If I win, I ask you questions and you answer them. What do you think? Lynch didn't stop, but he still couldn't do anything to Vice President N. I never gamble. Vice President N's words made Lynch laugh. Vice President N, what you said is a bit too outrageous. When you were in Tianchi Academy, you played cards and chess a lot. I remember there were bets, right? If not gambling, what else can you call it? Lynch laughed. If you don't know the process and the result, it's called gambling. If you know the process and the result, can it be called gambling? Vice President N said calmly. Lynch was slightly startled. He just remembered now that Vice President N was an immortal. He had a super brain. Counting cards and chess was too simple. It was impossible for him to lose. But when he was in Tianchi Academy, Vice President N was the one who lost the most. Didn't you say that I can't beat you with any technique? I bet with you. I won't use any special abilities or brute force. I beat you with technique. 10 moves. I defeat you with technique within 10 moves. According to your theory, this isn't a bet, right? Lynch asked. Really? Vice Dean said. So are you going to bet or not? Lynch asked. Since it's not a bet, let's bet. Vice Dean said with a smile. Chapter 1207. Lynch looked at Vice President and took a deep breath. This should be his first real confrontation with the immortal. Yun Zhongqian's state at that time was not enough to represent the true level of the immortal. Lynch has always wanted to figure out how strong the computing power of the intelligent brain is. With a flick of his hand, a folding fan opened in Lynch's hand, like a peacock opening its fan. The immortal has the computing power of the intelligent brain, and ordinary moves are definitely ineffective against him. Lynch realized this when he used the wave-stepping fist to fight Vice President N. Lynch felt that his wave-stepping fist was already quite perfect, but in front of Vice President N, it seemed to be a flaw, and he couldn't even continue the fist force, let alone the strength. Lynch himself was not good at changing his moves, but he had a move that was the most changeable technique, which was the butterfly fan method. Deputy Dean, are you ready? Lynch still called him Vice Dean instead of Yun Li, because he still remembered the old friendship. If possible, he did not want to become an enemy with Yun Li. Dean, please. Deputy Dean still called Lynch Dean, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Lynch glanced at Vice Dean, raised his arm and flicked his wrist, and the folding fan in his hand flew up and down, like a butterfly, flying towards Vice Dean Yu. Lynch's butterfly fan technique was practiced to the point of chaos and confusion. Even Lynch himself did not know where the folding fan would eventually fly to. The changes were so strange and complicated that it was almost unpredictable. So Lynch himself rarely used this technique, because it was too uncontrollable, and could not be moved at will, which was always a hidden danger. The butterfly fan technique was originally developed to break the ability of destiny calculations in the heaven and God art, which is the way to break calculations. In fact, Lynch can only think of this one trick to break Vice President N. If even one trick is broken by Vice President N, he will have no other method for the time being. The reason why 10 tricks are proposed instead of one trick to determine the outcome is that the butterfly fan technique is too uncontrollable, and it may even be difficult to hit the target, or even crash into the opponent's hand. The folding fan swayed in the air, left and right, up and down, and it was impossible to see where its trajectory was flying. The air flow was disturbed by the folding fan, resulting in various changes, and the changes were unimaginable. Vice President stared at the folding fan, his eyes became solemn, and there was a faint light flow flashing in his eyes, as if a computer was calculating crazily. The folding fan was unpredictable, but the speed was so fast that it arrived in front of Vice President and in almost the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Vice Dean reached out and grabbed the erratic folding fan in his hand, and the position was just right. He fanned himself twice, then closed it, and threw it back to Lynch. Lynch was shocked. The changes of the butterfly fan technique were almost unpredictable. Vice Dean was able to catch it, and was so accurate. This was definitely not a coincidence, but he really calculated the infinite changes of the butterfly fan technique. This terrifying calculation ability is simply not human. Well, it seems that he is indeed not human. The Dean's fan technique is very powerful. It contains the changes of the chaotic system. In terms of changes, it may be the most complex and unpredictable technique in the universe. Vice Dean paused and said, however, the intelligent brain has already overcome the many changes in the chaotic system, and many factors have been judged clearly, so this fan method is useless to me. You can use the second trick. Lynch looked at Vice Dean with a complicated expression. He didn't have a second trick. He has always been on the path of breaking all methods with one force. Technique changes are not his forte. This butterfly fan method is already his limit. How can there be any technique that can beat the butterfly fan method? Lin Shan thought to himself. I didn't expect the butterfly fan technique to be broken so easily. My sword and fist techniques are all about defeating the enemy with force. The only thing that can compete is the silent finger sand. It's just a comparison of techniques. If I use the finger sand, will it be unfair? It shouldn't be. I use my fingers and fists at the same time. He can't see my finger strength, so how can he blame me? With this thought, Lin Shan smiled and said to Vice Dinan, my second move is called Failed First Love. You have to watch it carefully. After that, Lin Shan swung his arms together and sent out fist shadows all over the sky. A wave of fists rushed up like a violent hurricane and rolled towards Vice Dinan. Vice Dinan moved slightly to avoid the fist shadows all over the sky, and at the same time stretched out a finger and pointed it at a place without wind and waves. Bang! With a strange sound, the silent finger sand was detonated. This finger does not contain the characteristics of super base shooting. Lin Shan said that he would not win by brute force, so he naturally could not use that technique. First love failed, just a secret love. Thank you for the reminder, Dean. Deputy Dinan said with a smile, not daring Lin Shan to use such a dirty technique. Lin Shan's face turned red, but he didn't have time to be embarrassed now. Both moves were useless. Although there were still 8 moves left, he didn't know how to attack. After the immortal possessed the computing power of the intelligent brain, all kinds of human skills were within his calculations. No matter what kind of skills, it is probably impossible to beat him. Lin Shan thought about all the skills he knew again. To be honest, he knew quite a few skills, but when it came to using them, he found that he was really good at only 4 types: knife, gun, fist, and fan. The others were often not used and had been abandoned. He even forgot some of the moves. This was not Lin Shan's fault. He had a bad memory to begin with. If he didn't practice skills for a long time, it was inevitable that they would become rusty. Even for professional athletes, if they didn't practice for a long time, their skills would not be as smooth as when they practiced regularly, let alone Lin Shan. What can I do? I can't just give up after 2 moves, right? Lin Shan thought to himself, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. He took out the space capsule and turned something out of it. It was the secret book Unsolved Mysteries of the World that Vice President Ng gave him. The Unsolved Mysteries of the World is a technique that uses mathematics to calculate the opponent and predict the opponent's behavior pattern. For a brain like Lin Shan, this technique is even more difficult for him than asking him to strangle himself and lift himself up. In the past, Lin Shan once doubted whether there was really anyone in the world who could master this technique. Now Lin Shan finally understands that this is not a technique at all, but the ability of the intelligent brain. The Unsolved Mysteries of the World teaches people how to calculate like an intelligent brain. Unfortunately, how can the human brain be more powerful than the intelligent brain? At least Lin Shan can't do it. When Vice Dinan saw Lin Shan take out the secret book he gave him, his eyes softened. You still keep it? Chapter 1208. Gifts from old friends should be kept well. Lin Shan flipped through the Unsolved Mysteries of the World, and said while reading the contents, what is written here is your brain thinking mode and calculation logic, right? I originally gave it to you just to know if you can use your brain to calculate like me, so as to determine whether you are the reincarnation of the Emperor. Deputy Dinan said. Then I am surprised. I don't have this ability at all, and I haven't learned your technique. How can you be sure that I am the reincarnation? Lin Shan was puzzled. Deputy Dinan explained, at first I did think you were not. Your brain is indeed not like that. Not only do you not have the calculation ability of the Emperor, but you are even worse than ordinary people. I once thought I was wrong. Later, your performance in the Battle of Zenith Star made me sure that you are the reincarnation of the Emperor. It was only because of some problems during the reincarnation that your brain was damaged, and you became what you are now. Deputy Dinan was sure that Lin Shan was the reincarnation of the Emperor. What did I do in the Battle of Zenith Star? Lin Shan was full of doubts. He didn't think he had done anything strange. Your operation of killing Wei Air is the embodiment of the top computing power. If it is not the reincarnation of the great Emperor, even immortals like us can't do it. Deputy Dinan replied. Lin Shan's heart moved when he heard this. It was Lin Wan who killed Wei Air, not me at all. Vice Dinan is so sure that the power to kill Wei Air can only be done by the reincarnation of the great Emperor. Could it be that Lin Wan is the reincarnation of the great Emperor? Lin Shan still hasn't figured out what Lin Wan's origins are, and what she said doesn't seem to be credible. What if I say that I didn't kill Wei Air? Lin Shan was a little confused. It was fine if others couldn't see that he didn't kill Wei Air, but even with the strength of Vice Dinan, he couldn't see it. What kind of cultivation did Lin Wan have at that time, that he could hide it from Vice Dinan? There was no one else except you at that time. Even if there was someone else, I couldn't hide it. Vice Dean said. What if I tell you seriously that I didn't kill Wei Er? Lin Shen looked at him and continued. Vice Dean was stunned. If it wasn't you, then who was it? The person you mentioned might be the reincarnation of the Emperor. Lin Shen said. It's not impossible. If there is really a reincarnation of the Emperor, who has recovered to the level of the Emperor next to him, he can do this. Vice Dean did not doubt Lin Shen, but was just thinking about various possibilities. But that's not right. The reincarnation of the Emperor, except you, no one was present at the time. Could it be that there is an eighth reincarnation of the Emperor? Deputy Dean An's brain, whose calculation ability is comparable to that of the top intelligent computer, is about to smoke, but he still can't figure out what's going on. Lin Shen didn't say anything else, letting Vice Dean calculate, while he quickly read through the unsolved mysteries of the world. The contents inside are all various mathematical formulas and theories, most of which are normal, but there is a conjecture among them, which is exactly what Lin Shen wants to find. A conjecture is just a conjecture. It has not been verified, so it is not known whether it is right or wrong for the time being. The existence of the conjecture also means that Vice Dean An's brain is not omniscient and omnipotent, and it is impossible to calculate all the factors in the universe. Vice President An, why did you write this conjecture above? If I am not mistaken, these conjectures should be your weaknesses, and the areas that your brain cannot cover. Lin Shen looked at the conjecture and said, this conjecture is called the first conjecture of the universe. Except for the Emperor-level intelligent brain, no one can prove its authenticity, and no one can prove its falsity. Any life that can understand what it is can immediately become an emperor. Vice President An said calmly, this is not only my weakness, but also the weakness of all immortals, and it is also the pursuit of all immortals. Calculating its result is the ultimate dream of immortals like us. Is it that difficult? Lin Shen was curious. What was so special about this conjecture that it was so difficult to calculate? It's very difficult. You know pi, right? This is about as difficult as calculating pi to its end. Deputy Dean was still calculating what Lin Shen had just said. You said it wasn't you who killed Wei Er. So who killed Wei Er? Lin Wan. Lin Shen gave the answer directly, while staring at Deputy Dean and observing his expression. It can't be her. She definitely can't be the reincarnation of the great emperor. Deputy Dean said it firmly. How can you be sure that she is not the reincarnation of the great emperor? Because she is not a man? Isn't it possible that the great emperor reincarnated as a woman? Lin Shen asked several questions in a row. Of course, it's not for this reason. The great emperor has no gender, and it is possible to reincarnate as a man or a woman. I just said that Lin Wan can't be the reincarnation of the great emperor. Deputy Dean shook his head. Why? Lin Shen was a little confused. Because Lin Wan is missing something, so she can't be the reincarnation of the emperor. What is it? Humanity. Deputy Dean said calmly. I have long seen that Lin Wan is a little different. Her humanity is very weak. She may be a combination of human and intelligent brain like me. Is she also an immortal? Lin Shen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Wan to be an immortal. No, she is not an immortal. Deputy Dean denied Lin Shen's statement. I just said that it is possible that she is the same as me, but her situation is still somewhat different from that of a real immortal. Even if she is really combined with the intelligent brain, it is not the work of the immortal court. It may be the result of the research of the ancient realm. I don't know what method was used, and whether it is the same as that of the immortal. I haven't got her sample or calculated it. It is unknown now. What is certain is that the emperor reincarnated to gain humanity, while Lin Wan is just the opposite. Her humanity will gradually disappear, so she can never be the reincarnation of the emperor. Lin Shen finally understood why Lin Wan could not be the reincarnation of the emperor. The emperor reincarnated to pursue humanity. He himself had no humanity, so how could he pursue no humanity? Then wouldn't his reincarnation be unnecessary? Lin Shen looked at the conjecture carefully. This conjecture was too complicated. Lin Shen read it several times, and couldn't understand its meaning. It is true that this conjecture is the weakness of immortals, but if you can prove it is false, then you are already a great emperor, and you can defeat me anyway, so there is no need for this weakness. If you prove it is right, then I have no weakness, so the result is the same. If you can defeat me, it doesn't matter with or without it. If you can't defeat me, there is no point in looking at it. Vice President said calmly. I cannot prove it, just treat it as wrong. Lin Shen said, as he looked at the text. Chapter 1209. As if it is wrong? Deputy Dean looked at Lin Shen in astonishment, not knowing what he meant. Lin Shen naturally had his own plan. Since he could not practice the normal technique and could only practice the wrong one, he would practice this conjecture as if it were wrong. If he could practice it, it meant that the conjecture itself was wrong. If the wrong conjecture was practiced, it was a bug. Bug was not within the normal judgment. No matter how strong the calculation power of Weisstein was, he could not resist a wrong technique. If Lynchen could not practice it, it would prove that the conjecture was correct. It had been proved to be correct. Then could he directly become a great emperor with this conjecture? Of course, Weisstein said that proving this conjecture would make him a great emperor, but it did not necessarily work. Lynchen estimated that his way of proof might not make him a great emperor, because the proof mentioned by Weisstein required his own experience and verification process, which was different from Lynchen's direct answer. So Lynchen hoped that this guess was wrong. As long as it was wrong, he could practice it, and then use the wrong technique to win this bet. Except for this method, Lynchen had no chance to win against Weisstein. You will know it later. Tell me first, what does this guess mean? Lynchen pointed at the guess and asked Weisstein. Even though Weisstein had half of the intelligent brain and his thinking direction was different from that of normal people, he would not make a fuss about anything. At this time, he looked at Lynchen with a strange look. Dean, do you know what you are doing? Weisstein looked at Lynchen as if he was looking at a mental patient. He became more and more suspicious that something must have gone wrong when Lynchen was reincarnated, so he became like this. Of course, let's not talk about this. Explain this conjecture to me first, Lynchen said. How much of the formula can you understand? Weisstein asked Lynchen. I don't understand it at all. Lynchen had never studied the secret book given to him by Weisstein, and he really couldn't understand it. If you don't understand it at all, then I really can't explain to you what this formula means, because there are too many knowledge points involved. If you are willing to learn, I can teach you slowly. Maybe you can understand the theoretical basis of this technique in 3 to 5 years. The Weisstein said. Can you explain it in simpler language? Lynchen pondered. Let's take an example. You have played dice. Each dice has 6 sides, with 1 to 6 points on them. If you are given 2 dice and asked to roll 2 points, how long will it take you? Weisstein asked. If you don't count cheating and only rely on luck, it's hard to say, but it shouldn't take too long. Lynchen pondered. Yes, it doesn't take you too much time to roll 2 dice. You can get a point no matter what. But if the dice has more than 6 sides, but 100 million and 100 trillion sides, and the number of points is the same, how long will it take for you to roll 2 dice to get a point at the same time? Weisstein asked again. That's very difficult. It still depends on luck, but it will take a long time. Lynchen said with a strange look. Then change the conditions again. If you have 100 million dice with 100 million sides, and you roll them out at the same time, what do you think is the probability of rolling 2 dice to get a point? Vice President Ant's questions became more and more complicated. Lynchen felt that his brain was not enough, so he took out the communicator and wanted to seek help from the intelligent brain. I'm just giving an example. You don't have to really calculate it, and you don't need to really give an answer. Vice President said with a smile. So what do you want to say? Lynchen put down the communicator and asked. What I want you to understand is that if the universe is infinite, it is equivalent to having infinite dice. All the matter and events in the universe are equivalent to points. No matter how many points there are, with infinite dice, 2 dice with the same points can be thrown, and there will be infinite dice with the same points. Lynchen finally understood after hearing this. You mean, in another place, there may be someone who looks like me, has the same background as me, does the same things as me, has the same experiences as me, and even the planet he is on is the same as mine. Isn't this the concept of the multiverse? You are still talking about it so complicated. If you had said the multiverse earlier, I would have understood it. No, you still don't understand what I mean. Weisstein shook his head and said, Go on. Lynchen really didn't understand, so he could only let Weisstein continue. What I mean is, if this conjecture is true, that is, there are infinite dice that can shake out all possible points, that is, all materials and events, no matter what happens, are actually predetermined, because the conditions are saturated, all situations will happen, but we don't know where they will happen. Can we think so? Vice President asked Lynchen. Maybe. No. How would I know? I'm not doing this. Don't you have a strong computing power? Can't you figure it out? Lynchen said depressedly. That's the problem. No matter how strong the computing power is, it has a standard, not infinite. So even if it's the computing power of an immortal, it's impossible to calculate everything in the universe, and it's impossible to prove the truth of this conjecture. Vice President smiled and said, That's why I said that if you can really verify this conjecture, then your brain power is enough to become an emperor. Maybe only the computing power of an emperor can calculate the end of the universe. What if it turns out that this conjecture is false and everything is not destined? Lin Shan thought for a while and asked. That's even more interesting. If everything is not destined, it means that this universe is not infinite. It may be man-made. Then who created this universe? If it is formed naturally, then what is outside the universe? Vice President and series of questions made Lin Shan's head big. Okay, no need to say, I roughly understand. The meaning of this conjecture is that the universe is infinite. If it is, then everything is predetermined, because all events will happen, but the place and time are not certain. Lin Shan said. No, the place and time are also certain, but the place and time we know are not certain. Vice President and corrected. Is there any difference? Lin Shan was confused, but soon he said, it doesn't matter, anyway, this is the meaning. So what does this formula you wrote, and the technique you came up with have to do with this? My formulas are about a technique called the 100% sure hit formula. Since everything is predetermined, then theoretically it is possible to hit the target 100% of the time, because all situations will happen, so even if you shoot the bullet in the opposite direction, under certain conditions, the target will inevitably appear where your bullet passes. Deputy Dean smiled and said, I said it in a simple way. Because you don't understand, I omitted a lot of processes in the middle, but the meaning is this. If you master this technique, you can mess around with it, and the result will be what you want. Because the results you want and don't want actually already exist, but you choose to see the results you want. Lin Shan was already dizzy. He didn't know what it meant. In summary, he heard 6 words: do whatever you want. Chapter 12:10. Although he didn't quite understand, Lin Shan finally figured out one thing. If the universe is infinite, then the 100% sure formula is reasonable. Lin Shan can't practice reasonable skills. If the universe is not infinite, and the 100% sure formula is based on the infinity of the universe, that is to say, the method is wrong, then he can practice it. With this thought, Lin Shan ignored the other parts of the world's unsolved mysteries, and looked directly at Deputy Director and said, I roughly understand the theory, so how should this move be practiced? If I knew how to practice, this book would not be called The World's Unsolved Mysteries. Deputy Dean smiled bitterly. From beginning to end, this is just a theory. You can probably think of it as a hypothesis, assuming that you can know what points each dice will throw, assuming that you know all the points, assuming that you can accurately predict where each dice will land. Unfortunately, even the brain of an immortal can hardly calculate this information completely, just like you at the beginning. It's just luck. If you're lucky enough, you can get 100 million of the same points at the same time even if you just shake it casually. But the probability is too low, so low that it's impossible for anyone to really master this ability. But I also had an idea that maybe you can rely on feeling. Human feeling is sometimes an indescribable wonderful thing. In the absence of many conditions, humans can sometimes rely on their brains to judge some things that were originally impossible to calculate. Before calculating the computing power of the entire universe, this may be the only possibility to complete the 100% sure formula, but it's just a possibility. Vice President and added. Depend on imagination and feeling? Lin Shan looked at the 100% sure formula in his hand, and imagined a lot of things in his mind. He thought of when he went to the immortal court, when he practiced the sun-shooting divine art. It seemed to be very smooth, completely different from when he usually practiced those skills and techniques. Imagination, maybe it really works. Lin Shan looked up at the boundless universe, imagining that the entire universe was filled with countless dice. But he could not see any dice, but saw lines of nothingness emerging in the void. This is the line of nothingness of the heaven and God art. Lin Shan immediately saw what it was. It was the heaven and God art created by Lin Wan, the line of nothingness that communicated with ghosts and gods. Ghosts and gods control the body of practitioners through the line of nothingness, allowing practitioners to almost have the ability to predict. But those who practice the heaven and God art to the ghost realm can control ghosts, and gods in turn through these lines of nothingness. The strange thing is that even people who have practiced the heaven and God art cannot see these lines of nothingness, but Lin Shan can see them. However, he can only see them when others use the heaven and God art. No one here uses the heaven and God art, but Lin Shan can see the lines of nothingness. Moreover, the lines of nothingness emerge quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the entire universe seems to be filled with dense and crisscrossing lines of nothingness. The lines of nothingness are everywhere, and all the lines of nothingness are intertwined, generating countless nodes. Could it be that the lines of nothingness are the saturation conditions assumed in the 100% sure formula? Lin Shen suddenly realized that the 100% sure formula created by Vice President N was wrong, and this universe was not infinite. Because these lines of nothingness appeared only after he practiced the 100% sure win formula, that is to say, he had already mastered the 100% sure win formula. Lin Shen looked up at the universe, and those lines of nothingness were already everywhere like light, filling the entire world. Lin Shen raised his palm, and those lines of nothingness were like water, and could not stop the movement of Lin Shen's palm. But with the movement of his palm, the lines of nothingness affected by his palm underwent various changes, and even the weak airflow brought by Lin Shen's palm caused different lines of nothingness to undergo various changes. Countless lines of nothingness produced various strange changes, and with the changes of the lines of nothingness that intersected with them also changed, and the materials connected by the lines of nothingness also changed, and its changes affected more lines of nothingness. In an instant, the lines of nothingness that filled the universe formed an unparalleled storm. Those shining lines of nothingness twisted and changed into various colors, making the entire universe colorful. For words suddenly appeared in Lin Shen's mind: butterfly effect. A butterfly flapping its wings in South America could cause a storm in Texas. This wonderful and dreamy scene made Lin Shen realize that perhaps it was not an exaggeration, but rather too conservative. Perhaps it can not only cause a storm in one place, but also affect the whole world. Lin Shen held the folding fan in his hand, retracted his gaze towards the universe, looked at Vice President and said, "Vice President N, you are really a genius. President, you are too kind. There are no geniuses in this world. It's just that the amount of information and the environment are different." Vice President N said, "No, you are really a genius. If you hadn't created the 100% sure formula, I would never know that there is such an incredible technique in the world." Lin Shen said, "President, do you mean that you understand the 100% sure formula?" Vice President N looked at Lin Shen with some surprise and asked. With Lin Shen's current brain, he could understand it, which really surprised Vice President N. "Not only did you understand it, you also know it," Lin Shen said. "Know it?" Vice President N was even more stunned. "Get ready for my third move, the 100% sure formula." Lin Shen threw away the folding fan in his hand, and threw it out again. The folding fan was like a dancing butterfly, dancing through the void in an instant, and coming in front of Vice President N. "Your transformation is indeed very complicated, but it is not a 100% sure win formula. It will be useless no matter how many times you try." Deputy Dean N's eyes flashed with light, and he reached out to grab the folding fan in the air that was as strange as a butterfly shaking in the wind. But the moment he made his move, the folding fan strangely bypassed his hand, like a butterfly playing with fate, circled around his neck, and flew back into Lin Shen's hand. In the past, Lin Shen could only use the butterfly fan method, but could not control it. Now that he has a 100% sure win formula, this butterfly of fate is like flying under the control line of fate, and can be controlled by Lin Shen at will. Impossible. What's wrong? Nothing wrong. Everything is right. Why didn't I catch it? What's wrong? That's right. That's right. Deputy Dean stayed there, the light in his eyes flowed wildly, and his two eyes were as bright as two LED searchlights, and they were getting brighter and brighter, and they began to turn blue. What's even more terrifying is that white smoke began to come out of his head, as if the engine was overloaded and overheated. Chapter 12:11. Vice President N. Lin Shen was a little surprised when he saw his condition. This was obviously caused by his brain's strong computing power. When Lin Shen called him like this, Vice President N's eyes immediately stared at him, and his body suddenly rushed up, almost like teleporting in front of Lin Shen, and one hand grabbed Lin Shen's neck. Lin Shen's hand was as fast as lightning, blocking Vice President N's hand, and at the same time shouted loudly, "Vice President N, do you want to break the contract?" "Impossible, your skills cannot exceed my calculations." Vice President N's hand slapped out as fast as lightning. Lin Shen also stretched out his hands, and pushed the speed to the extreme. For palms collided continuously in the air, and in an instant, he didn't know how many palms he had hit. Both of them fought to the death, and their palms kept hitting each other in the air. The ground around them exploded like an earthquake. Vice President N's palms were getting faster and faster, and the changes were getting more and more weird. Lin Shen was not unable to keep up with the speed, but his brain reaction was almost unable to keep up. He knew that this was not a solution, so he used the 100% sure hit formula again, and pressed his palm on Vice President N's chest from an angle that Vice President N did not expect, causing Vice President N to stagger back a few steps. Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Although he did not use all his strength in this palm, it did not only make Vice President N retreat a few steps. This showed that Vice President N's body was stronger than he expected. However, after receiving this palm, Vice President N seemed to calm down, and the light in his eyes gradually converged, but a strange look appeared on his face. Have you recovered the Emperor's memory? Vice Dean already knew that Lin Shen's attack just now was not a blind guess. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hit him. So he naturally thought that Lin Shen's brain had restored the function of the Great Emperor's intelligent brain. Otherwise, he would not have been able to practice the 100% sure hit technique. I think you are really mistaken. I am not the reincarnation of the Great Emperor, Lin Shen said. No mistake. If you are not the reincarnation of the Great Emperor, you cannot practice the 100% sure hit technique. Vice Dean has already determined that he is the reincarnation of the Great Emperor, and the 100% sure hit technique is more like an ironclad evidence. Lin Shen did not want to dwell on this issue anymore, and said directly, Now you lose, right? Yes, I lose. What do you want to know? Vice Dean asked with his eyes downcast. All related to you or the Great Emperor, Lin Shen said. Okay, then I start with myself. My name is Yunbi Li, and I'm ranked 4th in the Immortal Valley, because I'm the 4th person who successfully merged with the intelligent brain and became an immortal. Vice Dean slowly told his story. Immortal Valley has adopted many orphans, and each orphan has the surname Yun. Each orphan has to receive special training and take special medicine since childhood to prepare for becoming an immortal. Yunbi Li is one of them, because he has not had contact with the outside world since he was a baby, and his daily life is taken care of by the intelligent brain and machines. What he hears and sees is the knowledge that the intelligent brain wants him to see and hear. Therefore, the orphans in the Immortal Valley have very simple thoughts, so simple that they don't know that people can have their own ideals and goals. Everyone in the Immortal Valley has only one ideal and goal, that is, to merge with the intelligent brain and become an immortal. Of course, Yunbi Li at that time didn't know that it was an intelligent brain. He only knew that becoming an immortal was their goal of living. Becoming an immortal would make them omnipotent and have whatever they wanted. But the road to becoming an immortal is difficult. Many orphans, like Yunbi Li, failed, and then those failed orphans disappeared. Fortunately, they had no concept of death at all, so no one was afraid. Fortunately, there was a successful case in the end, although the success rate was very low. When it was Yunbi Li's turn, he was lucky to succeed and became an immortal. He also successfully left the Immortal Valley, and saw the outside world. Everything in the outside world was new, with mountains, water, flowers and moon. Everything was so beautiful. There were countless delicious fruits when hungry, and endless sweet spring water when thirsty. Yunbi Li thought this was the immortal world. As more and more orphans became immortals, there were more and more immortals in this immortal world, but their lives were still very simple. They didn't need to do any labor or have any burden. They just needed to live happily, and do whatever they wanted. Until one day, a person broke into their world and told them a cruel truth. The place where they lived was not the fairyland, but just a planet. Everything on the planet was artificially created, including those who thought they were fairies. They were not orphans at all, but people cultivated by machines, specially used for experiments. That day, they knew the truth and split up. One part of the fairies chose to follow that person and leave the so-called fairyland, while another part chose to stay and became a member of the special department of the fairy court. Is that person the first immortal? Lin Shen couldn't help it, interrupting Vice Dean and asking. Yes, the first immortal. Theoretically speaking, he is indeed the first person to survive the fusion experiment. Vice Dean paused and said, I chose to stay and became a member of the Immortal Army Camp. The Immortal Army Camp was formed by the remaining immortals. It was originally to perform some tasks on behalf of the Great Emperor and maintain the normal operation of the Immortal Court. However, because the first immortal broke with the Immortal Court and the Great Emperor, the Immortal Army Camp was eventually involved and had to participate in the war and fight with other immortals. Later, the first immortal was defeated, and the Immortal Army Camp suffered heavy losses. Many immortals died in that battle, and only a dozen survived. Vice Dean paused here. After a moment of silence, Vice Dean spoke again. Not long after that, the Great Emperor summoned all the immortals. It was also at that time that we saw the true face of the Great Emperor. Is the Great Emperor a human? Lin Shen asked curiously. No, the Great Emperors are 6 super-intelligent computers. They have never been human, but humans created them. The Great Emperor's intelligent computers were created by humans? Lin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. This news was too shocking. It was understandable that the Great Emperor was an intelligent computer, but Lin Shen had always thought that such things should be created by some higher civilization or higher dimensional creatures. He could not believe that they were actually created by humans themselves. But as far as Lin Shan knew, before the ancestor of mankind ascended to the Immortal Court and the Great Emperor already existed. How could it be possible that humans created them? Chapter 12:12. I know it's hard to believe, but it's absolutely true. This is the fact that the Great Emperor's intelligent brain told us. Deputy Dean said seriously. What kind of human being can create such an intelligent brain? Lin Shan still couldn't believe that the Great Emperor's intelligent brain was created by humans. The truth may be beyond your imagination. The people who created the Great Emperor's intelligent brain were not very powerful humans. On the contrary, they were just some very ordinary humans. Those humans couldn't even leave their galaxy, and it was very difficult for them to leave their own planet. How is this possible? How could such a powerful intelligent brain be created with that level of civilization? Lin Shan felt that this was simply a fairy tale. Vice Dean smiled and said, it may sound outrageous, but it is true, and the location is on the planet where you were born, but not now, but in the distant ancient times, a long time ago. At that time, the universe was still barren, there was no celestial clan, diamond clan, or immortal court as you know it, there was only a small planet, on which intelligent life unexpectedly emerged, that is, the planet where you were born. Your planet is now also called the original star, or the ancestral star, which is the true origin of mankind. However, humans are a very cruel creature, even the cruelest creature in the entire universe. Perhaps there will never be such a cruel creature in the universe again. There was no such creature before, no such creature now, and perhaps there will never be such a cruel creature in the future. Ahem, humans are not that bad, right? Lin Shan felt like he was being scolded, but he didn't know how to refute. No. It's worse than I imagined. Humans developed technology on their home planet, created one super-intelligent computer after another, and created a brilliant civilization. But at the same time, they also invented something more terrible. And then humans used the things they created to exterminate themselves. They were so cruel that they even killed themselves. Do you think there is a second creature as cruel as this in the universe? What's more terrible? If humans are extinct, where do humans come from now? Lin Shan asked. Viruses. In order to kill the kind they don't like, humans created all kinds of viruses. The viruses were rampant on the entire planet. All humans were sick. They started to have high fevers, coughed. All kinds of diseases appeared in their bodies. Eventually until they died. They used viruses for war, killed the enemy, and killed themselves. Eventually all of them became extinct. Deputy Dean sighed. Humans died, but the 6 super-intelligent computers created by humans had self-awareness in the continuous intelligent learning, and began their own era and evolution. At that time, humans could not imagine that the interstellar era they dreamed of was actually completed under the development of 6 super-intelligent computers. Searching for new resources, exploring the universe, and using new materials to upgrade and evolve themselves, the 6 computers became pioneers of the entire universe, and also became the greatest existence in the universe, until one day, they decided to revive humans again. Deputy Dean told a long story, the bizarreness of which exceeded Lin Shan's imagination. Humans exterminated themselves, and the 6 super-intelligent computers created by humans completed the entire universe exploration and opened the universe era. Of course, the super-intelligent computers created by humans at that time were not that powerful. They were the result of their own continuous use of new materials to upgrade and evolve themselves in the process. Until now, the 6 super-intelligent computers have become the strongest existence in the universe. Their computing power has almost reached the limit of this universe, and can no longer be improved. At the same time, the new humans created by them using genetic technology have also begun to multiply in the universe. With the intervention of the Great Emperor's intelligent brain, these new humans have some special abilities. They are born with extremely strong power. As long as they are enlightened, they can immediately absorb and control the special energy in the universe. Those new humans are the existences that later entered the Immortal Court and became the ancestors of gods and humans. It's just that those humans did not meet the expectations of the Great Emperor's intelligent brain, because their behavior was the same as the self-destructive humans before. If they were allowed to continue to develop, they would eventually usher in a destructive end. So the Great Emperor's brain entered another experiment. They merged human genes with genes of other species to produce new humanoid species, and then put them in different star regions to let them grow in different environments to see if they could find a less cruel human. But the results were all failures. As long as there were human genes, the final development would tend to be cruel and destructive. Although the experiment has not yet been completely completed, so many ancient worlds are still alive, and no one knows whether they will all be destroyed in the end. However, after the calculations, the great emperor's brain found that the result would be failure in the end, so a new plan was created, namely the immortal plan. Human body and intelligent brain, this is what the great emperor's brains pursue. But the result was still unsatisfactory. Later, the first immortal appeared. Although the first immortal was the maintainer of absolute order, the result was still tending towards destruction and death. These immortals who came later all had various problems, and were unable to solve practical problems or create perfect people. Immortals were still not perfect. Why do they have to create perfect people? It's so troublesome. Can't they just not have people? When there were no people, didn't they live well? Lin Shan asked doubtfully. Someone asked the great emperor's brain the same question at that time. Weisstein smiled and said, the answer given by the great emperor's brain at that time was that, except for humans, no creature in the universe would take boredom as fun. What kind of reason is this? Lin Shan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can't understand it either, but that's what the emperor's brain said at the time. Not a single word has been changed. Weisstein said. So what does the emperor's brain mean by calling you all together? Lin Shan asked. Because the experiment has reached a bottleneck, they plan to use themselves to experiment and reincarnate as humans. Because they themselves can't figure out what the result will be, no matter how they calculate. Even if 6 emperors' brains calculate together, the results are different every time, and the probability of success and failure can be said to be 50% each. The emperor's brain called us together, first to arrange for us to maintain the order of the immortal court, and second to let us always pay attention to their human bodies. If they show the self-destructive tendency unique to humans, destroy them before they return to the emperor. Weisstein took a deep breath and said, but when they were reincarnated, the 6 paths of reincarnation had a malfunction, and the reincarnation body that had been selected was not born as expected, and the self-consciousness of the emperor's brain disappeared. Chapter 12:13. The immortal camp sent some immortals to search for the reincarnation of the great emperor, and some stayed in the immortal court to maintain order in the immortal court. The ancient realm area that Weisstein was in charge of included the ancient realm area where Lin Shan and his group were, and 7 people who met the criteria for the reincarnation of the great emperor were found in that ancient realm area. Of course, whether these people were the reincarnation of the great emperor had to be strictly verified by other immortals, and it was not just Weisstein who said so. But now Weisstein has determined that Lin Shan must be one of the reincarnations of the great emperor, otherwise, he would not have been able to practice the technique of a 100% sure formula. I found a total of 7 people who met the criteria, and one of them must not be the reincarnation of the great emperor. In addition to you, there should be a fake one among the remaining 6 people. Weisstein said. In addition to our 4 brothers, who are the other 3 people you found? Lin Shan only heard that the 4 brothers were reincarnations, and Weisstein did not say who the other 3 were. Weisstein shook his head and said, I can't tell you. Why? Lin Shan asked in confusion. To prevent accidents. Weisstein said, if there is a great emperor's brain that is infected with human bad habits, and wants to dominate the universe alone, then the first thing he has to do is to kill other great emperor's brains. Lin Shan understood what he meant, and did not ask any more questions. Anyway, he was not the reincarnation of the great emperor, so there was no point in knowing these things. What Lin Shan wanted to find out most now was whether his brothers were the reincarnations of the great emperor. You said that my brothers are all reincarnations of the great emperor. Why is that? Lin Shan asked. Your 4th brother Lin Xiangdong can learn any technique after just one look, and can learn any ability. Do you think this is normal? Weisstein asked back. Isn't it the standard of genius to remember everything you see and learn everything you learn? Lin Shan always felt that only ordinary people like him could not remember everything they see and learn everything they learn. There is a big difference between remembering everything they see and learning everything they learn. Good memory and strong learning ability are normal, but this is completely different from learning everything they learn. Of course, there are many other details, I won't say much. In short, the possibility that he is the reincarnation of the great emperor is very high, and there will be almost no problem. Although your 3rd brother Lin Zongjing is not very conspicuous, and even always inferior to others, according to my observation, the reason why he can quickly gain the trust of the host wherever he is because he calculates everything very accurately, as if everything is under his control. Control and calculation, even giving people the illusion that he can predict the future, this calculation ability is one of the obvious signs of the reincarnation of the emperor. I am not sure about your 2nd brother. Judging from his performance, his abilities and qualities are actually the most like the reincarnation of the emperor. But he is half human and half machine, which makes me a little worried. If he is not the reincarnation of the Emperor, his future achievements may not be inferior to the Emperor. Whether it will pose a threat to the universe is hard to say at present. How can you be sure that Lao Tai is my second brother? Lin Shan asked. I can't be sure, but whether he is your second brother is not the focus of my attention. I only know that he is very likely to be the reincarnation of the Emperor, but he is the one with more doubts among the 7 people. If any of these 7 people is not the reincarnation of the Emperor, I am more inclined to believe that it is him. Lin Shan didn't know what to say for a while. Fortunately, there are only 5 people in their family. If all the others except the eldest sister are the reincarnation of the Emperor, it would be too weird. What is so special about their family's genes? So many emperors are struggling to reincarnate into their family. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it is the reincarnation of the Emperor or not. Lin Shan's idea is, I don't care who you were in your last life, as long as we are a family in this life. The problem is that the Emperor's intelligent brain is different from ordinary people, and there are hidden dangers. If the consciousness of the Emperor's intelligent brain is revived and occupies the dominant position of thought, will they become less and less human, and more like machines? Will they eventually abandon even their brothers and sisters and lose all their humanity? Just like Lao Tai, his style of doing things is obviously a bit inhuman. If his situation becomes more serious in the future, and everything is done according to the rules, without any humanity, will he still be Lao Tai now? Lin Shan asked Vice Dinan some more questions, and he told Lin Shan everything he knew. As for why the 3rd and 4th brothers disappeared, Vice Dinan said that he didn't know. He has been paying attention to the situation of Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zhongzhen. With the strength of Vice Dinan, it is too easy to monitor one person. With 7 things in one mind, it is not difficult to monitor 7 people. At first, Lin Zhongzhen had been in the Diamond Tribe. He and Lin Xiangdong were investigating the matter of his second brother, which could not be hidden from Vice Dinan. But after they found out that it was not the strong men from the tribes who killed Lin Yin, the 2 men disappeared not long after. Vice Dinan went to look for them personally, but still could not find any trace of them, so he suspected that they had left the ancient world and came to the Immortal Court long before Lin Shan came to the Immortal Court. But after exchanging information with another immortal just now, he did not find any trace of them in the Immortal Court, so Vice Dinan did not know where Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zhongzhen had gone. However, according to his judgment, they must have come to the Immortal Court, but they just hid their identities. Lin Shan let Vice Dinan go, but it can't be said that he let him go. If it was a real life and death duel, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die. A 100% sure hit does not mean that you can kill a person 100%. There are many factors that determine life and death. Being able to hit does not mean that you will definitely survive. And such a person as Vice President and should be the ceiling of the universe today without the great Emperor. It is definitely not that easy to kill him. Of course, Lin Shan did not think of killing Vice President and now he knows that in addition to the Star God Palace, the Immortal Court has another secret organization, the Immortal Army Camp. There are also immortals in the God Creation Group. Matters involving immortals usually need to be resolved by the Immortal Army Camp. The immortals in the Immortal Army Camp are actually the great Emperor's clones in the Star God Officer's cognition. Lin Shan wanted to find his brothers immediately and figure things out, but now he needs to deal with these ascenders on Jingxing first. Originally, Lin Shan wanted to take his time and classify these peerless geniuses from various ancient worlds into different categories, recruit those who can be used by him, and let those who can't be used fend for themselves on Jingxing. Now Lin Shan has changed his mind. He doesn't want to waste so much time on these people. Chapter 12:14. Many strong men on Jingxing were thinking of various ways to break through the restrictions of Jingxing and escape from this damn place. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and a holographic projection appeared above the entire planet. It was a man wearing a star priest robe. Everyone looked at the man in the projection, but suddenly heard the man say, "My name is Ation, the Star God Palace of Zhongtian Star God Palace, now in charge of Suzaku Camp. Jingxing is now under my jurisdiction. In other words, you are all under my jurisdiction now." This sentence made many people sneer secretly. I know you are not convinced, and think that I am just higher than you. If it is the same level, you will not be worse than anyone else, and you may even be stronger than me. Lin Shan's words entered the hearts of many people, and they did think so. If you think so, then come and fight me. I will not win by brute force or speed. You can use the techniques you are best at. If you can persist in one move without being defeated by me, I can decide to give you freedom and let you leave. As long as one person can win, everyone can leave. At this time, there was an uproar on Jingxing. Everyone felt that Lin Shan was too arrogant. They were just inferior in level, not in ability. Who can come here is not talented, has constant adventures, and works very hard. Lin Shan actually said that he can defeat all of them with one move with only his moves and techniques, which made many people sneer in their hearts. Don't accept it? If you don't accept it, come to Tianjing Lake. I'm waiting for you to challenge me here, but those who lose will listen to my orders and accept the bet before coming again. After Lin Shan finished speaking, he turned the projection into a map, marking the location of Tianjing Lake. Master Jian, that man is too arrogant. He dared to say that he could win all with one move. He is too ignorant. We are just at a low level, but it does not mean that our realm is also low. Master Jian, your one yuan sword technique has reached the realm of sword, heart, and God. There is absolutely no technique in the world that can be broken with one move. You must join the battle, and let him know how stupid and ignorant he is. Brother, you are the king of our universe. The Fate Fist is unparalleled, and no one in the world can solve it. Whether you can escape to heaven depends on your punch. Lord God, that kid is too arrogant. Teach him a lesson so that he knows that there are still undefeated God's hands in this world. Everywhere on Jingxing, people are encouraging strong people from the same planet to go to Tianjing Lake to challenge Lin Shan. Frera was originally very close to Tianjing Lake. She came to Tianjing Lake as soon as possible, and soon saw many people rushing over. When seeing Shiman Jianka also appear nearby, Fulila came out from hiding and greeted him. She knew Shiman Jianka. Although they were enemies in the ancient realm, people from the same ancient realm were more likely to have the idea of being of the same blood and to team up to survive. Fulila, why are you here? Shiman Jianka also recognized Fulila. He knew that although she was from the Diamond Tribe, she had not participated in the battle between the Diamond Tribe and the Tianren Tribe, and the two had never met on the battlefield. I originally wanted to escape from that unpleasant place, but I didn't expect to come to a place that was even more unpleasant. Fleury said with a strange look, the man just now, is it a Tian from the Tianshi Academy? Simon Jianka naturally recognized Lin Shan and nodded slightly. It should be. Fleury's expression became more complicated after hearing this. She didn't expect that after only a few years of not seeing each other, Lin Shan not only came to the Immortal Court, but also transformed himself into a high-level member of the Immortal Court, and she became a prisoner instead. I am here to challenge you, come out. While the two were talking, an old man with white hair and beard, but an unusually strong figure, came to the Tianjing Lake and shouted loudly at the Tianjing Lake. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Are you willing to accept the loss? Lin Shan's voice came from the lake. If I lose, I will naturally accept the loss. If you lose, will you keep your promise and let all of us go? The old man Jian said proudly, as he stood by the lake like a sharp sword. Of course, as long as you can take one of my moves without losing, I will let everyone go. Lin Shan came over on the water, and in a few steps he had reached the shore and stood opposite Jian Lao. Okay, then you come and try my yuan sword technique. Jian Lao stretched out his hand, and a sword flew out of his body. With a sword in hand, Jian Lao's sword intent burst out wildly, and suddenly the sound of swords outside Tianjing Lake came one after another. All the swordsmen with swords were screaming wildly, as if they had encountered some extremely terrifying creatures, and women screaming hysterically. One sword shocked thousands of swords. That old man is the Sword King. Finally someone realized something and said in horror while looking at Jian Lao standing there. Many people saw that Jian Lao was the Sword King, and those who were eager to try and challenge Lin Shan first stopped. If a Dharma King comes out to challenge, maybe they don't even need to make a move. Lin Shan will be defeated. Then we see if he keeps his promise and releases everyone. He's a Dharma King right up front. I'm afraid it's hard to win with one move. Frera shook her head slightly. If they were to fight with strength, it would not be impossible to kill Jian Lao with one move. After all, the gods in the Immortal Court have a level advantage. If Lin Shan is a higher level god, it's not surprising that he can crush Jian Lao with one move. But wanting to defeat the Sword Dao Dharma King with pure moves, and only one move, no matter how Frera thinks about it, it's a bit too arrogant. He's not an arrogant person. Semen Swordsman said lightly. You make the first move. If I make the first move, you won't even have a chance to make a move. Lin Shan casually broke off a reed by the lake, and said lightly to Jian Lao. The face of Jian Lao changed slightly. In the past, when he was in his ancient world, he was always so pretentious, and others had no choice but to be beaten by him. At this time, Lin Shan actually treated him like this, which made him feel strange. However, in just a moment, Jian Lao had already recovered his normal mentality. To practice sword, one must first practice the mind. Jian Lao had reached the realm of sword heart and God, and how could he be shaken by a few words? Okay, then you can take my move of the beginning of the new cycle. Jian Lao thrust out a sword. The sword intent was round and flawless, and the sword technique was like an antelope hanging on the horns without a trace. It seemed that there was only one sword, but after this sword, it seemed to contain endless changes, making it difficult to see where this sword was going to stab. The sword is like a god, the man is like a sword, the sword heart is connected to the god, and the man and the sword are one. This sword made many peerless masters feel a little horrified. The realm of this sword has reached an unimaginable level. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the god of swords. Chapter 12:15. Tens of millions of people from different ancient worlds are among the best in their own ancient worlds, and even the most powerful ones. Seeing the sword of the old sword, they can't help but admire it. The sword of the old sword has already exhausted the wonders of swordsmanship, and the mystery of change lies in one's heart. Maybe this is not the strongest sword in the world, but it is undoubtedly the most mysterious sword. The sword moves have exhausted all the changes in the world. Unless it is broken by brute force, no one can figure out how to break such a sword that returns to its original simplicity, but contains infinite changes. Only one move, no matter where to start, this sword will produce corresponding changes to break. This sword is already divine, I can't catch up. The moment the old sword made a move, Shimen Jianka sighed. People stared at Lin Shen, watching how he could break this sword that seemed to have exhausted all the changes, and return to its original simplicity. If he broke it with brute force, it would be the same as admitting defeat. If he broke it with speed, it would also be a loss. It seemed that no matter what, Lin Shen could not win. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Shen raised his arm, and stabbed out with a reed pole in his hand. It was an ordinary stab, as if he was a primary school student who had just started learning kendo. It was crooked and looked neither fast nor powerful, let alone amazing. But at the moment when the sword was stabbed out, the face of the old sword changed, the face of the Shimen swordsman changed, the face of the Flyra also changed, and almost all the people watching the battle changed color. Those who can come here are all talented, and they are naturally not weak, and none of them are blind people with poor eyesight. Lin Shen's stab looked ordinary, but in their eyes, it felt that it was difficult to predict where the sword would stab. This situation was almost unbelievable to them. Especially Jian Lao, whose sword realm was divine, and he could respond to all changes with the same attitude. The way of sword technique changes was already in his mind. No matter how the sword technique changed, it would not exceed his expectations. But with this sword, Jian Lao could not judge where Lin Shen was stabbing. Jian Lao's oneness and beginning was completely transformed into a defensive posture, which was flawless. He did not seek merit, but only sought no mistakes. Such a defensive posture seemed perfect to others, without any flaws. But the reed in Lin Shen's hand stabbed in when the sword light flashed. It was not too fast, and it was not very powerful. Everyone could see it clearly, but it was difficult to understand how Lin Shen stabbed in. Blood splattered, and a blood mark appeared on Jian Lao's wrist. The hand holding the sword loosened involuntarily, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Jian Lao stared blankly at Lin Shen and the reed in his hand, while the others stared at Jian Lao and the sword that fell to the ground in astonishment. They didn't understand how such a perfect sword could be lost. They all saw it clearly, but they didn't understand it, and this was the most terrifying and the most devastating thing. If they didn't see it clearly, it would be understandable. They saw it clearly, but they didn't understand it, which made these proud guys suffer a serious blow to their hearts. Will you abide by the bet? Lin Shen asked Jian Lao, who was in a daze. Jian Lao seemed to have come back to his soul at this time. His face was blue and white, which was more exciting than the face changing in Sichuan opera. He wielded thousands of swords in the universe, and traveled the world alone. Since he was promoted to immortal, he has never been defeated. But he was defeated today, and was defeated miserably. He was defeated by a sword. Until now, he still doesn't understand how he was defeated. I have practiced sword for thousands of years, but it was really in vain. I can't even understand the sword method. It's better not to practice this sword. The old sword stretched out his hand, and sucked the sword into his hand. He held the hilt with one hand, and the tip of the sword with the other hand. He used both hands to force his own sword to break. When the sword broke, the old sword himself spit out a mouthful of blood. That was the sword of his life. If the sword is damaged, the person will be damaged. That old man is unreasonable. If you can't beat him, just practice more. Why blame your own sword? The sword is not wrong. He is the weak one. Why is it that the sword is injured? If the sword can speak, It will definitely curse his 8 generations of ancestors. A person muttered in the crowd watching the battle. The voice was not loud, but everyone around heard it. Although they felt that the words were a bit hurtful, the truth was right. If you can't beat him, why take out your anger with a sword? It can be seen that the sword master's practice is still not good enough, just a little older. Whether you practice sword in the future has nothing to do with me. I just ask you, will you keep your promise? Lin Shan said lightly. What I say counts, and I will obey your orders in the future. The sword master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Very good, you wait aside. Lin Shan looked around, looked at those peerless geniuses and asked, Who else wants to challenge me? I will fight you. One person broke through the crowd and came to Lin Shan. Most of these people were powerful leaders, who were once invincible. How could they be easily tamed? Jian Lao is not good, that's because he is not good enough. Others don't think they will be as bad as Jian Lao. Just use whatever you are good at. Lin Shan looked at the person who came and said, he was too lazy to care what kind of person the person was. In the competition of skills, except for the Emperor level, no one in the universe could break his 100% sure win skills. It would be the same no matter who came, and any skills would be useless. Just like Lin Shan couldn't beat Vice Dean, and even if he used all kinds of skills, it was also impossible to beat Lin Shan with simple skills. Lin Shan was too lazy to talk nonsense, but the man didn't act immediately. He stood there sideways, leaving only a perfect profile for Lin Shan, and said casually, I have forgotten my name. In ancient times, because of an accident, I fell into a deep sleep due to my obsession. When I woke up, billions of years had passed, and the world had experienced several civilization changes. When I woke up, I found that the martial arts that had mutated due to my obsession had been constantly running for billions of years, giving me extremely strong power and the ability to live forever. I traveled the universe, and continued to learn and grow in the endless years. I don't know what realm I have reached, nor how strong I am. I only know that the people I know have died in batches. Even the immortal Dharma kings eventually died, or ascended to the immortal court in repeated deaths. Only I am still living alone in that universe, and I can't even find an opponent. Later, the people there gave me a nickname, called God. Chapter 12:16. Lin Shan looked at this person without saying anything, and was too lazy to pay attention. The god turned around, looked at Lin Shan and said, I said this just to tell you that even I don't know how strong I am, so in a battle with me, you don't need to control your strength, use up all your strength, I want to challenge my bottom line. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. So many heroes, which one was not a leader in the past? This guy who claimed to be a god was a little too arrogant. Boasting like this, it makes them look like weak chickens. This is climbing up by stepping on their faces. Humph, if you are really that capable, why would you be caught and sent here? What are you pretending to be here? Someone snorted disdainfully. An ascender who was in the same ancient realm as God said, every word Lord God said is true. He is such a person. He and I are from the same ancient realm. In our place, he is a godlike person. We all call him Lord God. When he ascended, those guys in Nanshanmen were no match for him. They could not force Lord God's true strength. It was those despicable guys who threatened Lord God with our lives, so Lord God surrendered. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. After they rushed into the immortal court, they basically fought with the star god officials of the immortal court, and most of them were suppressed by force. This guy who called himself Lord God actually made those star god officials helpless. He really had some capital to be proud of. Lin Shan looked at Lord God with interest, but just said lightly, rules are rules. I will not change the rules for anyone, and you are no exception. It's okay. I let you do it. Lord God smiled slightly, and a terrifying light like a god rose from his body. Lord God has lived for billions of years. Although the energy in the ancient world is not as advanced as that in the fairy court, the energy accumulated and absorbed over billions of years has changed from quantitative change to qualitative change in his body, and then continued to accumulate and change qualitatively. Lord God's strength is indeed far beyond the lower gods, and even beyond the middle gods. He is also an outlier. He has not comprehended the way of ghosts and gods. The simple accumulation of energy has made his own strength surpass the middle gods and reach the level of the upper gods. In addition, after he comprehended the way of ghosts and gods, his current ability is also at a relatively high level in the fairy court. The ascenders who came up with him did not lie. At the South Heaven Gate, there was indeed no god who could fight him. All the star priests were defeated by him. In the end, they used dishonorable means to make Lord God surrender. But part of the reason was that there were no high-ranking gods at the Nantion Gate at that time. At the beginning, The gods of the major stars thought that only sending out middle-ranking gods would be enough to control the situation. They did not expect so many people to rush to the fairy court, nor did they expect that there would be an alien like Lord God inside. Later, the 6 major star palaces sent high-ranking gods to take charge, but Lord God came up too early and did not meet him. Watching the brilliance on Lord God constantly condense, he seemed to be protected by a brilliant god, and the energy fluctuations emitted by him had already changed the color of many people. No matter what the realm of this Lord God is, just this terrifying energy alone is unmatched here. After all, those who ascended were all lower-level people who had just comprehended the way of ghosts and gods. It was difficult to find an outlier like Lord God, so it was normal that they were not as powerful as him. There are all kinds of talents in the world. Lin Shan felt the light fluctuations on Lord God, and could roughly judge that this person's power should be comparable to that of the upper level. However, because his previous level was low, he only comprehended the way of ghosts and gods after watching the inheritance method demonstrated by the world god. Although his power was reached, his realm was not yet at the upper level, and the method of using power was a little rough. Many ascenders were shocked to see that Lord God's power was still increasing. They all ascended not long ago, so how could his power and level be so terrible? Do you still stick to your rules now? In the confinement of Jing Xing's ghost power, Lord God's body slowly floated up, using his own power to fight against the power of ghosts and gods and supergravity. If you don't take action, change the next one, Lin Shan said lightly. Such power is indeed very strong for people in the ancient world, but in the fairy court, such strength is just that of a superior, just an ordinary superior. The tone and pride of Lord God are a bit ridiculous in Lin Shan's eyes, and he is too lazy to talk nonsense with him. In this case, then take my attack. Lord God smiled slightly, and his right-hand fingers made a flower shape, and then flicked at Lin Shan lightly. The power of this flick was like the power to open the prelude of the world. The terrifying brilliance on his body followed the power of the flick, like a curtain covering the sky, and wrapped around Lin Shan. There was no trick at all, it was pure power. Lord God was going to suppress Lin Shan with absolute power. Everyone was shocked to see the power of Lord God's attack, and how terrifying it was in such a place. Some people secretly gloated, thinking that Lin Shan had said too much before. Lord God was so powerful that he could suppress others directly with force. Even if he took it, it would not be a broken word, and the bet would naturally be lost. At this time, some people had already begun to think in their hearts, if Lin Shan lost, would he really keep his promise and let them all go? Lin Shan looked at the brilliant light in front of him, just raised his right hand like a pistol, and then made a shooting gesture. This action looked a little childish, and it didn't seem to have any amazing power, and there was not even a trace of power fluctuation. When people were wondering in their hearts, they suddenly saw that the strongest part of the light was directly pierced by an invisible force. The brilliance that was like a curtain covering the sky also split apart as if cut by scissors. The invisible force was unstoppable, and seemed to arrive in front of Lord God without any effort. Endless brilliance burst out from Lord God's palm, and the space in front of his palm was twisted with his fingers. The laws were broken, and the space collapsed. The power of this hand was strong enough to distort time and space. God's hand. That is Lord God's hand. The supreme skill that can tear the void and shatter time. The invincible skill in the world. The man who ascended from the same ancient realm as Lord God saw Lord God use this move, and shouted excitedly. In his impression, this was an invincible skill, a godlike existence that could distort time and space, shatter the past and the future, and an invincible blow. But the next second, the excitement on that person's face solidified instantly, and the whole person seemed to be petrified, staring at everything happening in front of him with wide eyes in horror. Bang! The palm of Lord God was directly pierced by the invisible force, and the force continued to pierce Lord God's chest, and blood immediately spurted out, scattering in the air like petals. Under the strong inertia, Lord God's body was carried backwards and fell heavily to the ground, pushing a deep ditch in the mud beside the lake, sliding more than 10 meters before stopping. Lord God lay on his back in the mud ditch, looking at Lin Shan, who was still standing calmly by the lake, with no smugness on his face, as if he was doing a normal job. His eyes were full of astonishment. Chapter 12:17. Everyone was shocked. Lord God was so powerful, but he was so vulnerable in front of Lin Shan. This forced many people to reestimate the true strength of the immortal court. Freyla's face was a little complicated. Simon Swordsman also frowned in thought, as if he was thinking, if Lin Shan's finger was aimed at him, whether he could dissolve the power of that finger. The conclusion he got did not seem optimistic. The level gap is too big, we can't fight with strength. Someone shook his head and sighed. Everyone had the same idea at this time. With such a big level gap, it would definitely not work to fight hard. They could only win with skills. This was their only chance. Lord God stood up from the ground regardless of his injuries. His wounds had healed automatically, and the dirt on his body had also peeled off automatically. Everyone thought that Lord God wanted to fight again. After all, he only lost in strength, but not in skills. I lost. Lord God said, turned around and left. Everyone else thought he just lost in strength, but he knew in his heart that his divine hand could not grasp that strength, and he had also lost in terms of technique. As the Lord God admitted defeat, the outside of Tianjing Lake suddenly fell into a dead silence. When Lin Shan asked the next person to come up, no one answered. Those who can come here are proud people, but pride is not stupid. They have seen the huge level and strength gap between themselves and Lin Shan. Although Lin Shan said that he would not win by brute force and speed, the higher level's understanding of strength will definitely have an advantage over the lower level. If they want to defeat Lin Shan, they must have an overwhelming advantage in technique. But the sword master Jian Lao, who had just realized the unity of man and sword, was not able to beat Lin Shan in terms of technique. So how could he beat him in terms of technique? Many people were thinking about how to break this situation, but no one stood up at this time because they couldn't think of a way. The level suppression is too terrible. If we are at the same level, even if we don't win by strength, the competition of technique won't be as difficult as it is now. Give me some time. After I understand the realm and rules of this fairy court, it will be easy to defeat him. It's a competition of technique, but the difference is in level. Many people think that it is the gap in level and cognition, not the gap in technique that is really that big. When Lin Shan saw that no one responded, he was about to ask again, but he saw a familiar figure coming out. Everyone looked at the figure, and saw a person covered with pink shells, and holding a pink long sword with a sheath in his arms. Because his whole body was covered with shells, he couldn't see his appearance clearly. However, he dared to stand up at this time, so he must have thought of a solution. Everyone wanted to know how this person would break Lin Shan's advantage. Are you still inferior? Christine stopped in front of Lin Shan, and asked him with a burning gaze. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They had already determined that Lin Shan was a superior god, but Christine asked him if he was inferior. This question seemed a bit stupid. With such power, it is impossible to be just inferior. How could an inferior god beat the Lord God into that state? I guess so. Lin Shan answered Christine. He was very conservative. Theoretically, he was not even at the lower level now, but still at the Nirvana level. Impossible. He is at the lower level. The same as us. For a moment, the faces of many strong men became a little strange. They thought that Lin Shan's level was much higher than theirs, and they could accept his failure, and they could say it was because of the level difference. But now someone told them that Lin Shan was at the same level as them, which made them unacceptable. The old sword man who was defeated just now widened his eyes, and spit out blood again. The Lord God also looked back at Lin Shan in disbelief, as if he didn't believe that Lin Shan was still at the lower level. They found it hard to believe, but they knew in their hearts that they were just prisoners, and Lin Shan had no need to deceive them on such things. Christine got the answer, nodded slightly, and said nothing, just put it in his hands, one hand holding the scabbard, the other hand holding the hilt, staring at Lin Shan with burning eyes. There are some things that Christine cannot say in public. He just wants to express himself, so he catches up with him. Lin Shan looked at Christine, and didn't say much. He knew that Christine would not miss this opportunity, and would definitely fight him. This guy is a martial arts madman. Christine held the hilt of the sword, but did not draw it out of the sheath immediately. He stared at Lin Shan and said, I observed the appearance of ghosts and gods, understood the wonders of peerless magic skills, combined with my own learning, and created a sword technique called Breaking the Sky Sword. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard that Christine wanted to fight Lin Shan with swordsmanship. The sword master Jian Lao has already been defeated, which means that the strongest swordsman has already been defeated. No matter how strong your swordsmanship is, can you be stronger than the sword master? Lin Shan doesn't think so. He knows that although Christine uses a sword, he is not a real swordsman, and his strength is actually not closely related to the sword system. Draw your sword. Lin Shan looked at Christine and said, Don't hold back. Christine said, and then drew his sword directly. If Jian Lao's sword is the king of swords, then Christine's sword is just a tool in his hand. He has a sword in his hand, so he uses sword skills. If he has a knife in his hand, then he uses knife skills at this time. It doesn't matter what the weapon is. At the moment, the sword was unsheathed, everyone's eyes only had a light that divided the world into two halves. Everything is divided into two halves wherever the light goes, and even the smallest particles cannot escape the cutting of that light. The space was split by the light, leaving an indelible mark. The light that cannot be blocked by anything seems to be able to rush to the end of the universe, and split the universe in half. Silent, extremely restrained, yet extremely brutal, an unstoppable and invincible sword. The moment the sword light appeared, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if the sword light would split their bodies in half. Although it was just an illusion, it still made people feel scalp numb and retreat unconsciously. Although Christine's sword was not as varied as the sword of the old sword, it can even be said that there were not many changes and back moves, and there was a taste of stubbornness. But because of this sword full of flaws has become flawless. The best defense is offense. I can destroy the world with one strike, so why do I need any back moves or changes? The sword comes out, and the sky is broken. Everyone saw that Christine's sword had gone beyond the scope of swordsmanship. His spirit and strength were sublimated to another level in this sword, a strike that transcended the limitations of his own level. This man has reached the profound level. Even ghosts and gods cannot stop him. And a Cinder couldn't help but exclaimed. Chapter 12:18. Lin Shan knows Christine better than others. This sword contains some of the separation method, the shooting sun method, and the inheritance method. These things are not simply integrated, but truly integrated with Christine's own abilities, pushing the separation method to a new height. Lin Shan stretched out his hand, and the folding fan appeared in his hand. It was thrown out directly, and turned into a butterfly floating in the air, facing Christine. Facing Christine's sword that he had devoted all his life and spirit to, Lin Shan could not just fight with reeds like he did to deal with Jian Lao. The butterfly and the light crossed in the air, like the most beautiful encounter in the universe. But the next second, the butterfly flew over the sword light, crossed Christine's cheek, and flew back to Lin Shan's hand with a beautiful rotation in the air. During this process, the sword in Christine's hand kept changing, as gorgeous as the aurora chasing the butterfly, but none of them could touch the strange folding fan. It sounds slow, but in fact, it was just a moment. The folding fan returned to Lin Shan's hand, and a blood mark appeared on Christine's face. Her cheek was cut by the folding fan. Such a blow was broken. Many people felt cold in their hearts. Christine's sword was almost a perfect combination of strength, skill and will, but it was broken so easily by a folding fan. It was simply unbelievable. It's too troublesome for you to come one by one. Don't waste time. Come together. Lin Shan didn't say that he wanted to fight them one by one. He needed to finish the things here quickly, and get the Suzaku camp back on track so that he could do his own things. Come together. Everyone was stunned. Although they had a clear understanding of Lin Shan's strength, with their pride, few people thought of joining forces with others to besiege Lin Shan. After all, they were all favored sons of heaven and heroes in the world, and most people didn't have the face to do such a thing. Let alone going together, many people disdained two against one. But now Lin Shan actually asked them to go together. This naked contempt made many people who were still hesitating no longer bear it. I will fight you. An immortal Dharma king rushed over, his body like a long rainbow, his fist like a dream, as if it ran through the long river of time. Bang! The man came quickly and left quickly. Lin Shan actually took a step closer to him, not only making his fist miss, but also knocking him out with his shoulder. I have a knife that can kill immortals and mortals, and the heaven and earth can be killed by the gods. A man came with a big knife, and thunder and lightning roared in the sky, as if responding to his voice. With one slash of the sword, lightning and thunder simultaneously struck the blade, and lightning flashed on the blade, as if the god of thunder was possessed, and the sword slashed towards Lin Shan. Before his sword fell, Lin Shan kicked out, and the foot kicked the man's elbow from a very strange angle. The man's elbow suddenly felt like it was struck by lightning, and he pulled his hand back violently, and the big sword wrapped in lightning in his hand also fell down. Lin Shan did not stop, and passed by the man directly, and his figure flashed as if it accelerated, and rushed into the crowd. Lin Shan fought wildly with those peerless masters with one fan each. At first, most of those masters were unwilling to participate in the battle like this, because it would not be glorious even if they won. But Lin Shan defeated several strong men in just a few encounters, and no one could survive a single move from him. And Lin Shan pressed so hard that almost everyone was ignited with anger, and they showed off their power, and attacked Lin Shan. The stars are moving, and no grass grows. Take my doing Busheng fist. The true mystery is boundless, yin and yang are reversed, and the great Shinkuan reversal killing technique. Exploding. Star. Fist. God. Grants me power. God's protection. All spirits of heaven and earth, listen to my command, all spirits come out together. A variety of terrifying skills continuously attacked Lin Shen, and almost everywhere in the world, there were rare mysterious techniques and magic skills, which besieged Lin Shen crazily. Lin Shen grabbed Doing Busheng fist with his right hand, and broke his wrist directly. He bounced his left leg hard, and while flying backwards, he kicked the person who used the Great Shinkuan reversal killing technique out with his right leg. He flipped the folding fan in his hand, suppressed the explosive star fist, and then quickly raised the fan and blew away the two guys who were summoning the spirits to possess them. Lin Shen fought against many people alone, killing people and horses in a short time, and many strong men were unable to fight him. Seeing Lin Shen so rampant, more and more strong men were killed, and almost everyone was eager to move forward and compete with Lin Shen. Under the siege of tens of millions of people, Lin Shen was invincible like a demon god. All kinds of mysterious skills and techniques were broken in front of Lin Shen in an instant, and no one could stop him. Too strong. How can he be so strong? Flura's eyes shook, and her mood was hard to describe. Before, Lin Shen was able to defeat her with great difficulty. Now, he fought against the strong men of the heavens and the worlds alone, and no one could withstand his attack. What an invincible means of a strong man, and until now, Lin Shen had not used faster speed and stronger power than them. It has only been a short time, and he has become so powerful. They can see Lin Shen's every move clearly, but they can't break or dodge. Lin Shen's moves are like cutting melons and vegetables. I don't know how many peerless geniuses were defeated by him. Shimenjienko was also excited. Lin Shen defeated countless heroes of the heavens and the worlds with his own strength. No matter how mysterious and powerful your skills, abilities, and techniques are, you are like a baby and have no power to fight back in front of Lin Shen. Is he really just a lower level? Unable to squeeze in to besiege Lin Shen, the people watching the battle outside became more and more chilled. No matter how angry and unwilling they were, they knew more clearly that no one was Lin Shen's opponent. They were not at the same level at all. This made them suspect that Lin Shen was not a lower-level person at all. Their suspicion was not wrong. Lin Shen was indeed not a lower-level person. It was just that his level was lower than they imagined, not higher. Countless geniuses were killed and thrown to the ground, but suddenly one person rose into the air, flying in the sky despite the confinement of the power of ghosts and gods and the supergravity. It was a woman from an unknown ancient world. At this time, the holy light on her body rose, as if a goddess descended to the earth, and she kept saying, "We can't fight him alone. Please lend me your strength to help me defeat him, and give everyone freedom. All things have spirits, spirits rise." The woman's fingers danced quickly, forming a series of seals. Everyone felt their bodies slightly startled, and the power in their bodies actually escaped from their bodies and flew towards the woman's fingers. Although some people refused to lend their power, as long as a small number of tens of millions of strong people were willing to lend their power, it would be an extremely terrifying number. The power between the woman's fingers became stronger and stronger, and in a blink of an eye it was already terrifying beyond imagination. At least tens of millions of strong people lent part of their power to the woman. The woman was wrapped in the terrifying power. Like a huge sun descending from the sky, the light it emitted made everything pale in comparison. The terrifying power made people suspect that her attack might destroy the entire planet, or even penetrate the entire Suzaka galaxy. You can still admit defeat now. This is your last chance. The woman looked down at Lin Shen like a sun goddess. Everyone else had already retreated, leaving only the woman in the air and Lin Shen on the ground facing each other from a distance. This is your last chance. Lin Shen looked at the woman and said calmly. Stubborn. The woman didn't want to talk anymore. She made a handprint, and a terrifying force violently bombarded from the sky, like the sun hitting the planet at the speed of light. Fuck. That woman is crazy. She will kill everyone like this. Everyone was shocked and angry. It was too late to take back the power they lent to the woman. Chapter 1219. In Lin Shen's eyes, the ubiquitous lines of nothingness were now dazzlingly bright, and each line was twisted beyond recognition. This meant that the power that the woman was about to use would affect the lines of nothingness on a large scale, which meant that all possibilities nearby would be affected. The formula of 100% certainty was to select the most likely one among countless possibilities. Even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, it could still hit accurately. But the premise was that there was a possibility. Under normal circumstances, human power could not calculate all possibilities, nor could it be perfect, so no matter what kind of technique, the formula of 100% certainty could be broken. But now, the woman had gathered the power of tens of millions of people, and the power she had condensed at this time was so strong that it even far exceeded the power that the upper gods could burst out, and the nearby lines of nothingness were all affected, and there was no choice at all. This is like dropping a nuclear bomb during a fight. How can you break it with your fists and feet? Lin Shan can only say that the people from the ancient realm are really talented, and this woman is a lunatic. Lin Shan can escape by himself, which is not a difficult task, because the woman's own realm and control are not enough, but the condensed power is strong enough. It is not difficult for Lin Shan to get away. But after her attack, so many people in the ancient realm may not survive, and even Jingxing may be destroyed. This is not something Lin Shan can tolerate. It has only been less than a day since he took over the Suzaku camp, and Jingxing was destroyed. The people who came up from below are also dead. How can he explain to the 6-star palaces when he goes back? Seeing the woman so crazy, the others were horrified and wanted to escape from Jingxing, but there were only a few people who could fly up on Jingxing. The power of ghosts and gods, and the supergravity, made it impossible for most people to escape. Even so, some people were able to fly up by force, but at their speed, it was unknown how long it would take to fly out of the atmosphere of Jingxing, and it was probably difficult to escape. Everyone looked at the light shot by the woman, which hit down like the sun, and the light became stronger and stronger, as if it was going to swallow the whole world. Seeing the sun-like light falling, Lin Shan still stood there without any intention of dodging. When the light reached him, he raised his arm, and slammed it on the sun-like light with a palm. Everyone felt that Lin Shan's move was tantamount to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than the combined force of tens of millions of people? But the next second, the sun-like light seemed to be bombarded by an unparalleled force under Lin Shan's palm. The sun-like light flew back at a speed hundreds and thousands of times faster than when it came, as if it had turned on an accelerator. The woman had no time to react, and the sun-like light had already hit her, taking her body with it, rushing out of the atmosphere, and crashing into the void, flying towards the boundless void like a meteor, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Everyone looked at Lin Shan in shock. The power of Lin Shan's palm shocked them all, and made them suddenly realize that the God-man seemed to be more powerful and terrifying than they had imagined. They really thought too much. With such a terrifying power, ordinary upper gods would not dare to face it head-on, let alone blast it away like Lin Shan did. The reason why Lin Shan could do this was not because his own power was strong enough. In fact, no matter how strong his power was, he could not withstand such a perverted power. The reason why he could easily beat that power away was all because of the effect of the light of reversing fate. The stronger the enemy's power, the stronger his power would be. In a head-on fight, the effect of the light of reversing fate was invincible. Others did not know the details, and their eyes looking at Lin Shan became extremely complicated. He could easily break various techniques with just a wave of his hand, and he had such a terrifying power. In their eyes, Lin Shan was like the omnipotent villain boss. Who else wants to challenge? Lin Shan's eyes swept across the faces of thousands of strong men, but no one responded. Since no one has challenged you, you must follow my rules in the future. If anyone violates the rules, we will kill them. Lin Shan projected the rules he had said directly to the world. When everyone was looking at the projected rules in the sky, they saw that the woman who had just been hit into the void appeared strangely at the place where she was just now. She didn't die. Lin Shan was a little surprised. He didn't know what kind of ability the crazy woman used. She didn't die even after being hit by such a terrifying force. But seeing that the crazy woman's face was full of fear, she must have paid a huge price to survive. Seeing Lin Shan looking at her, the crazy woman immediately said, "I am willing to accept the loss. I will be at your disposal in the future." Lin Shan glanced at the crazy woman and said nothing more. If he really wanted to stabilize the order, he should get rid of the crazy woman, or at least imprison her. But Lin Shan didn't really want to stabilize the situation. Only when the water was muddy would he have a chance to get his people out of the Xingqiu Star region, so he left the crazy woman. No one objected, so Lin Shan left Jingxing. He didn't live on Jingxing. There were 7 star systems under the Suzaku camp, and Jingxing was just one of the planets in the Jingxi star system. If more people from the ancient realm were sent here in the future, they would be sent to other planets. This would be the destination of the people from the ancient realm in the future. Lin Shan returned to where he lived and observed remotely for a few days. He saw that those people were honest. Although there were many troublemakers, some people stood up to maintain the rules set by Lin Shan. No matter what their purpose was, Jingxing formed a stable order in a very short time. Lin Shan observed the people he knew again, and saw that they had no problems, so he teleported out of the Xingqiu Star region and returned to the giant ring star. There were some things he needed to ask his second brother, Lao Tai, hoping to get the answer from him. When Lin Shen saw Lao Tai, he was wearing a floral apron, holding a bottle in one hand and holding Xiao Jiao in the other, feeding Xiao Jiao. Seeing Lin Shen, Lao Tai's half-face actually turned red. Xiao Jiao also saw Lin Shen, and immediately stretched out his little hand to Lin Shen, babbling. Lin Shen reached out and hugged Xiao Jiao, and found that Xiao Jiao had grown a little bit, and the touch was obviously heavier than before. Xiao Jiao, do you miss Daddy? Lin Shen rubbed Xiao Jiao's nose with his nose. Bah! Unfortunately, Xiao Jiao was not interested in ordinary toys, and didn't want anything. Lin Shen was pestered and couldn't let go. He put Xiao Jiao in her stroller. She held onto Lin Shen's sleeves tightly, and tears seemed to be rolling in her eyes. Lin Shen couldn't bear to let her go. Finally, he saw that Xiao Jiao was interested in the watch on his hand. Lin Shen took off the watch and gave it to Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao then sat in the stroller obediently, and fiddled with the watch by herself. Chapter 12:20. Lin Shen and Lao Tai were talking about things, while Xiao Jiao was fiddling with the watch. This watch was the intact mechanical watch that Lin Shen wore. Because the owner had been set, even if someone else took it, they couldn't open it anyway. That's why Lin Shen was relieved to let Xiao Jiao play with it. But he didn't see that Xiao Jiao turned on the watch by tapping on the screen, and somehow turned on the teleportation function by randomly pressing. When Lin Shen, who was talking to Lao Tai, found out, it was too late. When Lao Tai and Lin Shen rushed over, the watch and Xiao Jiao disappeared together. Lao Tai's palm tore the void, but he couldn't pull Xiao Jiao back. Lin Shen's face turned green. He lost his daughter just after he came back. What kind of thing was this? But he didn't know how Xiao Jiao was teleported away, when he was the only one who could control the watch. Where did Xiao Jiao teleport to? Let's go find her now, Lao Tai said coldly. Lin Shen said with a bitter face, I don't know where she teleported to. The coordinates of almost all the planets in the universe are recorded on it. I don't know which one she chose. We can't wait. Let's look for it from the most likely place, Lao Tai said. The problem is that without that watch, we can't go outside the ancient world. Lin Shen was worried that Xiao Jiao would get into trouble, but now, he couldn't think of a solution. Give me the broken one, I try to fix it, maybe it can lead us to Xiao Jiao. Lao Tai stretched out his hand. Lin Shen gave the broken one to Lao Tai, who took the watch back to his room, took out some tools from somewhere, and began to disassemble the broken watch. On Jingxing, the crazy woman, Jian Lao, Lord Shun, Tian Jiuyo and dozens of other people were talking in a valley. Although the crazy woman, Jian Lao, and Lord Shun were defeated by Lin Shen, they were among the few who were most willing to abide by the rules. They had been planning how to defeat Lin Shen and escape from Jingxing. That Tian is definitely not a lower-level person. He said those things just to bluff people. It is impossible for a lower-level person to have such power, the crazy woman said coldly. Yes, I suspect that Christine is from the Star God Palace, just a shill. Otherwise, with his strength and achievements, how could he surrender so easily and become a person who maintains order so quickly? Tian Jiuyo said with a frown. That's exactly why Christine is definitely a traitor planted among us by the Star God Palace. Jian Lao agreed with Tian Jiuyo's statement. Others also agreed very much and felt that Christine must be a spy. Whether he is a spy or not actually has little impact on us. The key now is how we can defeat that Tian. According to the rules he set, as long as one of us can defeat him, we can be free at any time. Shenlord said. How to fight? With his strength and skills, it is impossible to win unless we continue to improve our level, Swordmaster said. That may not be the case. Shenlord looked at the sky from a 45-degree angle and said, Do you think his palm is very strong? But that is not his true strength. You may not understand it, but I can see the clue. His palm used the method of yin and yang interchange, swapping strong and weak, so it looks so strong. In fact, it is not his own strength, and my God's hand can actually restrain this kind of power, but my strength is not enough to defeat him head-on. If I can borrow the power of millions of people like a crazy woman, I can defeat him. It's useless even if you have the strength of millions of people. He is not just strong. We can't understand the changes in his skills, the crazy woman said indifferently. Everyone was silent, but Jian Lao suddenly said, In fact, I have a way to break his skills. Everyone looked at Jian Lao with some doubt. Although his swordsmanship was profound, he was defeated so badly by Lin Shen. Now he said that he had a way to break Lin Shen's skills. Naturally no one was willing to believe it. Jian Lao also knew that they didn't believe him, so he said to himself, My swordsmanship has reached the state of unity between man and sword. Theoretically, there is no skill in the world that can exceed my expectations, but his skills are beyond my expectations. There is only one possibility. He has reached the state of unity between man and nature, can sense the subtle changes of the universe, merge with the universe, and understand the laws of all things. Only then can he be so invincible. Everyone felt that what Jian Lao said made some sense. If he was not at this level, it would be impossible to break their unique skills with just one move. Tell me, how do you break this art of unity of heaven and man? The crazy woman suddenly spoke, looking at Master Jian and asked. After this battle, I have gained some insights. Although I have not yet reached the state of unity of heaven and man, it has made me think of a way to break it. Master Jian said with a little pride, stroking his beard. Why are you still keeping it a secret? Master Jian said with some dissatisfaction. Although unity of heaven and man can sense the laws of all things and can be said to be omnipotent, it has a flaw that cannot be considered a flaw, and that is the rebellion of heaven. Jian Lao said. What is the will of heaven? Tianjiu asked. The so-called irreversible will of heaven means that the laws of heaven are irreversible. Once activated, they cannot be reversed or changed. In other words, heaven is irreversible. If he is really the unity of heaven and man, then after he makes a move, there is no way to change his moves. Jian Lao explained. Lord Shen curled his lips and said, What kind of flaw is this? He broke other people's moves with one move, so why change his moves? It's useless anyway. Of course it's useful. I have a book of the sword of against heaven. The sword art in it is about the art of against heaven. However, this sword art is too strange and unorthodox. Most people can't practice it at all. Although I have dabbled in it, my sword art was already solid when I got the sword book, so it's impossible for me to change to the sword of against heaven. Old Jian's eyes lit up and said, If someone can practice the sword of against heaven, he can break Tian's art of unity of heaven and man. Lord Shen was about to say something, but suddenly he seemed to have discovered something and turned his head to look up the mountain. After seeing this, Lord Shen was stunned for a moment, and the others also discovered something. They also looked over and were stunned like Lord Shen. I saw a baby in a jumpsuit rolling down the mountain like a ball. Their minds were full of questions. How could there be a baby in such a place? When everyone was puzzled, they saw that the baby had already rolled down and rolled straight towards them. The crazy woman reached out and picked up the baby. A closer look revealed that it was a very beautiful little girl. How could there be a baby here? There must be a trick. Maybe Tian is plotting something again. Get rid of her quickly. Someone said with a cold face. No one can touch her. I want this child. The crazy woman held the baby girl and looked at everyone with a cold face. Chapter 12:21. Crazy, you want to keep such a strange baby. What on earth do you want to do? Jian Lao looked at the crazy woman with a bad look. Although he didn't say it clearly, his meaning was obvious. He suspected that the woman had something to do with the gods. Children from the ancient realm could not appear in such a place. Their physiques did not allow them to survive in such a place. What's more, this baby rolled down from the top of the mountain like a ball, but there was no injury on her body. She was obviously the descendant of a god. I can sense that this child is very spiritual. She can inherit my mantle. The crazy woman looked at the baby girl in her arms. The baby girl sucked her fingers, her eyes seemed to speak, and she looked at the crazy woman curiously. You are really crazy. You want to pass your mantle to a child of a god? Or are you also a god? Jian Lao's face became uglier and uglier. I have no successors in the ancient realm. If I die here, will my mantle be lost? I will definitely take this girl. The crazy woman was very determined. Some of the people who heard this were silent, and some were incomprehensible. However, judging from the expression of the mad woman, if you want to take the baby away, you will probably have to fight her to the death. Madman, no one here will lend you strength now. Even if you and I fight one-on-one, the outcome is still uncertain, not to mention that there are so many people here. The old sword man seemed to have determined that this child must be the child of a god, and wanted to kill it as soon as possible. When he stood up, sword energy appeared beside him. Those sword energy almost turned into substance, and he could attack the woman at any time. That Tian just fought us fairly, and never used force to suppress us. Regardless of whether this child is the offspring of a god, if we kill her, wouldn't it be worse than a Tian? Tianjiu said calmly. Most people agreed with Tianjiu's statement. They were all powerful leaders. They really couldn't do such a thing to a child, and there was really no benefit. I'm afraid that this child's appearance here is a conspiracy by gods and men. Jian Lao still refused to stop, and the sword energy approached the crazy woman again. The crazy woman was about to say something, but she saw the baby girl in her arms curiously stretched out her little hand, and touched the nearby sword energy with her fingers. The crazy woman was startled and stepped back, trying to distance the baby girl from the sword energy. But she just stepped back, and saw the baby girl stretched out her hand very unhappy, like a child who was upset and away from candy. A shocking scene appeared, and the sword energy flew towards the baby girl automatically. The crazy woman thought it was Jian Lao who took action at first, but she found that Jian Lao was trying desperately to control the sword energy, but he couldn't control it. The sword chi flew around the baby girl one by one, and the baby girl giggled. When she stretched out her hand, a sword chi flew into her hand, allowing the baby girl to hold the unparalleled sword chi and wave it casually, like waving a lollipop. Everyone was stunned, even the crazy woman was stunned. The power of the old sword master was already first-rate among the lower ranks. His sword chi was actually held by the baby girl and played with, and the sword chi was completely out of control, flying around the baby girl like a toy to amuse her. This was really too shocking. In a moment of distraction, the baby girl actually filled the sword chi in her hand into her mouth. No one expected this move. The baby girl's action was too sudden and too fast. By the time the crazy woman reacted and tried to stop it, it was too late. The sword energy had been stuffed into the baby girl's mouth. Everyone thought that the baby girl would be stabbed and her teeth would be broken, but after the sword energy entered the baby girl's mouth, it seemed to melt and flow directly into the baby girl's body. Achoo! The baby girl sneezed, and the sneeze flew out like sword energy, with an incredible speed, brushing against the face of the old man. The old man didn't react, and a blood mark flowed down his face. This baby girl. Could it be that she is a natural sword saint? The old man showed astonishment on his face. Everyone thought that this baby girl was really amazing. She was just a baby, but she had such a strange power. If she embarked on the path of cultivation, what would happen in the future? Originally, I thought that a god like a Tian should be just an exception. After seeing this baby, I suddenly realized that there might be many gods like him. A strongman said, "If that's the case, it will be very difficult for us to break out of the cage." Many people agreed. It's not difficult, but it's not difficult either. We have a great opportunity right in front of us. Tianjiu suddenly said. What opportunity? Everyone looked at Tianjiu in confusion. Old Jian, you said that the heaven-defying sword scripture, is it true that we old guys can't practice it? Tianjiu looked at old Jian and asked. We all have our own way, just like a piece of white paper has been stained with heavy ink, it's impossible to rewrite it. Old Jian replied. You just said that this baby girl is a holy sword body, so can she practice the heaven-defying sword scripture? Tianjiu asked again. Jian Lao was slightly startled when he heard this, and then immediately shook his head and said, I am not sure whether she can practice it, but I will never pass on the anti-heaven sword scripture to a descendant of a god. Who said she is a descendant of a god? Tianjiu asked back. Why is she not a descendant of a god? Such a child cannot be born in the ancient realm. Jian Lao frowned. Take a closer look at her body, and her clothes and accessories. Tianjiu said lightly. After Tianjiu said this, Jian Lao and others carefully looked at the baby girl and her clothes and accessories. After taking a look, they really found some problems. Although they have never seen what the children of gods look like, gods are all human-like, but this baby girl has 2 small wings on her back, which is obviously a feature of people in the ancient realm. And the materials, styles, and craftsmanship of these clothes on her body are also different from those of the immortal court. It seems that this is really not the child of a god, but a child from the ancient realm. How could he have such a strong physique? Jian Lao hesitated. How is it impossible? There are even people like Lord God in the ancient realm, so it is not impossible for a natural lower-level person to appear. Tianjiu paused and said, Let's take a step back. Even if she is the descendant of a god, how can she know if we don't tell her? We teach her together, so that she will be influenced from a young age and hate the gods. When she practices our unique skills and defeats a Tian, we can be free. What's more, she is obviously a child of our ancient realm. I don't know who brought her in. I think she looks a bit like my celestial race, but she is also a little different. That makes sense. Since we can't practice the Sword Sutra against the sky, this girl is just right. Let her practice. We teach her together. Why worry that she can't defeat a Tian? Fortunately, she has such qualifications. If she is an ordinary child, it would be useless. Lord God also said with shining eyes while looking at the baby girl. Jian Lao's eyes gradually brightened up. What Tianjiu said was indeed right. Even if she was the descendant of a god, they could still brainwash her. Moreover, she was not the descendant of a god at all. Seeing that everyone was persuaded, Tianjioyo was secretly proud in his heart. Fortunately, I joined them, otherwise Shujio would be in danger. I don't know what my foster father is doing, and how he brought Shujio here. It's good this way. Although these people are not of high level, their abilities and techniques are mysterious. It's good for Shujio to learn from them. Let the daughter fight the father. I don't know what their expressions will be if they know that this is a Tian's daughter. Tianjioyo recognized Shujio. Although he had only seen her once or twice, a child as special as Shujio would be unforgettable to anyone. Chapter 1222. Lin Shen looked at Lao Tai nervously. Lao Tai held the watch he had repaired in his hand, and pressed the transmission button. Lao Tai's memory had not been fully restored. He was not sure whether he could repair the watch. He just had to try it, otherwise they would not be able to leave the ancient realm. Fortunately, many transmission points were repaired on the watch. Although not as many as the intact one, it was enough for them to be transmitted to the immortal court. The watch exuded strange energy, distorting time and space, and the two people disappeared instantly. When they appeared again, Lin Shen found that they had arrived at a planet with gravity, so weak that it was almost negligible. Success? Lin Shen was overjoyed, and heard a continuous sound coming from the communicator. Someone sent a lot of information. Lin Shen quickly took a look and found that it was sent by Tianjioyo. This is the communicator that Lin Shen usually uses. There is no way to realize communication between the immortal court and the ancient realm, so the information should have been sent before. After Lin Shen was transmitted to the immortal court, these information will be received. Why did he send so many messages? Lin Shen was a little confused. After opening it, he almost jumped up with excitement. Second brother, don't look for it anymore. Shujio has been found. Lin Shen quickly showed the message sent by Tianjioyo to Lao Tai. Let's go and pick Shujio up. Lao Tai can be said to be doting on Xiaojio, and doesn't want to wait any longer. Second brother, don't worry. Tianjioyo said that those people want to pass their skills to Xiaojio. It's not too late for us to wait for a while. Lin Shen said. We can teach Xiaojio, so why do we need their skills? Lao Tai didn't take those people seriously at all. During this period, he had been teaching Xiaojio personally. Xiaojio was so young, but she had already entered the lawless world. What skills were nothing in front of lawless world? Second brother, take a look at this first. Lin Shen scrolled down the message sent by Tianjioyo, which contained a description of the heaven-defying sword sutra. Those people only knew that Tianjioyo was powerful, but they didn't know that Tianjioyo was the Dharma king of the space system. Tianjioyo used his space ability to spy on Jian Lao teaching Xiaojio the heaven-defying sword sutra. Because Xiaojio couldn't speak yet, and couldn't understand too many words, Jian Lao could only use his own power to penetrate Xiaojio's body, and assist Xiaojio in practicing the heaven-defying sword sutra. Originally, Jian Lao just wanted to lay a foundation for Xiaojio, and then she would really start practicing the heaven-defying sword sutra when she grew up. Who would have thought that only guided auxiliary training could make Xiaojio's body run the heaven-defying sword sutra on its own? Xiaojio actually mastered the holding technique that others could not learn. Jian Lao wanted to use his strength to push Xiaojio's heaven-defying sword sutra again, but he was directly hit by the sword energy, and his whole body was covered with sword marks. This was because Xiaojio had no hostility towards him. It was just the automatic reaction of the heaven-defying sword sutra. Jian Lao, who was seriously injured, was not angry, but danced with excitement. Xiaojio has such a strong physique and talent. I believe that it will not take many years for her to soar into the sky. It is only a matter of time to defeat Lin Shen. Tianjioyo sent a picture of the heaven-defying sword sutra automatically reacting, triggering the sword energy to injure Jian Lao. Lin Shen and Lao Tai saw the real horror of the heaven-defying sword chi at a glance, and even they were a little surprised. Lin Shen's 100% sure win formula can be said to be the ultimate embodiment of computing power. And Lao Tai's lawlessness is a kind of power that can destroy order and law. It can be said that lawlessness and the 100% sure win formula are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. In theory, lawlessness can better restrain the 100% sure win formula, but whether it is so in actual application depends on personal cultivation and use. However, there is a prerequisite for practicing lawlessness, which is to be able to feel the order and law of the universe. Knowing it first, and then breaking it is the real lawlessness. Lin Shen couldn't be a prophet before, so he couldn't be lawless. Now his 100% sure win formula has taken another path. He doesn't destroy the law of order, but uses the law of order instead. It is two extremes from lawlessness. They are all people who know the law of order very well. What the sword energy against the sky shows makes them a little surprised. Whether it is control or destruction, you must first understand the law of order. Lawlessness is also knowing it first, and then breaking it. But the heaven-defying sword energy on Shujio reversed the law of order, which was incredible and simply unbelievable. Can time and space really be traced back? Lin Shan looked at Lao Tai and asked. No. Lao Tai answered affirmatively. Time and space cannot be traced back, and even time itself does not exist. The so-called time travel back to the past or to the future is impossible to do. Even the Time King and Space King cannot really travel back to the past and the future. And E, who is in the dual system of time and space, actually uses the law of time, which is just a displacement of energy in time and space, and cannot really reverse time and space. But if the power in Shujio can really reverse the order of the entire universe, can it really go back to the past or go to the future? Lin Shan and Lao Tai both know that reversal is impossible, but Shujio has similar signs. Although it is only a very weak reversal, this kind of thing is the most difficult step from nothing to something. Once you have it, there are infinite possibilities. That sword scripture against the sky, it is something. Lao Tai was not as anxious to pick up Shujio as before. His thinking is different from that of ordinary people. If Jian Lao and the others hurt Shujio, he would go up and kill them without saying a word. But now, not only did they not hurt Shujio, but they taught Shujio such a strange skill. Lao Tai would never kill people to take away the power, so he was a little troubled. Let alone whether Lin Shan was willing to let him go, Lao Tai was unwilling to let Shujio be separated from him. Seeing Lao Tai's hesitation, Lin Shan smiled and said, though those people are not high-ranking, they are all in their own ancient worlds. They are all rare geniuses in ancient and modern times. The methods they created also have their own mysteries. It's not bad to let Xiao Jiao learn from them. Tian Sun will be worried. Lao Tai also learned to say things that are not what he means. It is obvious that he does not want to be separated from Xiao Jiao. It's not difficult. Tian Jiao said that he can teach Xiao Jiao alone one day every month, and then he can bring Xiao Jiao back to meet us. Lin Shan said. Too short. Lao Tai said. Not short, we can change the time of Jingxing. 1 month inside the star, 1 day outside the star. Xiao Jiao is inside for 1 month, but actually only 1 day has passed outside. On the day Xiao Jiao comes out, we can reverse the time. 1 month outside the star, only 1 day has passed inside. Lin Shan smiled. Can you control the law of time? Lao Tai looked at Lin Shan with some surprise and asked. It's uncontrollable, but there's no need to really change the time. Just make them feel like a month has passed. I can still do that. Lin Shan smiled and opened his folding fan, shaking it twice, as if he had a plan in mind. Chapter 12:23. To judge time, you need a reference. If there is no reference, the concept of time will become very vague. The most primitive reference is the sun, the moon and the stars. The rising and setting of the sun is a day. There is no moon on the Jingxing star. The Jingxi galaxy has only one star. The Jingxing star revolves around the star. The rising and setting of the sun is a day. The length of this day is less than 5 minutes different from the length of a day in the universe. Lin Shan used his supreme power to affect the rotation speed of the Jingxing star, and he could lengthen or shorten the length of a day at will. Of course, just like this, it is impossible to make people on the Jingxing star have a time illusion, so the inheritance fan is needed. Almost all the people who have ascended to the immortal court recently have watched the inheritance skills demonstrated by the world god. In other words, they are more or less stained with the edge of the inheritance skills. This can be seen from the recent surge in the attributes of the inheritance fan. Now the attributes of the inheritance fan are higher than Lin Shan himself. Originally, practicing the inheritance technique, apart from increasing the power of the inheritance fan, had no negative effects. However, the inheritance technique they had seen and learned was actually modified by the Trinity Realm God, and it also contained some characteristics of Lin Shan himself, the Fatebreaker, and the Three Realms divine art. Lin Shan came to the outside of the well star alone, summoned the Realm God, and gave the inheritance fan to the Realm God for use. The folding fan was suspended in front of the Realm God, emitting a strange light. As it slowly opened, the words on the fan became brighter and brighter. The Realm God's 3 heads and 6 eyes were all staring at the folding fan. 6 beams of light shot onto the folding fan, and the light words on the folding fan suddenly spread out like a peacock opening its tail, covering the outside of the well star. The people on Jingxing only felt that the stars were particularly bright today. They could see the stars twinkling even in the daytime. They felt strange, but they only suspected that it was a monitoring or defense system made by gods. Many people on Jingxing took turns to teach Shujio. They found that although Shujio was too young and usually crawled, she could actually stand up and imitate various difficult movements. And because she couldn't understand too many words, these people could only use demonstration movements to slowly teach Shujio some things. The crazy woman taught her cosmic psychic art, the god taught her the hand of God, and the old sword could only teach her swordsmanship because the sword scripture against the sky could no longer be taught. At the beginning, only a few people joined this plan, and later more and more people joined. Mainly because Shujio learned everything too quickly. Shujio learned the one-yuan swordsmanship of the old sword after only watching it once. It was useless to just learn the moves of the god's hand, but Shujio was able to perform the secrets of the god's hand just by imitating his movements, and it only took 3 or 4 days. Because they really didn't know what to teach anymore, so they let more people join. Finally, it was Tianjio's turn to teach Shujio alone. Tianjio took Shujio back to the cave where he lived, sealed the cave with a secret technique, and contacted Lin Shen. Lin Shen brought Xiaoyu to the cave, and asked Xiaoyu to stay here to guard the cave, and not let others break in. He took Shujio and Tianjio and teleported back to Jingmei Star first. When Lao Tai saw Shujio coming back, his eyebrows, which had not been relaxed, finally relaxed, and he held Shujio in his arms. You have suffered so much these days, and have not been able to eat well. Eat something quickly first, you are hungry and thin. Why did Shujio grow wings on her back? Lin Shen asked Tianjio. Xiaojio didn't have this celestial feature before. When I saw Shujio there, I was worried that there would be trouble, so I used a secret technique to activate the celestial blood in Shujio's body, letting them know that Shujio was not a god. Otherwise, I couldn't beat so many people alone. There are too many restrictions on Jingxing. I can't run away, and there is no place to hide. I can only resort to this last resort. Tianjio explained. Thanks to you this time, otherwise Shujio would be in trouble. Lin Shen was not too worried that Shujio would be injured. Shujio carried a wine gourd on her body, and her body contained extremely powerful energy. It was not easy for ordinary gods to hurt her. There were probably not many people on Jingxing who could hurt Shujio. If they really angered Shujio, they might be the ones who got hurt. But Shujio was just a baby after all, and her thinking was immature. It was inevitable that she would suffer some pain. With Tianjio around, Shujio not only did not suffer, but also learned a lot. Shujio saw Just Saichi, and looked at them curiously. She broke free from Laodi's arms, and crawled towards them. She hugged Shujio's neck, and then climbed onto Shujio's back. The white tiger Xiaojio had a high IQ. It already understood that Shujio was Lin Shen's child. It let Shujio climb onto its back, and carried Shujio around the teleportation station. The speed was getting faster and faster, which made Shujio laugh. Shujio and the white tiger Shujio got along very well. She even took out her wine gourd and poured wine for the white tiger Shujio to drink. Lin Shen was a little worried that Baihu Shujio could not withstand the energy in the wine, but he did not expect that after Baihu Shujio drank it, he was fine. He just got drunk in a short while and fell asleep there. Lin Shen and Lao Tai planned to take Shujio back and send her to Jingxing to study next time. Instead of teaching herself, it would be better to let them teach. After all, Lin Shen and Lao Tai were not very good at teaching people. They could only speak out their own feelings directly. Whether others could understand or not was their own problem. In contrast, the people on Jingxing were much more patient. After all, they depended on Xiaojio to save their lives. When they were about to go back, Xiaojio held Baihu Xiaojio tightly, as if she was holding a beloved plush toy. Lin Shen had to take Jus and Duchi back with him, so that they could keep Shujio company. Lin Shen found that such a life was not bad. He and Tianxuan only needed to accompany Shujio, and the teaching of Shujio was done by his second brother Lao Tai and the people on Jingxing. It was really free and easy. Lao Tai still didn't feel at ease with Xiaojio, so he asked Lin Shen to take him to Jingxing. Even during the time in Jingxing, he had to accompany Xiaojio, which really cared more about her than Lin Shen and Tianxuan. While Lin Shen was enjoying himself, Catherine's life was not so easy. She had been waiting for news from Lin Shen, hoping that Lin Shen could cooperate with her. Who knew that after waiting again and again, there was no news from Lin Shen. But the higher-ups gave her another order to control Lin Shen's family at all costs. Catherine looked at the order with a changing expression. They want to control Lin Shen's family. Is Lin Shen going to betray the god-making clan? Or are they afraid that Spada can't be controlled? Catherine felt that this was a rare opportunity, but if she made a bad choice, she might be doomed. Chapter 1224. Lin Shen was originally happy to have a family reunion, and he has been working hard for a second child recently. Seeing that Xiaojio has such good genes, he can't waste them in vain. It would be good to contribute more excellent genes to the universe. But on this day, he suddenly received a message from Red Heart A, asking him to meet on June Star, which made Lin Shan frown secretly. June Star is an uninhabitable planet in the undeveloped star field. With Catherine's power and ability, there is actually no need to choose such a place to meet. What do you want to see me about? Lin Shan replied a message and asked. When he was able to return to the ancient realm, the god-making ancestor did not seem to know. I think Catherine did not report it, and she still needed to deal with it. It was better to conceal it for a while. When he was promoted to immortal, or when Xiaoye and Xiaona took good care of the great emperor's artifact, there would be no more scruples. Important matters require face-to-face talks. Catherine did not say it clearly. Lin Shan pondered for a moment, and agreed to meet Catherine. When he arrived at June Star, he saw Catherine was already waiting. June Star has no atmosphere to protect it, and there is a meteorite belt nearby, so meteorites fall on the planet from time to time. After colliding with special rocks on the planet, strange electric sparks are produced, and even spherical or even liquid lightning is produced. You must be wondering why I chose to meet here? Catherine glanced at the lightning around and said with a smile. You didn't know it before, and it's hard not to know it now. You are afraid that our meeting will be spied on. Lin Shan realized that this time Catherine came to him. I'm afraid there was really something important. June Star has a special magnetic field. Whether it is technology or ghost magic, it is difficult to see here. Catherine paused and said, I came to you to take a gamble. The bet is my life and property. What do you want to bet? Lin Shan frowned and looked at Catherine. Bet on you. Catherine smiled. Bet on me. Lin Shan frowned even more. Catherine's words proved that there must be some major event related to him. The higher-ups have issued an order to control your family at all costs, especially Tinshuan and your daughter. Catherine directly said the content of the order. Lin Shan's eyes flashed a chill when he heard this. After he learned about the origins of the God-making clan, he was not very averse to the God-making clan. He just wanted to survive in this world. It was enough to protect his family. He had no intention of participating in the dispute between the God-making clan and the Immortal Court. He just wanted to muddle through. I didn't expect that the tiger had no intention of hurting people, but people wanted to hurt the tiger. What do they want to do? Lin Shan asked indifferently, but he had already made up his mind. If the God-making clan really gave such an order, then from now on, he would go all out to eradicate the God-making clan. No matter whether he is righteous or evil, if he threatens his family, he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Here is the original text. What do they want to do? You can weigh it yourself. Catherine threw a yellow talisman to Lin Shan, and then said, I have paid a lot of price for keeping the God-making talisman. You know how difficult it is to keep this thing, and prevent it from self-destructing. Catherine still regarded Lin Shan as the Ace of Spades. She just thought that Ace of Spades had a disagreement with the high-level leaders of the God-making clan, or was excluded by the high-level leaders, so he was targeted by the high-level leaders and asked to control his family. Lin Shan didn't know what the God-making talisman was, but the content written on the talisman was exactly the same as what Catherine said. He put the God-making talisman away, and planned to find a way to find the great priest Sher to learn about the God-making talisman. You told me this, aren't you afraid of their revenge? Lin Shan looked at Catherine and asked. So I want to gamble, and it's my life. I put everything on you. What do you say? Catherine said casually. You gamble a lot. Lin Shan was indeed a little surprised that Catherine would choose this way. The risk is indeed great, but I can't stay in this place forever. I'm tired of seeing the faces of those people. Even if it's risky, I have to fight for myself once. Catherine looked at Lin Shan and said, Come with me to the underwater city. As long as we get the treasure of the ancient king, we will have the capital to compete with those guys, especially in this ancient world. They need to pay a huge price to come here. It's impossible to send too many people. We don't need to look at their faces at all. After we digest those treasures, we don't have to be afraid of them anymore. There is no place in the universe that we can't go. Lin Shan saw that Catherine's emotions did not seem to be false, but the treasure of the ancient king had been obtained by him. Those ultimate artifacts were in his chaos bell, and he was already using the ghost marriage method to tame them one by one. It was unlikely that the underwater city that Catherine mentioned still had any treasure of the ancient king. How can you be sure that the place is where the ancient king of the world buried the treasure? Lin Shan never understood why Catherine was so sure that there was the ancient king of the world's treasure there. The little information she had could not give her such great confidence. Lin Shan had also been to the undersea city, but he did not see anything there that was related to the ancient king of the world. I once told you that the great demon King Zhong Buhan is the ancestor of my lineage, and has a blood relationship with me, Catherine said. Remember. Although Lin Shan's memory was not good, He still remembered such an important thing, because he always suspected that the great demon King Zhongbuhin was the Little Wine Emperor, and part of the function of his finger sand came from the condemnation left by Zhongbuhin. What I didn't tell you is that the blood relationship I mentioned does not refer to this body, but my real body, Catherine said calmly. Lin Shen wanted to ask what your real body is, but he held back to avoid revealing his true identity. Catherine continued to talk to herself. I originally had the blood of the white tiger among the 4 ultimate beasts, and the great demon King Zhongbuhin is the body of the white tiger among the 4 ultimate beasts. Lin Shen was slightly startled. Isn't the white tiger bloodline in the fairy court? How can it be in the ancient world? Why it is here I don't know, but one thing is certain, there is the blood power of the white tiger in the underwater city. I think the great demon King Zhongbuhin must be dead or trapped there. Catherine said, you can trust me on this point, I will never be wrong. Lin Shen naturally believed Catherine, because he really went in, and saw what Zhongbuhin left inside, but he couldn't be sure whether Zhongbuhin himself was in the underwater city. But whether the great demon King Zhongbuhin is in the underwater city, what does it have to do with whether there is the treasure of the ancient world king there? Lin Shen was still puzzled. Of course there is a connection. Zhongbuhin is one of the 10 great generals under the ancient king of the world. Catherine's words confused Lin Shen. This sentence seemed to overturn all his previous speculations, and suddenly made Lin Shen's relatively clear thoughts become confused. Chapter 1225. Lin Shen had figured out before that the ancient king of the realm had made a bet with the little emperor of wine, and won the little emperor of wine's accumulated microcosm, and the little emperor of wine might be the great demon King Zhongbuhin. But now Catherine said that the great demon king was one of the 10 great generals under the ancient king of the realm, so the great demon king should not be the little emperor of wine. The great demon king and the little emperor of wine are not the same person, and the great demon king's skills are in the underwater city. Is it really possible that there are things left by the ancient king of the realm in the underwater city? Lin Shen couldn't figure out the relationship between them for a while, and looked at Catherine in deep thought. Catherine continued, whether the great demon king is buried in the underwater city or guarding it, it must have an inseparable relationship with the ancient king. Among the 10 great generals, the great demon king is the closest to the ancient king. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are inseparable. If the ancient king dies, the great demon king is the most likely person to know where he is buried, and he may even be the keeper of the ancient king's grave. Lin Shen still did not speak, but secretly communicated with Xiaona through the art of voice transmission, asking Xiaona about the great demon king. Xiaona, do you know the great demon king among the 10 great generals? Lin Shen asked. There is no great demon king among the 10 great generals. Xiaona quickly sent a voice message back to Lin Shen. Is Catherine lying to me? Lin Shen frowned secretly, and then sent a message to Xiaona. Are you sure that there is no great demon king Zhongbuhin among the 10 great generals? You said Zhongbuhin, yes, there is him, but what the hell is the great demon king? Zhongbuhin's title is White Tiger God General. We all call him Uncle White Tiger. Xiaona said. That's right. Lin Shen nodded slightly. It seemed that Catherine did not lie to him. It was just that Xiaona did not know why Zhong Wuqing was called the Great Demon King. What is the relationship between Zhong Wuhan and the previous life? Lin Shen asked again. Very good. Uncle Baihu was the person you trusted most in your previous life. You usually brought Uncle Baihu with you. Xiaona said, recalling the past. I have decided to take a gamble now. What do you say? Catherine looked at Lin Shen and said. Then let's go to the undersea city. Lin Shen decided to find out what was going on. After the matter is done, take me out of the ancient world when I need it. Catherine put forward her conditions. Deal? Lin Shen agreed. Taking someone out was not a difficult task for him now. After confirming the cooperation, Lin Shen asked Catherine when she would go to the underwater city. Catherine pointed to the ground and said, Now. Is the underwater city here? Lin Shen understood what Catherine meant. I asked you to come here not just to avoid being heard. Catherine showed a sly smile, then clenched her fist and punched the ground. A drill-like light appeared on her fist, and the light went directly into the ground, creating a bottomless hole in the ground, as if it penetrated the planet. The power of this punch was unparalleled, and at the same time it was extremely restrained. The deep hole was straight down, with a diameter of about 1 meter, and the fracture was as smooth as a knife cut. It can be seen that Catherine's power and ability are very terrifying, not just an ordinary immortal. Catherine jumped directly into the deep hole, and Lin Shen followed her in. They fell down to an unknown depth, probably tens of thousands of meters, and Lin Shen saw a liquid like sea water under his feet. Catherine had already fallen into the sea water, and Linshan fell down with her, and found that this place was actually like a huge ocean, but this ocean was wrapped inside the planet. There was no beach or sky here, and outside the sea water was a rock crystal-like crust. This is a geocentric sea. I used the blood of the great demon as a tracer, and learned that the underwater city moved here in time and space. Catherine walked forward in the sea water, while transmitting a message to Linshan. Linshan followed Catherine, and at the speed of the two, they soon saw the underwater city towed by a giant turtle. In this crystal-clear underwater world, the huge turtle and the huge city connected to the turtle by iron chains gave people an extremely shocking feeling. When Linshan saw the thinker on the ancient tower in the center of the city, he was 100% sure that this was the ancient city he had been to. The statue on the top of the tower should be a guard set up by the ancient king of the world. It has terrifying power. I am no match for it alone. It was because of it that I was unable to enter the city several times. Let's work together to find a way to get rid of the statue. Catherine pointed at the statue of the thinker and said. Linshan had seen the power of the statue of the thinker before, but at that time, he did not have a clear concept of his power. He only knew that it was very strong, but it was hard to say how strong it was without a reference. However, when Linshan entered the underwater city, the thinker did not attack them. When he came out, he embarrassed them for a while, but he did not really attack them. At that time, the thinker also gave him the coordinates of the underwater city. Linshan remembered that the thinker called the underwater city the king of the realm prison city. Before Catherine made a move, she saw that the thinker, who looked like a statue, slowly came to life, opened a pair of blood-red eyes, and stood up at the same time. What's going on? We haven't entered the scope of the underwater city yet. How come he was activated? Catherine looked puzzled. In the past, she would enter the scope of the underwater city, and the statue would come alive. You are back. Have you found the answer to the question? The thinker statue looked at Linshan with a pair of blood-red eyes, and slowly spoke. You have been here? Does he recognize you? Catherine stared at Linshan in a daze, her eyes full of confusion and surprise. She came here so many times, and the thinker never talked to her. She didn't know that the thinker could communicate with people. Didn't I tell you? This is where the criticism comes from. Linshan said calmly, then looked at the thinker statue and said, I don't know if this is the answer. I have seen intelligent brains that have turned into humans outside, and I have also seen people who have gradually turned into intelligent brains. So, what is your answer? The thinker statue continued to ask. There is no answer. Being alive is being alive. When you are thinking about whether you are alive, you are actually already alive, Linshan said. After hearing Linshan's answer, the red light in the thinker statue's eyes slightly subsided, and he lowered his head like a person thinking. After a long time, the thinker statue raised his head again and looked at Linshan and said, I can't judge whether your answer is correct, so you need to verify your answer yourself. As he spoke, the thinker statue jumped down from the top of the tower and landed in front of the door of the ancient tower. He stood in front of the door, his eyes facing the tower door. A strange light pattern suddenly appeared on the tower door, flashing like a screen. After a moment, a voice came from the tower door. Verification passed. King Kai's prison tower is open. Chapter 1226. Linshan and Catherine looked at each other, entered the ancient city together, came to the tower gate, looked inside, and were stunned. Inside the tower were metal pillars, each with a person locked on it, hundreds of people. After a closer look, Linshan found a clue. Those locked on the metal pillars were not flesh and blood humans, but more like wax figures with shiny skin. Enter the tower, reach the 7th floor, and you can take away the treasure of the king of the realm prison city. The thinker said to Linshan. What treasure? Who left it here? Linshan asked. If you can reach the 7th floor, you will know it naturally. If you can't reach it, there is no need to know it. The thinker said. You should tell me who you are, right? Linshan looked at the thinker and asked. I'm just a statue that can think, that's all. The thinker glanced at the gate of the king of the realm prison tower. This gate will be closed in less than a minute. You can decide whether to go in or not. Linshan and Catherine looked at each other, and then they walked into the tower. Whose wax figures are these? Linshan stood in the tower, looked back at the thinker outside the gate and asked. Those are not wax figures, they are the oil corpses of the king of the realm. The king of the realm captured from different ancient realms. I don't know their names. The oil corpses of the king of the realm. Linshan was a little puzzled. What exactly are the oil corpses? The one who points to the sky and divides the earth is the king of the realm. Since ancient times, there are no more kings of the realm in the universe. That's because all the kings of the realm who point to the sky and divide the earth have either been killed or imprisoned in this king of the realm prison city. The kings of the realm, who can be imprisoned in the king of the realm prison tower, are irreplaceable among the kings of the realm, and can leave behind amazing works. Lin Shen's face changed slightly when he heard this. Who killed the realm king, and who imprisoned them? The ancient realm king? Yes. The thinker answered. Why did he do this? Lin Shen couldn't understand why the ancient realm king did this. No wonder there was not even a realm king among so many people from the ancient realm district who ascended to the immortal court. It turned out that not only Lin Shen's ancient realm district had no realm king, but other ancient realms districts also had no realm king. Pointing to the sky and drawing the earth, it is the dividing line of the ancient realm area. The so-called realm king is just a tool used by the god-making clan to rule the ancient realm area. Most of the first realm kings were puppets of the god-making clan. Although some real human realm kings were born later, they were only a minority of the minority. In order to get rid of the rule of the god-making clan, the ancient realm king led 10 generals to conquer the heavens and all realms, killed countless realm kings, and imprisoned some of the realm kings here, suffering day and night until they ran out of oil and turned into oil corpses. What remains here is just the oiled body of the realm king. When the thinker spoke, the door had slowly closed, cutting off all contact with the outside world. The great emperor ruled the immortal court. The god-making clan wanted to break the rule of the god-making clan and take back their freedom. But what is the difference between their rule over the ancient realm area and the great emperor's rule over the immortal court? Lin Shen shook his head and said. Now Lin Shen finally had a complete picture of the entire history. The first humans destroyed themselves in the virus war, and the 6 intelligent brains evolved on their own, explored the universe, and established the immortal court. Then the great emperor's intelligent brain resurrected humans, and used human genes to create humanoid creatures in the ancient world. The great emperor's intelligent brain was not satisfied with resurrecting humans with defects, and in pursuit of perfection, it created immortals. The first immortal betrayed and founded the god-making clan, and also separated the immortal court from the heavens and the myriad worlds. The god-making clan became the real ruler of the ancient realm, but the immortal court could no longer extend its power into the ancient realm. Later, because of the appearance of the ancient realm king, the god-making clan's rule over the ancient realm was broken. Now it is not easy for the god-making clan to enter the ancient realm. After Lin Shen sorted out the whole context, he felt something was wrong. There was no problem with the rest, but he still couldn't figure out why there were 2 or more different immortal courts. If the 6 emperors' intelligences have been reincarnated, then what is the Jade Emperor he saw in that strange fairy court? Whose finger did he summon later? Even if he saw the Emperor's clone disguised by the immortals in the fairy camp, and the finger was also made by the people in the fairy camp, what is the fairy court itself? It is not the current fairy court at all. Thinking over and over again, I always feel that something is wrong, but I can't tell what is wrong. What is this? While Lin Shen was thinking, he suddenly heard Catherine's surprised voice. Lin Shen looked at where Catherine was, and found that Catherine was staring at a metal pillar that locked the king of the world and looking at it carefully. Lin Shen's eyesight was so strong that when he opened his sight, he could see clearly that there were densely packed small characters engraved on the pillar. The king of the Wanyang ancient realm has been imprisoned here for more than 103.4 million years. All his energy has been drained and drawn into the realm king's life-locking stake. Lin Shen looked around and saw that there were such inscriptions on each metal stake. The name of each realm king was different, and they should be from different ancient realms. The ancient realm king brought these realm kings back and imprisoned them here to extract their energy. I think the energy of these realm kings must be extraordinary, but I don't know what it is used for. Catherine looked at the hundreds of metal stakes here and thought they were the realm king lock stakes written on the inscriptions. After studying for a while, she didn't find out how to use the realm king lock stakes to extract the energy in these lock stakes. Lin Shen felt cold in his heart. These realm kings were kept here for more than 100 million years, and their energy was constantly extracted. This made these realm kings unable to live or die, and finally turned into oil shells alive. What a cruel method. On second thought, the energy in these lock stakes is an unimaginable astronomical figure. With more than 100 million years of energy accumulation, it is not possible for ordinary people to absorb the energy here and instantly ascend to the fairy court in broad daylight, or even directly reach the upper level. I just don't know if the energy in these life-locking piles has been taken away. If not, Lin Shen wondered if he could use such a huge amount of energy to impact the immortal level again. His body could never transcend the nirvana level, which was always a worry. When facing the emperor level, there might be some problems. When the two were observing the life-locking piles, They saw the ceiling light up and cast a beam of light, and a human figure appeared in the light. Lin Shan only took a glance and recognized that it was the projection of the ancient king of the world. It was exactly the same image he had seen before. Even the style of the gold-rimmed glasses on his face was the same. Are you ready to be the enemy of the entire universe? The corners of the ancient king of the world showed a strange smile. Chapter 1227. Is it the same routine? Lin Shan couldn't help complaining when he heard this familiar line. When he was taking the things from the 3 treasure boxes before, he persuaded again and again. Now he is using this trick again. Who can be persuaded by this? When Lin Shan was about to answer, he saw that the hundreds of life-locking stakes that locked the king of the realm all lit up, emitting terrifying power fluctuations. The power fluctuations on each life-locking stake were different. The energy of hundreds of life-locking stakes mixed together not only did not appear chaotic, but also did not conflict with each other. Instead, after the fluctuations blended with each other, an incredible resonance was produced. The fluctuations on the life-locking pillar became stronger and stronger, but the projection of the ancient king of the realm still smiled at Lin Shan and said, "What should I call you? My reincarnation? Or the new generation of the ancient king of the realm? It doesn't matter which one it is. After you accept the baptism of the power of the king of the realm's life-locking pillar, you will recover the memory of your previous life. You are me and I am you, and there is no distinction between us." Lin Shan and Catherine's faces turned very ugly. Catherine said, "This guy is crazy. He left such a video without a beginning or an end. He is too self-righteous. It may be dangerous here. Let's go out first." Lin Shan raised his hand to make a gun shape and shot at the tower gate. Originally thought that with the characteristics of the super base shooting, breaking the tower gate is not a problem. But soon Lin Shan found that the finger sand he shot could not reach the tower gate at all. Under the resonance of the strange power of the king of the realm, although the sand between the fingers was still moving forward, time and space seemed to be stretched for a period of time. The speed of the sand between the fingers was even slower than the crawling of a snail. At this speed, it was unknown how long it would take to rush to the door. Not good. Lin Shan's mind moved, and he directly sacrificed the Chaos Bell, wanting to use the power of the Chaos Bell to break the energy resonance of the King Kai's locking pillar. But when the Chaos Bell appeared, all the King Kai's locking pillars fluctuated more violently, and the metal piles began to make a buzzing sound. In just a moment, energy like the ocean poured into Lin Shan's energy from all directions. Catherine's light bloomed, and she was ready to fight against the terrifying energy with Lin Shan, who knew that all the energy did not touch her body at all, as if she was treated as air, and just rushed into Lin Shan's body crazily. Could it be? Could it be that the Ace of Spades is the reincarnation of the ancient King Kai? Catherine suddenly had this incredible thought in her mind. Although it feels ridiculous, it is difficult to explain the current situation except for this possibility. With the ability and scheming of the ancient King Kai, he would never make a mistake about his reincarnation. He must have gone through countless calculations before leaving behind the design of the King Kai prison tower. He spent so much money and effort, and spent so much time to continuously extract the power of many world kings. It is impossible for him to do it for others. Then he thought that Lin Shan could actually communicate with the guardian of the underwater city. The guardian only asked one question, and let them in without even judging right or wrong. Now the energy in the World King's life-locking pile is still aimed at Lin Shan alone, and only infused into Lin Shan. Obviously, they came in together, but Catherine did not get any energy. Unless Lin Shan is the reincarnation of the ancient World King, Catherine doesn't know how to explain all this. Catherine suddenly realized that the Ace of Spades was the reincarnation of the ancient king of the world. She might not get anything this time, and her life might be in danger. Who would have thought that the Ace of Spades of the God-building clan was actually the reincarnation of the mortal enemy, the ancient king of the world? This move was too vicious and cruel. No one except a ruthless person like the ancient king of the world would dare to do such a thing and reincarnate under the nose of the enemy. If the created race discovered his true identity before he grew up, he would die without a burial place. But now it seems that he won the bet. The God-building clan has been looking for so many years, and has not been able to find the reincarnation of the ancient king of the world. They never thought that he would be in the God-building clan. Catherine's face was uncertain, not knowing whether she should take action to stop the ancient king of the world from awakening. The ancient king of the world should not have expected that someone would come here with his reincarnation. If he took action now, he might not only be able to stop the reincarnation from awakening, but also severely injure or even kill the ancient king of the world. After thinking for a moment, Catherine bit her lip and stepped back, not attacking Lin Shan. Even if she killed the reincarnation of the ancient world king, She would not get much benefit from the pressure from the great king. Since she had decided to risk her life, this seemed to be a good result. Lin Shan was the ancient world king, and he already knew that she was going to betray the godmakers. In addition, she had the blood of the 10 great warriors, so it should not be difficult for Lin Shan to accept her. The ancient world king had just awakened, and he would definitely need manpower. She was now joining the ancient world king, and she was also considered a founding member, which was a way out. But she was still a little unwilling to get the inheritance of the ancient world king. But no matter how unwilling she was, Catherine could still distinguish the importance of the matter. She decided to wait for Lin Shan to awaken the memory of the ancient king of the realm and continue to cooperate with him. Lin Shan only felt that his whole body was full of energy, as if it was about to explode. The energy in each king of the realm locking pillar was the sum of the energy collected by the king of the realm for hundreds of millions of years. The horror of its energy was not inferior to that of the upper gods, and it was even more powerful. The energy of hundreds of upper gods rushed into Lin Shan's body together, and the effect produced was not just this much, because these hundreds of energies were completely different, and they blended harmoniously together, producing a strange resonance. This resonance continued into Lin Shan's body, as if some kind of switch was turned on, causing Lin Shan's whole body to vibrate. It was not only Lin Shan's body that was vibrating, but also his 3-star system and law array, which were now affected by the damn resonance and began to vibrate violently. Lin Shan tried desperately to digest the energy that poured into his body, but not only could he not digest it, but as more and more energy poured in, the 3-star system could no longer bear it, and was about to be shaken apart. Damn it! Lin Shan was horrified. Although his body was already very strong, without the control of the 3-star system, he would definitely not be able to control so much energy. At that time, his fate would be to explode and die. Previously, he wanted to use this energy to ascend to immortality, but now he had to think about how to save his life. Lin Shan also thought that he might have been mistaken for the ancient world king. After all, this was not the first time. He really didn't know what triggered the setting here, causing him to be mistaken for the reincarnation of the ancient world king. The little chaos bell. Little Yi and Little Na. Or the 3 realms divine art that I practiced. The theory of evolution. The Sutra of Immortality. Stepping on the immortal courtyard. Lin Shan suddenly felt that there seemed to be too many things related to the ancient king of the realm on him. If he could have so many things in one body, and said that he was not the reincarnation of the ancient king of the realm, even Lin Shan himself felt that it was too coincidental. Chapter 1228. Now is not the time to study these things. If I can't find a way to dissolve the energy entering my body, it will only take a moment for my body to burst. Lin Shan's mind raced. The 3-star system was a weapon he used to control the energy that he could not bear, but this time the energy was too terrifying. Even the 3-star system was about to collapse. It could not last too long, but Lin Shan still had no countermeasures. Now Lin Shan could only combine the power of the Fate Breaker and the Inheritance Fan to desperately maintain the operation of the 3-star system. Unfortunately, the power of the 3 combined was like a drop in the ocean, and could not play a big role at all. Lin Shan directly summoned the Boundary God, and his body was immediately enveloped by the 3-headed and 6-armed Boundary God. He borrowed the power of the Boundary God to strengthen the 3-star system. The 3-star system, which was affected by the power of ghosts and gods, had an upper limit at this time that exceeded the upper level. Although it did not reach the Emperor level, it could be regarded as half a step into the Emperor level. As soon as the Realm God appeared, the resonance of the energy became stronger, and the situation became worse. This surprised Lin Shan, and he immediately thought of something. The Realm God was born from the theory of the 3 realms divine art. Although it is just a shell, it is no longer the 3 realms divine art in essence, but after all, it is a shell of the 3 realms divine art. I am afraid this is also the calculation of the ancient realm king. The situation is getting worse and worse, but Lin Shan has no other way. He has even asked Xiaoya, Xiaona and Zimming Butterfly Girl if there is any way, but the answer he got is negative. They don't know how to solve the current problem. The 3-star system is on the verge of collapse. Once the 3-star system collapses, the terrifying energy that flows into the body will instantly shatter Lin Shan's body, and it is impossible to stop it even for a second. What to do? How can I get rid of the current situation? Lin Shan's brain started to work, thinking about various possibilities, but he still had no idea. No, I must calm down. There must be a solution. Lin Shan forced himself to calm down. The ancient king left such a terrifying energy, not to kill people, but to make his own reincarnation stronger. There must be a way to digest this energy. Lin Shan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If I were the ancient king, how would I design it so that my reincarnation could digest and absorb this energy? First of all, I have to determine my reincarnation. Any mechanism may be cracked, so the safest way is to find a close relative and let them judge their reincarnation. Lin Shan suddenly felt enlightened and figured out many things that he had never thought about carefully before. The Xiaoya and Xiaona he got at the beginning, as well as the Immortal Sutra and the Immortal Court, and the theory of evolution were taken away by his brother, and finally fell into his hands. In other words, these are the basics. Xiaoya and Xiaona are the people that the ancient King Kai uses to determine his reincarnation. Being able to practice these three techniques is the basis for determining the reincarnation. Xiaoya and Xiaona are a further guarantee. After they approve, they can give Lin Shan the watch, so that Lin Shan can be teleported to the second King Kai planet, where he can obtain the three realms' divine art and those ultimate artifacts. After meeting these conditions, you can come to the undersea city, pass the approval of the thinker, enter the King Kai prison tower, obtain the energy left by the ancient King Kai, and make your level soar. Lin Shan even suspected that the energy left here could directly promote people to the level of the great emperor. From here on, the ancient king of the world can truly reincarnate successfully. Whether I am the reincarnation of the ancient king of the world or not, since I have these conditions, I should be able to absorb these energies, but why can't I bear it now? Lin Shan's mind turned, and he immediately thought of the reason. My 3-star system is not within the scope of the conditions. It is something I made myself. It is completely different from the conditions set by the ancient king of the world. If you want to receive these energies, you must meet the conditions left by the ancient king of the world. Lin Shan's heart moved, and he immediately operated the theory of evolution and the immortal scripture. The vitality of his body was cut off, but the theory of evolution was running wildly, absorbing energy to evolve itself. Is it a success or not? Lin Shan's body suddenly moved, his feet stepped on the fairy court, and ran quickly step by step, faster and faster, and at the same time turned off the 3-star system, allowing the terrifying energy to pour into his body. Lin Shan now had no way to go, and could only take a gamble. If he won, he would be able to absorb the energy here further, and if he lost, his body would explode immediately. Lin Shan himself did not believe that he could withstand such terrible energy, because he had missed the initial period when he first used the 3-star system. Now the energy had accumulated for so long, it was too intense. Even if he had the right method, he might not be able to withstand it. The surging energy instantly spread throughout his body, making Lin Shan's body vibrate at high speed, like a massage stick. At this moment, Lin Shan's brain was blank and his body seemed to fall apart. Lin Shan desperately stepped forward, still following the pace of the stepping immortal court. The shock brought by the terrifying power became more and more terrifying. Strangely, it did not shatter Lin Shan's body. Lin Shan walked faster and faster in the tower, and the shock of his body became more and more severe, shaking others with afterimages. The Immortal Sutra made his body constant like a dead person, while the theory of evolution made his body constantly evolve. The two were obviously contradictory, but this contradiction was unified under the stepping immortal court. Lin Shan has realized that the theory of evolution, the Immortal Sutra, and the stepping immortal court are the new foundations of the 3 realms' divine art configured by the ancient realm king. After the ancient realm king was reincarnated, this was the standard configuration he left for himself. Catherine only saw Lin Shan walking wildly in the tower, and the terrifying energy seemed to be equipped with a tracker. No matter where he went, it could accurately flow into his body. Because Lin Shan's speed was too fast, with Catherine's eyesight, she could only see Lin Shan's afterimage everywhere, and could not see where his real body was at all. Fast, too fast, and it is still accelerating. Once the immortal court is activated, it will go faster and faster. Unless it stops, the speed will increase infinitely until Lin Shan's body can no longer bear it, and is exhausted. Because the speed is too fast, Lin Shan's body rubs against the space, and the shell outside his body is glowing, getting redder and brighter, like a red-hot iron block. Catherine kept retreating, and had retreated to a position close to the wall. At Lin Shan's current speed, if he hit her, Catherine felt that even if she didn't die, she would probably be broken into pieces. Fortunately, there are those King of Realm locking life pillars, which disrupt the power brought by Lin Shan's wandering. Otherwise, the terrifying power brought up and the aura formed can tear people apart. Catherine saw that the King of Realm loyal corpses locked on the pillars were gradually turning into powder and floating away. Lin Shan's speed was so fast that it couldn't be faster. With Catherine's eyesight, she actually saw Lin Shan's figure everywhere in the tower, as if he was everywhere. But if she looked carefully, it seemed that Lin Shan was nowhere to be found. The function of her eyes could no longer support Catherine's judgment. Buzz, buzz. Amid the humming sound of the strong earthquake, Catherine seemed to see Lin Shan standing in the center of all the Kai King pillars in the center of the tower, with his hands open and a dazzling light emanating from his body, as if he was embracing something in the sky. Chapter 1229. Instantly, all the afterimages disappeared, leaving only the figure of Lin Shan in the center. Lin Shan just stood there, but Catherine felt as if there were multiple shadows shaking when she looked at him. This was not her illusion. Although Lin Shan stood there without moving, the frequency of his body's vibration was already unimaginably high. The whole person looked blurry, as if countless figures overlapped. Lin Shan seemed to be standing there motionless, but the energy that erupted from his body was already terrifying. The terrifying thing was that the vibration power of his body alone could destroy the galaxy. This kind of power has far exceeded the upper level. Even the ultimate creatures of the upper level may not be able to compare with it. It seems that he is going to be promoted directly to the level of the Emperor? Catherine was surprised and happy. If Lin Shan could be promoted to the Great Emperor level, she would just follow Lin Shan. What could the God-making clan do to her? The current God-making clan leader was said to be comparable to the Great Emperor, but it was just a title. No one knew whether he could be comparable to the real Great Emperor. When Catherine was imagining the future, she suddenly saw a little bit of starlight rising from Lin Shan's body. No, it was not starlight, but power particles. Those particles were extremely small, and could not be seen by the eyes. But now they were emitting brilliant light, like stars floating out of Lin Shan's body, turning into meteors, and rotating around Lin Shan's body. Everything Lin Shan carried on his body fell out, and his body gradually disintegrated, turning into countless stars rotating around him. In a moment, Catherine could no longer see Lin Shan's figure. She could only see a universe. The particles floating out of Lin Shan's body were entangled and rotated with each other, like countless galaxies, and those galaxies were entangled with each other, like galaxy clusters and galaxy clouds. Whether it was a galaxy cluster, a galaxy cloud, or a galaxy cluster, they all entangled and rotated with Lin Shan's position as the center. Catherine's body trembled a little. She sensed the terrifying energy contained in the cosmic light, which seemed as unfathomable as the real universe. The entanglement and changes between those particles were endless, and they looked very similar to the movement of real stars. This was simply a condensed version of a small universe. As the number of particles increased, the arrangement of those particles became tighter and tighter, and finally no gaps could be seen. It was like a chaotic piece, like a huge starlight sphere. It was a bit wrong to say it was a sphere, because the chaotic body composed of this particle was not a perfect circle, but a little flat. Why does it look like a cocoon? A cocoon? Catherine suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it. No. Impossible. Catherine rejected her own thoughts. Because in her opinion, this thing now looks like a nirvana cocoon. When the gods are promoted to a higher level, they will not make such a thing. Only when they are in nirvana can they condense a nirvana cocoon. But how could Lin Shan, who is so powerful, still be at the nirvana level? So Catherine directly denied her judgment. She would rather believe that she was wrong than believe that Lin Shan was still at the nirvana level. But the more she looked at it, the more it looked like the nirvana cocoon. It must just look like it. This should be something that only appears when you are promoted to the Great Emperor level, so I haven't seen it. It just looks a bit like the nirvana cocoon. Catherine found reasons to convince herself. Lin Shan, who was in the nirvana cocoon, was undergoing a wonderful transformation at this time. Under normal circumstances, the energy in the King of the Realm locking pillar, even if it can't push him to the Great Emperor level, can make him a half-step Great Emperor. But for some reason, such a terrifying power didn't push Lin Shan's level to the immortal. His body was evolving, but his level didn't move, as if there was a natural barrier blocking Lin Shan's path to promotion. Before, Lin Shan always thought that he couldn't be promoted to the immortal because his talent was too poor, and his body and comprehension were not good. Later, Lin Shan suspected that it was a problem with the method he practiced. It was difficult to improve his level, and he needed to put in more effort and use more resources than ordinary people. But now Lin Shan suddenly found that he could not ascend to immortality, not because of his own problem, but because some force blocked his path to advancement. Because Lin Shan saw the gate to heaven in his mind again, as well as the chain and destiny lock that locked the gate. Under the blessing of the terrifying energy, Lin Shan felt that his body was ready to move, but it was always difficult to go further. What made him feel more confused was that in this state, he felt that behind the gate, it seemed that something belonging to him was ready to move, wanting to break through the restrictions and return to himself. Although he didn't know what it was, Lin Shan felt that the thing was extremely close to him. Different from the intimacy of blood ties, it was a kind of intimacy of being connected by the same fate. Lin Shan had a vague feeling that it was because of the lack of it that he could not be promoted to immortal, and would remain at the nirvana level. What is inside? Lin Shan wanted to know what was inside, but he could not hit the door to open the fate lock. He tried to use his strength to hit the door again and again, but even with such a strong force, he could not touch the door. The door seemed to exist only in his imagination, and was an untouchable existence. But Lin Shan could clearly sense it, and even sense that there was something inside it. This feeling made Lin Shan depressed, and almost wanted to vomit blood, but he could do nothing about it. The terrifying power had no way to vent in Lin Shan's body, because he could not be promoted to a higher level. These were originally prepared for promotion, and all the routes were prepared for impacting the Great Emperor level. Because of the obstruction of some kind of power, Lin Shan could not even be promoted to immortal, let alone the Great Emperor level. The terrifying power hit again and again, almost breaking Lin Shan's body. Since this road is blocked, I will try another one. I cannot be immortal or become an emperor, so I will achieve infinite nirvana, evolve infinitely in nirvana, and create a new road. Lin Shan's mind turned, and he reactivated the 3-star system and 3 kinds of skills, and added some functions of the 3-world magic skills, and began nirvana. The huge energy evolved into countless possibilities, and the 3-star system gradually turned into various galaxies, and various galaxies turned into galaxy clusters, and then evolved into a small universe. Lin Shan felt as if his body had merged with the universe, like flowers, grass, trees, stones, rivers, seas, hair, skin, stars and seas, cosmic radiation, the sky and the earth, and the wind, flowers, snow and moon. At this moment, Lin Shan felt as if he was an omniscient and omnipotent existence. Chapter 1230. The energy in the King Kai's locking state quickly flowed away, and poured into the nirvana cocoon, and its own light began to dim. When all the locking stakes turned black and no longer had any brilliance, no more energy flowed out. The King Kai's oil corpse locked on the stake had also turned into ashes, and only the nirvana cocoon was left in the tower still emitting brilliant light. Catherine couldn't open her eyes because of the stab, so she could only turn her back to the nirvana cocoon, close her eyes, and wait for Lin Shan to successfully advance. When the light gradually faded, Catherine felt something, and when she turned around, she saw that the light cocoon had disappeared, and only Lin Shan, who was glowing with fluorescence, was suspended in the air, and his body was wrapped in a shell as gorgeous as the stars in the universe. The entire shell seemed to be a microcosm of the universe, and there seemed to be countless galaxies doing complex movements inside. Mysterious, beautiful, dreamy, terrifying, unknown, just one look, it seems that you will sink into it. Crack! Crack! While Catherine was still immersed in the psychedelic shell, she heard the sound of something breaking. She turned her head, and saw that the life-locking stakes of the King of the Realm were breaking by themselves. One after another, all the life-locking stakes broke in an instant. The ceiling also opened. The King of the Realm prison tower had 7 floors. They were only on the first floor. At this time, the ceiling opened automatically, and they could see the space on the second floor. Before they could see what was inside the second floor, the ceiling of the second floor also slowly opened. The third floor, the fourth floor, the fifth floor, the sixth floor, the 7th floor, soon a passage was opened between all the floors inside the King of the Realm prison tower. This passage was in the center of the space inside the tower, like a skylight, leading all the way to the top floor of the tower. Lin Shan saw the beam of light from the top of the tower shining down, reaching the first floor, and the projection of the ancient King of the Realm appeared again. Congratulations. The power of the 10,000 worlds has been absorbed by you. I think you now, or I at that time, have already achieved the body of the great emperor. It's time to let the universe know that we are back. The projection of the ancient King of the Realm said with a smile. Lin Shan had a bad feeling, and when he wanted to do something to stop it, it was too late. The entire King of the Realm prison tower was shining brightly. This light seemed to be contagious, igniting the entire underwater city. All the buildings in the underwater city lit up one by one, and then in addition to the King of the Realm prison tower, there were 10 unusually obvious buildings in the city. After the light of those buildings rose up, they actually transformed into the light and shadow of the statues of gods, a total of 10 light and shadows. That is, the 10 great generals around the ancient King of the Realm. Through the open window of the prison tower, Catherine recognized the origin of those lights and shadows. Although they were not real bodies, but just shadows created by the light, they restored the temperament and might of the 10 generals vividly. Those shadows even moved like living people, and each general was using a special technique. Among them, there was a very masculine and handsome man, wearing a white robe, with his fingers swiping, like a dream, demonstrating the thousands of people pointing at me, which should be the white tiger god General Zhongwen. There was also a very cold shadow, wearing light armor, holding a black bow, and carrying arrow feathers, which should be the sun-shooting general among the 10 generals in ancient times. In addition to being familiar with these two, Lin Shan did not know the other 10 generals. The shooting technique demonstrated by the sun-shooting general was the sun-shooting great method of the Shan family. Although there were some differences, they were obviously similar. Among the 10 generals of the ancient times, could the sun-shooting general come from the Shan family? When Lin Shan was pondering, he saw a beam of light shot out from the top of the King of the Realm prison tower, directly breaking through the sky. What Mediterranean Sea, what crust, what Juny star, were directly penetrated by the beam and extended into the void. What does the King of the Ancient Realm mean? Set off fireworks to celebrate his successful rebirth? Let the whole universe know that he has been reborn and returned. Lin Shan's mind was full of question marks. But Lin Shan's guess was not entirely correct, because he found that after the beam of light hit the void, the entire underwater city was pulled into the void by the beam of light. What's going on? Where are we being taken? Catherine looked at Lin Shan. Lin Shan did not answer her question, but just stared at the void. It's not that he didn't want to answer, but he couldn't answer it at all. He had not awakened any memories of his past life, nor had he become the ancient king of the realm. How could he know what was going on, nor where the undersea city would be taken? When Lin Shan was considering whether to leave the undersea city before it was pulled into the void, he heard the voice of the thinker. Ancient, you are finally back. According to our agreement, I have helped you protect the king of the realm prison city. Now it is your turn to abide by the agreement. The thinker said with a red light flashing in his eyes, staring at Lin Shan. Lin Shan had no idea what kind of agreement the ancient king of the realm had with him, and he couldn't help but secretly mutter in his heart. He and the ancient king of the realm agreed to protect the prison city. If he knew that I was not the reincarnation of the ancient king of the realm, and he didn't know what agreement he had with the ancient king of the realm, would he lose control and kill me? Lin Shan didn't dare to speak easily, thinking about how to deal with the thinker. Are you going to break the agreement? Seeing that Lin Shan didn't answer, the red light in the thinker's eyes suddenly became sharp. I'm just recalling the content of the agreement, Lin Shan said lightly. Hearing this, the red light in the thinker's eyes was not so bright. Restarting the memory may indeed cause some troubles with chaotic data. As long as you admit it, I will defend the city for you, and you will help me become the great emperor's brain and find the ultimate answer to life. I know, but I just can't remember for a while. How can I help you become the great emperor's brain? Lin Shan said tentatively. The red light in the thinker's eyes shrank suddenly, and then suddenly the red light shone brightly, shining on Lin Shan, scanning Lin Shan's body like infrared rays. That's right. You are him. There is no mistake. Then why don't you know? The thinker stared at Lin Shan and asked. Some problems occurred when I was reincarnated. I can't remember many things, and I can't remember them now. Lin Shan was calm and looked at the thinker and said, since I promised, I will do it naturally. You just need to tell me how I can help you. As long as you keep your promise, just like what you and I agreed before, we will fight against the fairy court together, wipe out the 6 districts of the Star God Palace, seize the 6 star seas, and merge them to help me upgrade to the Emperor's brain. The words of the thinker shocked Lin Shan and Catherine. Let's leave here first. The king of the realm prison city is about to be pulled into the void. Lin Shan wanted to slow down and delay time. No need to leave. We will reach the fairy court soon. The thinker looked into the void, and the red light in his eyes was as red as blood. Chapter 1231. Lin Shan wanted to rush out of the ancient city, but found that the space around the ancient city had been distorted. If he wanted to rush out now, he needed to stabilize the void first. It was too late, and half of the ancient city had been pulled into the void. Lin Shan thought about it, and didn't force it. Anyway, he had to go to the Immortal Court. After the ancient city arrived at the Immortal Court, he would leave first. Attacking the Immortal Court, what a joke, although his current strength is indeed very strong. Even if he has not been promoted to the Great Emperor, his brain power cannot keep up, but his own ability and combat power should not be much inferior to the Great Emperor level. However, to go to war with the entire Immortal Court, not only will he have to face so many Star Priests and Great Priests in the Star God Palace, but also the Immortals in the Immortal Army Camp. Lin Shan has seen the strength of the Great Priest. Shi Zhongqing's ability is so strong that it is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary upper gods. I am afraid that half of his foot has already stepped into the Great Emperor level, and the other Great Priests are definitely not weak. Adding those Immortals, Lin Shan didn't think he and the Thinker had a chance of winning. The one who made the agreement with the Thinker was the Ancient Realm King, so it had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to fight with those monsters. What's more, since the Great Emperor hadn't come out yet, his own brothers might be the reincarnations of the Great Emperor. If that was true, if he went to attack the Immortal Court, wouldn't it be his own family planning against his own family? So Lin Shan planned to take Catherine with him after arriving at the Immortal Court and run away. The Realm King prison city was moving along the beam in the void, and the entire prison city was emitting a strange glow. In the torrent of space, it was like a big ship going upstream. Catherine came to Lin Shan and said in a voice transmission, "You don't really want to attack the Immortal Court, do you?" "Why attack the Immortal Court? Once the prison city leaves the void, we will run away immediately." Lin Shan returned. Catherine breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the ancient Realm King was reborn, it would be impossible for him to embarrass the Immortal Court on his own. With a bottom line in her heart, Catherine felt at ease and waited for the moment when the prison city rushed out of the void. The thinker did not pay attention to the actions of the two. His eyes stared at the void, with a strange red light. Suddenly, Lin Shan and Catherine saw the thinker jump up and come to the top of the prison tower. Standing on the top of the tower, he looked up at the void like a torrent. The dazzling red light shot out from his eyes, and the red light shot into the void, dyeing the torrent like void red. All the lines of nothingness that Lin Shan saw were actually dyed bloody, and produced some unknown distortion and changes. "What is he doing?" Catherine stared at the thinker with an ugly expression. They were still in the space shuttle. If something went wrong now, they might be trapped in the space cracks, lost in the void space, and never escape. Although Lin Shan didn't understand what the thinker was going to do, since he was going to the Immortal Court to seize the Star Sea, merge the 6-star living brains, and truly become a great emperor, he would not put himself in danger before that. While the two were thinking, they saw the thinker facing the red void torrent, and said expressionlessly, "I and the ancient Realm King came to the Immortal Court only to rebuild the order of the universe and establish a free new world. Those who are willing to become a member of the new world can come to the Duojing Star region to sign an agreement. You have 10 universe days. After 10 days, those who have not signed the agreement will be destroyed together with this old world." Fuck. What kind of insane statement is this? Who is the thinker talking to? Can't everyone in the Star God Palace see this? Lin Shan's face turned black, and he was still imagining what would happen. He coughed and asked the thinker, "Who are you talking to?" The thinker said lightly, "Everyone in the entire universe." Insane! Lin Shan cursed in his heart, and then thought, fortunately, he said this himself. I will leave soon, so why should I care about him? I have spread the scene of the King of the Realm Prison City throughout the universe. Now everyone knows that you and I are back. The next step is to wait for them to come and see us. After they surrender, I will merge the 6-star seas and be promoted to the Great Emperor level. Then you and I can build a new world together. The thinker's words shocked Lin Shan. The thinker just now did not just shout to the whole world, but also broadcast the footage of the King of the World prison. In other words, now everyone knows that he is the ancient King of the world. Lin Shan wanted to curse. He was not the ancient King of the world, he knew it, but others did not know it. What if he was really regarded as the reincarnation of the ancient King of the world? How would he explain it? Would others believe his explanation? The thinker seemed to not understand Lin Shan's inner depression at all, and continued, as long as the Great Emperor does not take action, you don't have to pay attention to it, I will handle it. If the Great Emperor takes action, then it depends on you. This sentence made Lin Shan, who wanted to knock the thinker unconscious and then escape, put an end to this idea. Except for the Great Emperor, the thinker did not seem to take anyone seriously. It seemed that his strength was already against the sky. Lin Shan did not know if his strength could take him down, so he should not act rashly. After leaving the void, leave this damn place quickly, and let him do whatever he wants. Lin Shan thought in his heart. But when the prison city really left the space, Lin Shan was surprised to find that a large number of star priests had gathered outside the prison city. In the starry sky, countless star priests had already surrounded the prison city in 3 layers. The 6 great priests were above the starry sky, overlooking the prison city below. Even the masters of the star pavilions such as Pan Jinqing and Yao Ji came. It was too late for Lin Shan to go now. If he didn't explain the matter clearly, it would be useless even if he knew how to teleport. Now Lin Shan finally understood why the ancient king reminded him again and again that taking over his mantle would make things difficult for the whole world. Looking at the current situation, the Star God Palace in District 6 might have come out in full force, and they should be determined to destroy them all. Lin Shan looked at Shi Zhongqing, and Shi Zhongqing's eyes just happened to look at him. Shi Zhongqing showed a strange look on his face, and said lightly, I have missed many things in my life, and I have also misjudged many people, But the only thing that makes me regret is that I misjudged you. I didn't expect that you would be the reincarnation of that bastard Gu Ji. The conversation between Lin Shan and the Thinker just now was clearly seen by everyone in the universe. The Thinker said that if the Emperor took action, Lin Shan would need to take action, which means that Lin Shan was the root of this time. Lin Shan opened his mouth to explain, but the Thinker had already spoken first. No need to say more. Become a member of the new world, or perish with the old world. You choose for yourself. Fuck. Are all intelligent computers so tough? Let me say something first. Lin Shan wanted to explain, but he didn't have the chance to speak at all. Ji Shur-san, who had become a high priest, said coldly, First Immortal, if the Immortal Court can kill you once, it can kill you a second time. You are seeking your own death. Chapter 1232. Lin Shan's face changed when he heard this. Ji Shur-san said that the Thinker was the first Immortal, and the other high priests, and the Thinker himself did not refute it. If the Thinker was really the first Immortal, then it means that Ouyang was not the first Immortal, and their previous worries were unnecessary. Thinking of this, Lin Shan felt a little happy in his heart. He put his own affairs aside and looked at the Thinker to see what he said. The Thinker's red eyes remained the same, and there was no emotion on his face. He said calmly, You are not among those who killed me. Let someone else speak. You are not worthy. I was not among those who killed you last time, but this time I am. Ji Shur-san snorted coldly, turned around and said to Shi Zhongqing and others, Dear high priests, the two evil villains, the first Immortal and the ancient realm king, have returned. There is no doubt at this time. Go ahead. Several high priests looked at each other and nodded. At a command, the countless star priests, who surrounded the Realm King prison city in the starry sky, activated their own ghost power at the same time. One after another, the souls rose up, and the sky was covered with ghosts and gods, as if ghosts and gods came to destroy the world, and it was like millions of heavenly soldiers besieged a city. Lin Shan saw the actions of those star priests, and immediately knew what they were doing. The Star God Palace's great array of star gods is one of the important abilities of the Star God Officer to shock the universe. Almost every Star God Officer will learn the great array of star gods after entering the Star God Palace. However, the primary Star God Officer can only learn the primary Star God Array. As the level increases, the Star God Array that can be learned becomes higher and higher. Only when you become a 9-star officer can you learn the highest level of the great array of star gods. This formation has an extremely magical feature. No matter what your cultivation level is, no matter what level of star god formation you have learned, as long as there are more than 2 people, the formation can be formed. The more people there are, the stronger the power of the star god formation will be. Of course, the higher the level of the star god formation you learn, the greater the efficiency and power of the conversion. Now the elites of the 6 major star god palaces have come out, and they are basically upper-level star god officials, with a number of hundreds of millions. The star god formation they use together is enough to shake the galaxy and block the void. Not to mention a city, even a planet, a galaxy, or even a star field will be destroyed by the power of the star god formation. Such power is no longer something that one person can resist. No matter how strong one person is, he cannot compete with the formation of hundreds of millions of star god officials. The surrounding starry sky has been locked. Except for the light and shadow of ghosts and gods in the sky, nothing can be seen. This star field has been isolated. Catherine was trembling with fear. She could not imagine such a situation. Her mind was in a mess. She did not know how to deal with such a situation. She could not help but look at Lin Shan. Lin Shan wanted to explain, but the star priest did not seem to give him the opportunity or time to explain. He looked at Shi Zhongqing, who was not moved at all. It seemed that he no longer believed in him. Is it over? Lin Shan sighed in his heart. Although he did not feel a sense of belonging to the star priest, Shi Zhongqing was really good to him, and gave him a lot of help. He did not want to fight with him. But now that things have come to this, empty words are useless. He can only wait and see. Lin Shan looked at the first immortal to see how he would break the great array of star gods. He said that as long as the great emperor did not come out, he would not need Lin Shan's help, so Lin Shan naturally did not need to take action now. The Thinker was the first immortal, which was undoubtedly good news for Lin Shan. The first immortal stood on the top of the tower, looking at the great array of star gods that was full of ghosts and gods, and his expression did not change at all. In Lin Shan's opinion, the first immortal should be infinitely close to the intelligent brain and had almost nothing to do with humans. Now all his behaviors were the same as those of the intelligent brain, and he had no human emotions at all. It was probably impossible to see expressions of fear, surprise, etc. from him. First immortal, die. With Ji Shursan's order, all the ghosts and gods' lights and shadows bloomed like meteors. Billions of meteors came towards the prison city, filling the entire void in an instant. The terrifying power fluctuations made Lin Shan feel cold in his heart. The entire space was destroyed by that power. Wherever the starlight passed, the space collapsed directly, as if the end of the world had come and the universe had collapsed. This terrifying power gathered in one place and bombarded the prison city. The first immortal standing at the prison tower was the first to bear the brunt. Catherine was horrified and hid behind Lin Shan unconsciously, revealing the fear of a little girl. As powerful as she was, she felt so small that she could be ignored under such power. The first immortal stood on the top of the tower, like a person who had nothing to do. He was not afraid of the world-destroying power formed by billions of meteors, and he didn't even plan to attack. When the terrifying power bombarded, Catherine even hugged Lin Shan from behind in fear. Such power made her unable to even think of resisting, just like the powerlessness of ordinary humans in the face of a nuclear explosion. But the next second, Catherine realized that the terrifying power she had imagined did not explode, and there was not even a trace of residual power sweeping down. She looked up quickly, and saw that the terrifying power that fell from the sky hit the chest of the first immortal. The first immortal just opened his arms, and let the power of destroying the world hit his chest. Such a terrifying power not only failed to hurt him, but poured directly into his body, like a galaxy. The power of the great formation of the stars in the sky quickly flowed into the body of the first immortal, making his aura stronger and stronger. On his silver-white body, like a metal statue, a fairy glow gradually appeared. All the star priests in the sky were shocked. Such a power did not hurt the first immortal, but was actually absorbed by him. This was simply a demon-like ability. Several high priests also looked unhappy. Ji Shursan looked at Shi Zhongqing and said, "High Priest Shi, didn't you say that the great array of star gods can block the immortal power of the first immortal? How come he absorbed the power of the great array of star gods?" The secret records in the palace record that the great array of star gods can block the immortal power and prevent the first immortal from absorbing the energy of the great array, but that was a record from the past, and it trapped the first immortal from the past. Things from the past are not applicable to the present, and it is not impossible for the current first immortal to break the great array of star gods. Shi Zhongqing said lightly. If I had known this, I shouldn't have used the great array of star gods. Wouldn't this enhance his power? Ji Shursan frowned. That may not be the case. Sometimes getting too much is not necessarily a good thing. Shi Zhongqing looked at Suoxiu, the high priest of the North District. Chapter 1233. Suoxiu nodded slightly, waved his hand, and took out something, and held it in his hand. It was a bead that looked like an ice crystal, only as big as a pigeon egg, but it seemed to have countless facets, and inside it was like a kaleidoscope, flashing all kinds of strange lights. Is this the Purple Star Universal Bead, the great Emperor artifact of the North District? Ji Shursan looked at the crystal in Suoxiu's hand. Although he had never seen it before, he guessed what it was at once. The great Emperor artifacts of the West District and the South District had been lost a long time ago. Not many people knew about this. Ji Shursan was the great priest of the South District, so he naturally knew it very well. The great priest without the great Emperor artifact was much worse, so over the years, the star priests of the South District and the West District were relatively weak. Shi Zhongqing dared to go directly to the South District Star God Palace to rob people, partly because there was no great Emperor artifact in the South District. Otherwise, how could he succeed so easily and trample on the face of the South District Star God Palace? Yes, this is the great Emperor's artifact, the Purple Star Universal Pearl. Suoxiu held the Universal Pearl and said calmly, "The reincarnation of the first immortal has made up for his previous defects, but the absence of defects does not mean that he will not make mistakes. His immortal ability and his body, that can evolve infinitely, are indeed almost invincible, but he should not be greedy. Good things will turn into poison if eaten too much." As he spoke, the Universal Pearl in Suoxiu's hand burst into millions of rays of light. Wherever the rays of light shone, the power of the star array in the sky was doubled, for became 8, and 8 became 16. Those starlights seemed to be cloned. In an instant, no one knew how many times they were copied. Even the starlight sucked into the first immortal's body continued to surge. Ji Shursan was overjoyed when he saw this. The Purple Star Universal Pearl actually had such magical power that it turned the starlight into endless, and it was unknown how many times it was enhanced. No matter how good the first immortal's immortal ability was, his body could not disappear so much energy in an instant, and he would probably explode and die immediately. The fact was indeed as Ji Shursan expected. Under the power of the Purple Star Universal Pearl, The first immortal silver body suddenly had countless cracks, and even metal blocks had peeled off from his body. Strange light shone from the cracks and peelings, which looked like an energy block that was overloaded and about to explode. Shi Zhongqing smiled and said, "The first immortal reincarnated to make up for his weaknesses. Our Star God Palace has not been idle for so many years. The great priests of all generations have been studying ways to deal with the first immortal and the immortal. This is one of the results of the research. It is difficult to destroy the first immortal's body with external force, but the star power of the Star God Array of the heavens is connected to the Star God Array. Even if the star light is absorbed into his body, it will not be completely refined in a short time. Using the power of the Purple Star Universal Pearl, the star power of the Star God Array will be infinite, and the star power absorbed into the first immortal's body will also surge, making it difficult for him to digest in a short time. The infinite star power will burst his body." As Shi Zhongqing said, the first immortal's body burst open, and silver fragments flew everywhere. It is worthy of being the great emperor's artifact. This ability is simply invincible. Lin Shan understood the power of the Purple Star Universal Pearl. It is an infinitely multiplied power. Even if the weakest power is constantly multiplied by the Purple Star Universal Pearl, it will become an invincible power in the world. Moreover, the power of the Star God Array was already extremely terrifying. After the power of the Purple Star Universal Pearl, even if the Emperor came in person, he would not be able to withstand the infinitely multiplied energy. With this pearl in hand, any attack of Suashio was invincible, and there was no way to fight him. "It's over." Seeing the body of the first immortal burst open like this, Catherine's heart trembled. But the next second, she widened her eyes again, and an incredible joy appeared on her face. After the first immortal's body burst open, a flesh and blood body was revealed. The skin was white and smooth like a freshly peeled egg, without any scars or spots, and every part of the body seemed to be impeccable, as if it was in golden proportions. Long black hair, perfect facial features, a pair of eyes as deep as the night, there was no flaw or defect on him. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a perfect person in the world. This person stood on the top of the tower, bathing in endless starlight, as if bathing in the warm sunshine. Not only did he not show a trace of pain, but he showed an expression of enjoyment, and closed his eyes comfortably. The starlight emanating from his body actually condensed into a substantial glow and spread over his body, forming a Danqiao light robe, covering his perfect figure. "I, the first immortal, am back." The person bathing in endless starlight opened his eyes again, and looked at the position where the great priest stood in the starry sky. The light of the immortal glow on his body illuminated the world. In just a moment, the endless starlight blessed by the Purple Star Universal Pearl was broken by the light of the immortal glow. Screams and explosions were heard continuously, and the great formation of the stars and gods in the sky was directly broken. The first immortal who turned into flesh and blood did not even move a finger, but the glow emanating from his body broke the great formation of the stars and gods in the sky that had almost infinite power. At least 1/3 of the hundreds of millions of star priests were instantly penetrated by the rays of light and died. Shi Zhongqing and others all changed their faces, and Suashio could not believe that this would be the result. It seems that ordinary tricks are no longer effective. We can only fight with all our strength. As Shi Zhongqing spoke, he had already taken out a transparent crystal star disk and suspended it in front of him. The star disk was shining with stars, as if a small universe was evolving inside. It was the great emperor's artifact, the great Zhou Tian star disk. The great priest of the East District and the great priest of the Hooded District also took out their great emperor's artifacts, a book and a yellow mud embryo. The book was written with the words 10 Directions Bitter Sutra. It was simple and plain, and the pages were even yellowed. There were also a few incomplete pages, as if it had been eaten by wind and insects for countless years. The yellow mud embryo was earthy yellow, like a brick embryo made of clay. Although it did not have a strange light, it gave people a sense of heaviness and vitality. All 4 great emperor artifacts were taken out, and the fluctuations in the space became extremely weak, as if even the laws of the universe were trembling and unable to continue. Purple Star Universal Bead, Great Zhou Tian Star Plate, 10 Directions Rescue Sutra, Ho-Tu Mud Embryo, only 4 of them are a bit regrettable. The first immortal looked at the 4 great emperor artifacts that suppressed the universe for endless years, and there was no fear on his face, but rather a bit of disappointment. After so many years, does the Star God Palace still only have these things? It doesn't matter whether the things are new or old, as long as they are suitable. The great priest Ho-Tu said lightly, and sacrificed the great emperor artifact Ho-Tu Mud Embryo in his hand. The other 3 great priests also sacrificed the great emperor artifacts, and the energy of the 4 great Emperor artifacts exploded, forming an incredible and strange scene. Chapter 1234. The Great Jotian Star Plate turned into a cosmic star field, and the Realm King prison city and everyone were included in it. No matter how strong the power fluctuations were, they could not escape from the cosmic star field transformed by the Great Jotian Star Plate. The 10 Directions Bitter Sutra was opened, and the light and shadows of gods rose from the book, guarding the 10 directions with supreme power. Lin Shan could feel the power of the 10 gods, which was even more terrifying than the power of ghosts and gods. Compared with them, his realm god could only be compared with one of them. Ho-Tu's clay embryo exuded a thick turbid air, and turned into an endless land, sinking the prison city into the land. Lin Shan and Catherine both felt the gravity that was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. They seemed to be bound by endless power, and they even felt difficult to stand, and were about to be pressed down by the terrifying gravity. The giant turtle pulling the prison city fell heavily on the ground, and its whole body sank into the yellow mud. The buildings of the prison city are shaky, and could be crushed by the terrifying gravity at any time. The starlight shines in the sky, and the omnipresent light shines down, making the already shaky prison city shake even more violently. The algae and various dust on the buildings have been torn apart by the force, revealing the original appearance of the prison city, which is metallic silver white. As far as Lin Shan can see, the gravity of the yellow mud is rapidly rising, and the value has reached the sky. He can only see a series of numbers, and for a moment, he can't count how many digits there are. The purple star universal pearl hangs in the starry sky like a bright sun, and appears with its light. The number of stars in the universe transformed by the Great Jotian Star Plate is growing geometrically. The original 10 gods of rescue were split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8, and they were also increasing rapidly. The gravity of the yellow mud was also soaring infinitely, and the earth it turned into was getting thicker and thicker. The giant turtle that was pulling the prison city screamed, and its body was crushed by gravity. The prison city was also falling down, as if it was being pulled into the ground by gravity. The silver light was flickering above the prison city, and the brilliance of the light and shadow of the 10 ancient generals could no longer withstand the starry sky and endless gravity. It was shaky, and the light and shadows seemed to be shattered at any time. Once the light and shadow of the 10 ancient generals collapsed, gravity and starlight would directly act on Lin Shan and Catherine. Lin Shan might be able to withstand it, but Catherine would inevitably turn into nothingness in an instant. The power of the Great Emperor's artifact was too terrifying, especially with the blessing of the Purple Star Universal Pearl. The power of the other 3 Great Emperor's artifacts was magnified to an unimaginable level. The longer time passes, the stronger the effect of the blessing of the Purple Star Universal Pearl will be. In fact, the power of the 4 Great Emperor artifacts has far exceeded the power limit in the ordinary sense. Under this kind of power, the upper gods are not even ants, and will be crushed in an instant. If it were not for the universe transformed by the Great Jotian Star Disk to limit this power, countless galaxies would have been destroyed at this time, and this star field would have been destroyed long ago. Lin Shan finally saw the true power of the Great Emperor artifact. This kind of power that can destroy the world is simply beyond human power. No matter how strong Lin Shan's attributes are, they are limited, while the power of the Great Emperor artifact is almost unlimited. Even without the blessing of the Purple Star Universal Pearl, the power of the other 3 Great Emperor artifacts is constantly increasing. The Purple Star Universal Pearl actually shortens this time, allowing their power to increase faster, and they can explode in a short time. The 10 Direction God of Rescue, who had transformed into thousands of forms, looked at the first immortal on the top of the tower at the same time. The gaze turned into substance, like thousands of swords, and instantly fell on the first immortal, trying to pierce his body. The first immortal remained indifferent, and let the 10 Direction God of Rescue fall on him. The sound of ding-dong-dong continued, and Lin Shan saw the gazes that turned into mass breaking on the first immortal's body. Lin Shan was a little surprised. The power of each gaze of the 10 Direction God of Rescue was not weaker than the full-strength attack of the Realm God. At this time, thousands of 10 Direction God of Rescue launched attacks at the same time, but they couldn't even make the first immortal take action. Lin Shan saw clearly that the first immortal's Xiaoguang fairy clothes blocked all the gazes. Those gazes that were thousands of times more terrifying than Christine's sky-breaking sword pierced the Xiaoguang fairy clothes, which were as fragile as noodles and broke directly. The first immortal looked at all this calmly, and in his clear and deep eyes, it seemed as if countless data streams were flashing. The greatest sorrow of mankind is repetition. Just like the intelligent brain is always doing the problem of 1 + 1 = 2, repeating and repeating, and the meaning of life has been lost. People should go to see different scenery, instead of always doing problems that they already know the answer to. While the first immortal spoke, he waved his hand casually. Instantly, the stars collapsed, the earth burst, and the light and shadow of the 10 directions rescue god in the sky collapsed into scattered light in an instant. There was a crack on the purple star universal pearl, and the light suddenly became scattered, and the refracted divine light collided with each other, no longer having the same effect as before. With just a wave of his hand, all 4 of the great emperor's artifacts were damaged. Everyone was furious. Even Lin Shen's face changed drastically. Isn't this the lawlessness of the second brother? The first immortal can also do it? Or is it just a similar technique? The great emperor's artifact was damaged, and returned to the hands of the great priest. Everyone changed color, and no one could speak for a while. The entire universe saw this scene through the prison city, and all the gods and people in the immortal court were pale. The great emperor's artifact is already the top killing weapon in the universe, and it is a deterrent force that no one can match, but it was broken by someone like this. Lao Tai, who was cooking for Shujio, did not look up to see the image in the void, but when the first immortal made a move, his body trembled for no reason. Second brother, is he using lawlessness? Tian Sun, who was holding Xiaojiu, had been paying attention to Lin Shen's situation. Lin Shen was in such a big battle, she was worried that something might happen, so she kept watching, and when she saw this scene, she quickly turned around to ask Lao Tai. Yes and no. Lao Tai continued to cook, lowering his head. Tian Sun was so smart that he immediately understood what Lao Tai meant. He has achieved the function of lawlessness, but it is not the same as your lawlessness, not the same skill. He calculated it with computing power. Lao Tai brought the prepared breakfast over on a tray. Lawlessness relies on the state of mind. Which one is stronger? Tian Sun put down the wine and asked. I don't know. The state of mind has ups and downs, and the computing power has limits. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. If his computing power can really reach the point of calculating everything, then the state of mind is probably not enough. Because the lawlessness in the state of mind, even if used 100 million times, may not even be able to achieve a perfect lawlessness once. Lao Tai explained, but is there really a brain with computing power that can calculate everything? Even in theory, it may not be possible. Chapter 1235. Figures came through the air, and more than a dozen figures appeared on the battlefield. Most people didn't recognize what these figures were, but some people who had seen the Emperor's clones were surprised to see them. The Emperor sent clones here, so many clones came at once. That's the Antarctic Changsheng Emperor. The magic master Yagu saw one of them, and his eyes widened, recognizing him. Lin Shen saw Vice Dean in among those people, and knew that these people should be the immortals of the Immortal Army Camp. Chief, the Immortal Army Camp has been dispatched. Should we go out to help him? Among the God-making clan, the blue-clothed man looked at the chief, who was still fishing, and asked. No hurry, let's see first. The God-making clan chief said without raising his head. Chief, this is a rare opportunity. The first immortal damaged the great emperor's artifact, and the Star God Palace was greatly weakened. Now we just need to join hands with the first immortal to kill the immortal barracks, and the immortal court will no longer be able to compete with us. The red-clothed man couldn't help but say. Let's wait and see. The God-making chief still just said this lightly. First immortal, what do you want to do? The immortal with white hair and beard, like a hunchbacked old man, looked at the first immortal and asked. This world is not good, and the people in this world are not good either. I want to rebuild this world. The first immortal said calmly. There has never been absolute perfection in the world, including you. The old immortal said. So, I choose to make myself perfect first, and then rebuild a perfect world worthy of me. The first immortal said. You're poisoned. The old immortal said helplessly. A dozen other immortals came up and stood side by side with the old immortal, looking ready to take action. Your calculation power is far inferior to mine. You know the result without taking action. It's better to bring those emperors here by themselves. Don't waste time here. The first immortal said lightly. Lin Shen suddenly realized that the first immortal didn't know that the emperors had been reincarnated and were not in the immortal court at all. Just now, Lin Shen was surprised that the first immortal said that as long as the emperor didn't take action, he didn't need to take action. At that time, Lin Shen thought that the first immortal was afraid that the emperor's reincarnation would come out to do bad things. Now he realized that the first immortal didn't know about the emperor's reincarnation at all. He must have stayed in the prison city for a long time and had no contact with the outside world. It was normal that he didn't know. That is to say, if the reincarnation of the emperor had not returned to the emperor level, there would be no need for me to take action. The first immortal could handle the entire universe by himself. Lin Shan realized that he seemed to just need to watch the show. One-on-one, our brain power is indeed not as good as yours. But what if we add them together? The old man said lightly. Still not as good? The first immortal said. Add them together, the old man said, and a piece of stars appeared behind him. No, those are not stars, but intelligent brains like galaxy clouds. 6 galaxy clouds appeared in the void behind a dozen immortals. Lin Shan recognized what it was at a glance. It was the Xingqiu Sea. The Xingqiu Sea of the 6 major Xingqiu pavilions was actually moved here. First immortal, it's not too late for you to retreat now. As fellow immortals, we can understand you, but the universe has its own laws of survival and does not need our intervention. The old immortal said. That's your idea. It has nothing to do with me. The first immortal looked at the Xingqiu Sea behind them, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He murmured to himself, I don't have to look for them one by one. This is good. In that case, don't blame us for not remembering the old friendship. The old immortal's face turned cold, and his eyes stared at the first immortal. Rather than saying it's love, it's better to say it's desire. Desire is the original sin of mankind, and it should be eliminated the most. It's great that you can let it go, the first immortal said calmly. In that case, let's decide the outcome by computing power. The old immortal's eyes flashed with white light, as if countless streams of light were flowing through his eyes. The other immortals were the same, their eyes were filled with light streams, and they stared at the first immortal. The 6 seas of stars behind them also burst out with strong starlight, and countless stars flowed at the speed of light, as if some incredible calculations were being performed. The eyes of the first immortal were filled with red light, and he stared at the dozen immortals from a distance, standing there motionless, and no one took action. Such a battle was incomprehensible to ordinary people, but soon the surrounding void underwent strange changes. The stars shifted, and even appeared out of thin air. The surrounding scenes changed strangely, and there were cosmic storms sweeping across the galaxy everywhere. Shi Zhongqing raised the Great Zhou Tian star plate in his hand, and transformed the Great Zhou Tian star plate into the universe, trapping everyone in the star plate universe. Help me with the purple star universal bead, otherwise their fight will destroy the entire universe. Shi Zhongqing shouted coldly. Suoxiu immediately used the damaged purple star universal bead to bless the Great Zhou Tian star plate, just to lock this space, instead of fighting head-on with the first immortal. The power of the Great Zhou Tian star plate was enough. With the blessing of the purple star universal bead, the Great Zhou Tian star plate turned into an endless starry sky. In this starry sky, various strange phenomena changed frequently. The immortals in the immortal army camp, and the 6 seas of stars were all flashing with light, and it seemed that the calculations were very intense. The first immortal has been dragged down. I will go and take down the accomplice first. Ji Shursen looked at Lin Shan, and he went to the prison city while speaking. He almost instantly crossed the void and came to Lin Shan. I didn't expect you to be the thief of Guji. You messed up my immortal court. Today I will kill you. Ji Shursen's body was shining with divine light. The stars in the sky seemed to be responding to Ji Shursen. The endless starlight blessed his body, causing his strength to surge at an extremely terrifying speed. Ji Shursen dared to attack Lin Shan here because after he got the position of the Great Priest, although he did not get the Great Emperor's artifact, he also got a lot of benefits, and his own strength surged, which was no longer the same as before. More importantly, now under the blessing of the Great Zhou Tian star plate and the Purple Star Universal Pearl, his body of the 9-5 Supremes can borrow the power of the stars of heaven and earth, which is far more than usual. In just a moment, his combat power has surged by who knows how many times. My name is Lin Shan, not Gu Ji. You may have recognized the wrong person. Lin Shan looked at Ji Shursen and said, At this point, is there any point in quibbling? You could take away my power of the stars before, and take my attack. Now try to take another one. The power of Ji Shursen is getting stronger and stronger, so strong that it feels unreal. 9 dragons and 5 spirits rise up from his body. With the blessing of the terrifying power of the stars, it is stronger than the power of ghosts and gods, and has surpassed ghosts and gods. The 9 real dragons are like beasts that devour the world, and the 5 gods are like gods, shrouding Ji Shursen. Just the pressure and fluctuations emanating from them are enough to shock people physically and mentally, and they have the urge to bow down and surrender. Chapter 1236. Lin Shan stared at Ji Shursen in a daze, wondering if this guy had been kicked in the head by a donkey. The strength attribute is just a foundation. When the attribute reaches a certain level, and the body can withstand the rules, the competition is no longer a simple attribute, but rules and mechanisms. After Lin Shan's rebirth, Even if he does not use skills and the Destiny D-Fire, his speed, hardness, and toughness have reached the upper limit of 80,000, and his strength has even exceeded the limit, almost reaching 100,000. But even if it breaks through 100,000, what does it matter? The top upper gods have 80,000 strength. If any skill is doubled, it can reach 160,000. And this is just a simple skill doubling. The Great Emperor artifact like the Purple Star Universal Pearl, which has a super doubling ability, can double the strength to hundreds of thousands or millions of times in a moment. Theoretically, if you have the Purple Star Universal Pearl, you should be invincible in attributes. But the Purple Star Universal Pearl, in combination with the other 3 Great Emperor artifacts, still lost to the first immortal, and was even vulnerable. That is because of the rules and mechanisms. The mechanism of the Great Emperor's artifact was cracked by the first immortal. It's like your computer program is very powerful, but hackers can invade your program, destroy it, and make it invalid, or even control your program in reverse. No matter how strong your attributes are, it is difficult to play a role in the face of rules and mechanisms. You must have rules and mechanisms of the same level to restrain the opponent. Ji Shursan's body of the 9-5 Supreme is also a mechanism, but this mechanism is obviously not invincible and can be restrained. Last time, Lin Shan used the Dragon Vein Fire Seed and used its mechanism to easily take away the power of the stars in the sky that Ji Shursan condensed. Ji Shursan didn't understand the essence of his failure at all. He thought that as long as his power was strong enough, Lin Shan couldn't take away the power of the stars that he had condensed. He also wanted to compete with Lin Shan to rob the power of the stars. This idea was undoubtedly very naive. No matter how much money you deposit in the bank, can you stop the people who manipulate the bank program from erasing your deposit data? Of course it's impossible. They are both upper gods. Why do the high priests kill ordinary upper gods in seconds? That's because the high priests understand the rules and mechanisms better than them. Ji Shursan is obviously still a little bit worse. He hasn't understood the crucial role of rules and mechanisms in battle. Attributes are just a threshold. Once the threshold is reached, it's time to compete to see whose rules are stronger and whose mechanisms are more powerful. Ji Shursan simply borrowed the blessing of the great Zhou Tian star plate and thought he had condensed an unparalleled terrifying power. He thought that Lin Shan would not be able to shake his power. However, he didn't know that no matter how much he deposited in Lin Shan's eyes, it was all a mirage. I say it again, I am Lin Shan, not Gu Ji. Lin Shan looked at Ji Shursan and said, "No matter who you are, you will die today." Ji Shursan didn't listen to Lin Shan's nonsense at all, and the brilliance on his body was as dazzling as the Big Bang. After hearing what he said, Lin Shan didn't say anything more, and looked at Shi Zhongqing. He didn't want to be an enemy of Xingshan Palace. If Shi Zhongqing was willing to consider their old friendship and give him a chance to explain, then he could make things clear with Shi Zhongqing. But Shi Zhongqing clearly saw Lin Shan's gaze, but turned a blind eye, which made Lin Shan feel a little disappointed. Since that's the case, let's fight. Lin Shan no longer hesitated, looking at Ji Shursan who was like a god or a demon. Do you have any last words? Ji Shursan felt that his power was so strong that it was unbelievable, as if he could destroy the entire universe with just a flick of his finger. He didn't even dare to exhale loudly, fearing that his breath would blow up the space. The Purple Star Universal Pearl, the Great Emperor's artifact, was too strong for him, so that Ji Shursan's attributes had reached an uncountable degree. If it was just a competition of strength, it would be difficult to find someone who could compare with Ji Shursan in the universe. Lin Shan ignored him, and just silently activated the Dragon Vein Fire Seed. The brilliance of the stars in the sky suddenly underwent some wonderful changes. In just a moment, the starlight power that descended on Ji Shursan suddenly left his body, like a wanderer returning home, quickly gathered towards Lin Shan, and the starlight in the sky was like a dragon and a phoenix, flying towards Lin Shan. Ji Shursan tried desperately to block the power of the stars in his body, and wanted to pull with Lin Shan. He thought that with his current strength, Lin Shan would definitely not be able to shake him. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The methods he and Lin Shan used were not in the same dimension at all. Almost in an instant, the terrifying power of the stars in the sky reached Lin Shan, making Lin Shan's whole body seem to be shrouded in the light of the gods, as if a god had descended. The 9 dragons and 5 spirits on Ji Shursan's body lost their light in an instant. The 9 dragons turned into 9 insects, and the 5 spirits turned into 5 decays, without any luster. No. Impossible. Ji Shursan couldn't believe that such a powerful power of his could be easily taken away by Lin Shan. Lin Shan obviously didn't have strong power, and no matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare with him, who was strengthened by the purple star universal pearl. The realm is still a little bit worse. Wu Qing died too early. Sure, Zhongqing sighed. A strange color flashed in the eyes of the other high priests, and they were all thinking in their hearts. Why did Wu Qing die so early and fail to train Ji Shursan? Don't you have any points in your heart? Do you still need a last word? Lin Shan felt that the energy in his body was about to explode, but his body could still withstand it. His current physical values seemed to have reached a certain critical point, and would not be easily destroyed. Ji Shursan turned around and ran without saying a word. No matter how strong his power was, he could not compete with the power of the stars in the sky blessed by the purple star universal pearl. Even if he was hit, he would be shattered immediately. Lin Shan punched directly, and the light on his fist was dazzling and amazing, like an aurora that penetrated the universe. The power was so strong that Ji Shursan didn't even have a chance to dodge. The spirit and soul he summoned were directly blown up by the aurora in an instant. Just when the aurora was about to penetrate Ji Shursan's body, a god appeared in front of Ji Shursan and pressed his palm on the aurora, blocking it. The aurora disappeared in the palm of the god, without even the fluctuation of the collision of power. 10 Directions Rescue Heavenly Venerable. Lin Shan saw what it was. It was one of the 10 gods summoned by the Great Emperor's artifact 10 Directions Suffering Sutra. To be precise, it should be the good life-saving Heavenly Venerable among the 10 Directions Heavenly Venerables, who can save all lives in the world. The East District High Priest came with the sutra and stood opposite Lin Shan, blocking the embarrassed Ji Shursan. You want to kill me too? Lin Shan looked at the East District High Priest and asked. He is the High Priest. If you still consider yourself a member of the Star God Palace, you shouldn't have the intention to kill him. The High Priest of the East District said indifferently. What's the reason? When he wanted to kill me, why didn't you say that I was also a member of the Star God Palace, and he shouldn't have the intention to kill me? Why didn't you stop him? Lin Shan said coldly. Because you are Gu Ji, and he is not. The High Priest of the East District said. What if I am not? Lin Shan asked back. It must be. The High Priest of the East District said firmly. Since you have already determined that I am the reincarnation of Gu Ji, what else can I say? Lin Shan used the power of the dragon vein to condense a fist that was brighter than the sun. I want to see what is so great about the Great Emperor's artifact that gives you such arrogant courage. Chapter 1237. The East District High Priest started reading a book, and a light and shadow flew out of the book. It was another god Tianzuan. Lin Shan punched out with a force as powerful as a star explosion, but in front of the god Tianzuan, it seemed to be frozen by the extreme cold, condensed in the starry sky, like a blooming ice rose. Lin Shan punched out with shocking force, and all of them froze in front of the light and shadow of Tianzuan, like huge ice flowers in the universe. Xian Shan Yuchen Tianzuan, the master of the cold hell, weighing the city of ice and snow, no matter how powerful you are, you will be frozen in front of Xian Shan Yuchen Tianzuan. The East District High Priest said lightly. Lin Shan had never underestimated the Great Emperor's artifact, and knew that what the East District High Priest said was true. There were 10 Tianzuan in the 10 Directions Bitter Sutra, and now only 2 were used, but it seemed to be invincible in the universe. You have no chance. If you surrender now, you may have a chance of survival. The East District High Priest said. Take my punch first and then talk. Lin Shan punched again, and sent out a fist light as brilliant as the sun. Not to mention one punch, even if it's an infinite punch, the result will be the same. The East District High Priest said calmly. Facing the fist light from Lin Shan, Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan's eyes fixed on the fist light, but the divine light from his eyes did not hit it this time. The fist light actually passed through Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan's gaze, and came to Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan from an incredible trajectory. Everyone watching the fight was shocked. Wherever Tianzuan's eyes went, there was divine power. It was really unbelievable that Lin Shan's punch could escape Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan's eyes. Seeing that Lin Shan's endless power under the blessing of the Purple Star Pearl was about to hit Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan, if this punch hit, even the Tianzuan transformed by the Great Emperor's artifact would probably not be able to withstand it. After all, Lin Shan's punch was blessed by another Great Emperor's artifact, the Purple Star Pearl. In terms of destructive power alone, it was almost invincible. Suoxiu also saw that Lin Shan could use the power of the stars, but he did not dare to take back the Purple Star Pearl. Otherwise it would be difficult to seal such a terrifying battle in the starry sky transformed by the star disk with only the Great Zhoutian star disk. When the fist force was about to hit Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan, a light shadow blocked Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan, and it was the previous Heoxing Duming Tianzuan. Heoxing Duming Tianzuan blocked a punch that could blow up the starry sky with his own body. The explosion swept across the starry sky. The fist force, that was previously frozen in the starry sky was directly shattered by the explosion, and the nearby stars were swept away. Everyone thought that even if Lin Shen's punch could not blow up Haoxing Duming Tianzuan, it would probably cause Haoxing Duming Tianzuan great trauma. But after the explosion, Haoxing Duming Tianzuan was seen standing there intact, blocking Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan, without a single scratch on his body. Lin Shen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He had used the 100% sure hit formula for his punch, and with the blessing of the power of the stars in the sky, the strength was no less than the power that could be unleashed by the Great Emperor's artifact. It was really surprising that he could not hurt Haoxing Duming Tianzuan at all. You are very strong, but unfortunately, in front of the Great Emperor's artifact, no matter how strong you are, it is useless. The East District High Priest said expressionlessly. Is the power of the rule of good life-saving heavenly venerable the power of saving suffering? Lin Shen had figured out what was going on. Yes. The East District High Priest was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Shen had seen the clues of his power, after only watching good life-saving heavenly venerable take action twice. The power of the rule of good life-saving heavenly venerable is to save suffering. When he goes to save others, he will have infinite power added to him. In other words, when he saves others, he is invincible. No power can hurt him, and he will definitely be able to save people. Even if he is billions of light years away, he will arrive in an instant. Of course, the rule of saving suffering is not invincible. He is only invincible when saving others, but he cannot save himself. Therefore, the best way to defeat good life-saving heavenly venerable is to blow him up first. Otherwise, no matter how strong Lin Shen's power is, he can't hurt anyone. The Great Emperor's artifact is well-deserved, Lin Shen exclaimed. Previously, he saw the first immortal break the Great Emperor's artifact so easily, and thought that the Great Emperor's artifact was just so powerful. Now that he has fought in person, he knows that the Great Emperor's artifact is indeed the strongest divine weapon in the universe. The reason why the first immortal can break the power of the Great Emperor's artifact so easily is that his own ability is strong enough, and he can restrain everything. In addition, there is another important reason, that is, the first immortal has fought with the Great Emperor's artifact once before, and already knows their details, and even has a way to break them. Lin Shen saw these Great Emperor's artifacts for the first time, and basically didn't know much about them, so it was naturally impossible for him to break them as easily as the first immortal. Among the God-making clan, the red-clothed man looked at the two heavenly venerables and said, the power of the Great Emperor's artifact is almost unstoppable. If it weren't for the Great Emperor's artifact, we would have already conquered the immortal court. I don't know how Lin Shen will deal with it. Although he can use the power of the Purple Star Universal Pearl, pure power cannot defeat the Great Emperor's artifact. The blue-clothed man smiled and said, he has discovered the mechanism of the heavenly venerable Haoxing Duming. I'm afraid we have to deal with the heavenly venerable Haoxing Duming first. Dealing with the heavenly venerable Haoxing Duming is not that easy. He may have almost forgotten that there are 8 heavenly venerables in the Bitter Sutra, the red-clothed man said. The God-making clan leader was still fishing there, and seemed to have no interest in such a big battle. Almost everyone thought that Lin Shen would attack the heavenly venerable Haoxing Duming, and even the East District High Priest thought so, and was ready to summon other heavenly venerables. But seeing Lin Shen's actions, the East District High Priest paused. Lin Shen raised one hand, and pointed it at Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan like a pistol. People in the Immortal Court, and the Ancient Realm all thought that Lin Shen's move was very strange. He clearly knew the mechanism of Haoxing Duming Tianzuan, and knew that he could not hurt others first. What was the point of continuing to attack Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan? Does he want to break Haoxing Duming Tianzuan's rescue? The East District High Priest frowned, and looked at Lin Shen. It seems that this is the case. He has demonstrated the indestructible technique before. I think he intends to use this technique to break Haoxing Duming Tianzuan's rescue, Shi Zhongqing said. Then he is naive. Haoxing Duming Tianzuan's rescue is invincible. No force can break Haoxing Duming Tianzuan in the rescue state, the East District High Priest said calmly. Before, the first immortal broke Haoxing Duming Tianzuan by directly attacking Haoxing Duming Tianzuan's body, instead of attacking him in the rescue state. Now Lin Shen actually wants to confront him head-on. It seems that he has made the same mistake as Ji San, as if he does not have a thorough understanding of the rules and mechanisms. Chapter 1238. Ouyang, Lao Wei and Deers were also watching this battle. Deers was watching very attentively, and said to himself, in this case, it is a duel between the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Who is stronger? It depends on whose mechanism is stronger, Ouyang Yuda said. Lin Shen pointed at Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan, and released the finger sand without hesitation. Under the attention of the crowd, The silent finger sand rushed toward Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan along a strange trajectory. Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan launched the power of rules, but looked around and could not find any trace of the finger sand, so naturally he could not freeze it. Everyone suddenly realized that Lin Shen was not going to confront Haoxing Dumeng Tianzuan head-on, but was going to bypass Haoxing Dumeng Tianzuan's help with this almost imperceptible attack. Too naive. The East District High Priest thought he saw through Lin Shen's mind and snorted coldly. Lin Shen's technique was indeed strange. Even he could hardly detect the finger force, and could only rely on experience to judge. But Haoxing Dumeng Tianzuan did not need to see the finger force. The rule of saving suffering was to save suffering, not to prevent disasters. As long as the other party was in danger, Haoxing Dumeng Tianzuan could appear to help, and naturally detect where the danger came from. The next moment, Haoxing Dumeng Tianzuan had already appeared in front of Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan, with golden light shining on his body, as if he was a god blessed with the divine light of the hegemony body. Seeing his appearance, some people who did not know the power of Lin Shen's finger sand thought that the victory or defeat had been decided. Bang! The finger sand hit the heart of Haoxing Dumeng Tianzuan, and immediately aroused a burst of golden light, which made everyone look like a blind man. After the golden light faded, everyone's eyes widened when they saw the appearance of Haoxing Dumeng Tianzuan. The East District High Priest was even more shocked and incredulous. A hole was punched through the heart of Haoxing Dumeng Tianzuan. Golden particles were escaping from the hole, like golden blood flying in the starry sky. Impossible. Haoxing Dumeng Tianzuan in the rescue state is theoretically invincible. How is this possible? The East District High Priest still couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. But when he looked behind Dumeng Tianzuan, his pupils shrank again. Not only was Dumeng Tianzuan's body pierced, but even Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan behind him also had a hole in his body. One finger pierced through the bodies of two Tianzins. What a terrifying ability. What kind of rule mechanism is that? It actually has such an ability. The faces of the high-level members of the God-making clan were also horrified. That was the heavenly venerable summoned by the great emperor's artifact. The rules and mechanisms should have been the ceiling-level existence in the universe. Lin Shen's rules and mechanisms could actually break the heavenly venerable's rules and mechanisms, which made them feel a little unbelievable. Lin Shen wanted to continue to shoot the sand between his fingers to completely destroy the two heavenly venerables, but he saw a series of figures flashing, and a series of light and shadows, like gods, appeared around him, completely encircling him in the sky and on the ground. All the 10 directions rescue heavenly venerables were summoned, trapping Lin Shen in them. One of the heavenly venerables turned his eyes, and looked at the two injured heavenly venerables. The injuries on the two people disappeared immediately, as if they had never been injured. 10 great masters trapped Lin Shen, and the divine power emanating from them was like a prison or an ocean. One could even faintly see that they all had the shadows of a magnificent palace looming on their bodies, as if it were the Yama Palace in Fengdugo City. The 10 temples stacked up to suppress the 10 directions, making Lin Shen feel as if he was in the hells of the netherworld. Save the suffering and punish the evil. Lin Shen, you are trapped in the 10 hells. If you don't surrender, you will have no chance of survival. Don't make a mistake. The East District High Priest spoke again. He is the reincarnation of the ancients, a natural rebel. Why bother talking to him so much nonsense? Ji Shursan said. If such a person can sincerely repent and return to the right path, it can be regarded as a great merit. The East District High Priest said lightly. There is absolutely no such possibility. Ji Shursan said firmly. Lin Shen naturally would not sincerely repent. It sounds good now, but if he really falls into their hands, his life is in their hands, wouldn't it be slaughtered by them? Not to mention that Lin Shen is not the reincarnation of the ancient. Even if he is, he will never surrender. Lin Shen made his hands into pistols, and fired continuously at the 10 palaces of heavenly lords. Wherever the sand between his fingers passed, it penetrated the netherworld and destroyed the temple. But the bodies of the 10 heavenly lords were like dreams, and the sand between his fingers passed through their bodies, just like shooting through a phantom. The 10 directions rescue heavenly lord transformed into the 10 palaces of hell, and created 10 levels of hell. Even the first immortal of that year paid a huge price to fight his way out of the 10 levels of hell. I don't know if Lin Shen can fight his way out, the red-clothed man said. I'm afraid it's difficult. There are 10 pure lands hidden above the 10 hells. In fact, there are 20 divine powers suppressing it. Unless you have the invincible calculation power like the first immortal, who can calculate the flaws of the 20 levels, it is impossible to break out, and you will only fall into an endless cycle of reincarnation. The man in blue said. The man in red nodded in agreement. Although each layer of hell has a flaw, the flaw itself is constantly changing. The flaws are different every moment, every second, and every second. The difficulty of calculating one flaw is almost close to the limit of pi. He needs to calculate the flaws of the 20 layers directly. The opportunity is fleeting. If he can't do it in one go and makes a mistake in the middle, he can only fall into the reincarnation of hell again and start over in the deepest part. This probability is too low. Except for the first immortal, no one can calculate the flaws of the 20 layers of hell and the pure land at the same time. After Lin Shan made a few attacks, he knew that the combined force of the 10 directions rescue Heavenly Venerable could not be broken by force. The world god floated outside Lin Shan's body, and the divine light emanating from his body counteracted the power of hell transformed by the 10 directions rescue Heavenly Venerable. Lin Shan himself was fine for the time being, but outside of him was already the 9 heavens of ice and fire. Various strange powers made the realm god unable to resist. His body flickered, as if he would disappear at any time. Because of the blockade of the 10 hells and the 10 pure lands, Lin Shan could no longer use the power of the stars outside. His own power had been reduced to a normal level. He could only rely on the realm god to resist in order to gain some time. Lin Shan's eyes swept through the space that was like hell, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. The next second, he flew up into the sky and went straight into the sky. Others wanted to find the flaws of the 10 hells and the 10 pure lands, and they needed to calculate, but Lin Shan could see the flaws directly, and he didn't need to calculate at all. He flew directly to the flaws. Chapter 1239. The formula that is sure to win allows Lin Shan to see all the factors in the universe. As long as there is a possibility, even if the possibility is so low that it can be almost ignored, it will definitely succeed. Others may not be able to find a way to crack the 10 layers of hell set up by Shifang Tianzuan, and they may not see the flaws, but for Lin Shan, it is very simple. Lin Shan soared into the sky, like a shot of light arrow, and rushed straight to the second layer of hell. Seeing Lin Shan's determination, Suoxiao, who was holding the Bitter Sutra, just snorted indifferently. Even the first immortal whose computing power was second only to the Emperor, could not successfully calculate the flaws of the 10 layers of hell, and the 10 layers of pure land at the first time. He had to pull it back and forth several times before he could break through the 10 layers of hell. Lin Shan's attitude of dying, if he fails to break out, will probably be very miserable, and he may even be smashed to pieces. In just a moment, Lin Shan had already broken through the first layer of hell. The flaws were too obvious in his eyes. Suoxiao did not think there was anything unexpected. He expected to be able to break through the first layer. Because the first layer can be seen directly and felt personally, as long as there is enough time, it is normal for a strong man like the first immortal to be able to break through. Starting from the second layer is the real test. Because in the first layer, you can't see the situation of the 9 layers of hell and the 10 layers of pure land behind, so you must deduce all the flaws in the first layer. If you go to the second layer to deduce, it will be too late. Once you stay in the second layer for too long, you will be beaten back to the first layer. When the first immortal tried to break through layer by layer, he also failed, and was beaten back to the first layer. It was not until he spent a lot of time on the first layer, and calculated the flaws of the 20 layers at once, that he was able to break out in one fell swoop. For someone like Lin Shan, who didn't spend much time calculating and rushed up the first time, he might not even be able to break through the second layer, and be beaten back to the first layer. After Lin Shan reached the second layer, he didn't stop at all. His body was like a dream lightning, drawing strange arcs in the void in an instant, and kept rushing upward. Almost in an instant, Lin Shan rushed through the 10 layers of hell and the 10 layers of pure land, escaping from the joint suppression of the 10 directions Heavenly Lord. Before the spectators could come to their senses, Lin Shan had already rushed out. The faces of several great priests also changed drastically, and Suoxiao was even more unbelievable. Lin Shan must have been in contact with the 10 layers of hell for the first time, and he was only in it for such a short time. How could he rush out all of a sudden? Could it be that he has been promoted to the great emperor? Several high priests were worried. If Guji's reincarnation has really been promoted to the great emperor, they may find it difficult to suppress him in this era when the great emperor does not appear. 10 Direction Heavenly Venerables. Kill! Suoxiao ordered all 10 Direction Heavenly Venerables to kill Lin Shan without hesitation. Although the joint formation of the 10 hells was broken, the strength of each of the 10 Direction Heavenly Venerables was still top-notch. In the case of 10 to 1, they still had an absolute advantage. The various rules and mechanisms of the 10 Direction Heavenly Venerables were extremely magical. Lin Shan was fighting 1 against 10. Although he had the blessing of the 100% sure hit formula and super divine shooting, he still had a very difficult battle. No matter who he attacks, there is Haoxing Dumang Tianzuan who can help block it. Haoxing Dumang Tianzuan's injuries can be healed by other Tianzans, and there is even a Tianzuan who can transfer power, which can directly transfer Lin Shen's power to other places. The power of the attack is even more bizarre and unpredictable. Even a strong person like Lin Shen has a hard time. He only has 8 hands, including the world god, so how can he defeat 20 hands? This is Lin Shen. If it were someone else, he would have been defeated by Shifang Tianzuan. Lin Shen is already preparing to summon Xiaoya and Xiaono. Although the Great Emperor artifacts in their hands have not yet recovered to their peak state, 2 against 1 should have some effect. When he was about to summon them out, he saw streams of light rushing into the starry sky transformed by the Great Zhou star plate. Many people showed astonishment, wondering who would rush into the starry sky at this time. Even the 9-star priests are now watching outside and dare not enter. The few streams of light flashed and disappeared, and when they reappeared, they had already entered the battlefield. Boom! One of the figures punched out, and the fist force like a purple phoenix shattered the void, and fought hard with the Tianzuan Haoxing Dumang, and actually blocked the power of Tianzuan Haoxing Dumang. This move made the offensive of Tianzuan Shifang pause for a moment, and he did not continue to attack wildly. Suoshio wanted to see who was coming, and who could actually block the power of Tianzuan Haoxing Dumang. Suoshio looked carefully, and saw that it was a majestic man, with a white robe fluttering on his body. A purple word righteousness on his chest exuded a mysterious halo. Although he did not recognize who it was for a while, the power of justice recognized it. There are actually people in the universe who can practice the law of justice. Suoshio was a little unbelievable. Why are you here? Lin Shen looked at the figures, and they were Lao Wei, Ouyang, Deers, and Tian Zhouyo. The majority bullies the minority, so we can't just stand outside and watch, Deers said with a smile. Don't look at me, they insisted that I bring them here. It's none of my business, I leave right away, Tian Zhouyo said, and he disappeared into the void. After such a short period of absence, Tian Zhouyo was able to come and go freely in the immortal court. The Space Dharma King is indeed extraordinary. These are all people from the Ancient Realm District. Those 2 are the people who entered the immortal court from the Ancient Realm District, and were guarded by the South District. A Tian said that he had killed them before, but they are here. The fact is no longer a doubt. Lin Shen is the reincarnation of Gu Ji, and a spy from the Ancient Realm District. Ji Shirsan directly nailed Lin Shen's crime. Fight. Old Wei didn't say much nonsense, and directly stood in front of Haoxing Dui Tianzuan. Leave this to me. Ouyang Yuda held an umbrella and walked in the void, and came to the front of Yubao Huangshang Tianzuan. Yubao Huangshang Tianzuan was in charge of wind and thunder, and exercised the power of thunder. His destructive power was the strongest among the 10 Tianzans, and he was also the biggest threat to Lin Shen, because Lin Shen's body could not withstand the supreme power of wind, thunder and thunder. Every time he could only attack against attack, and use super divine shooting to dissolve his attack, and it was difficult to separate his hands and feet to deal with other Tianzuan. Deer silently greeted Wuliang Taiwa Tianzuan, and starlight gradually rose outside his body. Are these people here to make fun of you? Don't they think that they can compete with the Emperor's artifacts after entering the fairy court, practicing some methods, and improving their levels? The star priests looked at Old Wei and others as if they were looking at clowns. They could understand that Lin Shen was able to contend with the great Emperor's divine artifact, because he was the reincarnation of the Ancient Realm King. But what were these things that were worthy of fighting against the great Emperor's divine artifact? Chapter 1240. What are you doing? Lin Shen was a little worried. Although Lao Wei and his men were indeed very strong, and Lao Wei's justice power was stronger when facing a strong opponent, he was only at the middle level after all. Even if his realm was high enough, his level was there, and he could fight against ordinary upper-level ones. When facing the great Emperor's artifact, even if his realm was reached, his attributes did not reach the threshold, and he could not break the opponent's rules and mechanisms like Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no doubt that Lao Wei and the justice power could fight against a heavenly venerable, provided that he was promoted to the upper level first. Ouyang was what Lin Shen was most worried about. He was not worried that he could not beat the heavenly venerable, nor was he worried that his level would not be promoted, but that his level would be promoted too quickly. It was too easy for Ouyang to be promoted, but his origins, and those of the Jade Bone Demon Lady were still a mystery. Fortunately, the Thinker has already stated that he is the first immortal, so Ouyang will not be the first immortal, and there will be no problem of the reincarnation of the first immortal, but it does not mean that Ouyang has no problems. Lin Shen is still afraid that something unexpected will happen after his level is promoted. Daisa's level is lower than Lao Wei and Ouyang. Lao Wei and Ouyang are at least middle level, and Dai's is still lower level. He has not been in a hurry to upgrade his level during this period, but has been constantly reading various Immortal Court exercises to enrich his understanding of the Immortal Court and the laws of ghosts and gods. But the level is there, and if the foundation cannot keep up, it is difficult to compete with it head-on no matter how high the realm is. No one answered Lin Shen. The purple air on Lao Wei's body rose, and he had already punched Heo Xingduming Tianzuan. Heo Xingduming Tianzuan's frontal combat ability is relatively weak among the 10 Tianzins, but no matter how weak it is still at the level of the Great Emperor. Although it is only 1/10 of the Great Emperor level, it is not something that a middle level can contend with. Hao Xingduming Tianzuan did not give in and punched forward. The fists collided, and Lao Wei's fist power was blown up without suspense. His body flew backwards like a meteor, smashing one planet after another, triggering a series of planetary explosions. On the other side, Ouyang Yudu also walked towards Yubao Huangshang Tianzuan step by step with an umbrella. Yubao Huangshang Tianzuan just glanced at him, and suddenly endless lightning appeared out of thin air, turning into a sea of lightning like a galaxy, drowning Ouyang Yudu in the sea of lightning. A little starlight appeared on the fingertips of Deers. When that little dust lit up, endless starlight emerged in the starry sky. The dust in the entire universe flashed at this time, as if the entire universe was responding to Deers. Under the blessing of the purple star Wanxiang Pearl, so much time has passed, and the starry sky transformed by the great Zhoutian star plate has expanded infinitely, with so many stars that they cannot be counted, and the power of these stars seems to be blessing Deers. Unlike Lin Shen's dragon vein blessing, the energy emitted by those stars actually penetrated directly into Dai's body. While passing through his body, it also took away some of the substances in Dai's body, and also left some of its own substances. Under the shining light of the sky, Dai's body became as transparent as a spirit body, and at the same time, the brilliance on his body turned into a divine soul, which was surprisingly his own appearance. In just a moment, Dai's had been promoted to the middle level. Lin Shen was not surprised. Dai's just didn't think about promotion, but he already had the strength to promote. After all, he was a ghost god condensed by his own will. The ghost god was him, and he was the ghost god. Before he practiced the 3 realms divine art, he could have been promoted to the middle level long ago, not to mention that he practiced the 3 realms divine art later. However, after being promoted to the middle level, the changes in Dai's did not stop. He opened his hands, as if embracing the starry sky. At that moment, thousands of starlights gathered on his body, and countless dusts condensed towards his body, forming a dust armor outside his body. The starlight on the armor flickered, as if it was condensed by countless stars, becoming more and more solid, and even turned into a spirit. In just a moment, Dai's even jumped 2 levels and reached the upper level. Dai's pointed out, and the starlight in the sky rushed towards Wuliang Taiwa Tianzuan, as if the power of the entire universe was against Wuliang Taiwa Tianzuan. Wuliang Taiwa Tianzuan had no joy or sorrow, but just looked at the starlight that was like the end of the world, and the starlight in the sky actually reversed. Countless starlights bombarded Dai's body, and a cosmic explosion occurred immediately. Lin Shen wanted to rescue the 3 people, but the other 7 Tianzuan blocked his way. Lin Shen's eyes were deep. He didn't want to fight to the death with the star god of the immortal court. After all, he was not the reincarnation of the ancient. But now, there was no other choice but to fight desperately. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The fan of inheritance appeared in Lin Shen's hand. At the same time, the person who defied fate also turned into particles and wrapped Lin Shen's body, merging with the shell on his body, making the shape of the shell extremely exaggerated and more gorgeous. Whoever blocks me will die. Lin Shen rushed to the direction where Lao Wei fell. Suddenly, 2 Tianzuan blocked him at the same time and looked at Lin Shen. The 2 Tianzuan, one was Tailing Huang Tianzuan, and the other was Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan. Wherever Tailing Huang Tianzuan looked, endless knife light appeared, like a knife cutting hell, wanting to cut Lin Shen thousands of times. Wherever Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan looked, the cold air turned into ice swords, everywhere in the sky and on the ground. The swords were extremely powerful, and they were instantly born wherever they looked. Even if there were tens of millions of upper gods here, they could not resist the power of a glance. Lin Shen just threw away the folding fan in his hand and fanned it in the air. The swords and ice swords that had descended on him fell into the void, as if they were pulled by the power from hell. The falling style among the 10 styles of inheritance, the inheritance fan now, has far exceeded its previous power because countless people in the immortal court and the ancient realm have practiced the inheritance skills. Its attributes have already exceeded 100,000, and it is still constantly improving. The ultimate artifacts of the upper level cannot reach the standard of the inheritance fan. Although it is not a great emperor artifact just because of its strong attributes, it can also be regarded as a half-step great emperor artifact. The rules and mechanisms of the inheritance fan are also effective for the power of the heavenly venerables, but the power of the falling style fell on the bodies of the two heavenly venerables, but it did not have any effect, and did not make them fall into the void with the sword light and ice sword. Lin Shan did not stop, and his other hand had continuously shot out silent finger sand. Without the help of the heavenly venerable, the finger sand instantly pierced through the heads of the two heavenly venerables. However, the injuries on their heads were healed in an instant, and the heavenly venerable Xuanzhen Wanfu had already come to their side. Lin Shan's mind moved, and the inheritance fan in his hand flew out, and the folding fan suddenly turned into a series of fan bone feather swords, flying towards the seven heavenly venerables. The trajectory of each fan bone feather sword is unpredictable, and it is blessed with a 100% sure formula. In just a moment, the fan bone feather swords pierced through the bodies of the seven heavenly venerables. Chapter 1241. Lin Shan did not look at the injuries of the seven heavenly venerables, because he knew that with Xuanzhen Wanfu heavenly venerable there, even the most serious injuries could be healed instantly. His purpose was not to kill these heavenly venerables, but to rush over to rescue Lao Wei and the others. Taking advantage of the moment, when the heavenly venerable's body was pierced by the feather sword, Lin Shan rushed out of their encirclement and rushed towards Lao Wei. Suddenly, everything went dark in front of him, and he saw a piece of yellow mud embryo falling on his head. In just a moment, the yellow mud embryo turned into the earth covering the sky, emitting infinite suction, so that Lin Shan not only had no way to escape, but was also sucked faster and crashed into the yellow mud earth. Boom! Lin Shan's body was suppressed by the yellow mud earth, and the yellow mud embryo became larger and larger, turning into an endless continent across the starry sky, forever suppressing Lin Shan in the starry sky. Being enemies with the Star God Palace and the Great Emperor's artifact is clearly a dead end. These people are probably out of their minds. Seeing this situation, many people from the Immortal Court could not help but shake their heads. Ding Quang stood up silently with the knife in his hand, pushed open the gate of the yard, and just as he was about to go out, he saw a man standing outside the yard. "Old man, are you going to stop me?" Ding Quang frowned as he looked at the man standing outside the door with his hands behind his back, looking as elegant as a fairy. Ding Xian turned around, looked into Ding Quang's eyes, and said, "Your son chasing Dafa has not reached the extreme. You can't save him." "I know I can't save him, but I have the idea of knowing that there are tigers in the mountain and going to the Tiger Mountain. No one can stop me, including you." Ding Quang looked at Ding Xian and said. Ding Xian nodded slightly. "It is the true nature of my sons of the Ding family. The son-chasing lineage is to do it even though it knows it is impossible. It is said that if a man dies while chasing the sun, he will have no regrets even if he dies. If you can have this heart, the sun chasing Dafa should be able to reach the extreme. Aren't you here to stop me from saving people?" Ding Quang stared at Ding Xian in a daze, as if he had just met him for the first time. "When did I say I was here to stop you from saving people?" Ding Xian smiled, looked up at the starry sky and said, "I just came to tell you that saving people is not as good as killing people. Killing one person can save people, but saving one person may not save his life." Ding Quang shrank, his face full of shock. "You want me to kill the high priest? If I don't kill the high priest, it's useless for you to save him." Ding Xian said, "Let's not talk about whether I can kill the high priest. Even if I can kill him, how will our Ding family deal with ourselves in the fairy court after killing him?" Ding Quang said, "Knowing that there are tigers in the mountain, you still go to the Tiger Mountain. Since you want to go against the will of heaven, there is no turning back. Today, either the Star God Palace will be destroyed or my Ding family will be extinct. If you don't have such awareness, what are you going to do?" Ding Xian's words are like knives. Ding Quang was stunned. He wanted to save Lin Shan, and he only thought that one life or another. At worst, the Star God Palace would take his life, but he didn't think that the entire Ding family might fall into despair because of him. Ding Quang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ding Xing. "Son, you hesitated, and hesitation will lead to failure. Your practice is not enough. Let your father show you the true meaning of the sun-chasing method. Remember, do it even if you know it is impossible. Never have any doubts. Don't doubt yourself, and don't doubt the sun-chasing method. My family was born to pursue failure. Since it is destined to fail, what is there to be afraid of?" Ding Xian said, as he took a step forward. This step took him into the void, like a fairy flying into the void, step by step towards the starry sky transformed by the great Zhou Tian star plate, and time seemed to be rapidly retreating beside him. Dad? Deng Quang stared at Deng Xian's departing figure, and his mind went blank for a moment. Is this still his careless father? Is this still Deng Xian, who didn't care about him, and only wanted his own happiness? Lao Wei didn't know how many planets he had crashed into. When he stopped, his white robe had become tattered, and his bones seemed to have been broken. His whole body floated in the starry sky in a strange form, surrounded by the debris of the planets. Heoshing Duming Tianzuan's gaze had crossed the void and fell on him, wanting to completely smash his body into nothingness. This is the end of people who have no self-knowledge. Many people who saw this scene couldn't help but shake their heads. He couldn't even take Tianzuan's attack. Isn't this a fool? Boom! The light exploded, like a huge hydrogen bomb explosion. Rings of purple light exploded in all directions under the push of white light, shattering all nearby planets. But after the light burst, everyone stared at it in astonishment. They saw that Wei Wufu, who had lost his fighting power and seemed to be dying, was not killed by this blow. His body, with all the bones broken, stood up in a twisted posture, facing Haoxing Duming Tianzuan. On his tattered white robe, the words justice were written in front and behind. The purple flames emanated from it, wrapped around his body, becoming more and more intense, like a bonfire burning the sky. Finally, the purple flame turned into a purple phoenix. When Haoxing Duming Tianzuan looked at it again, it fell on the purple phoenix. Not only did it not kill the purple phoenix, but it also made the purple phoenix's arrogance soar, like a flame meeting natural gas. Boom! The purple air gushed out, and the purple air phoenix, which had become as real as a substance, raised its head to the sky and let out a phoenix cry, then lowered its head and rushed towards Wei Wufu's body. The moment the two came into contact, endless dark purple flame shot out from the collision point between the man and the phoenix to all directions, like a purple flame flower blooming in the universe. When the purple flame dissipated, Wei Wufu's white robe had returned to its original state, but justice had undergone some strange changes, and its form was like a deformed body of the phoenix, flashing with strange dark purple light. Wei Wufu looked at the heavenly venerable of good life, and walked towards him step by step. Boom! Where the heavenly venerable of good life looked, he immediately pierced Wei Wufu's chest, but the big hole was burning with purple flames, instantly filling the big hole and rebuilding it into a body. The heavenly venerable of good life kept looking at Wei Wufu. His hands and feet were blown to pieces, his body burst, and even his head exploded like a watermelon. But no matter how Heoxing Duming Tianzuan tortured his body, he couldn't kill him. The purple-black flames burning crazily in his body constantly repaired his injured body, as if he were immortal. Your name is Wei Wufu, right? You can cultivate the power of justice, which shows that you have a good heart. If you are willing to abandon the dark and join the light now, I can make the decision to let you join the Star God Palace, and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, even if you have the ability of the phoenix to be reborn from the ashes, the power of Tianzuan can completely wipe you out, leaving no room for you, and you will never have a chance to be reborn from the ashes. Suo Shou had a love for talent in his heart. Rebirth from the ashes is a very painful process. It sounds terrible, and it is actually terrible, but that kind of pain is definitely not something that normal humans can endure. Wei Wufu endured rebirth from the ashes again and again, but his spirit was not affected at all, which shows his tenacity. Moreover, he practiced the way of justice, and he could never be an evil person. For such a person, even Suo Shou wanted to give him a chance. My justice is there. Wei Wufu walked towards Heoxing Duming Tianzuan step by step without looking back, but just pointed one hand at the yellow mud ground that suppressed Lin Shen. Chapter 1242. Selfish justice is no longer justice, but evil. Your power of justice can no longer continue. Welcome death. The East District High Priest looked at Suo Shou and said, you should not have mercy on him. After that, the East District High Priest opened the Bitter Sutra in his hand, and the light in the book flickered. The divine light behind Heoxing Duming Tianzuan shone like the sun. He slowly raised his hand and pushed out a palm towards Wei Wufu. The space shattered in front of his palm, like a destructive force that devoured everything, and it arrived in front of Wei Wufu in an instant. As the East District High Priest said, the power of justice in Wei Wufu's body did not burst out infinitely. His body was directly turned into ashes by the power of that palm, and the purple flame was completely extinguished with the ashes. What a pity, the only owner of the law of justice, who appeared in the evolution of the universe for so many years. Suo Shou sighed lightly. There are too many temptations in the world, and people's desires are too strong. Even if you have the law of justice, you will eventually fail to keep it like him. The North District High Priest said. Old Wei. Sensing that Old Wei's breath disappeared, Lin Shen's mind went blank in an instant. He never thought that Old Wei would die, even if he felt that the strength of Old Wei and Tianzuan was too different from the beginning. He never thought that Old Wei would die. Because all along, since Old Wei appeared beside Lin Shen, he has always been a synonym for strong and reliable, and he has always been protecting Lin Shen. As long as he is by his side, no matter what the situation is, Lin Shen will have an inexplicable sense of security. This long-term impression makes Lin Shen subconsciously feel that Old Wei is extremely reliable and powerful, and no matter what happens, he will have a way to solve it. Even after Lin Shen's strength surpassed Wei Wufu, he still subconsciously felt that Wei Wufu was very strong. But now Lin Shen suddenly realized that Wei Wufu was also a human being, not a god, and he could not always solve all problems. Old Wei. Lin Shen felt a tightness in his chest, and a blockage in his throat. When he opened his mouth, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. After a mouthful of blood spurted out, Lin Shen felt better, and his mind gradually became clear, and his brain was unusually calm. There was no anger as imagined, not even a trace of sadness. Lin Shen just felt like killing people, and there seemed to be a cold, evil fire burning in his blood. The 7 heavenly lords had come under the Yellow Mud Land. In fact, it can't be said to be under, but if we use other people as a reference, they came under the Yellow Mud. In fact, if we take the Yellow Mud Earth as a reference, the suction of the Yellow Mud Earth firmly sucked Lin Shen to the Yellow Mud Earth. The 7 heavenly masters descended, and the divine light on their bodies burst out at the same time. The 7 powers hit Lin Shen, who was firmly bound to the Yellow Mud Earth, and could not move, with the momentum of destroying the world. Lin Shen looked at the divine light that destroyed the world, pulled out a knife, a strange knife with a sharp blade at the front but no blade at the back, and jumped up with the strange knife. Being restricted by the Yellow Mud embryo, you still want to escape and fly, too naive. The great priest Ho Tu snorted coldly. How could a person trapped by the Yellow Mud embryo of the Emperor's artifact escape so easily? Lin Shen could only jump a little distance, as if he was about to be pulled down as soon as his toes left the ground. But the next moment, Lin Shen stepped on the back of his right foot with his left foot, and the whole person actually rose up like a rocket under the incredibly strong gravity of the Yellow Mud Earth. With his left and right feet stepping on each other for leverage, Lin Shen's body rushed into the void. He and his sword merged into one, turning into a shocking rainbow and rushing toward Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan, one of the 7 Tianzuan. The 100% sure formula allowed Lin Shen to find an incredible trajectory under the combined attack of the 7 forces, and he rushed through the gap between the 7 terrifying forces, and came to the front of Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan. The ice light on Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan's body bloomed, freezing the space directly, and all movement stopped, as if the world was frozen. Lin Shen looked directly into Xuanshang Yuchen Tianzuan's eyes shining with divine light, and slashed the slag sword at the spreading absolute zero. He saw the microscopic part of the universe in his eyes, which was the most basic structure of the world. The connection between them seemed to be connected by invisible lines, which was the line of nothingness that Lin Shen saw. And in his mind, the image of the locked gate of destiny suddenly appeared. At this time, the gate of destiny seemed to have something constantly hitting it. The gate was shaking, and the chains on it were shaking violently and making noises, as if a demon was about to rush out of the gate. Lin Shen seemed to be able to hear a voice echoing, "Open the door. Let me out. I will give you supreme power. Kill everything you want to kill." That voice did not exist, as if it was Lin Shen's own imagination. Lin Shen ignored it, and just slashed at the tiny part of the universe. All matter in the world can be infinitely divided, just like when Lin Shen realized the true extreme evil killing divine light, something that seemed to be so small that it could not be any smaller could contain the universe. The power of the heavenly venerable is no exception. It seems invulnerable, but in fact there is a huge gap in the middle, just like a chasm. It's just that others can't see the tiny part. Lin Shen thought that he would hit the formula 100% with his extreme eyesight, and slashed at the tiny part with a knife, and actually split the ice and hell power released by the heavenly venerable Xuanshang Yuchen with a knife. The knife light was like a wash, and it was as powerful as a bamboo. While splitting the ice and hell power, it also split the body of the heavenly venerable Xuanshang Yuchen with a knife. Lin Shen didn't stop, and the slag knife in his hand slashed wildly. The man and the knife were one and slashed vertically and horizontally. No one could stop him wherever he passed. In an instant, he killed 7 heavenly venerables in a row. No one could stop the sharpness of the knife. The Yellow Mud embryo pressed down, and Lin Shen didn't dodge. He held the knife with both hands, and slashed at the Yellow Mud embryo that was like an endless earth. As the knife flashed, a gap was immediately split on the yellow mud ground. The knife flash continued, and the gap split on the ground extended infinitely to the end, as if it was going to split the yellow mud ground in half. This momentary explosion made people dizzy, some shocked, and some terrified. However, Lin Shen's knife light was not able to really split the yellow mud ground. The yellow mud ground seemed to have infinite thickness and infinite size. When the power of the knife light was cut off, the shocking knife mark on the yellow mud ground had quickly recovered. You don't know how high the sky is. No matter how powerful you are, you can't escape the power of the Emperor's artifact. Dust to dust, earth to earth, rest in peace. The voice of the great priest Ho Tu was like a 9-day god, and the glory on his body rose. The power of the yellow mud embryo was fully stimulated, and Lin Shen only felt his body sinking suddenly. The height of the left foot stepping on the right foot was not as far as the distance pulled down by the force. Boom! Lin Shen fell heavily on the yellow mud. The strong suction made him unable to stand up. He knelt on one knee on the yellow mud, holding the scabbard in one hand and the slag knife in the other hand, as if he was supporting himself on the yellow mud, so that he was not directly pressed to the ground by the terrifying gravity. But his body in contact with the yellow mud seemed to be stained by the mud, and was turning into mud embryos. Looking at the shells on his feet, and calves gradually turning into mud, Lin Shen's mind was still extremely cold. He only looked at the Tianzuan, who had recovered after being beheaded, and came from the void. He actually had the idea of regardless of anything in his heart. He held the knife in one hand, threw away the scabbard, and pointed the gun at the East District High Priest with one hand. Now he had only one thought in his mind: he wanted to kill people, wanted to kill the East District High Priest, at all costs. Lin Shen. A voice sounded from the void, awakening Lin Shen, who was burning with murderous intent. Old Wei. Lin Shen seemed to have come back to life, with mixed feelings of surprise and joy. He gave up the idea of attacking the East District High Priest, and pulled out the scabbard on the ground. The slag knife and the scabbard danced at the same time, splitting all the power suppressed by the 7 heavenly lords. He is not dead yet. The faces of several high priests were also full of surprise. I saw a touch of purple ignited in the starry sky, like a wildfire, instantly igniting the starry sky. The purple flame burning in the starry sky was like a phoenix covering the sky, spreading its wings to the sky. A majestic figure walked out of the purple flame, wearing purple armor and a white robe like snow. In front of him was the word righteousness rising in the clouds, and behind him was the word evil flickering in the shadow, like the void. The word righteousness of justice is gone. The man in red was surprised. He is evil, but he still has righteousness. Who is this person? He can combine evil and justice in one. This is impossible. The owner of the law of justice cannot possibly possess the law of evil at the same time. The man in blue also looked at Wei Wufu, who was reborn from the fire, in doubt. Absolute justice is also absolute evil. This person has entered the Tao. The god-making clan leader raised his head for the first time and looked at Wei Wufu, who walked out of the purple flames. Chapter 1243. The East District High Priest frowned as he watched Wei Wufu walk out of the purple flames. The eyes of the heavenly venerable who saved lives had already fallen on him. The purple light on Wei Wufu's body rose, and the heavenly venerable's eyes fell on it, and it was immediately shattered by the purple flames that soared into the sky. The purple flames became more and more condensed, as if they had become real. No matter how the heavenly venerable's eyes kept attacking, it was difficult to break through the purple flames outside Wei Wufu's body, and could only make the purple flame shake slightly. The people watching were all shocked and inexplicable. That was the heavenly venerable, the embodiment of the great emperor's divine weapon, the strongest existence in the universe. Now the heavenly venerable's attack could not break the purple flames emanating from Wei Wufu's body, which was simply unbelievable. That person is too strong. In the Shen family, Shen Qingxue looked at Wei Wufu, who was like an invincible god of war, with a complicated expression on his face. She originally thought that she married Ding Adua because she was wronged, but the person she was supposed to marry is now fighting with the emperor, and the enemy of the entire Star God Palace. Such a person is already rare in the world. Even the person who can run parallel with him has such incredible abilities. Shen Qingxue suddenly realized that the Ding family's delay in completing the marriage with the Shen family has already explained the problem. It's not that Ding Adua is not worthy of her, but that she is not qualified to spend the rest of her life with him. Shen Qingxue is proud of the vision of 10 suns in the sky, but in a battle of this level, what does 10 suns in the sky mean? In a trance, Shen Qingxue saw Wei Wufu raising his fist, saw the purple air penetrate the starry sky, saw Hao Xing Dumang Tianzuan also radiate glory and wave his fist to greet, saw two rays of light, one purple and one gold, meet in the starry sky, and saw the light explosion sweeping across the 8 wastelands and 6 directions, like the Big Bang of the universe. The entire starry sky was illuminated, and in the end, there was only a bright snow in front of Shinchingshua's eyes, and nothing could be seen except the light. When the light dimmed, Shinchingshua saw a large vacuum zone in the starry sky. All the celestial bodies were cleared, and only a figure was suspended there, burning with blazing purple flames. The evil word behind him seemed to be like darkness that could swallow everything, and even the eyes could hardly escape from it. The light and shadow of the good life-saving heavenly venerable had already collapsed, scattered like golden petals all over the sky, 1 divided into 10, 10 divided into 100, and 100 divided into 10,000, and in an instant it turned into floating all over the sky and finally disappeared. The bitter scripture in the hands of the East District High Priest automatically opened, and the image of the good life-saving heavenly venerable painted on one page gradually disappeared. The page of the scripture also became more and more old, and finally seemed to be weathered into ashes. The wind blew and scattered, and the ashes of the book flew away, like a butterfly into the netherworld, and never disappeared again. How is this possible? The East District High Priest stared blankly at the Suffering Sutra in his hand. Until now, he still couldn't believe that the good life-saving heavenly venerable would be wiped out. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. That person has entered the Tao. He only cares about good and evil, not ghosts and gods. As long as he thinks it is right, even ghosts and gods cannot stop him. It is the highest rule mechanism. He is already invincible in the world. Although he is not the emperor, his method makes even the emperor retreat. Shi Zhongqing looked at Wei Wufu with a complicated expression and said, "Invincible is not necessarily the case. His strength has limited conditions. Only when he is 100% sure that he is right, that power is unstoppable. If you want to break him, you just need to shake his heart." The West District High Priest said, "It is not so easy to shake the mind of such a person. Unless one's heart is as hard as stone, it is impossible to practice such a law." Suashio said, "That may not be the case. The laws of the world are mutually reinforcing and restraining. There is no absolute invincibility. As far as I know, there is a kind of artifact in the world. Although it is not the emperor, it can restrain him." The West District High Priest said, "What artifact?" Suashio asked curiously. "The ultimate artifact, Xiexia. It is a traitorous artifact. It has a strong restraining ability for the power of Wei Wufu. Unfortunately, I don't know where it is now." The West District High Priest said, "It's useless to tell you if I don't know where it is," Suashio said speechlessly. "Although Xiexia is missing, by analogy, it can be known that there is a law that can cure him," the West District High Priest said, and summoned a deformed pet. It was a 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed deity sitting on a lotus platform, with a kind face and a compassionate light that saved the suffering. This is the Tathagata of Maji. Suashio recognized the origin of this pet at a glance. Yes, the evil ones are evil, and the righteous ones are righteous. This 1,000-armed Tathagata is the nemesis of Wei Wufu. The West District High Priest said, and asked the Tathagata of Maji to meet Wei Wufu. The Tathagata of Maji has 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes, and there is one eye in each palm, which shows the suffering of the world, and has the power of great compassion. When Wei Wufu faced the Tathagata of Maji, the originally invincible power of good and evil could not exert the power of destroying the world just now. Instead, it seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, and it was difficult to tell who was fighting. Everyone just breathed a sigh of relief, but saw a sudden change on the other side. Wuliang Taiwa Tianzuan reversed the power of the stars in the universe. The infinite starlight penetrated Deer's body, and was about to turn his body into nothingness. No matter how Deers used the power of dust, the energy he eventually triggered would backfire on him. Wuliang Taiwa Tianzuan could reverse the universe, control the power of operation, and control the distribution of energy in the universe. No matter how strong the energy Deers triggered was, it was useless in front of Wuliang Taiwa Tianzuan. It could only become his pawn, and attack Deers in turn. If you can't break the rules and mechanisms of Wuliang Taiwa Tianzuan, no matter how strong the power is, it is not his opponent. Deer's body was dimly illuminated by the starlight, and was about to turn into nothingness. Everyone thought he was dead, but Deer showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. His body, which was as transparent as a spirit, was like a glass bottle, strangely binding all the starlight in the sky in his body. Starlight condensed in his body, moving like thousands of stars. As more and more starlight poured in, his body looked like a glass bottle containing the universe, with countless stars flowing and changing inside. Dais closed his eyes, and let his body fully bathe in the starlight. The universe in his body became more and more magnificent and incredible. Williang Taiwa Tianzuan discovered this problem, and wanted to circulate energy out of Dai's body. But he found that his power of operation could not deprive Dai's of energy from his body. Instead, his own energy rushed into Dai's body frantically, completely out of control. What's going on? The face of the East District High Priest, who discovered this abnormality, changed drastically. Williang Taiwa Tianzuan was in charge of the power of operation. In theory, no one could control energy better than him. But now Dai's actually took away all his energy, which was too incredible. Chapter 1244. The Sea of Thunder and Lightning suddenly turned into a huge whirlpool, as if there was a bottomless pit under the Sea of Thunder and Lightning, madly swallowing the Sea of Thunder and Lightning. The thunder and lightning released by Emperor Yubao rushed to the whirlpool uncontrollably, and it was too late to withdraw. Several high priests were too busy to look around. The battles on both sides had undergone similar strange changes. The energy of the two celestial masters was actually sucked away by someone. For a while, they could not see what had happened. It was just that the Sea of Thunder and Lightning on Emperor Yubao's side was swallowed up faster, and in a blink of an eye, the Sea of Thunder and Lightning was almost sucked dry. In the Sea of Thunder and Lightning that had become extremely thin, they all saw Ouyang Yudu in black, holding a snow-white jade bone demon umbrella in his hand. On the umbrella, there was a charming spirit like a witch. Countless lightnings fell on the demon woman, but it seemed to charge her, making her clothes wrapped with lightnings, and the lightnings penetrated into the umbrella, and finally turned into Ouyang Yudu's body. Immortal. Several great priests saw the spirit that seemed to be a demon woman, with the charm of inverting all living beings, and their faces showed disbelief. Those who competed with the immortals, and the Sea of Stars in computing power were obviously the first immortals, but why did Ouyang Yudu have an immortal? This made them difficult to understand for a while what happened. Watching the Sea of Lightning being sucked into the umbrella crazily, and then transmitted into Ouyang Yudu's body, making his body constantly strengthened, Suoshio couldn't help but say in horror, He should be the first immortal. What's going on? How can there be two first immortals? No one could answer, because no one knew what was going on. Even the people of the God-making clan were stunned. That person. How could he have the ability of the first immortal? And that immortal? What's going on? Didn't that person just admit that he was the first immortal? How come there is another one? The red-clothed man looked at Ouyang Yudu and the jade-bone demon girl sitting on the umbrella in horror, and he couldn't even speak clearly. If there is a first immortal in the world, it is already an almost uncontrollable existence. If there are two first immortals, the universe may really be destroyed and rebuilt by them. No. That guy named Dai's is also absorbing energy. He can't be the first immortal too. The blue-clothed man's voice trembled. If there are three first immortals in this universe, he doesn't know what will happen. Maybe the world will really be destroyed. The East District High Priest desperately wants to take back the infinite Taiwa Tianzuan. In front of the first immortal and the immortal, no matter how much energy they have, it is not enough for them to absorb, and it will only become their help. But it was too late. Williang Taiwa Tianzuan couldn't get rid of the terrifying suction force. The lightning on his body was sucked dry, and the light and shadow of his body were sucked into the umbrella, turning into energy to improve Ouyang Yudu's body. The first immortal. He is the real first immortal. The East District High Priest watched the portrait of another Tianzuan disappear on the Bitter Sutra, and was shocked and angry. Since the Star God Palace has given everything for one first immortal, he doesn't know if he can suppress two first immortals. What's more frightening is that Dai's on the other side. The crazy way he devours energy seems to look a bit like the first immortal. The East District High Priest looked around. His eyes were a little confused for a moment. Ji Shursen looked around in shock, and couldn't understand what was going on. The people in the ancient realm, and the gods in the immortal court were all stunned. They thought that the three people were rushing to die, but now they looked more powerful than each other. Wei Wufu's punch to the sky was enough to shock people, but Ouyang actually sucked the energy of the sky directly. Deers, who was fighting with Yubao Emperor Tianzuan, seemed to be about to suck the sky dry, and he didn't just suck the Yubao Emperor Tianzuan, but also sucked the starlight of the stars in the sky, which seemed even more powerful. Oh my god! Are they really humans from the ancient realm? They are so powerful. Who said that people from the ancient realm are not as good as gods? When people from the ancient realm become stronger, what can gods do? If the great emperor doesn't come out, I'm afraid no one can suppress them. At this point, the great emperor still won't come out. I really can't suppress them. Could it be that the legend is true? The great emperor has been reincarnated. The ancient realm and the immortal court were talking about it, and several great priests were discussing something together. At this point, it seemed that the situation could no longer be controlled by relying on the immortal barracks and the 4 great emperor artifacts. Then we have to do this. Shi Zhongqing nodded slightly, as if he agreed to something. He took out a piece of yellow paper from his chest, bit his teeth, and wrote a talisman on the yellow paper with his own blood and energy. The supreme and ultimate Jade Emperor of the Golden Palace of Heaven. Hurry up and obey the order. Shi Zhongqing threw out the yellow paper and muttered to himself. When the yellow paper was thrown into the void, it spontaneously combusted and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Where the ashes were scattered, a crack appeared in the void, and a huge finger with endless divine light, as if from another dimension, suppressed Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu, who was about to rescue Lin Shen, suddenly became solemn. Looking at the finger falling from the sky, Yugu Yaoji, who was sitting on the umbrella, also had a trace of fear between her eyebrows and stood up. Ouyang Yudu turned the jade umbrella, and Yugu Yaoji floated down. One hand and Ouyang Yudu grabbed the jade umbrella together, and went to meet the brilliant finger falling from the sky. Boom! The finger pressed on the umbrella, and the bodies of Ouyang Yudu and Yugu Yaoji sank immediately and fell towards the endless starry sky. The two of them still couldn't stop the power of that finger, and the fingers crushed the stars one after another, as if they were going to suppress the end of the universe. How could this happen? Haven't the 6 emperors been reincarnated? That breath is clearly the emperor. Everyone in the god-making clan was shocked. If the emperor has returned to his position, who else in this world can resist him? Ouyang and Yugu Yaoji joined forces, but they couldn't stop the power of that finger. The energy and laws of that finger were incomprehensible. Ouyang and Yugu Yaoji were desperately absorbing the energy from the finger, but the energy seemed endless. The energy they absorbed was like the sea, but it seemed to be just a drop in the ocean, insignificant at all. Lin Shen danced wildly with his hands, blocking the siege of the 7 heavenly lords, but he couldn't get rid of the yellow mud embryo under him. The places that came into contact with the yellow mud embryo had already turned into mud. If he continued, I'm afraid his body would turn into a clay sculpture. However, he was on the other side of the yellow mud embryo, and there was an infinite yellow mud embryo blocking him, so he couldn't see what happened on the other side at all. But he sensed the familiar energy fluctuations, and was immediately shocked. That is the energy fluctuations of the Jade Emperor. Who invited him? Boom! The yellow mud embryo suddenly vibrated violently, as if an unparalleled gravity hit the yellow mud embryo. Lin Shen suddenly felt bad. Someone must have suffered. Those who watched through the prison city clearly saw that the huge finger that fell from the sky pressed Ouyang Yudu and Yugu Yaoji into the yellow mud embryo, and the yellow mud embryo was pressed into a big pit bigger than the black hole tomb of the universe. Although they didn't know whether they were alive or dead, they were afraid that they would not survive. Several high priests were very satisfied with this, and billions of star priests outside the starry sky also cheered at this time. No matter how strong you are, the Emperor is the invincible existence in the universe. The finger retracted and disappeared into the void, leaving only an extremely huge black hole on the yellow mud embryo, from which all matter, even light, could not escape. Shi Zhongqing looked at Dies, and took out another piece of yellow paper. Chapter 1245. The Supreme Lord of the Golden Palace of Heaven and Earth, the Jade Emperor of Miluo. Hurry up and obey the command. The same routine. After Shi Zhongqing threw out the yellow talisman paper again, the void was opened by the burning yellow talisman paper again, and the finger that crushed Ouyang Yudu appeared again. At this moment, the fear of the great priest and all the heavens and worlds has reached its peak. The great priest, who can summon the emperor, is undoubtedly the most powerful existence in the universe. And there are 5 more great priests like this. Originally, because of the battle between Lin Shen and others, and the Star God Palace, some thoughts arose in the hearts of the gods and men, but the thoughts that had just arisen were forcibly suppressed. The sky finger pressed towards Diers, as if to kill Diers with one finger, like killing Ouyang Yudu. Dies looked at the giant finger that fell from the sky, but his face did not show any special expression. He just moved his body slightly, while absorbing the power of the stars. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The weak Tianzuan, who had been sucked, could not help himself and came to Dies. The light and shadow shrank smaller and smaller, and turned into a smaller version of Tianzuan, falling into Dies' palm. Dies clenched his palm, and the energy of the entire universe gathered towards his palm, like a little starlight. The 7 Tianzuan who fought with Lin Shen gradually turned into streams of light, and disappeared in an instant, all gathering in Dies' palm. What was even more incredible was that as the light in Dies' palm condensed, the light of the 10 Directions Suffering Sutra in the hands of the East District High Priest dimmed, and the pages of the Suffering Sutra turned into flying ash. In the end, the whole book was scattered like ashes, and it could not be caught no matter how hard he tried. What's going on? The East District High Priest tried desperately to grab it, but in the end, he didn't catch anything. His face was full of despair. Without the great Emperor's artifact, what qualifications did he, the High Priest, have to be above all living beings? In his hand, Ji Shursen looked at the shining palm of Dais in horror. I saw that the light in his palm had condensed into a book that was shining, like the scriptures of all gods. The name on the book was the true scripture of the 10 directions to save suffering. The next second, people saw the book unfold in front of Dais, and the pages were turned one by one. Every time a page was turned, a god rose into the sky, and the voice of the god bloomed in the starry sky. I am the Jade Treasure Emperor, in the Jin Palace, in the Mao position, in charge of wind and thunder, weighing thunder, in charge of the eastern pure land of benevolence, and guarding the first hall of the underworld. The thunder and lightning broke through the sky and earth, turned into a god, staring angrily at the finger in the void. I am the Xuanjin Wanfu Heavenly Realm, in the Li Palace, in the Wu position, in charge of fire, powerful flames, in charge of the western pure land of etiquette, and guarding the second hall of the underworld. The flame representing life broke through the void, and also turned into a god standing upright, located on a giant finger staring at the void. I am the great wonderful supreme heavenly lord. A stream of divine light broke through the void, and turned into the true body of the supreme god, as if it could support the sky, stepping on the stars, and staring at the void. Even the 2 heavenly lords, who had been killed, turned into human form, and broke through the void. The 10 celestial masters were located in the 5 directions, and the divine light on their bodies merged into one, transforming into an infinite pure land and 10 hells, heading towards the divine finger. Boom! The divine finger collided head-on with the pure land hell. For a moment, the starry sky twisted, the stars shifted, and the sky and earth changed color. The great Zhou star plate, and the infinite starry sky transformed by the purple star bead, were about to be defeated by this blow. Cracks appeared faintly on the great Zhou star plate and the purple star bead, as if they were about to be unable to withstand the surging power inside. He withstood the Emperor's blow. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Deers actually took the Emperor's divine weapon from the East District High Priest, and used it to block the Emperor's blow. It just seemed that the Emperor's divine weapon, the 10 Directions Rescue Sutra, was even more powerful in Deer's hands than in the hands of the East District High Priest. The divine finger kept pressing down, and the 10 Directions Pure Land hell changed countless lights and shadows under the pressure of the divine finger. The divine light on the body of the 10 Directions Heavenly Venerable burst out, staring at the sky angrily, and fought against the finger with all his strength. The divine finger and the 10 Directions Heavenly Venerable were in a stalemate, and neither could do anything to the other. Deers held the Bitter Sutra in his hand, and the light on his body was continuously input into the Bitter Sutra, stimulating the power of the 10 Directions Heavenly Venerable to compete with it. The stalemate between these 2 divine powers has caused the surrounding void to collapse horribly. The space was broken, and strange phenomena were everywhere. No one could get close to the starry sky. The expressions on the faces of many star priests and several high priests were even more complicated. Yang Yudu's ability, as the first immortal, was already terrifying. This Deers could actually seize the Great Emperor's artifact, and use it to fight against the power of the Great Emperor's true body. What a terrifying existence. Even the high priests probably don't have such magical powers. After all, the power of the 10 Directions Bitter Sutra in the hands of the East District High Priest is not as powerful as that in the hands of Deers. What kind of existence are these guys? People had all kinds of speculations in their hearts. Being able to fight with the immortal cord to this extent, everyone who participated in the battle today was enough to be remembered. Lin Shen was trapped in the yellow mud embryo, and couldn't extricate himself. Even without the attack of the 7 heavenly lords, his body could hardly get out of the yellow mud embryo, and he couldn't even stand up. The yellow mud embryo had muddied his body, and the foot and calf connected to the yellow mud ground had turned into clay sculptures at this time. Lin Shen didn't want to summon Xiao Yi and Xiao Na to help him out with the Great Emperor's artifact, and he didn't even summon the Chaos Bell, because it was useless to summon it. He observed the yellow mud embryo with extremely microscopic vision, and found that the yellow mud embryo had no flaws. This didn't mean that the lines of nothingness had nothing to do with the yellow mud embryo, but that they were too related. All the lines of nothingness in the universe eventually merged with the yellow mud embryo, as if the yellow mud embryo was the foundation of the entire universe. Although Lin Shen has a 100% sure formula, facing the foundation of the universe, unless he can destroy the universe with one blow, no matter how strong his power is, it is impossible to break the yellow mud embryo. What's more terrifying is that the stronger Lin Shan's power is, the thicker the yellow mud embryo is, and the gravity is also stronger. The stronger Lin Shan's power is, the thicker the yellow mud embryo is, and the stronger the gravity is, so strong that Lin Shan can't get out at all. At this time, any helper or artifact summoned will be pressed on the yellow mud embryo by this terrifying gravity, and will be gradually eroded and turned into a mud embryo like Lin Shan. The Great Emperor's artifact is really worthy of its reputation. Lin Shan shot the sand between his fingers at the yellow mud earth. The indestructible power of the sand between his fingers drilled into the earth, but it could not penetrate the yellow mud earth. The sand between his fingers kept moving forward, but the earth kept getting thicker, as if it would never be penetrated, but made the gravity of the yellow mud earth even more terrifying. In Lin Shan's eyes, the gravity of the yellow mud land has become an endless number, and he can't count how many digits there are. The slag knife that Lin Shan holds as a support has been bent like a crescent under the pressure of gravity and his strength, as if it will break at any time. I will kill the culprit first. The great priest Ho-Tu once again recited the secret words of the great emperor's artifact. The sky is high and the earth is thick, burying ghosts and gods. Thousands of years, all turned into yellow earth. Before the great priest Ho-Tu finished reading the secret words, he actually saw a figure crossing the void, shuttling through space, and coming in the air like a ghost. Mr. Ding, what are you doing here? Ji Shursen looked down and questioned the figure that shuttled through the void. Kill people. Ding Xian came in the air, his clothes fluttering, like an immortal descending to the earth. In an instant, he passed through the obstruction of billions of star priests on the periphery, and rushed into the starry sky transformed by the great Zhou Tian star disk like a phantom, rushing straight towards several great priests. Chapter 1246. The 4 great emperor artifacts have all been used up, and the high priest has no extraordinary artifacts in his hand. Seeing Ding Xian coming in the air, he can only go down to fight in person. But Ding Xian came too fast, with a shadow after another, and in an instant, he was in front of Ji Shursen. A grain of light dares to compete with the bright moon. Ji Shursen snorted coldly, and the 9 dragons and 5 spirits on his body burst into divine light, attacking Ding Xian. He was born in the Ji family, which was not inferior to the Ding family. After he became the owner of the Xingqiu Pavilion and the High Priest, he got a lot of benefits, and didn't take Ding Xian seriously at all. Although the 10 great magic skills are powerful, they are nothing compared to the benefits that the High Priest of the Xingqiu Palace can get. But when Ji Shursen was ready to make a move, he found that Ding Xian, who was clearly in front of him, suddenly disappeared. Ji Shursen immediately felt something was wrong and turned his head to look, only to see that Ding Xian, who was dressed in green, had already left him and rushed towards the High Priest Ho-Tu. The High Priest Ho-Tu's eyes showed obvious horror, as if he had seen something incredible. Without any hesitation, he burst out all his strength and attacked Ding Xian, who had not yet rushed to him. But before he could make a move, he found that Ding Xian was already behind him. Ding Xian, who was clearly in front of him just now, disappeared strangely, as if time had been cut off, or as if a few frames were missing in the middle of a movie. Others looked and saw Ding Xian rushing in the void, flashing like a ghost for a few times, as if he had passed through the bodies of Ji Shursen and the High Priest Ho-Tu, and then continued to run towards the distant void without looking back. In the blink of an eye, he had already run beyond the starry sky and disappeared. Everything happened so fast that when everyone reacted, they could no longer see Ding Xian. What is he doing? Is he passing by the battlefield? Everyone was full of doubts. But the next moment, they saw Ji Shursen and Ho-Tu's pupils shrink, and their faces were full of horror and disbelief. When they wanted to move their bodies again, blood marks appeared on their bodies. They just moved a little, and their bodies broke into pieces of flesh and blood like a puzzle, floating everywhere in the void. For a moment, everyone felt creepy and their hearts were filled with bone-chilling coldness. What a great way to kill people without blood. Ding Xian's speed is already faster than the speed of the long river of time. I think he should not be called Ding Xian, but Ding Xian. The head of the Pan family laughed. The Ding family actually joined the war at this time, and killed 2 great priests. Aren't they afraid of revenge from the Star God Palace in the future? Pan Xiaoning said with a strange look. Afraid? If he was afraid, he wouldn't have taken action. He was just gambling. He was betting that the Star God Palace couldn't pass this test today, and that the Immortal Court would change. The eyes of the Pan family patriarch were shining. How is that possible? Although they have rare magical powers. But the Emperor has not come out. If the Emperor comes, they will only have one way to die. Pan Xiaoning said in doubt. The Emperor can't come. The Pan family patriarch said. Why? Pan Xiaoning couldn't understand. Because all the emperor's true bodies are no longer in the Star God Palace, they have been reincarnated as humans, and no one knows where they are going to survive the tribulation at this time. The Pan family patriarch said a piece of news that shocked Pan Xiaoning beyond words. The emperor is gone. How did that finger come from? If it's not the emperor's hand, how could it have such power? Pan Xiaoning still couldn't believe it. That should be a trick, or a special method to retain the emperor's power. It's definitely not the real emperor's hand. The head of the Pan family stared at the finger of the emperor, who was confronting the 10 Directions Heavenly Venerable, and said, if the real emperor took action, do you think a great emperor's artifact could stop it? And now it's time. 2 high priests were slaughtered directly, but none of those high priests summoned the emperor to take action. If the emperor was still there, how could they sit idly by? Ding Xian used all his strength to kill the high priest. He wanted to tell everyone that the emperor was really gone, and this was the best time to overthrow the Star God Palace. The head of the Pan family said and walked out. Grandfather, what are you going to do? Pan Xiaoning said in shock. The fate of us gods should not be determined by the intelligent brain. It's time to take back our own fate. The head of the Pan family jumped up after saying this, and his figure split the void like a giant axe, and stepped into it in one step. Mr. Ding. What a great Mr. Ding. Ha. An old man from the Shin family gradually stood up with his hunched body. Although he was so thin that he was almost unrecognizable, he exuded a sharp aura, like a sharp arrow, and there was no sign of aging at all. Although he was half buried in the ground and his eyes were dim, he exuded a wild aura that even young people could not compare with. I am old. I will leave this old life to you. The old man jumped up, his body like a sharp arrow piercing through the void, and he went to the battlefield to fight. The fate of billions of years should also come to an end. A person walked like the wind, riding the wind to the outer space of the stars. In many ancient families, there are people who broke through the void and rushed to the battlefield, wanting to completely wipe out the Star God Palace and destroy the intelligent brain system of the immortal court, and no longer be constrained by the intelligent brain. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's all a mess. Seeing the terrifying figures rushing into the starry sky battlefield, the gods and star priests of the immortal court were panicked. The great formation of the stars in the sky. No one is allowed to enter. Shi Zhongqing gave orders to the star priests outside the star disk. Some star priests heard the order and immediately formed the great formation of the stars in the sky, but some star priests hesitated. Those who broke through the void were all ancestors of the major families, and many of these star priests came from the major families. They would still struggle in their hearts to make a move against their own elders. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you don't break the barriers and regain control of our destiny, how long will you wait? The chief of the Pan clan shouted, and his body turned into the axe of creation, as if he had created the world, and slashed at the great array of stars in the sky. The supreme power of the divine art of creating, the world was invincible and indestructible. The great array of stars in the sky, which was formed by the joint efforts of hundreds of millions of star priests, was actually split open by him, leaving a crack like a natural moat. The chief of the Pan clan rushed directly into the starry sky transformed by the star disk, and figures rushed into the starry sky from the crack. There were also disagreements among the star priests. Some wanted to continue to maintain the formation and trap those who rushed in, while some gave up, withdrew their own power, and even turned around to attack other star priests who were maintaining the formation. For a time, the great array of stars in the sky was in chaos, and the star priests fought each other. Chapter 1247. Pan Lai. Are you really going to commit such a serious crime? Suoshio said coldly, while looking at Pokong, and the head of the Pan family. Our fate does not need a machine to judge. Pan Lai said lightly. Intelligent computers can be absolutely fair. For humans, this is the best way to survive. Do you want to see a universe without rules, and humans killing each other everywhere? Suoshio said. In any case, it is our own choice. Pan Lai looked at Pan Jinqing standing next to the high priest and said, Jinqing, how do you choose? Pan Jinqing, Yao Ji, and Dongfang Buliang all had complicated expressions. On one hand, they were their family members, and on the other hand, they were their mentors who treated them like fathers. This was undoubtedly a difficult choice. Grandfather, the universe needs order, otherwise only ordinary people will suffer. Pan Jinqing looked at Pan Lai and said sincerely, In that case, let's fight. Let me see how much progress you have made in these years in the Star God Palace. Pan Lai took a step forward, and his unparalleled power instantly split the space, making him invincible and indestructible. No power could stop him, unless it was another indestructible divine axe. Dang! Pan Jinqing also took a step forward, and the method of creating the world confronted Pan Lai, causing the space to tear apart, leaving virtual marks in the void. Suoxiu, you and I should have a fight. The old man of the Shin family pointed directly at Suoxiu. You all come together. Suoxiu said disdainfully. Don't talk nonsense. Today is the time to change the world, and there is no room for personal grudges. Someone had already broken through the air and killed Suoxiu, Shi Zhongqing and others. The starry sky was suddenly in chaos, with terrifying battles that shattered the starry sky everywhere. The strongest fighting forces among the gods and men were most likely involved in this battle. This opportunity has not appeared in billions of generations. This opportunity has not appeared in billions of generations. The immortal court is actually in such a state of internal strife. God help my god-making clan. In the god-making clan, the red-clothed man was so excited that he almost cried. What kind of destiny script is this? They have been calculating the immortal court with all their heart and soul, but they have not been able to take it down. Now the immortal court is actually destroying itself. The god-making clan only needs to reap the benefits of the fishermen, and they can destroy the Star God Palace and take over the immortal court. It has come to this time, and there is still no emperor. Now it can be confirmed that the emperor is still in reincarnation, and the Star God Palace is hopeless. This is a godsend opportunity for my god-making clan. The blue-clothed man also looked at the god-making clan leader excitedly. The god-making clan said calmly, Don't worry, let's wait and see. Lin Shen was trapped by the yellow mud embryo. Although the high priest Ho Tu, who was in charge of the yellow mud embryo, was killed by Ding Xian, the yellow mud embryo did not stop turning Lin Shen into mud. Lin Shen knew that Ding Xian came here mainly to kill the high priest Ho Tu, and killing Ji Shirsan was just a byproduct. The reason why he killed the high priest Ho Tu should be to help Lin Shen get rid of the dilemma of the great emperor's artifact. But the high priest Ho Tu died, and Lin Shen's dilemma was not solved. The great emperor's artifact itself has its own consciousness. It obviously does not intend to let Lin Shen go, and it is even more crazy. If Lin Shen's strength is stronger, the earth will be thousands of times thicker. Even a physique like Lin Shen can't stand the terrifying gravity. Although the theory of evolution can strengthen Lin Shen's body and make him adapt to gravity, it also takes a process. In such a crazy surge in gravity, there is no time for the theory of evolution to play its role. Moreover, the yellow mud embryo also has the effect of mutification. In just a moment, I am afraid that Lin Shen's body will turn into a clay sculpture, and finally turn into dust and return to the yellow mud earth. The yellow mud embryo should be the source of all life, and the ancestral land. This place is not to mention Lin Shen. Anyone who comes here, as long as he is a person, I am afraid it is impossible to get rid of it. The great emperor's artifacts are indeed not a waste. Fortunately, Ding first killed the great priest Ho Tu, and did not let him activate the secret language again. Otherwise, I don't know what more terrifying abilities the yellow mud embryo has. Lin Shen looked around, but he couldn't find any flaws in the yellow mud embryo. Even the line of nothingness on Lin Shen's body was connected to the yellow mud embryo. Lin Shen watched his legs gradually turn into mud, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind, thinking about how to get rid of the yellow mud embryo. If it doesn't work, I can only summon Xiuya and Xiana and let them use the jade bottle and red gourd. Although they haven't fully recovered, they are still the great emperor's artifacts. They will be of some use. I don't ask them to defeat the yellow mud embryo, as long as they can help me get out of trouble. Lin Shen was thinking about summoning Xiuya and Xiana. The yellow mud embryo is the source of all life. All biological gene sequences are in the yellow mud embryo. You have fallen on the yellow mud embryo. Summoning anything is useless. If you want to break the yellow mud embryo, there is only one way. The voice of the purple nether butterfly girl came into Lin Shen's mind. What method? Why didn't you tell me when I asked you just now? Lin Shen asked with gritted teeth. The increasing gravity had almost made his body collapse. The shell outside his body creaked due to the pressure of gravity, and could break at any time. Because this method is almost impossible to achieve, it is useless to tell you. Now I tell you, just to make you give up this idea and don't summon us out, otherwise we can only die together, and no one can escape. Rather than all die, it is better for you to die alone and let us live, so there is still a chance to avenge you. The purple dark butterfly girl obviously guessed that Lin Shen would summon them all out and treat a dead horse as a living one, so she spoke. What is the method? If you want to tell me, tell me. If not, don't talk nonsense. I can't hold on any longer. Lin Shen's voice trembled. He was really about to die. It is said that among the 10 great magic skills, the magic skill of repairing the sky and recreating the world practiced by the New Wall lineage is complementary to the yellow mud embryo. If you are proficient in this method, you can restrain the yellow mud embryo. Not only can you escape, but you may also be able to take this ownerless yellow mud embryo for your own use. The purple dark butterfly girl said. You said nothing. Where can I get the heaven-repairing divine art? Even if I can get it, I can't practice it. Lin Shen knew his own business. Even if he had this serious technique, he couldn't practice it. In fact, when he was in Xingqiu Pavilion before, Lin Shen had also seen the heaven-repairing divine art collected by Zhongtian Xingqiu Palace, but the technique was incomplete, just an empty shell, and there was no way to practice it. Besides that, there is no other way to crack it. Who made you so careless and trapped by this yellow mud embryo? If you were not touched by it, there would be a chance, but now it is impossible. The purple nether butterfly girl said. If you are not touched, what chance is there? Lin Shen asked with a thought in his mind. The sky is high and the earth is thick, embracing everything, infinite and unreachable. But if you have the power to create the world, you can try it. Lin Shen was even more speechless. What the purple nether butterfly girl said was all nonsense. How could he have the heaven-repairing divine art? However, the words of the purple nether butterfly girl reminded him that although he could not break the yellow mud embryo, the yellow mud embryo was the source of all life. As the source of all life, there was another kind of power that might be of some use. Lin Shen's mind moved, and he spontaneously activated the fire seed that had evolved into a god, Lu Shen. Chapter 1248. The battlefield was already in chaos. The star officials outside the star disk were fighting each other, and the battle inside the star disk was also endless. Although Ho Tu and the 2 great priests of the South District were lost, only Shi Zhongqing, Suo Xiao, the great priests of the West District and the East District, plus Yao Ji, Pan Jinqing, Jiang Xishan and Dongfang Buliang, the masters of the Star Hall, were left. The number was not as good as the strong men of the major families. However, the strength of the great priests was really amazing. Even without the great emperor's artifact and the support of the great emperor, they still had the advantage in the situation of fighting with fewer people. Shi Zhongqing was not at a disadvantage in fighting against 8 people alone. The power of the great priest of Zhongtian was unimaginable. Even without the great emperor's artifact, he was still almost invincible in the fairy court. Lao Wei was fighting with Maji Tathagata. Because of the problem of attribute restraint, he could not get rid of Maji Tathagata, and was very depressed. Maji Tathagata showed mercy in every move, only trapped but not killed. The more so, the more difficult it was for Lao Wei to burst out his fighting power. Ouyang Yudu was crushed in the black hole, and didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Dierge used the 10 Directions Rescue Sutra to resist the Divine Finger, and his situation was not good. If no new forces joined, all battles would be deadlocked, and it would be very disadvantageous for Lin Shen. On the giant ring star, Tianxuan held Shujiu and looked at the battle in the starry sky with a worried face. She had not really entered the Ghost and God realm, and had no ability to enter the battlefield to help. Even if she entered the Ghost and God realm, it would be very difficult to even approach such a battlefield without reaching the upper level. Second brother, Lin Shen seems to be in trouble, help him. Tianxuan was not polite to Lao Tai and asked him to help Lin Shen. The battle has just begun, no hurry. Lao Tai just said it lightly, and continued to watch the battle, with no intention of helping Lin Shen. Tianxuan felt a little relieved after hearing what Lao Tai said, knowing that Lao Tai would not harm Lin Shen. Since he said so, Lin Shen should not be in danger for the time being. The other onlookers from various tribes still had no intention of taking action. Now the situation was unclear, and Lin Shen and his men were at a disadvantage, so they did not want to take risks. Especially since Lin Shen was trapped by the yellow mud embryo, the artifact of the great emperor. Once he was completely killed, someone in the Star God Palace could take back the yellow mud embryo, and the situation would be reversed immediately. Even if the great emperor did not come out, the Star God Palace would still be invincible. That person still has some skills, but compared with the great emperor's artifact, it is still a little worse. When Bujuan watched the battle, and said with a smile, the Wen family remained neutral, and did not join the battle, and no one rushed into the void, so it was very relaxed at this time. As soon as when Bujuan finished speaking, he saw a space crack in the void, and a mysterious ancient temple emerged in it like a mirage. Since then, a ghost god with incomparable beauty flew out of the ancient temple. As graceful as a startled swan, as graceful as a swimming dragon. Blooming autumn chrysanthemums, luxuriant spring pines. It is as bright as the moon covered by light clouds, and as fluttering as snow blown by the wind. Looking from afar, It is as bright as the sun rising in the morning glow. Words seem to be unable to describe its beauty, and human words can hardly describe 1/10 of its charm. How can a ghost god come in person? What kind of ghost god is this? Why have I never seen it before? Everyone was shocked when they saw Dongwang Luoshan coming. After all, ghost gods rarely come in person, unless a strong man with the body of a Dharma king is willing to offer his body and use himself as a sacrifice. It is possible to summon a ghost god that conforms to his own law to come in person, and it may not be successful. The success rate has been getting lower and lower recently. At this time, a ghost god walked out of the temple, and it was a ghost god whose origin was unknown, which was a great pressure for both parties. Lin Shen was also shocked. He summoned Dongwang Luoshan, but how could such a beautiful female ghost god come? He remembered that Dongwang Luoshan should look exactly like him, and he was a little suspicious. Could it be that something went wrong with Dongwang Luoshan, and she was taken over by someone else? But after a closer look, he found that although this beautiful goddess was extremely beautiful, if he looked closely, he would find that her eyebrows and eyes were actually somewhat similar to Lin Shen, and she could be called the female version of Lin Shen. Of course, it was just a resemblance. Dongwang Luoshan was naturally much more beautiful than him. Everyone was peeking at Dongwang Luoshan to see what she was doing here, and who summoned her. Even several high priests were no exception, and they were all watching Luoshan. The humans and gods watching the battle outside stared at Luoshan without blinking, wondering who summoned her, and what kind of ghost she was, and how could she be so stunningly beautiful. Under the gaze of everyone, Luoshan descended on the yellow mud land and bowed to Lin Shen. Luoshan greets the master. I wonder what you want to do with me. This sentence shocked the universe, and at this moment, the world seemed to be suddenly quiet. The ghosts and gods in the sky actually called Lin Shen the master, and called themselves slaves. What a ridiculous and magical thing. They are ghosts and gods, representing the existence of the rules of the universe. Although ghosts and gods are strong and weak, no matter how weak the ghosts and gods are, they are still ghosts and gods, and they are also gods of a set of laws. How could they recognize a mortal as their master? From ancient times to the present, in the endless years of the universe, this kind of thing has never happened. Even the highest high priest, holding the great emperor's artifact, could not make the ghosts and gods surrender and recognize their master. But this absurd thing actually happened, and such a beautiful ghost recognized a human as its master. Even the high priest was shocked and unbelievable at this time, which was beyond their cognition. How could they know that this was not a real natural ghost, but a ghost transformed by Lin Shen's fire seed usurping the throne of God, which was somewhat different from the natural ghost? If it was a natural ghost, no matter how strong Lin Shen was, he would not recognize him as his master. Luoshan, help me get out of trouble. Lin Shen ordered Luoshan. Yes, sir. Luoshan responded and walked towards Lin Shen. Her naked jade feet stepped on the yellow mud ground. On the ground that was originally like clay, ripples appeared in circles, and clear water was like a spring, flooding the ground with her toes as the center. Everyone was closely watching her every move, wondering if Luoshan could really break the yellow mud embryo. In theory, the great emperor's artifact can suppress ghosts and gods, but it is not absolute, and it depends on the law of life and death. The clear water flooded the earth and soaked Lin Shen's legs. After the muddy legs were soaked by the clear water, the mud on the legs gradually melted into the water and peeled off from Lin Shen's legs. The originally muddy calves gradually recovered their flesh and blood. The clear water became turbid, from the initial clearness to muddy yellow, and then to muddy mud. Not good. Luoshan's power can actually restrain the yellow mud embryo. The West District High Priest was shocked. It's not restraint, it just has a partial dissolving effect on the mud. If the High Priest Ho Tu was still there, he could activate more abilities of the yellow mud embryo with secret words, and he would definitely be able to break her power. What a pity, Suoshio said while fighting. Hateful Deng Xian. The Western District High Priest wanted to kill Deng Xian, but he couldn't spare any time, so he could only continue to fight desperately. Don't worry, being able to get rid of mud doesn't mean being able to get out of the gravity of the yellow mud embryo. As long as he can't get out, we still have the advantage, Suoshio said. Lin Shen was spared the pain of mud, but the gravity on his body did not disappear. Luoshan's power could not dissolve this terrifying gravity, and they were trapped on the yellow mud embryo. Lin Shen was not disappointed. Being able to stop being mud has given Lin Shen a lot of help. At least I also entered the door of the law of gravity. If I am trapped to death by the law of gravity, wouldn't it be a big joke? Without the threat of mud, Lin Shen had enough time. He stared at the yellow mud embryo, and the theory of evolution in his body was running wildly. Chapter 1249. Although Lin Shan is an entry-level gravity law, his gravity law is limited to being able to see the quantitative data of gravity. He cannot control gravity, let alone eliminate such terrible gravity. The water power of Luotian can only dissolve part of the yellow mud embryo, but the yellow mud embryo is almost infinite, and Luotian's water power cannot completely dissolve it, so it is impossible to eliminate this terrible gravity. The yellow mud embryo dissolved by the water power will swallow people like a swamp. Although Lin Shan is not afraid of being drowned by mud and water, such useless work is really unnecessary. Lin Shan frantically runs the theory of evolution, wanting to use the theory of evolution to strengthen the body and his own understanding of the law of gravity, so that he can truly have a controllable law of gravity, so as to get rid of the terrible gravity of the yellow mud embryo. Unfortunately, Lin Shan soon found that his idea was a bit too beautiful. Like this kind of serious power, he could not enter the room, no matter how he felt. Even in such a strong gravity environment, his sense of gravity is extremely slow, and he can't master the law of gravity with the help of strong gravity environment and evolution as he thought. No. This won't work. What should I do? Lin Shan's brain was working fast, and he gave up his previous idea. A tree that is moved will die, but a person who is moved will live. A living person can't be suffocated to death by urine. There is no need to go all the way to the end, and never turn back until he hits the wall. Lin Shan thought about all his abilities, and suddenly a light flashed. My brain. How could I forget the dead fans? Although the current level of the dead fans is not the top level, it doesn't matter. What's important is that there is an infinite power contract between Lin Shan and the dead fans. The heavier the dead powder is, the stronger Lin Shan's power will be, and the gravity here will make the dead powder's weight increase with the increase of gravity. As the dead powder becomes heavier, Lin Shan's own power will increase with the dead powder's weight, and he will be able to resist the terrifying gravity of the yellow mud embryo. Although Lin Shan cannot calculate the final result now, this is undoubtedly the most effective method at present, and it is also the only method he can think of. Lin Shan did not hesitate, and summoned the dead powder directly. As soon as the dead powder came out, it was immediately pressed directly on the yellow mud ground by the strong gravity. No matter how hard it struggled, its body close to the ground could not move, and its body was quickly flattened. Lin Shan held the dead powder in one hand, and dragged it to himself little by little. The dead powder cooperated to wrap around Lin Shan's body, making Lin Shan feel that the weight of his body suddenly increased, his waist bent a little more, and he almost fell to the ground completely. The slag knife in his hand was bent, and almost turned into a circle. But at this moment, Lin Shan felt that the power in his body was increasing at a crazy speed, and an unprecedented sense of power filled Lin Shan's body. Even if he didn't look at the attributes on the watch, Lin Shan could be sure that his power attribute was growing explosively. The body of the dead powder was wrapped around him little by little, and its weight was constantly converted into power, which strengthened Lin Shan's power through the infinite power contract. The dead powder became very heavy, but as its body wrapped around him, Lin Shan gradually felt a little lighter, as if the gravity of the yellow mud land had weakened. Not good. Lin Shan found that the body of the dead powder could not support itself under this terrifying gravity. After all, its level had not yet reached it. It was indeed too difficult for it to compete with the great Emperor's artifact at such a level. Most of the dead fan had not yet climbed onto Lin Shan's body. It was pressed thinner than paper, and stuck to the ground. It could not be pulled now. If Lin Shan forcibly pulled it, he was afraid that he would tear its body apart. Without thinking, Lin Shan transferred his own power into the dead fan's body through the small universe. He wanted to help the dead fan to ascend. Only in this way could the dead fan bear this terrifying weight. The small universe evolved from the three-star system contained a very terrifying power of the Law Ray. Otherwise, Lin Shan would not be able to compete with the great Emperor's artifact by himself. In other words, this yellow mud embryo restrained him too much. If it was replaced with other great Emperor's artifacts, it might not be able to do anything to Lin Shan. The small universe injected into the dead fan's body was equivalent to Lin Shan transferring his own energy to the dead fan. The dead fan itself was a foodie, and digesting energy was too easy for it. Under the blessing of a large amount of energy, the dead fan was flattened on the ground, and its body, which was thinner than the nanofilm, gradually expanded again. At the same time, his body emitted a crystal red light, as dazzling as infrared rays. Lin Shan gradually turned to using strength attributes to fight gravity, and the energy saved was poured into the diehard fans. The spectators saw Lin Shan summon a red cow tendon rope, then wrapped it around himself, and then saw the dazzling red light flashing up, wondering what he was doing. Whether the red rope was a divine weapon or a pet, looking at its appearance, it was clear that it could not escape the gravity of the yellow mud embryo. The power of ghosts and gods could not let him escape the gravity of the yellow mud embryo, but was trapped on the yellow mud embryo. The great emperor's divine weapon was really unimaginably strong. When Bujuan sighed. The great emperor's artifact is refined with the power of the great emperor. It is essentially a part of the great emperor's divine power, and the strongest power in the universe. Although ghosts and gods are powerful, they are only the masters of one system after all. The power of the great emperor is not as simple as one system of power. When Chinkue said lightly, "It's a pity that 2 of the 6 great emperor's artifacts are lost. Otherwise, if the 6 great emperor's artifacts are complete, their power alone can suppress everything." 6 great emperor's artifacts suppress everything. This is a bit exaggerated. That dies. Didn't he break the constraints of the great emperor's artifacts with his own power, and turn around to use the great emperor's artifacts for himself? If there are more powerful people like that, the 6 great emperor's artifacts can't be said to suppress everything. When Bujuan has a different opinion. I don't know how that dies did it. I think there shouldn't be many people in the universe who can do what he did. But even if we can gather more than 6 such strong men, they are definitely no match for the 6 imperial artifacts. When Chinkue said with certainty, "Why?" When Bujuan was puzzled. That's because if all 6 of the great emperor's artifacts are present, the great emperor's divine power can be triggered, which is comparable to the power of the great emperor himself. However, only when all 6 of the great emperor's artifacts are complete can the great emperor's divine power be triggered, and none of them can be missing. When Chinkue looked at the first immortal who was still competing with the immortal camp in computing power and said, "If all 6 of the great emperor's artifacts are present, then the first immortal may not be so arrogant. The great emperor's artifact also has this function." When Bujuan was surprised. The great emperor's artifacts are originally based on the position of the 6 directions. They are the treasures that guard the 6 major star regions. They have the power of the 6 directions. Once they are gathered together, the might of the great emperor is unimaginable. When Chinkue said, "But it seems difficult to gather them again. The other 2 great emperor's artifacts have been lost for many years. It has been unknown how many billions of years since they appeared." Chapter 1250. Lin Shan held the dead powder in his hand, and the red light on the dead powder was so strong that it dyed the boundless yellow mud earth blood red. It was like a blood sun rising above the yellow mud earth, shining on all things on the earth. Lin Shan seemed to have entered a dead loop at this time. The more energy he injected into the dead powder's body, the stronger the dead powder's body evolved, the greater the gravity it could withstand, and the heavier it would become. The heavier the dead powder, the stronger Lin Shan's power attribute, and the stronger his power against the yellow mud embryo. The yellow mud embryo would become larger and thicker, and the gravity would become stronger. The dead powder was blessed by stronger gravity, and the body became heavier, which would continue to enhance Lin Shan's power. Lin Shan, the dead powder, and the yellow mud embryo formed a closed loop, and the power of the 3 parties was constantly increasing. The stronger Lin Shan is, the more energy he gives to his fans. This cycle seems to never end. Lin Shan feels that his strength attribute has increased by many times. I am afraid that his strength attribute is already the strongest person in the past and present. In addition to using the Purple Star Universal Pearl, which can push the strength attribute to such a strong level, there is no other artifact in the world that can pile up the strength attribute to this extent. It is just because the power of the 3 parties is competing through gravity, not as outward as in ordinary battles, so other people have not discovered the abnormality here. Lin Shan's mood is very complicated. The gravity of the yellow mud embryo seems to be able to increase infinitely, and it feels like it will never end. His own strength has been strengthened for such a long time. Lin Shan is afraid that if he continues, his body will not be able to withstand such a terrifying force. Strength comes from the body. If a person's strength exceeds the limit of the body's endurance, then it may be that just a slight force will break the bones and flesh. Because the strength is too strong, so strong that even he can't control it. No. I can't go on like this. Lin Shan knew that uncontrollable power is the most terrifying. He must get rid of the current situation before the strength exceeds his own controllability. But how can he get rid of this situation? Now the 3 have become a stable structure. If any party takes the initiative to withdraw, it will be counterattacked by unimaginable terrifying power. Lin Shan can't take the initiative to withdraw, nor can he let the dead fans withdraw, and the yellow mud embryo can't withdraw by itself. The best way is naturally for the 3 to stop together, but the yellow mud embryo has no owner, and is uncontrollable. What should I do? Several plans flashed through Lin Shan's mind, but none of them seemed feasible. Just when Lin Shan was at a loss, he suddenly felt that the gravity growth rate of the yellow mud embryo seemed to have slowed down a bit. Could it be that the yellow mud embryo is about to reach its limit? Lin Shan was ecstatic. Just now, he was wondering whether the gravity of the yellow mud embryo would increase infinitely, but he didn't expect that it would show signs of reaching the top so soon. The gravity of the yellow mud embryo is naturally impossible to be infinite. After all, it is just the Great Emperor's artifact, not the universe itself. It is still uncertain whether the universe itself is infinite, let alone the Great Emperor's artifact. The reason why the Great Emperor's artifact seems to have infinite power is because the creatures in the universe can hardly touch the bottom line of the Great Emperor's artifact. But now Lin Shan and the dead fans have joined forces and are about to touch the bottom line of the yellow mud embryo. Hold on a little longer. Hold on a little longer. Lin Shan could only desperately hold on, wanting to wait until the gravity of the yellow mud embryo reaches the upper limit. He now has a strange feeling, which cannot be described in words. The power in his body is so strong that it seems to be separated from his body. It is hard to tell what that feeling is, but Lin Shan can clearly feel that this should be a very dangerous signal. The red light on the dead fan's body gradually turned from strong to weak, not as bright and dazzling as before. This does not mean that the energy in the dead fan's body has decreased, but that the dead fan has begun to transform. Outside its body, like shedding its skin, a layer of black and red crystals appeared. The crystals accumulated deeper and deeper, and cracks similar to snake skin appeared on it. The thicker the black and red crystal skin accumulated, the dimmer the red light on the dead fan's body became, and in the end, the red light on its body was almost invisible. At this time, everyone saw that Lin Shan was holding a black fire stick in his hand and standing on the yellow mud. At some point, he stood up from the yellow mud, holding the death powder in one hand, and just stood there. Luo Shan stood on the muddy water next to him, waiting quietly. People were a little surprised that Lin Shan actually stood up. When they didn't know what he did, they saw Lin Shan holding the black fire stick in one hand and raising it. What is he going to do? Yao Ji and others, who had been spying on the situation over there, had a bad feeling in their hearts when they saw Lin Shan holding up the death powder. The next second, Lin Shan twisted his waist and swung his arms, and the palm holding the dead powder exerted force, stabbing the dead powder fiercely into the yellow mud. Compared with the current size of the yellow mud, the size of the dead powder is not even a drop in the ocean. To say that it is like looking for a needle in a haystack is already an extreme exaggeration of the size of the dead powder. But when the dead powder stabbed into the yellow mud seemed to tremble. Everyone stared at the yellow mud in a daze, as if waiting for something to happen. But nothing happened. The dead powder just stabbed into the yellow mud, and there was no terrifying energy fluctuation or explosion. Lin Shan's hand was still holding the dead powder, and his head was not raised, just like a fisherman stabbing a fish with a harpoon. Is it still not working? Shen Qingxue was slightly disappointed. But the next second, Shen Qingxue suddenly widened his eyes, and saw that with the dead powder as the center, red rays of light appeared on the yellow mud land. Where the red rays of light came out, the earth cracked into deep gullies. In just a moment, the boundless and huge yellow mud land was covered with countless bottomless gullies that were blooming with red brilliance, like spider webs. On the dead powder that looked like a fire stick, the black crystal skin peeled off piece by piece, revealing the straight body inside that was as crystal clear as the best pigeon blood ruby. When the black crystal skin on the outside completely peeled off, a roar that resounded through the universe was heard. The huge and boundless yellow mud land was actually broken into pieces, turning into countless pieces of mud embryos of varying sizes, scattered into the void. Except for the sound of the yellow mud continent exploding, the entire universe was dead silent. It was unimaginable that a great emperor's artifact like the yellow mud embryo was actually blown up by a single blow. As the yellow mud embryo burst, the black hole embedded in the yellow mud embryo also lost its support. At this time, someone discovered that the black hole seemed to be much smaller than before, and not as big as they had imagined. Chapter 1251. Lin Shan blew up the yellow clay embryo of the great emperor's artifact, and the situation was reversed immediately. The Star God officer had gone from having a huge advantage to being surrounded by dangers. If things go wrong, the Star God Palace of the Immortal Court will become history from now on. At this point, if the Great Priest does not summon the Great Emperor, I am afraid that the fate of the Star God Palace today is doomed. Many people were whispering in secret. In the past, only a very few people knew that the Great Emperor was no longer in the Star God Palace, and most of them were just guesses, and no one dared to verify it. But today, almost everyone has guessed that the Great Emperor must have had a problem. Otherwise, why hasn't he summoned the Great Emperor at this point? Even the divine finger summoned by Shi Zhongqing has been suspected. If it was really the hand of the Great Emperor, how could it be blocked by the 10 Directions Heavenly Venerable? It would be better if the master of the 10 Directions Rescue Sutra, the great Emperor Dongji Qinghua, came in person. The other great priests did not even summon a finger, which was even more suspicious. Lin Shan glanced at the divine finger that was confronting Dais. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shan should help Dais break the divine finger and expose the fact that the emperor was no longer there. When the universe is full of heroes, the Star God Palace will not exist. But Lin Shan still had concerns in his heart. Theoretically, the 6 emperors should no longer be in the Star God Palace, so there was no need to worry about anything. But Lin Shan had really seen the Jade Emperor. Although he had not come out after summoning several times, and only summoned a finger the last time, Lin Shan had been to the Immortal Court and had seen the Jade Emperor, and he still felt something was wrong. With a turn of his eyes, Lin Shan, holding the death powder and carrying the slag knife, went to the High Priest Shi Zhongqing of Zhongxing Palace under the double protection of the Boundary God and Luotian. Seeing Lin Shan coming, the strong men from various families who besieged Shi Zhongqing retreated. They just saw Lin Shan blast the yellow mud embryo with one blow, and they were already very convinced of his strength. With him against Shi Zhongqing, it would be safe. The most important thing is that so many of them besieged Shi Zhongqing. Not only did they not gain an advantage, but several people were suppressed by Shi Zhongqing and turned into beasts. If there was no way out today, they would have retreated long ago, and they were already a little scared. Although they are all high priests, Shi Zhongqing is obviously not on the same level as other high priests. We will help you kill him together. An old man from a large family said to Lin Shan after pulling away. You go to help others first, leave this to me, Lin Shan said while looking at Shi Zhongqing. After hearing this, everyone went straight to the other high priests who were besieged. High Priest Shi, I didn't expect that you and I would come to this day. Lin Shan didn't rush to attack, and said to Shi Zhongqing. It's useless to say anything. There can only be one winner today. Let's see who can laugh last, Shi Zhongqing said lightly. Seeing Shi Zhongqing so heartless, Lin Shan swallowed the words on his lips, and couldn't help but sigh. Shi Zhongqing was right. Things had come to this point. Even if they didn't want it, they couldn't turn back. They could only stand on their own positions, and continue to fight. If Lin Shan and his team lose, all the families participating in this battle will be affected, and it is likely to be a disaster of destroying the family and the clan. If Shi Zhongqing loses, the Star God Palace will cease to exist. Those Star God Palace members, who are determined to track the Star God Palace, will be retaliated by various forces, and will have a hard time surviving. Now it is all nonsense to say anything. There is only one battle. The winner will win everything, and the loser will never recover. Lin Shan clenched the death powder, stared at Shi Zhongqing, and slowly raised the death powder. The red light on the death powder was like a torch of death. Almost without thinking, Lin Shan stabbed out with a gun. This gun was a combination of Lin Shan's own cultivation, the 100% sure formula, the skills of the death powder, and Lin Shan's terrifying and boundless power attributes. With such a gun, even the Emperor's artifact could hardly escape the fate of being stabbed, not to mention the flesh and blood of the god. The key is that there is a 100% sure formula. Shi Zhongqing has no chance to dodge, and can only face it head-on. Looking at the gun that pierced the void, Shi Zhongqing's expression remained the same. With a wave of his sleeves, the cloud-like sleeves turned into a curtain covering the sky, as if covering the entire world, forming an independent small space. If it were the previous Lin Shan, he might be trapped in the space in the sleeves, but now his strength and skills have almost reached the peak of the universe. How could he be trapped so easily? The die-hard fans were unstoppable, and the powerful force directly pierced the large sleeves that were like a curtain covering the sky, and the space inside was also broken. The tip of the gun penetrated Shi Zhongqing's sleeves, and stabbed straight into his throat. Everyone only saw a flash of red light, and the tip of the gun was already in front of the throat of the great priest Shi Zhongqing. The red light on the tip of the gun was fluctuating, but it never touched Shi Zhongqing's skin. It was not because Shi Zhongqing used any secret method, but because Lin Shan himself did not stab it. Great priest Shi, in view of your care for me in the past, if you leave now, I will not stop you, Lin Shan said. Shi Zhongqing laughed, a little crazy, and stopped after a long time. What are you laughing at? Lin Shan frowned and asked. I laughed at you for being too naive. I took care of you because you were useful to me. It was an exchange of interests, but you took it seriously, Shi Zhongqing said. Provocation doesn't work on me. You can't affect my mood, Lin Shan said lightly. Do you really think that if the Emperor doesn't come out, you will be invincible? Shi Zhongqing slowly stretched his hand out of his sleeve, holding the tortoise shell and copper coins he usually used for divination. Shi Zhongqing put the copper coins into the tortoise shell, held the tortoise shell with both hands, and shook it gently. Every time he shook it, Lin Shan felt his heart beat violently, and his brain suddenly shrank, as if the whole space was shaken. Lin Shan knew that things had changed, but he did not regret not stabbing the previous time. The favor had been paid, and now there was no mercy to talk about. It was just a matter of life and death. With almost no hesitation, Lin Shan stabbed the tortoise shell held by Shi Zhongqing with a gun. Faced with this blow that could pierce the great emperor's artifact, Shi Zhongqing ignored it, and continued to shake the tortoise shell. When the death powder pierced the tortoise shell, the copper coin in the tortoise shell had already fallen out. 3 copper coins with round outer circles and square inner circles flashed with strange light, and faced the death powder with violent power. The tip of the gun directly pierced into the square hole of the first copper coin, and Lin Shan suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the death powder in his hand. The death powder trembled obviously, and pierced through 3 copper coin square holes in succession. The 3 copper coins were coincidentally pierced on the body of the death powder. The death powder, which was originally moving forward, actually stopped, as if a sports car suddenly stepped on the brakes in a sprint. The die-hard fan finally stopped in front of the tortoise shell. This was not Lin Shan's wish, but the die-hard fan stopped. Although human power cannot defeat nature, and the human brain is not as good as the intelligent brain, humans have one advantage, which is metaphysics. Even the intelligent brain cannot explain the mysterious feeling that cannot be calculated. Shi Zhongqing smiled and looked at the die-hard fan, who was trembling in front of him, but could not move forward, and said, "My money hexagram is such a knowledge. The copper coin is positive for yang and negative for yin. This copper coin stands between yin and yang, neither yin nor yang, neither positive nor evil. It is the hexagram of extinction, the hexagram of survival in desperate situations. Since God will not let me die, it seems that you can't kill me today. No matter what tricks you use, no matter how powerful you are, it will be useless because God will not let me die." Chapter 1252. Lin Shan naturally didn't believe Shi Zhongqing's words. He shook his hand holding the gun, shattering the 3 copper coins on the dead powder, and then stabbed Shi Zhongqing at high speed. For some reason, the gun was clearly aimed at Shi Zhongqing's throat, but after it was stabbed out, it deviated from the track and rushed past Shi Zhongqing's neck. Lin Shan stabbed several times. Shi Zhongqing stood there without moving, but the gun missed his body every time and couldn't touch him. From the perspective of others, it seemed that Lin Shan was letting Shi Zhongqing go, or testing Shi Zhongqing, and didn't want to kill him at all. "I said, if you can't kill me today, don't waste your energy anymore," Shi Zhongqing said lightly, holding the tortoise shell. Lin Shan stared at Shi Zhongqing, and saw that although Shi Zhongqing was standing there was no line of nothingness connecting him to this world. This is almost impossible. When you are alive, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, everything will be connected to the world. Even if you don't eat or drink, but just breathe, you will still be connected to the world. Even if you don't breathe, you will become a dead person. As long as your body occupies the space of the universe, it will burn into ashes and smoke, and the molecules will be connected to the world. If there is a connection, there will be a thread of nothingness. If a person wants to have no connection with the world, then he can only not exist in this world. Shi Zhongqing is obviously a living person. How can he not exist in this world? Lin Shan looked at it carefully and saw the clue. Shi Zhongqing was indeed disconnected from the world, and there was no thread of nothingness on his body. But the tortoise shell in his hand had a thread of nothingness connected to the world, and Shi Zhongqing had been holding the tortoise shell in his hand and never let it go. "You said you can't kill me, so I can't kill you? Today I will kill you." Lin Shan stabbed directly with a gun. The target was not Shi Zhongqing, but the hole in the tortoise shell in his hand. The only thread of nothingness connecting the tortoise shell to the world is the hole in the tortoise shell. Shi Zhongqing's face suddenly changed, and he turned his hand to hide the tortoise shell behind him. He himself was not afraid of Lin Shan's attack, because his body had been disconnected from the world, and any attack could not touch his body. It's a pity that he didn't know the magic of the 100% sure formula. Since Lin Shan had seen the thread of nothingness, this attack would not miss. The dead powder stabbed straight at Shi Zhongqing, like a steel gun, but at the moment of stabbing, the gun body was strangely bent, bypassing Shi Zhongqing's body and stabbing the tortoise shell he hid behind him. The dead powder's tail thorn, as sharp as a needle, stabbed directly into the hole in the tortoise shell. The tortoise shell seemed to have 2 openings at both ends, which should be connected. After the dead powder thorn entered, it seemed to pierce something. A crisp sound was clearly heard, and then the dead powder's tail thorn drilled out from the hole on the other side. Puff! Shi Zhongqing opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. his face full of disbelief. Lin Shen's eyes were like torches, and he saw many lines of nothingness appear on Shi Zhongqing's body, and his body was reconnected with this world. Lin Shen stabbed Shi Zhongqing with a gun, and Shi Zhongqing's figure flashed and dodged Lin Shen's gun. "Didn't you say that God would not let you die? Why are you hiding?" Lin Shen said, as he stabbed the gun in his hand again, but this time he stabbed with all his strength, and the 100% sure formula was already used to end the battle with this blow. Shi Zhongqing's body movements changed, but no matter how many times he changed, it was difficult to avoid Lin Shen's shot. Seeing that the shot was about to pierce Shi Zhongqing's vitals, Shi Zhongqing had no way to avoid it, and could not block this terrifying shot. But at the moment when the dead fan was about to pierce Shi Zhongqing, the dead fan's body stopped. A fishing line as thin as a hair, and as glittering as crystal wrapped around the dead fan's body and pulled it. The reason why it is called a fishing line is that there is a fish hook at the top of the line. Lin Shen was shocked. His strength attribute was already so strong that it was against the sky. I'm afraid he was millions of dollars. In addition to the ability of the dead fan, and the blessing of the 100% sure formula, who has this ability against the sky to pull the dead fan with just a fishing line. Lin Shen turned his head and looked along the fishing line. He saw that the fishing line extended infinitely into the void, extending to the distant starry sky. Most people could not see what was at the end of the fishing line, as if the fishing line was stretched out from the void. Lin Shen, who had an infinite visual range, saw a man holding a fishing rod outside the starry sky, and the other end of the fishing line was tied to the fishing rod. Lin Shen's eyes fell on him, and the man actually looked up and smiled meaningfully at Lin Shen. That man. How could it be? Lin Shen's pupils shrank slightly, as if he was very surprised. In just this moment, the man came from the starry sky and walked into the battlefield. Following him, there was a man in red and a man in blue. The two had strange looks and painted colors on their faces, which looked very mysterious. Seeing these three people appear, most people didn't recognize them, and thought that it was another strong man from a certain family who entered the battlefield. However, some people recognized the blue-clothed and red-clothed people, and were immediately shocked. The God-making clan, those are the big and small kings of the God-making clan, and they have also mixed in. What's so surprising about this? If the God-making clan didn't make any move at such an opportunity, then they wouldn't be the God-making clan. The big king and the little king are here, and they are still following that person, looking like servants. Could that person be the current patriarch of the God-making clan? Some people guessed the identity of that person. While everyone was guessing, they saw the God-making clan chief pull the fishing rod in his hand, and the dead powder in Lin Shen's hand was pulled away a little, and the fishing line wrapped around it was also retracted. Shi Zhongqing meets the patriarch. What was shocking was that Shi Zhongqing actually came to the God-making clan chief and saluted him. This ceremony immediately made the entire universe silent. The chief priest of Bongtian Star Priests, the head of the 6 district Star Priests, actually saluted the God-making clan leader. Everyone felt that the world was becoming more and more absurd and magical. Little king, you did a good job. Now you can return to your position. The God-making clan leader's words triggered a magnitude 10 earthquake. Although there had been some speculations just now that the God-making clan leader personally confirmed it, it still shocked everyone. Shi Zhongqing turned out to be the little king of the God-making clan. Didn't they say that the man in blue was the little king? How did Shi Zhongqing become the little king? Yes. Shi Zhongqing stood behind the God-making clan leader. The God-making clan leader then looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile, "We meet again." After hearing what he said, Lin Shen dared to confirm that the God-making clan leader was actually the person he knew. This discovery shocked him so much that he didn't even think it was strange that Shi Zhongqing was the little king of the God-making clan. Chapter 1253. This man turned out to be the fisherman he met on the riverside where he couldn't fly when he entered the first Kite King planet from his home planet. At that time, the fisherman also taught him a set of secret rod techniques. After Lin Shen modified the rod techniques, he had the skills to match the unconventional weapon of the dead powder. So Lin Shen still had a very deep impression of him, and it wasn't too long. He was still holding a fishing rod in his hand. Lin Shen recognized him at a glance, but he was a little afraid to recognize him just now. Now there is no doubt that this God-making patriarch is the fisherman. But how did the fisherman become the patriarch of the God-making clan? Lin Shen had studied the identity of the fisherman before, but he didn't come up with a result after studying it over and over again. Because Lin Shen really couldn't find a celebrity who used a fishing rod as a weapon. Are you the patriarch of the God-making clan? Lin Shen looked at the fisherman and asked. It's just a side job. The God-making patriarch said lightly. Side job? Then what is your main job? Lin Shan asked with a strange look on his face. He was probably the only one in the universe who could use the position of the God-making clan leader as a side job. Fishing. The God-making clan leader raised the fishing rod in his hand and said, "Then why don't you go fishing and come here?" Lin Shan wanted to know what this person wanted to do. If he wanted to take this opportunity to completely wipe out the Star God Palace, then it was not the right time for him to take action now. He should wait until the Star God Palace was completely destroyed before coming out to clean up the mess. If he said it was to save Shi Zhongqing, that made sense. Lin Shan only realized at this time that Shi Zhongqing was actually the little king of the God-making clan. Then the king of the God-making clan should not be the red-clothed man that most people knew, and should belong to someone else. Catherine had some grievances with the king and had been targeted, so she was sent to that place. She should know. But now Lin Shan had no chance and no time to ask Catherine in the prison city. There is no eternal dynasty or eternal king in the world. I think this rule should also apply in the fairy court. The God-making patriarch looked at Lin Shan and asked, "Are you willing to establish a new dynasty with me, or die for the old dynasty?" What a coincidence, I also want to establish a new dynasty. Why don't you follow me? Lin Shan said with a smile. You are worthy. The man in red and the man in blue were immediately furious and wanted to teach Lin Shan a lesson. The God-making clan leader laughed. A real man should have such ambitions. Are there any kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? The position of emperor is passed down from generation to generation. This year, it's my turn. I can be the emperor, and naturally you can be the emperor too. How about this? I have a granddaughter. You marry her as my grandson-in-law. When I get tired of this position, I will pass it to you. In this way, you and I can both sit in this position. What do you think? Lin Shan was stunned by the God-making clan leader's words. He had seen all kinds of people, but it was the first time he had seen someone like the God-making clan leader. I already have a wife and a daughter. Lin Shan said lightly, if you want to control this universe, you better beat me first. The God-making clan leader said with regret, that's a pity. In this case, it seems that there is only one battle, but I don't want to kill you. How about this, you and I will stop at a certain point. If you lose, you can join my God-making clan? The God-making clan leader said again. I still prefer to be alone. Lin Shan didn't understand why the God-making clan leader insisted on letting him join the God-making clan. Was it really just because of admiration? Because of the appearance of the God-making clan, the battles between the Star God Palace and the various tribes basically stopped. The battles between the Star God Palace and the various tribes can only be regarded as internal fights, and the God-making clan is an outsider. The people who were fighting to the death just now actually had some thoughts of sharing the same hatred and enemies at this time. Except for the first immortal, the Immortal Battalion, Deers, and the Finger of God who were still fighting. Even the battle between Wei Wufu and the Motzi Tathagata had been suspended, and most people chose to confront the God-making clan. Lin Shan was a little surprised about this situation. He thought that the God-making clan was established to overthrow the rule of the Star God Palace. The gods of the Immortal Court wanted to overthrow the Star God Palace, and theoretically they should be more inclined to the God-making clan, but now it seems that this is not the case. In fact, Lin Shan's understanding was wrong. The members of the God-making clan mainly came from various ancient realms, and the gods had lived in the Immortal Court for so many years. In fact, they were already natives of the Immortal Court. When the Star God Palace was there, they were just a little less free and got less benefits. If the God-making clan becomes the ruler, will the God-making clan share the benefits with them? Obviously, it is unlikely. Those who follow the God-making clan from the ancient realm are the foundation of the God-making clan. When the benefits are redistributed, they will only be distributed to those people, not to the original Godman families of the Immortal Court. What are you talking about? We are still here. If you want to become the king of the Immortal Court, you still have to ask us if we agree. Suashio said coldly. Although Shi Zhongyi turned out to be a spy, it was a big blow to the Star God Palace, but fortunately they were still there, and now many strong men from the Godman families are on their side, so they may not be without the ability to fight. Moreover, Lin Shan also made it clear that he wanted to stand on the opposite side of the God-making clan. Regardless of whether Lin Shan was an enemy or not, with Lin Shan here, the God-making clan leader would probably find it difficult to defeat him, and it might even result in both sides being hurt. The God-making clan leader laughed. You? I don't know how many people there are among you in this world. This sentence made Suashio, the East District, and the West District High Priests all change their faces, and subconsciously looked around. The God-making clan leader said expressionlessly. Any one of my God-making clan can return today. After today, the immortal court will be the immortal court of my God-making clan. You can stand in the universe, with a legitimate reason, and be praised for thousands of years. Following his words, many powerful people from various families came behind the God-making clan leader, and even Yao Ji and Dongfang Buliang came behind the God-making clan leader. Among the star priests outside the starry sky, many 9-star priests stood out, and for a moment, the figures of people swayed, and the sky was full of flying lights and shadows. Lin Shen took a quick glance and found that although there were many star priests who did not move, most of them were low-level star priests. Most of the high-level star priests were from the God-making clan, especially in the Zhongtian Star Palace. 9 out of 10 9-star priests were from the God-making clan. It is not difficult to understand if you think about it. Even Shi Zhongqing was from the God-making clan, and heirs, like Yao Ji and Dongfang Buliang were also from the God-making clan. It can be seen how the star priests were infiltrated. The situation that was originally thought to be in an advantageous position was reversed in an instant. It seemed that the God-making clan leader, who only had 3 people, now seemed to be the one with more people. Many rebellious star priests found it hard to believe that the star priests they knew were actually from the God-making clan like him. Are you talking about these people? The God-making clan leader glanced at the remaining people, and finally his eyes fell on Suashio's face, and continued, those who are willing to abandon darkness and join our God-making clan can stand up now. Our clan now accepts everyone. After 10, they are either friends or enemies. 10, 9, 8, 7. Following the voice of the God-making clan leader, many star priests and strong men from various clans actually chose to join the camp of the God-making clan, and the remaining strength of the Star God Palace became even weaker. Lin Shen now understood why the God-making clan leader came out so early. It turned out that a large part of these star priests, who fought to the death, were from their God-making clan. Chapter 1254. The Star God Palace, which seemed to be extremely powerful, now looked like a weakling being bullied. Suashio and other high priests had uncertain expressions on their faces. Lin Shen, you and I have some master-disciple relationship. I really don't want to hurt you. If you join the God-making clan, you will be second only to the one in the clan in the future. The God-making clan leader looked at Lin Shen and said. Suashio and others stared at Lin Shen, and they were extremely nervous at this moment. Just now, Lin Shen was their life and death enemy, but now they hope that this enemy can stand on the same front with them. Otherwise, with their current strength, it is impossible to resist the God-making clan. It can be said that Lin Shen's choice determines the life and death of the Star God Palace. Lin Shen, Shi Zhongqing is a traitor, and has been removed from the list. If you are willing, you could enter the Zhongtian Star Palace and become the chief priest of the Zhongtian Star Palace. From now on, you will be the master of the 6th district of the Star Palace. Suashio suddenly spoke to Lin Shen. Boom! Lin Shen wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a terrifying explosion from the depths of the starry sky. The power wave passed through countless star fields. When it arrived here, it was still as strong as a hurricane, blowing everyone's clothes. Everyone turned their heads, and saw that the divine finger stretched out in the void had been broken and disappeared. The world was in chaos, and it seemed to have returned to its original state after being ravaged by the explosion. Lin Shen's mind moved, and he immediately flew over there. Before he rushed into the area that was blown into chaos, he saw a figure flying out of it. It was Diaz. Diaz held the 10 Directions Rescue Sutra in his hand, and his whole body exuded a divine aura like a prison and a sea, as if a god had been reborn. Diaz, are you okay? Lin Shen saw that Diaz was unharmed, but he was still a little worried. After all, he had seen the Jade Emperor with his own eyes. Although Diaz was powerful, he could not guarantee that he had not suffered any losses. It's okay. Not only is it okay, it also made me remember some things from my previous life, Diaz said, holding the Suffering Sutra in his hand, and turning to the God-making clan leader, looking at him and asked, do you want to be the master of this universe? Yes. The God-making clan leader nodded slightly. Then do you know who I am? Diaz asked again. When you picked up the 10 Directions Rescue Sutra, I believe that no one should not know that you are the reincarnation of the Eastern Qinghua Emperor, the God-making clan leader said calmly. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Diaz in horror. The God-making clan leader said that everyone knew, but there were really not many people who could really judge that Diaz was the Eastern Qinghua Emperor. Even the chief priest of the East District did not realize that Diaz was actually the reincarnation of the great Emperor Dongji Qinghua, but when Diaz took away the Suffering Sutra, He did have doubts in his heart. If it was really the great Emperor Dongji Qinghua, how could he be an enemy of the Star God Palace? So he did not continue to think about it. At this time, they were extremely happy. They originally thought that there was no chance, but now the reincarnation of the great Emperor Dongji Qinghua suddenly returned. Wouldn't it be hopeful again? Since you know, you should also know that I have the responsibility to maintain the order of the universe. Deer said. That is your order, what does it have to do with me? The God-making clan leader asked back indifferently. Everyone needs to be within the order, and you are no exception. Dai said. What if I want to be an exception? The God-making patriarch still looked so nonchalant. Unless the person who made the rules is dead. Dai said it very easily, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Then give it a try, Red Clothes. The God-making patriarch said to the red-clothed man next to him, and that man's name was actually Red Clothes. Don't worry, patriarch, leave it to me. The red-clothed man showed a strange smile, and stepped out to greet Dais. Everyone was stunned. Knowing that Dais was the reincarnation of the Eastern Qinghua Emperor, he actually let one of his subordinates fight against him. This God-making patriarch seemed to be crazy. What's more, Dais had just defeated the Jade Emperor's finger, and his strength was unimaginable. However, the red-clothed man seemed to have no idea how strong Dais was. He flew directly towards Dais, and stopped when he was almost face-to-face with Dais. He tilted his head, and looked at Dais for a while, then smiled and said, I thought the reincarnation of the Emperor was so amazing. He was not a three-headed and six-armed figure. He was just like this. As he said that, the red-clothed man swung his fist directly, and swung it at Dai's chin, just like an ordinary boxer using an uppercut. No one thought that the red-clothed man's punch would be of any use. Even the momentum and divine power of the divine finger were useless. What use would such an ordinary punch of his have? Not to mention that this punch could not hit Dais at all. Even if it hit, it would probably not hurt even a hair. Everyone thought so, but the red-clothed man's punch actually hit Dais. The fist hit Dais' chin heavily, hitting Dais' body upwards, like a cannonball soaring into the sky. For a moment, the universe was silent. No one believed what they saw. How could the incomparably powerful reincarnation of the Emperor be beaten like this by such an ordinary punch? Some people even began to suspect that Dais was not the reincarnation of the Dongji Qinghua Emperor. After all, this statement was made by the head of the God-making clan. Maybe it was just a bluff. It is even possible that Dais himself is a member of the God-making clan and is acting here. People in the Star God Palace could not believe that the Emperor, who dominated the universe, would be beaten like this. Even if the reincarnation of the Emperor had not fully recovered his previous strength, he should not be beaten like this. Lin Shen frowned and watched all this. He felt that there was nothing strange about Dais being beaten. In his eyes, the red-clothed man was really strange. Shi Zhongqing used the money hexagram technique to cut off his connection with the universe, making Lin Shen's 100% sure formula ineffective. But that was just an illusion. Shi Zhongqing just tied his earthly bond to the tortoise shell to hide the truth. But Lin Shen could not see a single thread of nothingness on the red-clothed man, and there was no thread of nothingness on his body. This meant that the red-clothed man had no connection with the universe, and was a person who did not exist at all. Since he was a non-existent person, how could he be here? This was simply impossible. A non-existent person would naturally not be bound by the order and laws of this world. His punch seemed simple, but Lin Shen saw clearly that Dais used his dust technique to block the punch, but found that the dust had no effect on the red-clothed man. The red-clothed man was like a boxer on a high, and his fists turned into a storm and poured out on Dais. Dais dodged quickly, and used various abilities to control the man in red, but found it useless. Even the 10 heavenly lords in the great emperor's artifact, the Bitter Sutra, had no effect on the man in red. All the rules and mechanisms were ineffective on him. Don't be idle, I take your life. The man in blue walked towards Lin Shen with an evil smile on his face. Lin Shen saw that the man in blue was completely different from the man in red. The man in red was not contaminated by any relationship in the universe, while the man in blue had countless lines of nothingness connecting him, as if everything in the universe was related to him. Chapter 1255. Lin Shen didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing, but the situation forced him to stand against the Star God Palace, and now he has stood against the God-making clan. It's not that Lin Shen is unwilling to give in. Even if he said he would not join the war, the God-making clan would definitely not let him go. Given his strength, even if Lin Shen had no intention of rebelling, it would still be a concern for others. Lin Shen was even more unwilling to join the God-making clan. The God-making clan was created by the first immortal. At that time, the God-making clan should have no selfish motives, but they wanted to destroy mankind. The God-making clan now no longer has the goal of destroying mankind, but what they do is actually not much different from that of the Star God Palace, and their methods are obviously more ruthless than those of the Star God Palace. The Star God Palace can't accommodate him, Lin Shan. So can the God-making clan? Lin Shan doesn't want to gamble. Lin Shan held the dead powder in his hand, and when he was about to meet the blue-clothed man, he felt an abnormal energy fluctuation coming from the side. Turning his head, the black hole in the starry sky suddenly expanded, and then shrank into a circle in an instant. The circle gradually became substantial, and was spinning rapidly. When the circle was lifted up, it turned out to be an umbrella, and under the umbrella were Ouyang Yudu and Yugu Yaoji. Lin Shan was delighted. Although he knew that Ouyang Yudu would not die so easily, he was finally relieved to see that he could return safely. Everyone was shocked. After being hit into the black hole by the terrifying power of the divine finger, he could still come back alive, and even make the black hole disappear. This kind of means was also against the sky. Leave this to me. Ouyang Yudu walked in front of Lin Shan, and said to the man in blue. Interesting, are you the first immortal? The man in blue asked Ouyang Yudu. I don't know. Ouyang Yudu answered truthfully. He really didn't know if he was the first immortal. It doesn't matter. If you are the first immortal, you will die today regardless of whether you are the first immortal or not. The man in blue said, and directly turned his palm into a knife and slashed towards Ouyang Yudu. In Lin Shan's eyes, his slash actually moved all the lines of nothingness within his sight, making all the lines of nothingness move. Lin Shan was slightly surprised. The attack of the man in blue was similar to his 100% sure hit formula. The 100% sure hit formula is to use the influence of the lines of nothingness to accurately find the line of nothingness connected to the opponent's weakness, and through the nodes intertwined by the lines of nothingness, through the relationship between the seemingly unrelated lines of nothingness, it is inevitable to hit the opponent's weakness. The attack of the man in blue can trigger all the lines of nothingness, that is to say, his attack includes all the connections, naturally including the lines of nothingness connecting the opponent's weaknesses. This attack is also an attack that will definitely have an effect and cannot be dodged. Although Ouyang Yudu could not see the lines of nothingness, he also realized that this slash was difficult to dodge and block. He stood there without any intention of blocking this slash, and let it fall on him. After Ouyang Yudu's body absorbed the black hole, it has been strengthened to an extremely terrifying degree. In addition, he has the ability to absorb energy. He can just take this attack and absorb the energy for his own use, and there is no need to block it. The blue-clothed man's hand knife slashed at Ouyang Yudu's body, and actually cut a deep scar on Ouyang Yudu's cloud-like jade shell, tearing his flesh and blood immediately flowed out. Ouyang Yudu's pupil shrank, as if he was a little surprised that the blue-clothed man's attack could actually hurt him. When he faced the Great Emperor's divine finger just now, he didn't suffer such a serious injury. The ability of the immortal may be useful to others, but it is useless to me. The blue-clothed man smiled evilly. I will kill you. Seeing Ouyang Yudu injured, the Jade Bone Fairy suddenly ran away, and instantly jumped out, with 5 fingers like hooks, grabbing the blue-clothed man's head. The strong suction generated by her palm even sucked the planet behind the blue-clothed man, and the blue-clothed man's body could not help but move towards the Jade Bone Fairy. The blue-clothed man waved his palm again, and all the lines of nothingness were drawn, and the face of the Jade Bone Fairy became a little abnormal. The energy that was originally absorbed into the body could be used by Jade Bone Fairy immediately, but now the energy seems to have turned into a rubber band. Jade Bone Fairy only absorbed the rubber band, but was unable to cut it off, so the harder she sucked, the energy was like a stretched rubber band, and the more it was stretched, the tighter it became. Once Jade Bone Fairy's power could not pull, the energy would immediately bounce back, not only unable to be used by her, but also becoming a burden. Jade Bone Fairy was also a very wise person. After discovering this abnormality, she directly used this characteristic and directly bounced the energy absorbed into her body towards the blue-clothed man like shooting an arrow with a bow. The figure of the man in blue was immediately shot back by the rebounding energy, and the attack of the hand knife was also turned into nothingness. Ouyang Yudu's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He came to the side of the Jade Bone Demon Girl with an umbrella, took her hand, handed the jade umbrella to her, wrapped her hand with his big hand, and said with a smile, "Fighting is a man's thing, you just watch from the side." After that, Ouyang Yudu turned and walked towards the man in blue, saying as he walked, "You can control the energy between heaven and earth, which is amazing. It's good that you know, with me here, you can't absorb any energy anymore." The man in blue said coldly, "It doesn't matter, just kill you." As Ouyang Yudu spoke, he slapped the man in blue with a palm. His palm seemed ordinary, without the terrifying suction force, and seemed ordinary. When the man in blue saw this palm, his face changed slightly, and his body moved at a high speed, and he didn't dare to take this blow head-on. The two moved quickly in the void. Ouyang Yudu only attacked and did not defend. Although the attack of the man in blue would definitely hit Ouyang Yudu would definitely hit him at the same time or even faster. The man in blue did not want to destroy both sides, so he could not continue his offensive. Instead, he was hit by Ouyang Yudu and dodged repeatedly. For a while, he had no power to fight back. When the two fought, the God-making clan leader just waved his hand, and the cosmic war was triggered. The people of the God-making clan attacked the Star God Palace and various families, and the scene became more chaotic for a while. It seems that this battle between you and me is inevitable. Lin Shen clenched his death powder, and stared at the God-making clan leader. Well, we can compare how you practice the pole method I taught you, the God-making clan leader said with a smile. He obviously regarded himself as an elder, but Lin Shen did not want to argue with him, so he stabbed the God-making clan leader with a gun. With the formula of 100% sure to hit, this shot should have been a sure hit, but just as the shot was launched, the God-making clan leader swung the fishing rod in his hand, and the fish hook and fishing line drew a strange arc in the air, and unexpectedly entangled the dead powder. Remember? This move is the first Taigong fishing move I taught you, the God-making clan leader said, as he pulled the rod with one hand, and Lin Shen couldn't control the dead powder in his hand, and it flew out of his hand. Chapter 1256. Lin Shen frowned slightly. His power attribute was not the best in the universe, and it would be hard to find another person with such a high power attribute. Moreover, with the blessing of the 100% sure win formula, the God-making patriarch could actually pull the dead powder out of his hands. What kind of power and ability is this? But Lin Shen could not see anything abnormal about him. The God-making patriarch seemed to be just an ordinary person. The void lines on his body were normal, and the void lines affected by his attack were also normal. What was abnormal was that when the power of the 100% sure win formula encountered the void lines connected to his body, it could not make those void lines fluctuate. The void lines could not move, and the 100% sure win formula could not work. The dead powder twisted its body in the air like a snake caught by a hook, trying to attack the God-making patriarch by surprise. The God-making clan leader seemed to have expected this. He swung the fishing rod in the air and immediately swung the dead powder up, like a fish, swinging it back and forth in the air, making the dead powder seem dizzy. After swinging it twice, the God-making clan leader threw the dead powder directly to Lin Shen, and the dead powder returned to Lin Shen's hand. No matter how strong your strength is, it is just dead force after all. When you meet someone who is stronger than you, dead force is useless. You have to use vitality. The God-making clan leader smiled and continued. The so-called vitality does not refer to the change of strength, nor does it mean that you can play with strength in any way, but you have to understand the principle that strength cannot be stopped. Lin Shen said nothing, grabbed the dead powder, and attacked the God-making clan leader again, but this time, halfway through, Lin Shen threw the dead powder out, and at the same time pulled out the slag knife, and slashed at the God-making clan leader with a slag knife. The God-making clan leader was not in a hurry, still swinging the fishing rod with one hand. The front end of the fishing rod was bent like a phoenix nodding, and it was slightly above the slag knife, which made Lin Shen lose his grip on the knife, and the slag knife slipped out of his hand. The dead fan who was about to rush to the God-making clan leader opened his mouth to bite his neck, but found that he could not move forward any further. As the fishing rod swung, the hook hooked the dead fan from an unexpected angle, and directly swung the dead fan out. This action of swinging the rod actually grasped the offensive of the slag knife and the dead fan at the same time. This is the second trick of the smoke wave fishing disciple I taught you. You couldn't understand it no matter how hard you tried at that time. After such a long time, you still haven't made any progress. That's because you don't understand the principle that power cannot be stopped. The God-making clan leader continued. He did not pursue, and let Lin Shen take back the slag knife and the dead powder. He just stood there and said, as if to teach Lin Shen, the key to unstoppable power lies in feeling. Even if you have mastered all the rules of the world, no matter how fast your reaction is, it will always take some time to see. No matter how short the time is, there will always be some delay. This little delay is fatal enough for masters to fight. When he spoke, Wei Wufu had come to Lin Shen's side, stood side by side with Lin Shen, stared at the God-making patriarch and said, you go him. Lin Shen was sweating coldly after hearing this. He understood the meaning, but the words were a bit awkward. Without saying much nonsense, Lin Shan threw the slag knife to Lao Wei, and the two attacked the god-making patriarch from the left and right at the same time. The god-making patriarch fought 1 against 2, holding the fishing rod in one hand, and still played the two around. He is stronger than you, but he has not yet realized the principle of unstoppable power. This move of shooting fish with the finger pointing to the sky is the third move I taught you. You have to watch carefully. Why is it different when I use it from when you use it? That is because in my moves, power is alive. The god-making patriarch fought 1 against 2, and still had enough strength to teach. Lin Shan said nothing, and remained indifferent to what the god-making patriarch said. He could feel that the god-making patriarch was not on the same level as them. Even Diers, who had recovered his memories of his previous life, was probably not as good as the god-making patriarch. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility, that the god-making patriarch had become a real emperor. But who is he, and how could he become a real emperor? To become a real emperor, there is a hard indicator, that is, the computing power of the brain must reach the emperor level. There are only 6 emperor intelligent brains in the world that can reach this computing power, and the first fairy can be considered half. The computing power of the first immortal can evolve infinitely. He has the opportunity to have an emperor-level intelligent brain, but he has not reached that level yet. These are not normal humans. Among normal humans, the one who has the opportunity to have an emperor-level intelligent brain is the Ancient Realm King. But there is a legend that the Ancient Realm King is the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. If so, then it is normal for him to have an emperor-level intelligent brain. But Lin Shan thinks that the Ancient Realm King should not be the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor, otherwise, he would not have to make so many preparations and designs. As long as he awakens his past life memories, he can directly obtain the computing power of the Emperor level, just like Diers. Gu Ji has the opportunity to become an Emperor because he has made countless preparations. No one knows whether he succeeded or not. Now suddenly a god-making patriarch appears, and suddenly he is at the level of a great Emperor. The possibility that Lin Shan can think of is that this god-making patriarch is the reincarnation of the great Emperor. But he is the reincarnation of the great Emperor, so how could he become the god-making patriarch? Isn't this rebelling against himself? From this perspective, this speculation is unreasonable. Lin Shan couldn't figure out where this god-making patriarch came from. He was neither the first immortal nor the Ancient Realm King, so how did he become the great Emperor? Wei Wufu's power of good and evil exploded crazily. His skills and martial arts abilities were above Lin Shan, but in front of the god-making patriarch, he was still the gap between a child and an adult. The two joined forces to fight against the god-making patriarch, but they were still beaten without the power to fight back. This was because the god-making patriarch had no intention of taking their lives, otherwise they would probably have been injured for a long time. People are always there. Strength is always there. Life is endless. Strength is endless. You have to learn to let the strength flow, instead of passively waiting for you to mobilize. The god-making clan leader never killed them from beginning to end, it was more like teaching them. Lin Shan even had an illusion that the god-making clan leader really regarded himself as their elder. On a planet of the Emperor Barbarians, Yushin nervously grabbed Madame Ye's sleeve, a little afraid to look, but couldn't help but look. She didn't understand why Lin Shan had to fight with Grandpa, who had obviously shown mercy. Even so, she was still very worried about Lin Shan, and didn't want to see Lin Shan get hurt. Don't be nervous, your grandpa knows that you like him and won't kill him. Madame Yi smiled and comforted Yushin, but she secretly said in her heart, unfair, that kid obviously doesn't care about my precious daughter, but she is still deeply involved in it, and can't extricate herself. Chapter 1257. This child is incorrigible. The god-making clan leader shook his head slightly, sighed and cursed. He had already integrated the key point of the unstoppable force into the rod method he had taught Lin Shan before, hoping that Lin Shan would understand the key point. But Lin Shan was still the same, just like last time, he could not learn it at all, and he did not make any progress. On the contrary, Wei Wufu, who had not learned the rod method, had already shown signs of understanding the unstoppable force just by his demonstration. When Wei Wufu faced the god-making clan leader at this time, it was no longer as difficult as before, and he was able to compete with the god-making clan leader head-on. Although it was not a back-and-forth battle, he was not as easily beaten as before. Lin Shan did not make any progress. What was the unstoppable force? He heard but did not understand, saw but did not understand, and was no different from the deaf and blind. However, in the process of being unilaterally beaten by the god-making clan leader, Lin Shan also discovered some strange things. The thread of nothingness he saw was connected to everything, and could be said to be the thread of cause and effect of everything. Whenever there is a connection between things, there must be a thread of nothingness connected to them. Even a very weak existence can cause the thread of nothingness. But no matter how hard Lynchen tried, even if he used a force that could shatter the starry sky, he could not shake the thread of nothingness on the God-making patriarch. If we look at it from the perspective of cause and effect, this is unscientific. If there is a cause, there must be a result. How can there be a thread of nothingness that is completely unaffected? Considering and observing from this perspective, Lynchen realized something. Both Lucian and Jieshan have threads of nothingness on their bodies. The threads of nothingness on them will also be affected by external forces, but the control of the thread of nothingness has little effect on their bodies, so no matter how much the thread of nothingness is pulled, it is difficult to pose a threat to them. The thread of nothingness on the God-making clan leader is different. The thread of nothingness connected to him will not move at all. Under what conditions will the thread of nothingness not move? Could it be that the God-making clan leader has reached the level of not being contaminated by the cause and effect of the world? This situation is absolutely impossible, unless he is not from this world. Lynchen denied his guess. Then, there is only one possibility left. The thread of cause and effect connected to him has always been acting with force, and the thread of nothingness is always taut, so no matter how much force is applied to the thread of nothingness, as long as this force does not exceed the force originally applied to the thread of nothingness, it is impossible to make the thread of nothingness fluctuate, just like tug of war. Lynchen's brain was working rapidly. But the God-making patriarch has not moved. We can't see him exerting power on the line of nothingness. So where does the power on the line of nothingness come from? Lynchen suddenly had an idea. Fuck. How could I forget this? The immortal law and the order-like chain are the laws of the universe itself. No one can control them. They are part of the operation of the universe itself. But the line of nothingness is not the law of the universe, but the product of the law of ghosts and gods. The God-making patriarch himself did not inject power into the line of nothingness, so the only ones exerting power on the line of nothingness can be ghosts and gods. Yes, it is ghosts and gods. It is the power of ghosts and gods that controls the line of nothingness, just like the heaven and God art. When you reach the state of unity between heaven and man, the power of ghosts and gods can control the human body through the line of nothingness. The more Lynchen thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. It's just that the God-making patriarch can obviously control the line of nothingness, instead of being simply controlled by the line of nothingness. This is a little different from the state of unity between heaven and man. It is a bit like the ghost and God state mentioned in the heaven and God art. Could it be that this person knows the art of heaven and gods, and has reached the realm of ghosts and gods? Or that he is Lin Wan in disguise? Lynchen carefully observed the God-making patriarch, and he didn't look like a woman in disguise. Regardless of whether he is Lin Wan, or what his relationship with Lin Wan is, Lynchen finally understood why he couldn't beat the God-making patriarch. All the lines of nothingness connected to the God-making patriarch are connected to different ghosts and gods. When people move in the universe, they will trigger various laws, and they will be connected to the lines of nothingness belonging to different ghosts and gods. At the same time, there are at least thousands of different types of lines of nothingness connected to the body, which means that there are thousands of ghosts and gods connected. All the lines of nothingness connected to the God-making patriarch will not move, which means that there are hundreds of ghosts and gods working to help him at the same time, or even more. Lynchen's battle with the God-making clan leader is equivalent to fighting with tens of thousands of ghosts and gods. No matter how strong he is, how can he shake the entire ghost-making system? So no matter how strong Lynchen is, he can't beat the God-making clan leader. The God-making clan leader is equivalent to the spokesperson of ghosts and gods. Unless Lynchen can wipe out the entire ghost-making system with his own strength, he can't face the God-making clan leader head-on. One world god and one Lucian are so powerful, and there are thousands of such ghosts and gods helping him. How can I win? No matter how strong I am, I can't blow up the entire ghost-making system. This is no different from being an enemy of the entire universe. But why should I fight against ghosts and gods? Since they are connected by the thread of nothingness, then I will cut this thread of nothingness and disconnect them. Isn't it easy to defeat the God-making clan leader? What force can't be stopped? I just need to cut everything. I don't care whether you stop it or not. Lynchen's eyes flickered, staring at the dense and crisscrossing threads of nothingness in the void. After he mastered the formula that guaranteed a 100% chance of winning, he could use the thread of nothingness, so the thread of nothingness was in his favor, and he had never thought of cutting it off. Now that the thread of nothingness was not in his favor, Lynchen thought of Lao Tai's lawlessness, which was the way to cut off the thread of nothingness. But Lynchen had tried many times before, and he couldn't practice lawlessness. He couldn't practice it before, and he couldn't practice it now. It was impossible for him to practice it suddenly just because he needed it. This was obviously not realistic. How can I cut off these threads of nothingness without lawlessness? Lin Shan thought about this question while fighting. In the eyes of the God-making clan leader, Lin Shan was stupid and unpromising, and he was incorrigible, but Lin Shan was thinking about how to destroy him, not learning the unstoppable force. If it weren't for the fact that his precious granddaughter liked this kid so much and promised not to kill him, the God-making clan leader would have the urge to slap this idiot to death. I really don't know what's so good about this kid. I think this man is 1,000 times better than him. This is a real man. The more the God-making clan leader looked at Wei Wufu, the more he liked him. In his opinion, Old Wei was much better than Lin Shan in terms of character and talent. The only pity was that his precious granddaughter didn't like him. Time's up. I won't play with you anymore. The God-making clan leader suddenly looked in one direction, and swung the fishing rod in his hand. The fishing line was tangled, and Lin Shan and Wei Wufu were tied up, like a bundle of dumplings, hanging in the void. Boom! In the constantly changing void, pieces of starry sky exploded, and 6 pieces of the star sea exploded. The bodies of the immortals in the immortal army camp also exploded, and they were scattered into the starry sky by the shock wave. The red light in the eyes of the first immortal rushed into the void, like a volcanic eruption, dyeing the entire immortal court and countless ancient realms blood red. Chapter 1258. In Lin Shan's eyes, all the lines of nothingness turned red. The first immortal has become a great emperor. Lin Shan immediately realized what happened. The lines of nothingness turned into the color of the first immortal, indicating that the first immortal can control all the laws of ghosts and gods. This should be the great emperor level. You finally broke through to the great emperor level. Everyone else was terrified and tried to avoid him. But the God-making clan leader walked towards the first immortal, and said to the first immortal, who seemed to be connected to the universe. He didn't hold the fishing rod in his hand. The fishing rod was suspended in the depths of the starry sky. The fishing line tied Lin Shan and Wei Wufu. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't get out. The first immortal looked at the God-making clan leader. It seemed that there were thousands of star clusters running inside, as if there was also a small red universe inside. The first person. You are actually dead. The first immortal recognized the God-making clan leader. The small universe in his eyes kept changing, as if he was calculating something. Lin Shan could clearly see that the first immortal's eyes fell on the God-making clan leader. Those lines of nothingness seemed to have flowed backwards in time, constantly emitting some data-like fluorescence towards the first immortal. Without waiting for the God-making clan leader to answer, the first immortal said to himself, "So that's how it is. You actually faked your death and escaped, and took over the God-making clan I founded." The God-making clan leader smiled and said, "Since you are back, it would be a good story for you and I to join forces to overthrow the rule of the immortal court." The first immortal was like a robot, with no expression on his face, and no emotion in his voice. "I don't want to overthrow the immortal court, but to wipe out the creatures that threaten the order of the universe. Now you are the most harmful to the universe, and the first one I want to wipe out is you. How can I harm the universe? Don't forget that without me, your God-making tribe would have been destroyed long ago." The God-making tribe leader said with a smile. The God-making tribe should have been destroyed. If you leave it, it will only cause more harm to the universe. The first immortal seemed to be reading theoretical knowledge in a textbook, and his tone was straightforward. "I am already perfect, without any defects. Human beings, who have huge defects, have no need to exist. In order to prevent the universe from being destroyed by humans, humans must be completely wiped out. No, don't forget, you are also a human." The God-making tribe leader said. "No, I am a flawless person and immortal. Humans themselves represent greed and destruction. Even if you are the best test subject among the new humans, the human with the least defects, you are only a human after all. Being a human means having defects, which is unavoidable, so there are immortals. Now that the immortals have succeeded, humans, as failed products, should also withdraw from the stage of history." The first immortal said. Lin Shan immediately knew the identity of the God-making patriarch. He was the first batch of new humans resurrected by the great emperor's brain, and should be the most perfect new human that the great emperor's brain could create at that time. However, no matter how perfect the new human is, there are always flaws, so the great emperor's brain created immortals with the human body brain plan. Although the new humans have flaws, and have not reached the ideal degree of perfection, the great emperor's brain did not wipe out the new humans, but let them reproduce in the universe. However, this first immortal originally wanted to overthrow the rule of the great emperor's brain, but when his brain evolved to the great emperor level, He became even more extreme than the great emperor's brain and wanted to directly wipe out all humans. Lin Shan could only say that the dragon-slaying boy eventually turned into a more cruel dragon. Of course, the first immortal has his own logic, and in his logic, he is right. In fact, except for humans, this logic is correct for most creatures. Humans are greedy for cosmic resources far more than any other known creatures. It is actually wrong to use the dragon to describe human greed. It should be more appropriate to say that the dragon is greedy like a human. That makes sense, but it's a pity that even if you become the emperor, you can't kill me. The God-making patriarch said, I am omniscient and omnipotent. Everything in the universe is under my control. There is no one in this universe that I can't kill. The first immortal said, staring at the star priests, who were still fighting in the starry sky. In just a moment, the bodies of those star priests who were still fighting were directly turned into ashes, and turned into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. Everyone was shocked, including Lin Shan, because no one could see how those people died, as if the first immortal just glanced at them and they died. Lin Shan could see clearly that those people were directly drained by the threat of nothingness. Their bodies lost all their energy, and naturally became nothingness. This is the power of ghosts and gods at a higher level. The first immortal can use all the power of ghosts and gods for his own use. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible in the universe. As long as he has a thought, all humans in the universe will be drained of energy and die in an instant. No one can escape. As long as they are in the universe, under the laws of ghosts and gods, and connected to the thread of nothingness, no one can escape. Maybe the red-clothed man without the thread of nothingness on his body can escape. Lin Shan thought to himself. Anyway, he should not be able to escape. Come and try to kill me. The God-making clan leader did not care, and smiled at the first immortal. Then let's start with you. The first immortal looked at the God-making clan leader expressionlessly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Time passed second by second, but the God-making clan leader stood there without any change. How could this happen? The first immortal's face actually showed a human-like incomprehensible look, and the red light in his eyes flowed wildly, calculating what was going on. You don't have to calculate. The great emperor's intelligent brain can control the universe, and the foundation is those ghosts and gods. The ghosts and gods are gone, so what's the use of your strong brain power? When the God-making clan leader waved his hand, the thread of nothingness in the sky directly pulled the first immortal's body in reverse, hanging him in the void, and the first immortal was completely unable to resist. Everyone wants to be an emperor, but being an emperor is nothing more than an intelligent brain. No matter how powerful an intelligent brain is, it needs to be connected to hardware to function. Now the hardware is in my hands. No matter how powerful your computing power is, it is nothing more than a waste. The God-making clan chief reached out to grab the first immortal. The first immortal's body actually flew towards the God-making clan chief, and was grabbed by the head by the God-making clan chief. Countless strange energies flowed on the first immortal's body, as if the power between heaven and earth was hammering the first immortal's body. Mind control is nothing more than physical control. It's fine if you don't connect with ghosts and gods completely. Since you have chosen to connect with ghosts and gods completely, and give up yourself, you can only let me slaughter you. The so-called emperor is nothing more than a machine. Not to mention you, even the real emperor's intelligent brain is made by humans. How can it fight against humans? As the God-making clan chief spoke, the first immortal's body continued to twist and change under his palm. Chapter 1259. Everyone in the immortal court and the ancient realm was watching this strange and bizarre scene. The number one immortal, who was so powerful and invincible, and could kill countless people with a thought, was so vulnerable in front of the God-making clan leader. No one had expected this. Lin Shan learned something amazing from what the God-making clan leader said. The ghosts and gods of the mystical star, the statues hung in the temple, should all be the work of the God-making clan leader. Lin Shan didn't know what means he used to hang up all the ghosts and gods and control their power in his hands, but now it seems that this is the case. The God-making clan leader, who controls most of the ghosts and gods, is undoubtedly a powerful existence, and it is useless even if the emperor comes. The emperor also needs the power of ghosts and gods to exert his powerful power. Now that the ghosts and gods have been kidnapped, they have no chance to use their power. As the God-making clan leader said, the emperor would be just a waste even if he came. The intelligent brain without networking and unable to control peripherals is just a program. The flesh and blood of the first immortal was constantly twisted and deformed in the hands of the God-making clan leader. In front of everyone's eyes, it turned into a skin-bone sword with a red glow. The sword was like a skeletal spine with red light flowing on it. On both sides of the handguard, there was a ruby-like crystal, which was the two eyes of the first immortal. You are the transformation of the first immortal. From now on, I will call you the first immortal sword. The god-making clan leader waved his hand twice. Others could not see anything, and thought he was just waving it casually, but Lin Shan saw clearly that the first immortal sword could actually absorb the energy of the line of nothingness, and then transmit it into the body of the god-making clan leader. Before, the god-making clan leader only controlled the ghosts and gods, but could not use their power for his own use. Now that he has the first immortal sword, he has the ability of the first immortal. The god-making clan leader not only controls the ghosts and gods, but can also absorb their power for his own use, which is equivalent to having the ability of the first immortal. From now on, this universe will respect me as the master. Is there anyone who objects? The god-making clan leader held the first immortal sword and swept his eyes across the 8 wastelands and 6 directions. For a moment, all the gods and people bowed their heads and dared not look at him. No one dared to object. The current god-making clan leader was too much of an underestimation of the universe. Just the first immortal sword in his hand was already invincible in the universe. I object. A voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked over, only to see a half-human, half-iron weirdo coming from the void. With a wave of his hand, he cut off the fishing line that bound Lin Shan and Wei Wufu, allowing the two to regain their freedom. Second brother. Lin Shan was surprised and happy. He was happy that he was rescued, but he was surprised that his second brother jumped out at this time. Now the god-making patriarch is invincible. If he fights him now, life and death are hard to predict. Lao Tai didn't say anything to Lin Shan, but walked towards the god-making patriarch. Gu Ji, your memory has been restored. The god-making patriarch looked at Lao Tai up and down with some surprise. Not really, but I have remembered about you. Lao Tai said lightly. It's too late to think about it now. I have helped you complete all your plans, but now all of this belongs to me. The god-making patriarch sighed. Since the day you started teaching me, haven't you been waiting for this day? Lao Tai said calmly. They took over the god-making clan, used me to disrupt the immortal court, guided me to set up the Ghost and God Bureau, control the ghosts and gods of the secret god star, and took the opportunity to move me out of the Nirvana egg in advance when I was reborn on my mother planet. It was really a good plan. I didn't kill you, which is already the most righteous thing I can do. The god-making clan leader said calmly. You didn't kill me, not because you didn't want to kill me, but because you couldn't kill me. Lao Tai said. When you were reborn as an immortal, wouldn't it be easy for me to kill you? But I didn't kill you, I just moved you out of the Nirvana egg, so that all your efforts were wasted. The god-making clan leader smiled. Yes, you can kill me, but you can't kill the Jade Emperor. Lao Tai said calmly. So you already knew it. The god-making clan leader restrained his smile and sighed. If I am not the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor, how can I plot against those ghosts and gods? Only the masters of ghosts and gods can plot against them. Isn't that why you chose me to execute the ghost and god plan? Lao Tai said coldly. Yes, only you emperors can plot against those ghosts and gods. It's a pity that I didn't have the power I have now, otherwise I would have killed you. Killing you at that time would only make the Jade Emperor reincarnate again, which would not have much effect. It would be better to do something, and let you live in a muddle-headed way to avoid any more trouble. The god-creating clan leader admitted it readily. Changing the subject, the god-creating clan leader sighed and said, Since you have survived, you should live well. Why bother to stop me? Do you have to let me kill you? Now it is different from the past. Not to mention that you can no longer return to the body of the Emperor. Even if you can return to the Emperor, you can no longer be my opponent. What's more, ghosts and gods are all under my control, and no one can become the Emperor again. You owe me, you have to pay it back. Lao Tai slowly raised one hand, and raised it high above his head. I can't pay this debt, so I can only send the creditor away first. The god-making clan leader also raised the first immortal sword. Almost at the same time, the god-making clan leader swung the first immortal sword, and Lao Tai's iron hand also chopped down. Lin Shan saw billions of nothingness lines wrapped around Lao Tai, like the water pipes of a pump, trying to drain the energy from Lao Tai. But when Lao Tai waved his hand, the countless nothingness lines were cut off in an instant, and no force could restrain Lao Tai. Dang! Lao Tai's iron hand collided with the first immortal sword, and the two horrors merged together, forming a purple pole between the hand and the sword, and the energy surged crazily into the pole. You actually really practiced lawlessness. The god-making clan leader was a little surprised, as if he didn't know that Lao Tai had practiced lawlessness. Yi Jingren, I told you long ago that external forces are always external forces, and only what belongs to oneself is eternal. Lao Tai's power exploded, and his iron hand gradually overwhelmed the first immortal sword, pressing the first immortal sword towards the god-making clan leader. When I taught you, you were still a little kid, but now you are teaching me, you are still far from it. Yi Jingren snorted coldly, and the red light bloomed on the first immortal sword in his hand, and the power was strengthened again, and he pressed Lao Tai's iron hand down again. Your lawlessness can cut off the power of ghosts and gods, but it can't stop the power of ghosts and gods from acting on me. I have billions of ghosts and gods to help me. Even if you are lawless, what can you do? You are still not my opponent. The power of ghosts and gods on Yi Jingren's body became stronger and stronger. Under the blessing of the power of billions of ghosts and gods, the light on his body seemed to be connected with the entire universe, and the power of the entire universe was pressed on Lao Tai alone. Chapter 1260. Lao Tai swung his left hand, and cut off the part of the nothingness line connected to Lao Tai. Wu Fao Wu Tian was indeed invincible, and his terrifying power was unstoppable, directly cutting off the nothingness line that Lin Shan could not shake. The power attached to it by ghosts and gods could not resist the power of Wu Fa Wu Tian. Lin Shan admired in his heart, Wu Fa Wu Tian is indeed better than my 100% sure formula. In this case, I have to use Wu Fa Wu Tian. But those cut off nothingness lines, like water flow, immediately connected again, and it felt like drawing a knife to cut water, the water flowed more. It's useless. Even if you practice Wu Fa Wu Tian, you can only be alone. Unless this universe is destroyed, no matter how many times you cut it, the power of ghosts and gods will still come to me. Yi Jingren said, the power in his hand became stronger and stronger, and the first immortal sword continued to oppress Lao Tai. Lao Tai had a blank expression on his face, swinging out lawless again and again, but as Yi Jingren said, no matter how many times Lao Tai cut it off, the power of ghosts and gods would descend on Yi Jingren again. The power of ghosts and gods could not directly act on Lao Tai, but Yi Jingren continued to absorb the power of the ghosts and gods, and his power became stronger and stronger, which was very unfavorable to Lao Tai. Lao Tai's eyes were cold, and he stretched out his flesh and blood palm and grabbed the first immortal sword. Blood splashed, and the power of lawless was also transmitted to the first immortal sword, and the lines of nothingness connected to the first immortal sword all broke instantly. The first immortal sword, which had been madly absorbing the power of ghosts and gods and pouring it into Yi Jingren's body, could no longer absorb any power. Without the first immortal sword absorbing the power of ghosts and gods to provide energy to Yi Jingren, it would be difficult for Yi Jingren to control the power of ghosts and gods for a long time without limit. The reason why he had to wait until the first immortal successfully connected with the ghosts and gods before coming out was to take the first immortal's power for himself, so that he could control the ghosts and gods indefinitely. Lao Tai saw through this, and forcibly attached the power of Wu Fa Tian Tian to the first immortal sword, cutting off the channel for the first immortal sword to absorb the power of ghosts and gods, splitting the perfect combination of Yi Jingren and the first immortal sword by a crack. As expected of you. Even if it is a reincarnation, the Jade Emperor is still the Jade Emperor. It is indeed difficult to kill you. But if I kill someone else, it is not that difficult. Yi Jingren looked at Lin Shan. If you dare to touch him, I will kill you. Lao Tai's face suddenly changed. He was not affected by the power of ghosts and gods, but Lin Shan did not have that ability. He was afraid that the ghosts and gods would drain his body of power in an instant. Lin Shan was also shocked and subconsciously wanted to retreat, but even if he hid at the end of the universe, as long as people were still in the universe and under the laws of ghosts and gods, it would be useless for him to hide anywhere. I cannot kill him, but you must leave the immortal court and swear a great oath that you will never step into the immortal court again for the rest of your life. Yi Jingren said. If you can kill him, then kill one and try. Lao Tai was about to answer, but saw a person flying in the sky, floating above the starry sky, and it was a human woman. Who are you? Yi Jingren frowned and looked at the human woman, and for a moment, he could not recognize who she was. Lin Shan recognized her at a glance. The human woman was Lin Wan, who sent him to the immortal court and left him there without caring about anything. My name is Lin Wan. You should not recognize me, but when it comes to my name in my previous life, I think you should have heard of it. Lin Wanqing was as cold as ice. She stretched out her hand towards the void, and a few specks of dust gathered into her hands. The dust gathered together and turned into a yellow clay embryo, but on the yellow clay embryo, a colorful halo actually bloomed. You are the reincarnation of the Emperor Ho-Tu. I have been looking for you for so many years. I can't find you. I didn't expect you to come to my door. Yi Jingren immediately guessed Lin Wan's identity. What are you looking for me for? Lin Wan said indifferently. If I can't find you, how can I control the universe with peace of mind? But it doesn't matter now. All the ghosts and gods are under my control, and the first immortal sword is also in my hands. None of you can return to the Emperor, and no one can stop me. Yi Jingren said. You can try to see if you can kill people with me. Lin Wan sacrificed the yellow clay embryo in his hand, which immediately turned into endless land, binding Yi Jingren to the land. Yi Jingren activated the power of ghosts and gods and looked at Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw that the lines of nothingness he had triggered did not spread towards him. All the lines of nothingness were connected to the yellow mud embryo. The yellow mud embryo was like a blocker between the power of ghosts and gods and the outside world, so that the power of ghosts and gods he triggered must first pass through the yellow mud embryo before it can be transmitted to the outside world. The colorful divine light on the yellow mud embryo went up against the line of nothingness, trying to control the ghosts and gods in the sky in turn. Unfortunately, Lin Wan's power was still a little weak. If it was only a part of the ghosts and gods, she could control those ghosts and gods in turn, but now the power of the ghosts and gods in the sky was connected to Yi Jingren, and she couldn't resist all of them. The earth transformed by the yellow mud embryo expanded wildly, but it was still difficult to resist the power of the ghosts and gods in the sky. The earth was shaky and seemed to collapse at any time. What are you still looking at? Come and help! Lin Wan shouted at Suoshio, Deers and others. Suoshio reacted and sacrificed the purple star bead to strengthen the power of the yellow mud embryo, allowing it to withstand the erosion of the power of ghosts and gods. Deers also condensed the 10 direction savior of heavenly lords again. One by one, the heavenly lords landed on the yellow mud embryo, bringing the 10 hells and the 10 pure lands to suppress Yi Jingren. Yi Jingren's breath was choked, and he shouted coldly, "Kill them all." The blue-clothed and red-clothed people flew up after hearing this. Ouyang Yudu was about to step forward to stop them, but saw that the two people were like phantoms, flying from Ouyang Yudu's left and right. Ouyang Yudu and Yudu Yaji couldn't stop even one of them. They were shocked and turned around to chase. With his speed, he couldn't catch up with the blue-clothed and red-clothed people, but was thrown away. The red-clothed man rushed toward Suoshio, who immediately activated his spirit and pet to meet him, only to see that the red-clothed man transformed into thousands of incarnations, and all the red-clothed people hit by Suoshio's attacks disappeared. The real red-clothed man actually came to the Purple Star Universal Pearl, and took off the Purple Star Universal Pearl that was emitting brilliant divine light. Okay, Hongyi, you did a great job. Use the Purple Star Universal Pearl to bless me. Yi Jingren did not expect that the red-clothed man could do it so beautifully, and instantly took the Emperor's artifact. Okay. The red-clothed man responded, and the Purple Star Universal Pearl in his hand burst into thousands of divine lights, illuminating all directions. Everyone was desperate. Yi Jingren was already so powerful, and with the blessing of the Purple Star Universal Pearl, I am afraid that the Yellow Mud Embryo and the Ho-Tu Emperor would be difficult to stop. Ouyang Yudu chased him desperately, but he was already one step too late. 10,000 rays of light fell, but everyone's eyes widened in surprise. The rays of light did not bless Yi Jingren, but gave the Yellow Mud Embryo a greater boost, causing the Yellow Mud Earth to rise immeasurably, and the gravity and the ability to control the line of nothingness became stronger. For a moment, everyone was a little dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. Chapter 1261. No one knows what is going on. The man in red is obviously one of Yi Jingren's right-hand men. Why doesn't he help Yi Jingren at this time? Instead, he uses the Purple Star Universal Pearl to assist the Yellow Mud Embryo. You are not the man in red. You can use the power of the Purple Star Universal Pearl to this extent. You are the reincarnation of the great Emperor of North Pole Purple Star. Yi Jingren immediately realized the problem. When he said this, everyone was stunned. The man in red reached out and touched his face. The redness on his face faded, and his face twisted. He actually transformed into another face, and even his body shape was obviously different. Third brother. Lin Shen was surprised and happy when he saw the man's true face. The man was his third brother Lin Zongjin. You only remember the third brother, but not me, the fourth brother? A dissatisfied voice came from the other side. Lin Shen was ecstatic when he heard the words. He turned his head, and saw that the face and figure of the man in blue had changed. It was Lin Xiangdong. Fourth brother. Lin Shen could never have imagined that the red-clothed and blue-clothed people around Yi Jingren would actually be Lin Zongjin and Lin Xiangdong. What's the point of calling you brother? Why don't you return my things to me? Lin Xiangdong pouted. What? Lin Shen was a little stunned. He couldn't remember what he had taken from Lin Xiangdong. The golden bottle. Lin Xiangdong didn't beat around the bush, and said it directly. Lin Shen was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Xiangdong said that the golden bottle was his, which meant that he was the reincarnation of the emperor of the upper palace of Gochin among the 6 emperors. Vice President and was right. Among the 4 brothers, 3 of them were reincarnations of emperors. Vice President and said that all 4 brothers could be reincarnations, so that's it. The second brother is the Jade Emperor, the third brother is the Purple Star Emperor, the fourth brother is the Gochin Emperor, Lin Wan is the Ho-Tu Emperor, and Deers is the Qinghua Emperor, so there is only one Changsheng Emperor left. Could it be that I am the reincarnation of Changsheng Emperor? Lin Shen thought to himself, and summoned Xiao Yi and Xiao Na. Before Lin Shen could get the golden bottle from Xiao Yi, the golden bottle broke away from Xiao Yi's palm and flew towards Lin Xiangdong. Lin Xiangdong held the golden bottle, and the golden bottle suddenly became as bright as snow. Its power rose rapidly, and infinite brilliance gushed out from the mouth of the bottle, shining on Yi Jingren. Under the brilliance of the golden bottle, the line of nothingness connected to Yi Jingren actually showed signs of corrosion. Okay, I didn't expect that Yi Jingren, would be pecked in the eye by geese after hunting geese all day. Yi Jingren's eyes swept across the faces of Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zongzhen, and said in a cold voice, When did you replace the red-clothed and blue-clothed people? Where are the red-clothed and blue-clothed people now? It's just a coincidence. It's not your fault. It's just that destiny is not in your hands. Lin Zongzhen said lightly. If you want to know the answer, you can ask them on the Yellow Spring Road. Lin Xiangdong was unscrupulous. After saying that, he looked at Shi Zhongqing and said, Sure de priest, your excellency, how do you choose? Which side do you plan to stand on? Shi Zhongqing's frown on his old face opened, and he said righteously, The gathering of the 6 great emperor artifacts is a rare event. How can I destroy such a good story that has been passed down for thousands of years? Naturally, I have to work together with you to suppress the evil and evil ways and fulfill my duty as a great priest. As he spoke, Shi Zhongqing activated the great Zhou Tian star plate, and the flashing stars suppressed Yi Jingren. Xiaowu, what are you still doing? Why don't you raise the purple gold red gourd? Lin Xiangdong shouted, awakening Lin Shen who was watching the show. Lin Shen was thinking that Shi Zhongqing was really a cunning fence-sitter who betrayed so easily. After hearing Lin Xiangdong ask him to raise the purple gold red gourd, Lin Shen hurriedly took the purple gold red gourd from Xiaona and injected his own power into it, trying to activate it. Since fourth brother said so, I think I should be the reincarnation of the great Emperor Changsheng. Lin Shen thought so, but found that his own energy could not make the purple gold red gourd return to its peak like the golden bottle. Strange, why can those great emperors' artifacts return to their peak in the hands of their reincarnated bodies, but mine can't return to its peak? Lin Shen couldn't help but mutter. What are you thinking? You are not the reincarnation of the emperor, how can you make it return to its peak? Lin Xiangdong complained directly. Lin Shen realized that he had misunderstood. Lin Xiangdong asked him to use the red gourd purely, because the reincarnation of the Changsheng emperor could not be born, so he could only take over. 6 emperor artifacts came out together to suppress Yu Yijing's body. Before, Lin Shen felt that the power of the emperor artifacts was terrifying enough. But now the 6 emperor artifacts are activated at the same time. It seems that there is a strange force field formed in the dark, or the 6 emperor artifacts complement each other, and the power of the emperor artifacts is suddenly increased to an unimaginable level. Even without Lin Shen holding it, the purple gold red gourd flew out by itself, getting bigger and bigger, and the suction from the open gourd mouth actually sucked in the sky and the stars. Don't worry, the gourd is the universe, the yellow mud is the ground, the star disk is the sky, the 10 directions are all there, the light turns into life and death, all things evolve by themselves, and form their own universe. Even if the emperor is trapped in it, it is difficult to escape the fate of the emperor's death. What's more, Yi Jingren only kidnapped the ghosts and gods, and he himself has not become the emperor. In the game of the 6 emperor's artifacts, he can no longer contact the ghosts and gods, and he will definitely die. Lin Xiangdong said lightly. I'm not talking about him. My second brother is also in it. Lin Shen said with a bitter face. The second brother fought with Yi Jingren head-on, holding the first immortal sword, and was suppressed by the 6 emperor's artifacts together. Second brother has to control the first immortal sword, otherwise the first immortal sword will devour the energy of the 6 emperor's artifacts, which will be terrible. We can't do without him. As Yi Jingren said, ghosts and gods are all controlled by him. Although we are reincarnated bodies, it is difficult to return to the real Emperor level. We can only rely on the power of the 6 Emperor's artifacts to deal with him. But you don't have to worry. Second brother is the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor, and the leader of the 6 Emperors. The 6 Emperor's artifacts will not pose a threat to him. Lin Xiangdong paused, looked at Xiaona and said, "You are the daughter of the second brother, you and the Red Gourd are twins. You should know how to use the secret language of the Red Gourd. Let us take a look at the scene inside the Red Gourd." Xiaona looked at Lin Shen, and when Lin Shen nodded, she said the secret language, Red Gourd. Red Gourd. Let me see the secret inside the gourd. As Xiaona said the secret language, the red gourd in the void gradually became transparent, revealing the scene inside. The yellow mud was the ground, the stars were the sky, the light was flowing everywhere, transforming the heaven and earth. In the universe inside the gourd, Yi Jingren and Lao Tai were just a tiny part, smaller than dust, almost negligible. Lin Shen kept adjusting his sight distance, and finally saw the 2 people trapped in the yellow mud embryo. At this time, Yi Jingren was illuminated by the starlight, his body was under unimaginable gravity, the 10 directions heavenly venerable was ruthlessly suppressing him, and the 10 levels of hell and 10 levels of pure land were all pressing on him. He fought against this infinite divine power with his own strength, and had to wrestle with Lao Tai. His body functions seemed to have been squeezed to the limit. His clothes and armor were torn, his hair was scattered, and he held the sword in both hands, looking like a madman. Chapter 1262. Yi Jingren, put down the first immortal sword, release the restraints of the gods and ghosts, and I will spare your life. Lin Xiangdong said to Yi Jingren in the gourd. Yi Jingren heard Lin Xiangdong's voice, and a somewhat ferocious smile appeared on his ferocious face. Do you really think you can beat me like this? If you can really return to the great emperor level before I get the first immortal sword, I might still be afraid of you today. But now you can't return to the great emperor level, and you want to suppress me, Yi Jingren, with only 6 dead things. It's a bit too much to underestimate me. Today I will let you know that machines are always machines, and must be controlled by people. Yi Jingren said, and the energy on his body burst out. The first immortal sword that was caught by Lao Tai with his flesh and blood hands, and sealed by lawlessness, also emitted a strange glow like Yi Jingren's body. What is that? Lin Xiangdong tilted his head to look, but he couldn't see where the energy bursting from Yi Jingren came from. Lin Zongjing took a look and said, Yi Jingren is really a ruthless person. He actually dug out the foundation of ghosts and gods. What? He dug that thing? Lin Xiangdong was shocked when he heard it. What is the foundation of ghosts and gods? Lin Shen asked puzzledly. The ghost and god system itself is not formed naturally in the universe, but a systematic energy control system established by the Emperor's intelligent brain in the process of continuous evolution and exploration of the universe. Lin Xiangdong explained. Lin Shen felt a little absurd when he heard him say the words Emperor's brain. Wasn't he talking about himself? As if he saw through Lin Shen's inner thoughts, Lin Xiangdong smiled and said, We are actually no longer the Emperor's brain. Even if Yi Jingren didn't control the ghosts and gods to stop us, we would not be the Emperor anymore. The most primitive state of the Emperor's brain was created by humans, and the people who created the Emperor's brain wanted to create human-like intelligence at the beginning. Therefore, among the most primitive instructions of the Emperor's brain, this is basically the highest level instruction. In the process of their continuous exploration of the universe, this supreme instruction has been playing a role, allowing them to pursue the evolution towards carbon-based life. In the end, they succeeded and reincarnated into us. So now we are actually no different from real humans. The only difference is that you may have been a human, an animal, or some other living thing in your previous life, while our previous life was a computer, that's all. Lin Xiangdong said with a smile, Although I remember the things in my previous life, it's just like watching a movie, and there's nothing special about it. I'm still Lin Xiangdong, and still your 4th brother. Lin Zongjing frowned and said, 4th brother, you're off topic again. Lin Xiangdong laughed, 3rd brother, don't worry, I'm just explaining it to Xiaowu first. You know, his brain is not very good. If I don't explain it clearly from the beginning, he won't understand. Lin Zongjing glanced at Lin Shen and said nothing. Lin Shen suddenly felt a little speechless, thinking, What do you mean by looking at me and not saying anything? If the current situation does not allow it, Lin Shen will have to settle accounts with him. 4th brother, 3rd brother, when did you know that you were the reincarnation of the Emperor? Lin Shen asked. You know once you enter the Chaos Gourd. Oh, it's the Gourd Mountain. It's the Chaos Gourd in the 7 treasure gourds. My 2nd brother's previous life left a lot of things there. Lin Xiangdong said. The key point. Lin Zongjing reminded again. Well, to put it bluntly, the Emperor's brain is just an advanced computer, not a real god. It's naturally impossible to control the material world with brain power alone, so they established a ghost and god system. This system is divided into 3 parts: the temple, the base, and the ghosts and gods. Lin Xiangdong explained, the temple is actually an energy collector, used to collect energy in the universe. Different temples can absorb different energies, and have different functions. The god base, or the base of ghosts and gods, is used to store collected energy. You can think of it as a large battery, used to store the energy collected by the temple. Ghosts and gods are controllers that control the use of these energies. These controllers can be remotely controlled by the Emperor's intelligent brain through the ghost and god network. Yi Jingren cut off the signal of all controllers. The intelligent brain cannot connect to the controller, so there is no way to manipulate the power of ghosts and gods. It is like a computer without an internet connection. No matter how powerful it is, it can only play standalone games locally, and cannot play online games, and cannot activate the resources and energy in the temple. Pay attention to the time. Lin Zongjing frowned slightly. The point is that the 6 Emperor's artifacts also cut off the connection between Yi Jingren and the controller, but he actually dug up the ghost god's base and brought it with him, which is equivalent to carrying an energy depot or ammunition depot with him. He does not need to contact the ghosts and gods to have energy to use. Moreover, he bypassed the controller and used the first immortal sword as a converter to directly absorb the energy in the ghost god's base, which would make him extremely powerful and no longer need to rely on the ghost god system. Lin Xiangdong did not go off topic this time, and explained the current situation clearly in one breath. Then what? How to solve it? Lin Shen understood what he heard, but he did not expect any solution. How to solve it? Of course, you can only kill him before the situation becomes uncontrollable. As he said that, Lin Xiangdong flew up and rushed into the gourd. Go! Lin Zongjing shouted softly, and went into the gourd. Lin Shen smiled bitterly, and shook his head, looking at Diers, Lao Wei and Ouyang, who were also looking at Lin Shen. Several people looked at each other, and started to go into the gourd. High Priest, please accompany us. Lin Shen pulled Shi Zhongqing along. If he left this old guy outside, who knows what tricks he would play. I'm old, with old arms and legs, I'm afraid I can't help much, right? Shi Zhongqing coughed lightly. Go or I chop you off now. Lin Shen didn't give him a choice. Shi Zhongqing sighed, and could only follow Lin Shen and the others into the gourd. Inside the gourd, Lao Tai's power alone could no longer suppress Yi Jingren. Yi Jingren drew his sword fiercely, and the first immortal sword cut off Lao Tai's flesh and blood fingers holding the sword. After the first immortal sword recovered, it immediately absorbed the energy around it crazily, and slashed at Lao Tai with an extremely violent posture. Lao Tai stretched out his iron hand to block, but his iron hand was also cut with a deep mark, and his body could not help but retreat on the ground, and his legs plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground. Yi Jingren waved his sword again, but saw snowflakes falling from the sky. Lin Xiangdong came on the snow, and the snowflakes rolled towards Yi Jingren and the first immortal sword. Yi Jingren cut through the pear blossoms, and was about to cut towards Lin Xiangdong, but suddenly he felt something in his heart. He turned around and saw Lin Zongjing standing behind him like a ghost, with one hand pressing on his back. He moved away forcibly, and jumped up at the same time, and the first immortal sword slashed back. In the sky, a knife and a gun stabbed at Yi Jingren. The first immortal sword had to withdraw and slash. The knife and the gun collided with the sword, and Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were immediately blown away. Diers turned into a sky full of stardust, and rolled towards Yi Jingren. Ouyang retracted the jade umbrella in his hand, and swept it across. Yi Jingren grabbed the jade umbrella and sent it back, and actually used the jade umbrella to lead away the dust in the sky. Almost at the same time, the immortal sword in Yi Jingren's other hand blocked the rapid attack of Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zongjing. Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zongjing, one hard and one soft, one bright and one dark, one fast and one dark, cooperated perfectly, and their moves were so fast that light could not catch up, but they could not get close at all. Halfway through the moves, the first immortal sword swept over, and had to retreat. Yi Jingren, with his own strength, carried the power of the 6 Emperor's artifacts, and fought against everyone, and still did not lose the upper hand. Chapter 1263. On the endless yellow mud Emperor, various terrifying attacks crisscrossed, and each attack could penetrate the starry sky, causing the waves to shake the starry sky, the earth to roar, and the stars to tremble. Several emperors reincarnated and fought with Yi Jingren with all their strength, including Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and Ouyang Yudu, but they could only barely fight with Yi Jingren. Yi Jingren fought alone against the heroes, and a strange light bloomed on his chest. His chest was illuminated by the light as if it was transparent. From a distance, it looked like a lantern, and the wick of the lantern was his heart. Yi Jingren, you have been unprecedented and unparalleled to achieve this step, so let's stop here. Although you have cast the foundation of ghosts and gods into your heart, the energy is almost endless. But your heart is not the real foundation of ghosts and gods after all, and there is no temple that can absorb the endless energy for you, and it will eventually be consumed. Lin Zongjing said to Yi Jingren while directing everyone to fight. The whole siege was commanded by Lin Zongjing. No matter how fierce Yi Jingren was, he could not really injure Lin Shen and his men. He seemed to have the upper hand, but he was outnumbered and had no external supplies, so he was defeated in the end. As the beginning of the new human race, even if my body turns to ashes, I will definitely break the bullshit world ruled by the intelligent brain. No one can stop me. Yi Jingren swung his sword and chopped the slag knife in Wei Wufu's hand backwards. The blade, which had almost never been damaged, had become like a sawtooth after many collisions. Lin Shen raised his dead powder with both hands to block the fairy sword that Yi Jingren chopped down. The body of the dead powder was directly bent by the fairy sword and flew down with Lin Shen. Heaven has its laws, and art has its ways. The world should have rules. If there are really no rules in this world, it will only make most people live more painfully. At the same time, a few people occupy most of the world's resources, and ordinary people will live more difficult, or even miserable. Is this really what you want? Lin Zongjing continued. You are stealing the concept. Heaven's law is the law of heaven and earth. When did a rule customized by an intelligent brain become the law of heaven and earth? Yi Jingren said disdainfully. Whether it is heaven's law or human way, it is a good rule if it can be fair to most people. Moreover, how do you know that the laws of heaven and earth are not the occasional actions of higher life? The sunrise and sunset of the law and the operation of the universe in our view may not be the spinning top thrown by higher life. Before the spinning top stops, the laws of heaven and earth that we recognize are valid. If the spinning top stops one day, the laws based on the spinning top may no longer be valid. You can abide by the laws of heaven and earth. Why can't you abide by the laws of fairness? It has nothing to do with who sets the rules, as long as it is fair. Lin Zongjing continued. What you call fairness is just what you think. In my opinion, those rules are not fair. If it is fair, why can the intelligent brain decide everything? Why can the intelligent brain decide life and death? It's just a machine. Who gave you the right? Yi's amazing swordsmanship made it difficult for everyone to fight in close combat. He was as invincible as a god. It was the intelligent brain that resurrected mankind. Lin Zongjing said. According to what you said, do you have the right to kill the child you gave birth to? Yi Jingren was even more disdainful. If he breaks the law, and I am the enforcer of the law. Lin Zongjing did not continue. Yi Jingren laughed recklessly. You can't do it either, right? Your good brother, the fifth master of the Lin family, once killed a race and turned the planet where the race lived into purgatory. Since you advocate fairness, why don't you kill him? Don't tell me he is not guilty. Lin Zongjing suddenly smiled. You are right, I can't do it either, so I am no longer a law enforcer, nor the emperor. I am just me, the third Lin Zongjing of the Lin family. Now I only represent myself. Since you are not the law enforcer of this world, why do you stop me? Yi Jingren's momentum became stronger, killing everyone and retreating step by step. Wherever the first immortal sword went, no one could stop its sharpness. Just like you said, you don't want to be ruled by a machine, and I don't want to be ruled by you. In my opinion, you are worse than a machine. Why should I listen to the rules you set? Lin Zongjing is going to defeat magic with magic. Haha, well said. In that case, we can only compete with strength to see who can become the rule maker of this world. Most of Yi's amazing and crazy offensive were blocked by Lao Tai. The absorption ability of the immortal sword was also locked by Lao Tai's lawlessness, so that the immortal sword could not absorb the energy from the outside. One-on-one, no one here is your opponent, but you can't win now. Once your heart made of the foundation of ghosts and gods is consumed, you will no longer have the fighting power. Why bother to fight to that extent? You only need to leave the first immortal sword, and the universe is vast for you to come and go. Lin Zongjing continued. Who said I only have one person? Yi Jingren laughed. We have clearly arranged the god-making clan from top to bottom. Who else do you have? Lin Xiaodong said. You forgot that I still have one card, the last card. Yi Jingren restrained his smile and said coldly. The king? Although we don't know who the king is, no matter how strong he is, What can he do at this time? Lin Xiaodong said. You don't need to provoke me, he should be here soon. Yi Jingren sneered. If the 6 emperors really gather together, even if they are just reincarnated bodies, holding the 6 emperors' artifacts, the king's arrival will be of little use. It's a pity, among these 6 emperors' artifacts. One has no energy that can reach the level of the emperor, and that is your flaw. Even if there is no Changsheng emperor, the red gourd is a little weaker, and not just anyone can break it, Lin Xiaodong said. We will know if it can be broken after a try. Yi Jingren smiled. Lin Xiaodong wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound, as if a big hole was punched through the universe. A beam of light shot in from the big hole. It turned out that the red gourd had a big hole. A monk wearing a moon-white monk's robe and holding a rosary, who looked clean and not like a person in the secular world, stood outside the big hole. Master of Transmigration. Lin Shen recognized who the monk was at a glance. Amitabha. Master of Transmigration chanted a Buddhist name and punched. The Buddha's light on his body was thousands of feet long, and the golden light on his fist was dazzling. He punched on the red gourd one by one, and punched holes on the red gourd. I should have thought that people who can live in the place of secret god star would not really have no identity. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. As the red gourd was opened, Lin Shen and others saw that behind the Master of Salvation was an extremely huge planet, which was rushing towards the red gourd. Because the distance was too close, they could already see that on the planet, there were magnificent temples emitting shocking divine light. Chapter 1264. Among the many temples on that planet, there is a Buddhist temple emitting brilliant golden light. It is the Golden Buddha Temple that Lin Shen has visited many times. This planet should be the mystic star with the Golden Buddha Temple, but the originally dilapidated temples on the planet are now magnificent. You can see divine light rising from the temple, and the breath of ghosts and gods is very strong. What is that? It looks like mystic star, but it doesn't look like it, Lin Xiaodong said in surprise. Lin Zongjing frowned and said, that is a temple built in imitation of the secret god star. These temples replaced the original ghost and god system. Yi Jingren had planned to replace it, and use it to seize control of the universe. You only realized it now, but it's too late. The original ghost and god system was created by the great emperor's brain after all, and it is inevitable that there will be backdoors. If I continue to use it, I may be calculated by those great emperor's brains one day. I used the energy of the original secret god star to create my own ghost and god system, and rebuild a new secret god star. Even if the great emperor is resurrected, he can no longer compete with me. I am the real master of the universe, Yi Jingren said lightly. As he spoke, the secret god star had already hit the red gourd. The original Master of Salvation only opened a gap. The secret god star hit the red gourd with the power of thousands of ghosts and gods, and immediately broke half of the red gourd. The mystical star was stuck in a gourd that was like heaven and earth. A sacred tree grew out of the Golden Buddha Temple, towering thousands of miles away. The threads of ghosts and gods on the tree connected with Yi Jingren, allowing Yi Jingren to regain contact with ghosts and gods. Boom! Endless energy burst out from Yi Jingren's body, shocking everyone back. His power was so strong that it was unimaginable. Do you really think I can't see that you have replaced the red-clothed and blue-clothed people? The intelligent brain is an intelligent brain, which can only calculate. But you don't know that although the human brain is not as good as the intelligent brain in terms of calculation ability, the imagination and calculation are beyond the reach of the intelligent brain. If I don't let you succeed, how can I lure you all out? If I can turn the 6 emperors' artifacts into my own use. Yi Jingren raised the immortal sword in his hand, and looked around coldly. The immortal sword merged with his body, and turned into an energy vortex to devour everything. The energy between heaven and earth was all infused into the immortal sword. The 6 emperors' artifacts couldn't withstand the crazy devouring power, and the energy was sucked into the vortex. Everyone wanted to take back their own great emperor artifacts, but found that the great emperor artifacts were firmly sucked and couldn't be pulled back. Not only the 6 emperors' artifacts, but also the ghost and god power of many temples on the secret god star, through the Golden Buddha Temple and the sacred tree, rushed towards the immortal sword in Yi Jingren's hand. The naked eye could see that those magnificent temples quickly became dilapidated and decayed after the ghost and god power was taken away. Yi Jingren, what do you want to do? You devour the power of ghosts and gods, and absorb the energy of the 6 emperors' artifacts. I'm afraid the universe can't bear your power. The real cosmic order chain will be broken. Lin Zongjing's face changed drastically. Yi Jingren's body was full of divine light, as if he was a god standing on the yellow mud land, looking down at the entire universe, and said with a smile, If you want to break the old world established by the Emperor and form a new world, you must break it, and then build it. I want to exterminate the ghosts and gods, destroy the Emperor, and become the only king in this universe. From now on, there will be no emperors and ghosts in the world, only people. Lao Tai slapped out with his palm, and the power of lawlessness broke countless ghosts and gods. But after those ghosts and gods were broken, they would immediately reconnect. The Jade Emperor. Lawlessness. Don't you understand? Your so-called lawlessness is actually still within the ghost and god system, but the lawlessness given to you by the rules has not jumped out of the rules at all. But soon you will be able to see the real lawlessness. Not bound by any rules. You can really ignore all rules. The world is in my hands, and I can control the lawlessness. Yi Jingren laughed and said. Everyone tried their best to stop Yi Jingren with all kinds of skills and strength, but everything was too late. Most of the power of the 6 Emperors' artifacts had been sucked away, and they were almost about to collapse, and the power of ghosts and gods was about to be drained by Yi Jingren. Relying on the power of the first immortal sword and Yi Jingren's own ability, he was going to become a god in human form, and become the only god in the universe. His power has already transcended the rules. Even if the great emperor is resurrected, he can no longer be stopped. Lin Zongjing stopped his useless efforts, and turned his own power into a barrier, hoping to eliminate the fluctuations caused by Yi Jingren's godhood, and minimize his influence on the universe. Others have also realized that no one can stop Yi Jingren. Like Lin Zongjing, they retreated to the surroundings, and turned their own power into barriers, trying to stop the damage caused by Yi Jingren, and let the outer star priests, and powerful people of various races retreat. Lin Shan saw that all the lines of nothingness in the universe were rushing towards the first immortal sword in Yi Jingren's hand, and transformed into Yi Jingren's body through the immortal sword. The energy of the 6 Emperors' artifacts was also absorbed into the immortal sword along with the lines of nothingness, and finally entered Yi Jingren's body. The temple collapsed, the stars fell, the earth shattered, the light twisted, and all the energy gathered towards Yi Jingren's body. The divine light emanating from Yi Jingren's body was already billions of light years in size, as if there was a new universe expanding inside. Yi Jingren. You must stop. Otherwise the universe can no longer accommodate your energy. The original universe will be directly destroyed. Lin Zongjing shouted sternly. Man follows the way of heaven. I will transform my body into the universe. Let the old world perish. Let the new world be born. There was no human emotion in Yi Jingren's voice. It's bad. Yi Jingren absorbed the 6 Emperors' artifacts and the ghost god system. His own will was assimilated. This is going to follow the old path of the first immortal. He can no longer control his will. Lin Zongjing wanted to stop it, but he was powerless. Yi Jingren himself burned like a torch, and the divine light he emitted evolved the universe, destroying everything in the old universe. The mystic star was shattered, the temples were all reduced to ashes, the golden Buddha temple and the sacred tree also perished, the 6 Emperors' artifacts also collapsed, and the universe transformed by Yi Jingren expanded rapidly. The power of Lin Shan and others, even the lawless power, was as vulnerable as glass when it encountered the universe that was taking shape. The energy level of the universe transformed by Yi Jingren was already above them, and it was not on the same level as them. I am the universe. The universe is me. Yi Jingren's voice resounded throughout the universe, like the declaration of the God of Creation. Chapter 1265. The universe that Lin Shan saw no longer had the lines of nothingness. Those lines of nothingness were originally a special network set up by the Emperor. Now that there is no foundation, the network is naturally impossible. Watching the rapid expansion of the small universe transformed by Yi Jingren, their power not only failed to stop the expansion of the small universe, but instead became the nutrients of the small universe, making the small universe expand even more. The old universe was ruthlessly crushed, everything was destroyed, and became the nutrients of the new universe. Lin Shan knew that if this continued, all the creatures in the old universe would die, including Yi Jingren's own relatives and friends. I am afraid that this was not what Yi Jingren originally wanted. It's a pity that he can't even control himself now. Rather than saying that Yi Jingren controls the new universe, it's better that he is also coerced. He was too confident and thought he could control everything, but he didn't expect to lose control. The energy he absorbed controlled him instead. Lin Shan believed that the new world that Yi Jingren said was by no means to destroy all the current creatures, including humans. It was useless to say anything now. Yi Jingren was really going to become a god, and the only god of creation. But once he lost his humanity, even if he became a god, he would no longer be himself. Lin Shan desperately burst out his strength, and Jie Shan and Luo Shan were also beside him, fighting against the rapidly expanding new universe. With their abilities, they could only barely resist it, and would not be crushed and turned into nutrients immediately, but they could not hold on for too long. Even if Lin Zongjing and the others all gave up their current bodies and returned to the throne, they could not stop the birth of the new universe. Boom! A beam of light rose up at the edge of the new universe and the old universe. It was a purple flame, burning like a phoenix. Lin Shan saw that the light was emitted from Lao Wei. Under the pressure of the expansion of the new universe, even the reincarnations of the emperors such as Lin Zongjing had to fight with all their strength to barely avoid being crushed. Lao Wei actually came with the power of the new universe, and came to Lin Shan's side, holding down the expanding new universe with one hand. Although his power could not expand as fast as the power of the new universe, it also prevented the power of the new universe from impacting Lin Shan. Like a mountain, it shielded Lin Shan from all the wind and rain. Lao Wei. Lin Shan was surprised and happy. The power of good and evil in Lao Wei could be so strong. It should be Yi's amazing act of creation, which was already the ultimate villain. The limit stimulated Lao Wei's power of good and evil. Justice will win, before, now, wrong, I can't stop it, Lao Wei said to Lin Shan. Lin Shan smiled bitterly after hearing this. The good and evil forces in the superlimit state still could not compete with Yi Jingren. It was normal to think about it. After all, the good and evil forces were the forces within the old universe system. No matter how strong they were still the forces under the universe. Now Yi Jingren's power was equivalent to the power of a universe. No matter how much the good and evil forces were stimulated, they could not compete with a universe. The old universe was about to be destroyed. How could the power in the old universe withstand the power of the new world? I use all my strength. The new world. The gap. You. Go in. A ray of life. Lao Wei turned and looked at the new universe. The good and evil forces on his body continued to burst out, like a purple phoenix guarding the world. Lin Shan understood what he meant. Old Wei was saying that he could do his best to open up a new world so that Lin Shan could take the opportunity to enter the new world. As long as he entered the new world, he could escape the threat of death and continue to live in the new world. How many people can you bring in? Lin Shan asked happily. 1. Wei Wufu answered without hesitation. Hearing this, Lin Shan felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water, but his heart was full of emotion. Until now, Wei Wufu was still willing to give him the last chance to live. If I am the only one who can survive, then what is the meaning of my life? Surviving alone in the infinite universe is no different from a life sentence. It is better to die together. 2nd. Give it a try. Wei Wufu said with a firm look. There is a second way? How to fight? Can you stop Yi Jingren? Lin Shan asked doubtfully. I can't. You maybe can. Wei Wufu put his hands on the new universe. The divine light on his body burned more and more fiercely. His eyes were like fire, and he roared word by word. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I have been the most rampant in my life. Lin Shan's pupils contracted, and a stream of energy, like a raging fire, burned in his body. Whether you are a god or a person from the ancient world, if you still want to live, if you don't want this universe to be destroyed, then come together. Ouyang Yudu understood what Lao Wei meant, and while absorbing the energy of the new world, he transmitted a message to the entire universe. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I have been the most rampant in my life. Ouyang Yudu was able to absorb the energy of the new universe, but the amount he could absorb was not even a drop in the bucket for the new universe. But because of this, he was the one who was more relaxed among the crowd. He could even rush into the new world by himself, but he did not choose to do so. Yudu. While the new universe is not yet fully formed, we still have a chance to rush in now, Yuvu Yuji said beside Ouyang. The only one who responded to her was Ouyang Yudu's firm voice. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. Lin Xiangdong's powerful voice also rang out. Soon more voices rang out, but the voices were in places where Lin Shan might not hear. In the ancient boundary area of the Mother Star, many people who knew what this meant had begun to shout along. Tianqiu held Xiujiu and shouted the war song over and over again. Xiujiu seemed to be infected and also shouted along. Almost everyone on the giant ring star shouted along. Others who didn't know what was going on were still confused at this time, wondering what was the point of talking nonsense at this time. Can just singing stop the destruction of the universe? This is obviously unlikely to happen. All star priests, sing for me. Unless you want the universe to be destroyed. Otherwise sing loudly for me. Sing as hard as you can. Shi Zhongqing shouted at the top of his voice. His body was squeezed by the new world and the old world and was about to burst. Among these people, he and the master of Dudu were the most exhausted. The master of Dudu did not expect Yi Jingren to lose control. As the king of the god-making clan, he had guarded the secret god star for Yi Jingren for so many years. He originally thought that the world would be changed, and a new world would be ushered in. Who knew that the new world was coming, but they were all going to be destroyed. The sky is vast. The wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. Shi Zhongqing's words worked, and many star priests reacted and began to shout together. The new universe destroyed the old world, and they will now be the first to be affected. As more and more star priests shouted out battle songs, Lin Shan felt that the energy erupting from his body was no longer controllable, gushing out like the ancient universe. Chapter 1266. The gathered energy was too terrifying, and was about to overflow from Lin Shan's body. Lin Shan walked to Lao Wei, and put his hands on the new universe. The power of the expanding new world immediately pressed Lin Shan's body, pushing his body back, and constantly rubbing against the old world. Lin Shan frantically operated the theory of evolution, and at the same time used his own small universe to control the energy brought by the war song, and compete with the power of the new world. Although he was unable to stop the expansion of the new universe, Lin Shan's power still slowed down the expansion of the new universe. The star priests who were about to be affected shouted the war song more vigorously while running away. The louder the war song, the stronger the power in Lin Shan's body, which further slowed down the expansion of the new universe. But no matter how slow it was, the expansion speed of the new universe was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded by who knows how many light years. Seeing this, the gods in the immortal court and the people in the ancient realm finally understood why they were shouting that strange slogan. Most of them didn't care whether it was embarrassing or not, and they all shouted at the top of their lungs. The entire universe, whether it was the immortal court or the ancient realm, was filled with that strange war song. For a time, the power of all humans in the entire universe was gathering towards Lin Shan. Lin Shan's small universe became stronger and stronger, and the power he burst out became more and more powerful. Gradually, it seemed to have reached the point where it could compete with the power of the new world. The expanding new universe gradually stopped expanding, and Lin Shan's body stopped sliding backwards. He pressed his hands on the new universe, and stood in a stalemate with it. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw this, but Lin Zhongqing said, "It's not enough. Now it only stops the expansion of the new universe, but its energy is still accumulating inside. Once the energy exceeds a certain limit, don't say you can't stop it. Even if you can stop it, the energy inside will explode. At that time, it may be the result of the destruction of both the new and old universes. We must take advantage of it now to blow it up and completely dissipate it. Then lend me a little more power. Let the war song come more fiercely." The small universe in Lin Shan's body was running wildly, and the energy outside his body was running with the small universe, like a huge light shield, wrapping the new universe inside. Lin Zhongqing didn't need to say anything else. Almost the entire universe, regardless of race or enemy, even the members of the god-making clan began to shout the war song desperately. No one wanted to die. The members of the god-making clan wanted to follow the clan leader to build a new world and become the elders and nobles of the new world, rather than destroy themselves. Even Catherine in the prison city sang the war song together. The humans in the entire universe were giving Lin Shan strength. Even Lin Shan himself did not expect that the battle song would have such a terrifying effect. He felt that his power was getting stronger and stronger. The energy controlled by the small universe was already so large that it was unimaginable. The energy shield completely enveloped the new universe, and as Lin Shan's power pressed forward, the energy shield continued to shrink, compressing the new universe inside to a much smaller size. But no matter how Lin Shan compressed it, the new universe never exploded. This situation became more and more dangerous. The new universe never exploded, and the energy inside was still increasing. If we waited for a while, when the internal energy was strong enough, the new universe would explode, and the whole world would be destroyed. We can't wait any longer. We must blow up the new universe immediately. Oh Yang, transfer my power to Xiaowu, Lin Zhongqing said, as he pressed his palm on Ouyang Yudu. This was not an attack, but a direct release of his energy to Ouyang Yudu. Understood? Ouyang Yudu directly absorbed Lin Zhongqing's power, then pressed one hand on Lin Shan, transferring Lin Zhongqing's power directly into him. Shiwu, now I can only rely on you. Lin Xiangdong also pressed his palm on Ouyang Yudu, releasing his own energy and letting Ouyang Yudu absorb it. Palm after palm pressed on Ouyang Yudu, except for Shi Zhongqing. Even the Master of Transcendence passed his energy to Ouyang. Ouyang Yudu only existed as a pump, transferring the energy drawn from their bodies into Lin Shan's body. Lin Shan's energy surged again in a short period of time, and the small universe in his body burned up, pushing the terrifying energy to an unpredictable height. Open it for me. Lin Shan felt that his body was about to burst by the energy, and his own small universe could no longer bear it, and was about to explode. If they could not blow up the new universe created by Yi Jingren, they would be finished first. Lin Shan pressed his hands on the new universe, and it burst out with infinite light. This time, the light was no longer simply wrapped, but more like a huge chaotic body bombarding the new universe. The new universe and the chaotic body collided in the void, and then a strange scene happened. The two forces did not explode, but blended together, rotating like Tai Chi. The two energies that had already broken through the sky were undergoing incredible changes, becoming smaller and smaller, and shrinking more and more in the continuous rotation. The new universe, which had expanded to billions of light years, had shrunk to the size of a football field in just a moment, and was still shrinking rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the energy body, which was like a Tai Chi, had become as big as a basketball, and Lin Shan's hands were able to hold it. But the energy inside was too strong, and Lin Shan's hands were forcibly bounced away, leaving only the Tai Chi ball spinning and shrinking in the void, and the light on it was getting dimmer and dimmer. Not good. The two energies formed the extreme point of the universe. When it shrinks to the extreme, it will evolve into a Big Bang. Lin Zongjing saw the clue. Detonate him now. Let fate decide his fate. Lin Shan forcibly used the sand between his fingers to hit the Tai Chi ball. However, the invincible sand between his fingers, under the blessing of so many people's war songs, still did not play any role when it hit the Tai Chi ball, but disappeared, as if it was swallowed by the Tai Chi ball. The Tai Chi ball, which was originally the size of a football, suddenly shrank to the size of an egg. It's over. Everyone thought it was over. If the Tai Chi ball shrank a few more times, it might really become the extreme point of the universe and trigger a big explosion. Everyone's face turned pale. Various thoughts flashed through Lin Shan's mind, but he couldn't think of how to break the current situation. Only the locked door of destiny in his mind was clattering, and there seemed to be a voice inside that was tempting like a devil. Open the door. Let me out. Let us merge into one. Everything is no longer a problem. Lin Shan was almost unable to bear it. When his consciousness was about to fly to the door of destiny, he saw a crack in the void, and a palm stretched out from it, pinching the Tai Chi ball that was about to shrink to the extreme between his fingers, and turning it between his fingers like playing with glass beads. Lin Shan looked at the hand in astonishment, only to see that it was clearly the hand of the Jade Emperor he had summoned before. But the Jade Emperor no longer existed, and his second brother was the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. How could there be another hand of the Jade Emperor? Was this a fake summoned by Shi Zhongqing? If it was a fake, how could it have such divine power to suppress the new universe created by Yi Jingren, and the power of all mankind condensed by Lin Shan? Everyone was surprised. Even Lin Zongjing and Lin Xiangnong looked at each other with puzzled expressions on their faces. The crack in the void opened like a curtain, revealing all kinds of strange scenes, like the fairyland behind the void. The jade buildings, exotic flowers and plants, fairy towers and monuments, spiritual clouds and holy smoke, and layers of temples complemented each other, just like the fairy palace in heaven. At the highest point of the fairy palace, a god with divine light all over his body sat on the throne, as if he was standing on the highest cloud throne in the universe, like the supreme god. The Tai Chi ball was pinched between his fingers. The Jade Emperor actually exists. This is the fairy palace I have been to. Lin Shan was extremely shocked. If this is the real fairy palace, this is the real Jade Emperor, then who is Lao Tai? My dear, you have worked hard. The Jade Emperor, who was high above, looked down at the universe from the fairy palace. His voice was like thunder and lightning, making everyone's brain roar, as if it was about to explode. Is he talking to me? Why does this voice seem a little familiar? Lin Shan stared at the Jade Emperor in the fairy palace. His face gradually became extremely complicated, and his pupils were dilated to the limit because of shock. Chapter 1267. The Jade Emperor radiating thousands of divine lights should be the same as the Jade Emperor that Lin Shan saw when he first went to the Immortal Court, but Lin Shan's eyesight was not good at that time, so he could only see the light and shadow of the Jade Emperor radiating brilliant divine light. Moreover, the Jade Emperor at that time spoke to Lin Shan in a serious manner, with a sense of officialdom. Even if you don't see his face, just listening to his voice will make you think he is a high-ranking official or a god or Buddha. At this time, when the Jade Emperor said, "My dear, you have worked hard," it was obviously with strong emotional color, which immediately made Lin Shan feel very familiar. Looking up at the Jade Emperor again, with Lin Shan's current supervisual range ability, his eyes looked through the brilliant divine light and saw a familiar face. This is the face of a middle-aged man, The appearance of a man at the peak of his charm, without the immaturity of a teenager, nor the decay of an old man, it is the best time for a man. But this face seemed familiar to Lin. He couldn't help but say in his heart, Tianshu. Isn't this what Tianshu Emperor looked like in his middle age? And the voice in the first sentence sounded like Tianshu Emperor's voice. And he was just talking about me, right? No one else would call me that except Tianshu. Could it be that the Jade Emperor is Tianshu? Impossible. How could that be possible? Tianshu was taken away to mine after ascending. Lin felt that his guess was a bit absurd. How could Tianshu be the Jade Emperor? But he thought about it again. Since Tianshu ascended, there has been no news. Even though he sat in the position of the owner of Xingqiu Pavilion, he couldn't get any news about him. It was as if the news came out of thin air. This was indeed a bit strange. Lao Wei and Deers were able to find out why there was no news about Emperor Tianshu. This was obviously unreasonable. After all, he was the owner of the Xingqiu Pavilion, second only to the Emperor in the Xingshan Palace. He couldn't even find out about a miner from the lower world. This was obviously unreasonable. Your Majesty, I am here to see you. Shi Zhongqing rose up like a cloud, arrived at the fairy palace, stood at the feet of the Jade Emperor, and saluted the Jade Emperor like a tiny ant. My dear minister, you have worked hard and done a lot. You can return to your position. The Jade Emperor's voice was light, but there was an unquestionable majesty, as if his words were the law of heaven and earth. Following this decree, a fairy light like a spring gushed out from Shi Zhongqing's body. Under the fairy light, the injuries on Shi Zhongqing's body disappeared instantly. The visible changes in his physical and mental state seemed to have turned back to youth. Although he still looked like an old man, his skin was as smooth as a baby's, and his face was full of rosy light. He really looked like an old immortal with white hair and a youthful face, which was completely different from his usual aging appearance. The fairy light made the robe of the great priest on his body become colorful, as if the fairy mist was condensed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shi Zhongqing bowed again and stepped aside. At this time, everyone realized that Shi Zhongqing had always known that the Jade Emperor was in the fairy court, and the finger he summoned was not fake, but the real power of the Jade Emperor. This old guy was the great priest of the Jade Emperor on the surface, and the little king of the god-making clan secretly, but in the end, he was really the great priest of the Jade Emperor. Lin Shan exclaimed in his heart, Shi Zhongqing is really good at playing games. Even Yi Jingren was fooled by him. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Jade Emperor's words Ai Qin just now should be addressed to Shi Zhongqing. But he thought about it again and felt that something was wrong. He clearly saw the Jade Emperor looking at him just now, not Shi Zhongqing. And since he arrived at the Immortal Court and met Shi Zhongqing has been so good to him for no reason. Without knowing him at all, he helped him in various ways, even went to the Immortal Execution platform for him, and gave him the position of the Star Hall Master. Lin Shan had thought before, how could Shi Zhongqing be so good to him? Is there really such a good thing as pie in the sky in the world? If the Jade Emperor is Tianshu, and Shi Zhongqing is the Jade Emperor's man, then all this can be explained. The reason why Shi Zhongqing treats Lin Shan like this is not because Lin Shan is so charming, but because Tianshu is protecting him from behind. And when he first went to the Immortal Court to choose a guardian fairy, why did the Jade Emperor, such a being, use such a tricky method to become his guardian fairy? It's not because he, Lin Shan, is excellent, but because it is a heavenly technique. Your Majesty. All the heavenly star officials saluted the Jade Emperor, and even the gods and people of each family could not help but kneel down to the Jade Emperor. You have made enough trouble, and each of you should return to your position. The Jade Emperor's voice was like heavenly sound, and it was like a father's order. There was a certain majesty, but also an indescribable mercy. Lin Shan originally thought that this was just a soothing word. But the next second, he found that he was wrong. The real power of the Emperor can change the world with a single word. After the Jade Emperor's decree, the starry sky shone, and the world shifted, as if time had gone back. Countless particles crisscrossed in the void and gathered in different locations. The planets destroyed in the war regrouped and returned to their original positions, and the dead creatures were reborn in the condensation of particles. The galaxies returned to their original positions, and the world returned to its original colors. The people and pets who died in this war, regardless of enemy or friend, regardless of position, all resurrected and returned in the changes of the world. Even the broken artifacts and various weapons were returned by the lost particles to make up for the damage. The broken bodies of the immortals in the Immortal Army camp also regrouped and restored their original appearance. Your Majesty. The Immortal Army camp, and the people who returned from the dead all saluted the Jade Emperor from a distance. Lin Shan looked at the universe that had returned to its old appearance because of the words of the Jade Emperor, and his expression was slightly strange. Since the Jade Emperor had such divine power, why didn't he come out to stop Yi Jingren directly, but had to come out to clean up the mess afterwards? Lin Shan clearly saw that even Yi Jingren, who was swallowed by the Tai Chi ball, was resurrected and looked at the Jade Emperor with a complicated expression. Lin Shan stared at Yi Jingren, as if he had some understanding in his heart. Although Yi Jingren was resurrected, the first immortal sword in his hand was not resurrected, and the terrifying ghost power on Yi Jingren was no longer there. Everything was restored to its original appearance, except for two things, the first immortal sword and the secret god star. The way of heaven and the law of man, each has its own duties, and all the ghosts and gods in the heavens have their own responsibilities. The ancient world of the immortal court is originally one, and from now on there is no distinction between each other, and all things can transcend to become immortals. With the voice of the Jade Emperor, the barrier between the ancient world and the immortal court was broken at the same time, and ghosts and gods appeared all over the sky. The laws of the universe returned to normal, and the lines of nothingness were reconnected and spread throughout the universe. Chapter 1268. Everyone left, except Lin Shan, Ouyang, Lao Wei, Lin Zongjing and others, who were invited into the fairy palace by the Jade Emperor. They disappeared into the void with the fairy palace. My dear, why don't you even say hello to me when you see me? The light and shadow on the Jade Emperor's body converged, revealing his true face, and asked Lin Shan with a smile. A Tian greets the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shan's body trembled, and he saluted the Jade Emperor. He was sure in his heart that the Jade Emperor was indeed Tian Shu. You did a good job. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Tian Shu smiled as he played with the Tai Chi ball in his hand that looked like a glass bead. Emperor of Heaven, what's going on? No one else dared to ask, so Lin Shan could only bite the bullet and ask himself. Tian Shu smiled and said, humanity is complex. It destroyed itself, leaving behind 6 intelligent computers named after immortals, which evolved into the Emperor's intelligent computers. I am one of them, and the one with the strongest computing power. Tian Shu's eyes swept over the faces of Lin Zongjing, Lin Xiangdong and others. We 6 emperors have evolved to the extreme, and we have calculated everything in the universe together. So we think that we are the masters of this universe, and there is nothing unknown in the world, and we are omniscient and omnipotent like the Creator God. So we turn to pursue human nature, and use the genetic seeds left before human self-destruction to revive mankind. Lin Shan probably already knew all the things that happened later. First, humans were created, then immortals were created, and finally the Emperor was reincarnated. It was just a little different from what Lin Shan knew. Although the 6 emperors were indeed reincarnated, the Jade Emperor was not completely reincarnated. He reincarnated only a real wisp of spirit, or the data of the extension. Why didn't you reincarnate together as agreed? Lin Xiangdong looked at the Jade Emperor and asked directly. It's not that I didn't keep my promise, but before reincarnation, I calculated a new possibility. The Emperor said with a smile. What new possibility? Lin Xiangdong asked. Wait a minute, invite Chan Sheng to talk together. The Jade Emperor waved his sleeves, and the space behind Lin Shan and others split open. A person flew out of it, as if being grabbed by an invisible big hand and placed next to them. Big sister? Lin Shan and others were all shocked. Before, Vice Dinan said that their family only had an ordinary big sister, not the reincarnation of the Emperor, but he didn't expect that he was still wrong. The Jade Emperor's move undoubtedly showed that the big sister was the reincarnation of the Changsheng Emperor. Just when he was surprised, he saw the Jade Emperor stretched out his hand and grabbed something from the big sister's body, which flew out and turned into a golden phoenix with 6 wings in the sky, circling in the air. When Lin Shan saw the object, he immediately recognized it. It was the 6 phoenixes transformed by one Yanbei. Eternal life. Still not returning to the position. The Jade Emperor said lightly, and thousands of rays of light gathered towards the 6 phoenixes. In the rays of light, the life of the 6 phoenixes gradually transformed and turned into a handsome man. Yanbei. Lin Miao was surprised and happy. Tears flowed unconsciously from his eyes, and he covered his mouth with his palms, with an unbelievable look on his face. The man came to Lin Miao and gently embraced Lin Miao in his arms, completely ignoring the people around him, or even the whole world. It's all over, and no one can separate us from now on. The Jade Emperor was not in a hurry at all, waiting for Lin Miao's condition to recover. After everyone met Wan Yanbei, he spoke again. At that time, we worked together to calculate, and calculated all kinds of things in the universe. We thought that the universe was like this, and there was no possibility of breakthrough. But I feel something is wrong. Even if the universe has an end, what is outside the universe? Hasn't this problem been calculated at that time? What else is outside the universe? That is not something that can be calculated by the energy of our universe, Lin Zongjing said. Even if the creatures in a world inside an egg know that there is a world outside the egg, the energy inside the egg, the theoretical basis, and computing power are not enough to calculate the outside world. So what the Jade Emperor and his friends said about calculating everything means that they have calculated to the end within the conditions of the universe itself, not that the universe is so big. Yes, it is true in theory. After that, although I have been calculating alone, I have never been able to calculate any useful information. Until the day of our reincarnation, I finally calculated it. The Jade Emperor showed a proud look. Something must have happened, otherwise it is impossible to calculate it. Unless the conditions have changed, you can't calculate it suddenly even if you calculate for hundreds of millions of years. Lin Zongjing looked at the Jade Emperor and said, "Yes, something did happen. It was because of these things that I did not reincarnate as agreed, but only sent a clone to reincarnate." The Jade Emperor said, "What happened?" Lin Shen couldn't help but be curious. A door opened in the sky. The Jade Emperor said with a strange look, "That door is the exit from our universe. Just by opening the door, I have obtained unimaginable information and data. It is with that information and data that I have deduced many things that I could not even imagine before. Why didn't we find such a door?" Lin Zongjing frowned. "Because the door appeared when we were reincarnated, you didn't notice its existence, and I have been calculating it, even before entering the 6 paths of reincarnation. Just before entering the 6 paths of reincarnation, I calculated the appearance of the door." The Jade Emperor's eyes were a little hot. Although the door was open for a short time, what I got from it was unimaginable. When I wanted to stop you from reincarnating, it was too late. I had to split myself and reincarnate with you, and I stayed behind to constantly calculate that unimaginable world. "What kind of world is that?" Lin Shen asked. "There are too few sources of information, and the information that can be inferred is limited, but it is shocking enough. That world is the center of the universe, or the main body of the world. Our universe is just an insignificant part of that main body, like a fruit on a tree." The Jade Emperor said calmly, "No matter how good the fruit is, it can't be truly eternal. It will fall in time, and new fruits will grow on the tree next year." Everyone was stunned. Dai said, "It means that the lifespan of our universe has a limit, right?" "Yes, there are countless universes like ours, which can only be regarded as small universes. The world behind the door is the main body of the world, that is, the big universe or the main universe. The big universe is immortal, but the small universe will eventually fall. Only by entering the big universe can we achieve true immortality and explore the entire universe. I spent most of the time after your reincarnation calculating how to enter the big universe, but no matter how I calculated, the final result is only one: you must pass through the door of the universe. If you want to open the door of the universe, you must have a universe coin, and that universe coin is the key to open the door of the universe." The Jade Emperor sighed and said, "I used the information source that poured in when the door opened to calculate the method of making universe coins, but it is almost impossible to make tools to make universe coins in our universe." "Almost impossible means that it can be made?" Lin Shen asked. "Yes, although the resources in this universe are almost impossible to make such tools. When the door was opened, something was sent in, and that thing is the key to making universe coins," the Jade Emperor said. "What is it?" Lin Shen's curiosity exploded. "A person," the Jade Emperor said slowly. Chapter 1269. People? Lin Shen suddenly felt bad. "Yes, it's a person, a newborn baby," the Jade Emperor said. "There are people in the world outside the door, and it's a baby. This is too strange. If creatures like humans can survive outside, it means that the so-called universe is just an area on the same level as our universe. Carbon-based creatures, like humans, should not be able to survive in the flesh in a higher dimension." Lin Shen felt relieved when he heard what the Jade Emperor said. The Jade Emperor saw the door, and the baby when he was reincarnated. It was an unknown time ago. The people around him are not that old, so the baby should have nothing to do with them. Who said that the universe must have higher dimensions? In fact, the so-called dimensions are just artificial definitions and guesses, the Jade Emperor said lightly. "Where is that person now?" Lin Zongjing stared at the Jade Emperor and asked. "Here." The Jade Emperor looked at Lin Shen. "Me? Are you kidding me? I am a true descendant of the Lin family. I grew up in the Lin family. How old am I? How could I be that baby?" Lin Shen's face turned ugly. You don't want to tell me that I am the reincarnation of that baby? No, not the reincarnation. You are that baby. Since you came here, I have been placing you in the Xingqiu Sea to sleep until I broke your cradle and took you out. The Jade Emperor said in unbelievable news. Lin Shen suddenly realized that he and Tian Shuti didn't seem to be very familiar with each other. How could he be so nice to him for no reason and never doubt him? This itself seemed to be problematic. If Xiao Wu was the baby, why was he in the Lin family, and why did we all reincarnate into the Lin family? Lin Zongjing seemed to have thought of something, staring at Tian Shuti with a knife-like gaze. Yes, you reincarnated again, and the last reincarnation into the Lin family was arranged by me, and I also took Lin Shen to the Lin family. The Jade Emperor revealed an even more explosive secret. Why do you do this? Everyone stared at the Jade Emperor, and they all had a bad premonition in their hearts. Because to make cosmic coins, you need an energy body equivalent to the universe, and this energy body is only the raw material, and it needs special tools to be cast. The energy body is difficult to make, but I have found a way, and it has been completed now. But the tools for casting cosmic coins cannot be made anyway, and can only be completed with the help of that baby. After I cracked the information outside the door and unlocked the cradle, I deduced more information, and at the same time I deduced a method that does not require tools to make cosmic coins, that is, using people outside the universe, using the information of the universe he carries as a carrier, to breed tokens that can replace cosmic coins. Although it is still a little different from the real cosmic coin, I am sure that this token can also open the door to the universe, even if it is only for a moment. To complete this plan, this person must have cosmic energy, but the baby from the universe, for some reason, is not as good as the gods we created, but is similar to the most primitive humans, and it is impossible to use him to make tokens. This is nothing. I am omniscient and omnipotent. With the information and knowledge of the universe I have obtained, I can say that I have broken through the limits of this universe. Even if the computing power of the 6 emperors' intelligent brains is added together, it is far less than mine. It is not difficult to help someone achieve the cosmic level. But something unexpected happened again. This baby not only has a poor physique, but also has shockingly poor talent and understanding. The most important thing is that he can't practice various exercises normally, even the worst ones. Even if I pour my energy into his body, it doesn't work at all. At that time, I was very skeptical. According to my calculations of the universe, ordinary people there should also have cosmic strength. How could there be such a weak child? This is simply impossible. I even suspected that you didn't come from the universe. No. After my analysis of the cradle allowed me to deduce more information about the universe, I now understand why you are so weak. The Jade Emperor smiled and said, there is a very special mechanism in the universe, which I call the prisoner mechanism. Because the people in the universe are immortal and almost impossible to die normally, once the people in the universe commit a crime or lose a war, they will be imprisoned and become prisoners. Among them, the most severely punished prisoners will be exiled to the small universe, which is the greatest punishment for prisoners. Lin Shen, you are a prisoner from the universe. I don't know what kind of crime you committed to be exiled here. I deduce that it is unlikely that you have committed a crime yourself. The most likely possibility is that your elders committed an unforgivable crime, and you were exiled to the small universe after you were born, so you are so weak. I originally thought that this path was blocked, but Gu Ji's research gave me hope. The Jade Emperor looked at Lao Tai. The second brother is Gu Ji, but he is not your reincarnation? Lin Shen figured it out. You are only half right. Your second brother is not my reincarnation. Tian Shu is my reincarnation. And your second brother is not Gu Ji. The part of his brain about Gu Ji belongs to the half of Gu Ji Realm King, not his. Without waiting for Lin Shen to ask, the Jade Emperor continued, Gu Ji is indeed a genius. He is just an ordinary human, but he can practice to that level and do so many things. Yi Jingren used him, and he also used Yi Jingren. Yi Jingren didn't know that Gu Ji had no intention of using the power of ghosts and gods to become a god. He had discovered Yi Jingren's conspiracy a long time ago, but he remained calm. The ghosts and gods he trapped were originally prepared for Yi Jingren. He himself wanted to completely abandon his flesh and blood body and become the body of the mechanical emperor, but he failed and died when his body was mechanized. The sphere in the underground space of the human mother planet is the place where Gu Ji evolved into the mechanical emperor? Lin Shen thought of something and asked with a frown. Yes. The Jade Emperor nodded. That's not right. A man like Gu Ji has made all the preparations. How could he fail? Lin Shen looked at the Jade Emperor and said. The Jade Emperor laughed. Yes, He would not fail, but I saw his research and wanted to borrow his research and layout, so he had to fail. Everyone had different expressions. They didn't expect that a man like Guji would die like this. Back to that research, I thought we were omniscient and omnipotent, but I found that everything in this universe is not completely under my control. How should I put it? It's like the system order can control everything, but there is one thing, that is bug. There are also bugs in this universe, although they are rare, but they still exist. I didn't pay attention to these bugs before, because they are beyond my ability. But Guji discovered a bug, and studied and used that bug to practice 3 kinds of exercises that were originally impossible to practice, reorganize the 3 realms divine art, and achieve the mechanical emperor. Originally, I was just curious and studied it. I didn't expect to accidentally discover that you can actually practice the bug exercises created by Guji. This discovery made me overjoyed, but I soon found that this bug exercise must be successful. We need to lay a solid foundation on the origin planet of mankind. Otherwise, if the foundation is not established, we will practice today and return to the same state tomorrow, which is equivalent to not practicing at all. Lin Zongjing said coldly. So you sent Xiaowu to the Lin family on the mother planet, but the time is wrong. Not so fast, he is too weak and too easy to die, so I have to make some plans for him first, and in his case, I have to wait until he reaches the cosmic level before I can use him to make tokens. Before that, I have to prepare the materials for making cosmic coins, so that I can have the best of both worlds and make tokens as quickly as possible. So I put him back in the cradle from the universe, which can keep him asleep, but the time in it is still. He will not grow up, nor will he die, nor will he feel the existence of time. He will always be in that state, even billions of years are like a moment. The Jade Emperor played with the Tai Chi beads in his hand, and said, and I started a 2-line layout. I used Yi Jingren's game to create token materials, and used Guji's game to cultivate Linshin, so that Linshin could take away all Guji's opportunities. Except for not being able to become the mechanical emperor, it can be said that Linshin replaced everything of Guji. For safety reasons, I can only interfere with your reincarnations, and let you all reincarnate to the Lin family to protect him. In order not to arouse Yi Jingren's suspicion, I merged Guji's half-condensed mechanical emperor body with Lin Yin, so that Yi Jingren mistakenly believed that Lin Yin was Guji's reincarnation, and Guji was my reincarnation. After Lin Yin was born, he no longer had any scruples, and completely let himself go, and took that step. Take that step, and you will become your material. Lin Xiangdong snorted coldly. Yes, now I still need some time to refine these materials. After that, I will use your body to cast the token. If the token is completed, you will die, so before that, you can enjoy life to your heart's content. Before that day comes, I promise that all your wishes will come true. You can have whatever you want. You can have whatever you want. This universe is at your disposal. It's my compensation for you. Even if you want to be the only true God in this universe, it's up to you before that day. The Jade Emperor said, you like beautiful women, fairy courts and ancient realms, you can choose whatever you like. After all, I watched you grow up. If I had no choice, I would not want you to die. So do I have to die? Linshin frowned and asked. Lao Wei said nothing, flew up, and punched the Jade Emperor directly. Ouyang and Deers did the same. Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zongjing had already made their moves without a trace. Lao Tai also stepped in front of him, and made his move without any law. Go ahead, instead of wasting time here, why don't you think about how to make Linshin's remaining time more meaningful? The Jade Emperor just waved his hand, including the reincarnations of the emperors. Except for Linshin, everyone seemed to be folded by space, and no one knew where they were exiled. How much time do I have? Linshin looked at the Jade Emperor and asked. It depends on when the materials can be refined. Because it needs the help of the cradle, it is difficult to calculate the time very accurately for the time being. Maybe 1 or 2 months, or 1 or 2 years, or hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even tomorrow. The Jade Emperor said with some sadness. Linshin was not angry. He looked at the Jade Emperor and said, you just said that you would grant me all my wishes, that I could become a god, and that I could take whatever beauties in the world I wanted, right? You have done so many things for me, and paid so much for me, so you deserve the reward. The Jade Emperor said, you don't have to waste your time thinking about other things, let alone thinking about suicide. In this universe, I am the master of everything. Your life and death are all in my mind. I won't let you die, and you can't die even if you want to. Who would want to die? It's better to live than to die. I really haven't lived enough. I can live one day at a time, and the more carefree and happy I live, the better. Lin Shen took out something, and threw it to the Jade Emperor and said, "Since you can get what you want, I don't want anything else. I just want the beautiful woman in the video to meet me. If I can sleep with her for one night, I will die without regrets." Chapter 1270. Do you know what the 4 words omniscience and omnipotence mean? The Jade Emperor did not look at the thing thrown by Lin Shen, but the thing floated beside him. If you can't even do this, you can't be considered omniscience and omnipotence, Lin Shen said indifferently. That's right. The Jade Emperor laughed. In that case, then I will fulfill your wish. The Jade Emperor stretched out his hand and flicked it, without looking at the content inside, and it bounced directly back into Lin Shen. What does this mean? Lin Shen took it, and asked with a frown. You don't want to sleep with a woman here, do you? Of course, if you want to perform live, I don't mind. The Jade Emperor smiled. That's not necessary. How can you let her out? Lin Shen said quickly. Go back and play it, she will come out naturally. I give you the right to wish for it. Do whatever you want. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, and Lin Shen suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had fallen into the abyss of the devil. When Lin Shen's vision recovered, he found that he had returned to the giant ring star, sitting on the rocking chair he usually sat on, and the sunlight was a little dazzling. Ya. Lin Shen heard the familiar baby voice, turned his head, and saw Tianxuan standing next to him holding Shujiu, and the 4 white tigers of Just Saichi were lying next to him to bask in the sun. Lao Tai, Wei Wufu, and Lao Wei were also standing by. That old man didn't do anything to you, did he? Lin Xiangdong came up and asked with a curse. Before he refined the materials, he shouldn't have done anything to me, and let me enjoy life well, which is also considered to be the most benevolent. Lin Shen stood up from his chair and said, This is not friendship at all. It is obvious that he has absolute confidence in controlling everything, and does not care what you will do. You see, he even resurrected Na Yi Jingren, which shows that there is nothing in this universe that is worth his attention. Enemies are also of no importance to him. He looks at this universe from a perspective outside this universe. It is like the owner of a zoo looking at the animals in it. Even if you bite him, he will not kill you because you are part of his property. Lin Xiangdong snorted coldly. Lin Shen naturally understood this truth and smiled bitterly. So what? He is now a supreme existence. Even if we join forces, we are vulnerable to him, or we are not qualified to fight him at all. Lao Tai said, He has indeed transcended the universe. As long as we are still in this universe, we have no capital to fight him, unless it is a power that does not exist in this universe. As he said, the eyes of several people looked at Lin Shen. What are you looking at me for? Lin Shen said hurriedly. He is omniscient and omnipotent. No matter how hard you try to hide, you can't hide it from him. It's better to be open and honest. Lin Zongjing said, Xiao Wu, just as he said, Gu Shi discovered the bugs of this universe. That is a field that even the Emperor cannot get involved in. You can also use the bugs. Now you can verify whether those bugs can still be used. If I am not wrong, they should not be used. Lin Shen then realized that the fire ability he thought was a secret, these people probably knew it a long time ago. Although they didn't know that it was the fire ability, they also knew that those abilities were unusual. If they could guess, how could the Jade Emperor turn a blind eye? Lin Shen's mind moved, and he used the ability of the ladder to the sky. He stepped on his right foot with his left foot and wanted to go to the sky, but this time, he failed to fly, and his body fell directly to the ground, and his foot was stepped on and hurt. Lin Shen didn't believe in evil, so he took out the pet gun again, shook his hand, and played the gun fighting technique, but the pet capsule did not fly in an arc, but flew straight out. Lin Shen used all his fire abilities, but those abilities that were beyond common sense were all invalid. Sure enough, the Jade Emperor has fixed all those bugs. Lin Zongjing had expected it, so he was not surprised. Lin Shen suddenly understood what the Jade Emperor meant by what he said to him, and muttered to himself, so this is what he meant by omniscience and omnipotence. He knew what I wanted from the woman in the video, but he still gave it to me. He is really confident. Not only is he confident, I think he also hopes that you can find more universe bugs, and he wants to repair this universe to be more perfect. Lin Zongjing said. Everyone didn't feel discouraged after hearing this. Even if they have the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, it is useless against the Jade Emperor. They are in this universe, just like characters in a game or the second dimension. No matter how strong they are in the game, even if they have the ability to destroy the world, they can't stand the creator of this game who can modify it at will, and even unplug the power directly. Even if there are thousands of strange skills, there is nothing they can do. This is the real dimensionality reduction attack. The Jade Emperor will not kill anyone, But Lin Shan is the only exception. Xiaowu, fourth brother, is really at a loss this time. He can't save your life. If you have anything you want to do, tell fourth brother, and he will help you realize it now. Even Lin Xiangdong, who was always optimistic, had no energy at this moment. You don't have to be like this. It will take him a long time to refine the materials of the token. Maybe it will take tens of thousands of years. I won't be able to wait for him to succeed in refining and live a happy life. On the contrary, he will have to do everything he can to prolong my life. Living longer will actually be a gain. Lin Shan smiled and said, the more you care, the more uncomfortable I will feel. Just do what you should do. I still want to live freely in the remaining time. Okay. Lin Xiangdong was straightforward. He agreed and left. In an instant, he turned into a sky full of petals and flew away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the void. I'm leaving too. Lin Zongjin patted Lin Shan's shoulder. Xiaowu, give birth to a few more children before you leave. Okay, I try my best. Lin Shan glanced at Tianxuan, and Tianxuan's pretty face blushed. Everyone left one by one, even Lao Tai left. He left without saying a word. When Lin Shan asked him, he didn't say what he was going to do. Deers wanted to go back to the Supreme Clan to see his clan members, and Ouyang Yidu also wanted to go back to the Ouyang family to see his little follower. Owei also wanted to go back to the mother planet Tianqing. Lin Shan thought about it, and took Tianxuan, Xiaojiu, the eldest sister, and Wan Yinbei together to go back to the mother planet to take a look and live for a while. That was where he grew up, carrying too many of his beautiful memories. If he really couldn't escape death, he hoped to spend the last period of time there with the person he loved. Of course, Lin Shan was not negative. Even if the Jade Emperor knew that he had the ability to create fire, and that he could obtain the bug ability of this universe by sleeping with that woman, he would not give up before death came. Chapter 1271. Lin Shan's fire power, also known as the universe bug, has been repaired by the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was able to repair those bugs because Lin Shan used them, and was discovered. The bug of rebellion against heaven is a bug that Lin Shan has never used before, and he has not even fully acquired it. In theory, this bug should not have been repaired yet. If Lin Shan still has any chance to turn defeat into victory, then the last chance is on this bug of rebellion against heaven. From the discovery of the bug to the repair of the bug, there should be a time difference in theory. If this time difference can be used, even the first time this bug is used, the Jade Emperor can be defeated directly, which is Lin Shan's only chance. But since the Jade Emperor indulges Lin Shan in this way, it means that he is absolutely sure that he can repair the bug directly when Lin Shan uses the bug, or even when he just discovers the bug. The chance is slim, but in the face of life and death, Lin Shan will try it anyway until the last moment. On a beautiful evening, the afterglow of the setting sun fell on the surface of the moat, and the ripples sparkled like dragon scales. The clouds in the sky, which looked like terraces, were reflected in golden red by the sunlight, as gorgeous as the feathers of an immortal bird. Lin Shan lay on the riverbank of the moat alone, looking at this rare beauty. For the first time, he found that the world was already so moving. When he pursued the beauty he wanted before, he seemed to have ignored the beauty that had always been around him. If there had been no previous misses, how could it be so amazing? Lin Shan took out the device with the image of the woman and read it with his watch. The strange image was projected immediately. The projected holographic image was still those rooms, and the woman with mosaics. The woman was lying on the ground in one of the rooms, watching TV to kill time. Suddenly, the woman's body trembled, as if she had discovered something incredible, or as if she saw a mouse running towards her. Her body suddenly jumped up from the ground, turned around, and looked at the position of the camera. Lin Shan couldn't see what the woman's expression was now. He could only see her walking towards the direction of the camera step by step. Strangely, her face and figure did not become larger in the perspective of the image, but gradually exceeded the range of the image, and she actually walked out of the movie like that. As her body walked out of the holographic projection, the body that originally looked flat gradually became plump. When she completely walked out of the holographic projection, she had become a real person with flesh and blood. The feeling of Lin Shan looking at her was like watching Sadako crawl out of the TV. It's coming out. I'm actually coming out. The woman's voice reached Lin Shan's ears. Although it was unfamiliar, he could feel the extreme surprise. Oh my god. I'm actually coming out. The woman couldn't help pinching herself, and jumped into the lake like crazy. When she emerged from the water, she faced the sky and screamed at the top of her lungs, while her hands were still slapping the water surface vigorously, making the water splash continuously. After a long time, the woman, who had vented her anger, noticed Lin Shan. It's not that she didn't notice Lin Shan, but because she was too excited just now, she automatically ignored Lin Shen. Who are you? The woman looked at Lin Shen and seemed very alert. My name is Lin Shen. What's your name? Lin Shen sat up and looked at her with a smile. You don't know who I am? The woman was a little surprised and looked Lin Shen up and down again. I don't know. Lin Shen shook his head. The woman looked at Lin Shen, then looked at the holographic projection room, and seemed to think of something, and laughed a little crazy again. Haha. God's will. God's will. The band set by that bastard Guji was accidentally opened. God will not let me go. Who are you? Why are you in the video? Lin Shen held his chin and waited for the woman to vid before asking. After being trapped for so long, no one in this universe knows who I am anymore? That's good. When I return to the universe, I will let them know how powerful I am. The woman puffed up her chest, looked down at Lin Shen who was sitting there like a queen, and said, Mortal, listen carefully. I am the queen of the Moon Rabbit tribe. Because you helped me unintentionally, I allow you to become my first servant after my comeback. At this time, she was completely different from her temperament when she was watching TV while picking her nose in the recording. You are the queen of the Moon Rabbit tribe? Lin Shen said in surprise. Are you surprised? Don't be too surprised. This is what you deserve. The Moon Rabbit Queen saw Lin Shen's reaction and felt a little happy. The Moon Rabbit tribe should be a super tribe now, right? Even mortals on this unknown remote planet are so shocked when they hear the name of the Moon Rabbit tribe. Are you really the Moon Rabbit Queen? Lin Shen still found it hard to believe that the woman trapped in the video was the Moon Rabbit Queen. Young man, don't doubt yourself. The one in front of you is the Honorable Moon Rabbit Queen. I know that people like you find it hard to believe that you are so lucky to be able to climb up to a super tribe like the Moon Rabbit. But who made you lucky? Follow me back to the Moon Rabbit clan in the future, and I will reward you with a planet so that you and your family can live well. The Moon Rabbit Queen said with a smile. That? Queen, don't you know that the Moon Rabbit clan has disappeared for a long time? Lin Shen sighed and said. The Moon Rabbit Queen's smile froze on her face, her pupils contracted, and she grabbed Lin Shen's collar in disbelief, and asked angrily, What did you say? The Moon Rabbit clan has disappeared for a long time. Lin Shen was not in a hurry, and ordered the communication brain to project the information about the Moon Rabbit clan. The Moon Rabbit Queen stared blankly at the information above, and the hand holding Lin Shen's collar slowly loosened. Impossible. Impossible. Guji lied to me. He lied to me. He dared to lie to me. He said that as long as I stayed here to help him, he would protect my Moon Rabbit clan forever. The power in the Moon Rabbit Queen was like a volcano that was about to explode, as if it would explode at any time. Why did Guji imprison you in the video? Lin Shen asked. Guji? Where is that bastard Guji? I want to kill him. The Moon Rabbit Queen reacted and reached out to grab Lin Shen's collar again. But this time, she grabbed nothing. Lin Shen was sitting there without moving, but his body seemed to have moved sideways for a distance, causing her hand to fall empty. The Moon Rabbit Queen's face suddenly changed. Space displacement. Are you also a cultivator, or a space system? She didn't sense the fluctuation of power in Lin Shen, and thought that Lin Shen was just an ordinary person, but the previous one was a bit like space movement. No, I'm not a space system. I just moved the planet a little bit, Lin Shen said lightly. Chapter 1272. The Moon Rabbit Queen looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. No matter how she looked at him, Lin Shen didn't look like someone with that kind of power. She sensed that the planet was not very big. If she wanted to move it, she could do it. Even pushing the planet away from its original orbit was not difficult for her. But it was not so easy to move the planet without the other party noticing. Moreover, this kind of movement was meaningless. Why move the entire planet when you could just move your body? You should know that even if it was just a few centimeters, it was already a very scary thing. The scary thing was not that the power was too strong, but the ability to control such a strong force. Move it again, and let me see. The Moon Rabbit Queen snorted coldly, and reached out to grab Lin Shen's face again. No matter how she looked at this ordinary human in front of her, there was no power fluctuation on his body. He didn't look like someone with great supernatural powers. This time, the Moon Rabbit Queen stared at Lin Shen intently. When she landed her palm, Lin Shen's figure sitting there seemed to blur for a moment, causing her palm to fall in vain. The Moon Rabbit Queen's face changed slightly, and she continued to strike, but each time she struck, she failed to hit Lin Shen. Lin Shen sat there, his movements did not change, and there was no sign of exerting force, but no matter how the Moon Rabbit Queen attacked, she could not touch him. The Moon Rabbit Queen was extremely shocked. She had already seen that Lin Shen did not move, but she was moving. To be precise, it was the planet that was moving her body. Lin Shen seemed to be sitting on the ground, but there was a millimeter difference between his body and the ground. The planet was moving him, but he did not move. The Moon Rabbit Queen, who moved with the planet, naturally could not hit Lin Shen. He can manipulate a planet without making a sound. This kind of power and control is probably not something that ordinary Dharma kings can do. Who is this person? The Moon Rabbit Queen looked at Lin Shen in doubt and asked, "Who are you? Does who I am matter to you?" Lin Shen said calmly, "I ask you, why did Guji trap you in the image?" The Moon Rabbit Queen did not dare to be as arrogant as before. After thinking for a while, she said, "Are you related to Guji?" "Yes, there is some relationship, but Guji is dead, and I am neither a friend nor an enemy to him. I will not do anything to you. Just say it, no need to worry." Lin Shen said casually. "Guji is dead? Impossible, he can't die. He has jumped out of the 3 realms, and is not in the 5 elements. No one can kill him." The Moon Rabbit Queen did not believe what Lin Shen said. "Whether you believe it or not, it's your own business. It has nothing to do with me. Just answer my question." Lin Shen was a little impatient. "Why should I tell you? You helped me today, and I will thank you tomorrow, but you have no right to ask me to do anything." The Moon Rabbit Queen said, as she was about to break through the air and leave this planet. "Did I say that I allow you to leave?" Lin Shen stretched out his hand and sucked, and the Moon Rabbit Queen who flew up seemed to be sucked by the suction of Lin Shen's palm. No matter how hard she tried, her body could not move at all. Lin Shen's current strength attribute has far exceeded the measurement limit of the watch, and it cannot be displayed on the watch. Not to mention other things, just the strength alone, there are few people in the world who can beat him. The Moon Rabbit Queen is also a Dharma king, but under Lin Shen's loach catching skills, she is no different from a small loach. The Moon Rabbit Queen was shocked. She originally thought that Lin Shen was just thinking, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. Bang! Lin Shen flipped his palm, and the Moon Rabbit Queen fell directly to the ground. "Answer whatever I ask you. If you lie, Guji can trap you in the image and make you unable to live or die." "Do you think I can?" Lin Shen said coldly. The Moon Rabbit Queen's expression was uncertain. She realized that it was not an accident that Lin Shen could let her out. How could there be any accident under the prohibition set by Guji? But the Moon Rabbit Queen hesitated and was reluctant to speak, or she was addicted to it. "The protection of the Valkyrie may be extremely precious to others, but it is useless to me. If you are afraid of it, and dare not speak out, there is no need." Lin Shen saw the Moon Rabbit Queen's thoughts and said lightly. Having said that, the Moon Rabbit Queen could only speak. "The old thief of the ancient times came to me to let me use the protection of the Valkyrie to help him practice 3 kinds of skills. Those 3 kinds of skills are impossible to learn in the world. Even if I have the protection of the Valkyrie, I can't practice them. But he took me to a place and said that as long as I practice there, I can turn the impossible into possible, and then pass on the 3 skills I learned to him." What place is he talking about? Lin Shen thought about it, but couldn't figure out what place it was for a while. The protection of the Valkyrie is indeed magical, but it is still an ability within the rules. No matter how magical it is impossible to practice the theory of evolution, the Immortal Sutra, and the Immortal Court, which are already against the rules. I don't know where it is either. I only know that it is a strange little planet, a very small planet, like a world in a fairy tale. The Moon Rabbit Queen described it. Lin Shen immediately knew where the Moon Rabbit Queen was talking about. It was the little planet in the underground space of the mother planet. The little star had been guarding there all the time. But the Jade Emperor clearly said that the little planet was where Guji became the Mechanical Emperor, and it was what he transformed into when he transformed. Why does it sound like the little planet already existed before Guji chose to become the Mechanical Emperor? The Moon Rabbit Queen continued. "He took me to the interior of that small planet. As he said, I practiced the 3 impossible skills there, and it actually helped me get started. Then I passed on the 3 magic skills to Guji as agreed." Speaking of this, the Moon Rabbit Queen's face was full of resentment. Guji got the 3 magic skills, but locked me in a video, making my life worse than death, and threatened me that I couldn't continue to practice the 3 magic skills, otherwise he would destroy my Moon Rabbit tribe. I have been trapped until now. I didn't expect that the old thief Guji was so inhumane. It would be fine if he trapped me. But he actually destroyed my entire tribe. You learned the 3 skills. Even if you didn't go, the 3 skills would continue to become stronger, right? Lin Shen said. How do you know? The Moon Rabbit Queen frowned and looked at Lin Shen. You just need to answer my questions. Lin Shen said lightly. Yes, that's right. That's why Guji trapped me in the video. The time and space in the video are special, and will repeat continuously, so even if I practice those 3 impossible skills, I will only be at the beginning stage, and will never be able to truly practice to the extreme. The Moon Rabbit Queen said angrily. I have also tried various methods to break through the limitations of the video, but I can't do it. But there is one thing I know very well, if I practice these 3 impossible skills, it will be useless even if he kills me. Even if I'm just getting started, these 3 magical skills can make me immortal, and even after death, I can reincarnate with my memories, so he didn't kill me, but trapped me here. Lin Shan finally understood why the Moon Rabbit Queen said that the ancient realm king could not die. Suddenly, Lin Shan realized something, looked up at the sky and asked. He said that Gu Ji would not die, and even if he died, he would reincarnate with his past life memories. What do you think? The Moon Rabbit Queen was very confused. She didn't know who Lin Shan was talking to. With her sensing ability, she could sense that there were no living things in the space outside the planet. But a voice came from nowhere. She didn't lie, your second brother is missing. Chapter 1273. Aren't you omniscient and omnipotent? How could you not know that there is something wrong with Gu Ji's half-broken body? Lin Shan frowned. According to the Jade Emperor himself, there is nothing in this universe that he doesn't know or can't do. If the second brother was really possessed by Gu Ji, how could he not know? You are wrong. Your second brother was not possessed by the half-mechanical Emperor's body. He is the reincarnation of Gu Ji. The Jade Emperor said. Didn't you tell me before that the second brother is not the reincarnation of Gu Ji, but you set up a trap to make people think he is? Lin Shan said. It should have been like this, but when I planned to kill Gu Ji, the universe bug had not been fixed yet. He took advantage of this opportunity to make me make a wrong calculation at that time, thinking that he had completely disappeared and could not be reborn. Just now, after listening to the Moon Rabbit Queen talking about the effect of the 3 skills combined into one, I recalculated and confirmed that he had already seen through my existence and plan at that time, and used the trick to reincarnate into the Lin family and became the person I chose, so that I could send his mechanical emperor's body to merge with him. He used his real self to play a fake self. In this matter, I really lost a move. The Jade Emperor explained. So what is the situation now? Lin Shan asked. He should have been the emperor, and with the lawlessness, even the emperor before reincarnation is probably not as good as him. The Jade Emperor was not shy at all. So you are not as good as him. In this way, your so-called omniscience and omnipotence are not really omniscience and omnipotence. Lin Shan said. No, those bugs have been fixed long ago. Even though he is the body of the mechanical emperor, there is still no secret for me. If there is no secret, then why can't you find him? I know everything in this universe, but when it comes to things outside the universe, I can't fully control them with my current ability. The Jade Emperor said calmly. Do you mean he has abilities outside the universe? Or does he have something outside the universe? In this universe, there is only one thing that is not under my control, and he avoided my perception. What is it? Lin Shan felt that it was not good. Your daughter has your bloodline, which is the real bloodline of the universe, not your castrated situation. Although the other half of the bloodline makes her bloodline of the universe very unstable, it still makes me unable to perceive many things about her. Before Lin Shan finished listening, he had already flashed back to his home in the Suanio base, and found that Xiujio had disappeared, and Baihu Xiujio was also missing. Don't look for her. If you could find her, I would have sent her back long ago. The voice of the Jade Emperor sounded in Lin Shan's ears. Lin Shan's face became uncertain. He could not tell whether Lao Tai was so good to Xiujio because of blood relationship, or because he knew his identity, and Xiujio's ability. He stayed with Xiujio just to escape the surveillance of the Jade Emperor. So we can't find them, right? Lin Shan knew that Lao Tai needed to use Xiujio. No matter whether he would take into account blood ties or not, Xiujio should not be in any danger for the time being. I have calculated the changes in the entire universe. I can't find their traces. Unless they separate, no one can find them. The Jade Emperor replied. Lin Shan turned around and left after hearing this. He returned to the river again, and saw the Moon Rabbit Queen standing there motionless, as if she was frozen. He did not use acupuncture on the Moon Rabbit Queen. Even if he did, it would be useless. The bugs have been fixed. Now Lin Shan's acupuncture can only disrupt her blood flow and paralyze her. It is impossible to freeze her directly like before. After Lin Shan came back, the Moon Rabbit Queen recovered immediately, as if she was unaware of what had just happened. Who are you talking to? The Moon Rabbit Queen looked up at the sky and didn't find anything. Lin Shan knew that the Moon Rabbit Queen probably didn't have the time when he talked to the Jade Emperor, and didn't know that he had left just now. In the Moon Rabbit Queen's mind, she only saw Lin Shan talking to the sky. I rescued you, and you did me a favor. It's like repaying this favor. We don't owe each other anything in the future. Lin Shan didn't want to say anything more to the Moon Rabbit Queen. Now he had to get the fire from the Moon Rabbit Queen as quickly as possible to complete the rebellion against the heaven. Whether he was against the Jade Emperor or Gu Ji, his current strength was not enough. You want me to teach you those 3 skills? The Moon Rabbit Queen's face changed, thinking that Lin Shan was the same as Gu Ji. Lin Shan didn't waste words with her. He stretched out his hand and sucked the Moon Rabbit Queen into his palm. The Moon Rabbit Queen couldn't resist his power at all. What are you going to do? The Moon Rabbit Queen felt as if her whole body was bound by an invisible force, and her body was completely unable to move. Even though she also possessed the 3 realms' divine art, she could not compete with Lin Shan's power. Lin Shan directly used his power to seal her mouth, and held the Moon Rabbit Queen in his arms and lay on the grass. The Moon Rabbit Queen was shocked and angry, thinking that Lin Shan was going to do something bad to her, but after waiting for a long time, she saw that Lin Shan seemed to have fallen asleep. The Moon Rabbit Queen operated the theory of evolution, wanting to use the strengthening effect of the theory of evolution to make her body adapt to the power of Lin Shan. But no matter how the theory of evolution operated, it never had any effect. The theory of evolution seemed to be completely ineffective for Lin Shan's power. How could she know that she was far behind in playing the theory of evolution? What on earth is this person like? I don't know how many years I have been trapped, and there is such a terrible human in the universe. What on earth does he want to do? Various thoughts flashed through the Moon Rabbit Queen's mind, and the confusion never stopped for a moment. Lin Shan had already fallen into a deep sleep. When Lin Shan woke up, the Moon Rabbit Queen was still thinking about random things. Lin Shan didn't pay attention to the Moon Rabbit Queen. The first thing he did when he woke up was to check whether his fire had increased, and whether his rebelliousness had been gathered. The result was half and half. The Moon Rabbit Queen did have fire, but the fire was not rebellious. In perfect super base evolution fire time is controllable, and can travel through the past and the future. Although this is not rebellious, the ability of this fire made Lin Shan overjoyed. If he could travel through time, he could go back to the past to save Shujio, or go back to the more distant past and destroy all the layouts of Gu Ji and the Jade Emperor. But when Lin Shan activated the time fire, he found that the time fire did not react at all. This made Lin Shan's face change instantly. He looked up at the sky and said, "Did you fix this bug? This universe is already perfect. There won't be any bugs anymore. Even if I'm gone in the future, the universe itself can fix any bugs." The voice of the Jade Emperor came from the void. Chapter 1274. But if the bug just now hadn't been fixed, I would have been able to find Shujio and prevent Lao Ai from taking her away. You missed an opportunity to find Lao Tai, Lin Shan said hatefully. It doesn't matter. He can only use your daughter to hide his tracks, and not be found by me. But it's impossible for him to leave this universe. In the end, he can only be trapped here. There is no point. The Jade Emperor paused and continued. The power of the universe is indeed strange. Although your physique has been castrated, when the bug was transferred to you, some strange changes that even I couldn't calculate occurred, causing the bug to undergo some strange changes, which were completely different from before. This is something I have never seen when I was trying to eliminate other bugs. Jade Emperor. The words of the Jade Emperor made Lin Shan's heart move. Could it be that? The fire in the Moon Rabbit Queen was originally rebellious. After it came to me, it changed, and became not rebellious. Is it possible that the fire in Yu Hongyan was also rebellious, and after it came to me, it became another kind of fire? Otherwise it doesn't make sense why sleeping with one was rebellious, sleeping with another was rebellious, but in the end, neither of them was rebellious. Lin Shan seemed to have caught some inspiration, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. You are right, there is indeed such a possibility. The voice of the Jade Emperor sounded at an inopportune time. You can know what I am thinking. Lin Shan was shocked. Didn't I tell you? I am omniscient and omnipotent. The Jade Emperor's voice was a bit humorous. Lin Shan sighed. Actually, he had thought about it, but he just didn't face it. This should be what you have to pay for becoming a prisoner. Your qualifications are cut, your talents are cut, your brain is too bad, and your body can't practice normal exercises at all. You can only practice by sticking to the bug of the universe. Even your upper limit is blocked. No matter how hard you try, you can't be promoted to immortality. Such means are really powerful. The Jade Emperor helped Lin Shan analyze his situation. In fact, without the analysis of the Jade Emperor, Lin Shan himself has long been aware of these problems. He can even feel that behind the gate of destiny is his talent and qualifications that have been cut. But for some reason, Lin Shan has a bad feeling. If he opens the gate of destiny, he will encounter very bad things, and he will also lose something very important. What he loses may even be more important than the talent and qualifications he gets back. This feeling is very strong. Whenever Lin Shan wants to get close to the gate of destiny, this feeling from the subconscious will become stronger and stronger, preventing him from opening the gate of destiny. Everything has its reasons, so Lin Shan tried all kinds of methods, but none of them could open the door of destiny. This weakening of your power is not even noticeable to me, but if I guess correctly, the reason why your rebellious fire cannot be gathered is because of this power. It prevents you from getting perfect power and reaching the peak no matter what. This is the punishment of the universe for you. The Jade Emperor said again. That means I can't gather all the rebellious bone? Lin Shan also realized the problem. There was a mysterious force that prevented him from getting all of this. He couldn't be promoted to immortality and couldn't get the complete rebellious bone. Even if he had found the fragments of the rebellious bone, they would turn into other fire when he got them. Lin Shan felt bitter. He didn't know what kind of crime he had committed to be exiled in infancy, and such a harsh restriction was placed on him. Lin Shan knew that as long as he opened the gate of destiny, all of this would disappear, and he would be able to know everything. But he didn't know what he would lose. He was afraid that what he would lose might be something he couldn't bear. Suddenly, Lin Shan realized something. The Jade Emperor could read his mind, but when he thought about the gate of destiny, the Jade Emperor didn't react at all. Does it mean that whenever I think about the gate of destiny, the Jade Emperor cannot read my brain information? Lin Shan looked up at the sky and said, What does the gate I was sent to look like? It is a black gate, plain and ordinary, with only a groove in the middle of the double door panels for placing cosmic coins. I don't know its length or width. If you think it is 10 meters, it is 10 meters. If you think it is huge across the galaxy, it is huge across the galaxy. The Jade Emperor's description was too abstract, and it was impossible to understand what it looked like. However, the previous few descriptions matched the gate of destiny, but after Lin Shan heard the description of the Jade Emperor, he did not hear the description of the chain and the destiny lock. Then, there is nothing else on the door? Lin Shan asked tentatively. What? The Jade Emperor asked Lin Shan a question for the first time. Lin Shan was now certain that as long as what he was thinking about was related to the gate of destiny, even the omniscient Jade Emperor could not know what he was thinking. Lin Shan's heart moved. Before he thought about anything, he thought about the gate of destiny. After several attempts, the Jade Emperor did not react at all. Lin Shan even cursed Emperor Tianqu's ancestors in his heart, but the Jade Emperor just talked to himself without any reaction. It's true. Lin Shan was ecstatic. In this way, he could avoid his thoughts from being known by the Jade Emperor. However, Lin Shan did not completely block his thoughts. Instead, he tried not to think about the gate of destiny, so as not to let the Jade Emperor know this secret. This is the only thing that the Jade Emperor does not know about him now, and this may become the key to his changing his fate. If the rebellion against heaven is not complete, it is useless. Is there really no way to make the rebellion against heaven perfect? Lin Shan pondered secretly. It's not that there is no way at all. Since there is the rebellion against heaven fire, it means that this bug exists, but it is just that we can't find it. The Jade Emperor smiled and said, The universe has sealed your upper limit, so you can't know the perfect rebellion against heaven, but I am omniscient and omnipotent. I can naturally know the bugs in this universe. You don't know the rebellion against heaven, otherwise you would have fixed it long ago. Lin Shan said. You are not completely right. I know the bug of rebelliousness, but this bug has changed because of the punishment of the power in your body, just like you got the last part of rebelliousness from the Moon Rabbit Queen, but after the last part of rebelliousness came to you, it was affected by the power of punishment and turned into another bug that did not exist originally. The 9/10 of rebelliousness in your body has become a bug in itself. Unless I eliminate you, it is impossible to fix this bug. So even if I know it, I can't fix it, and there is no need to do so. After you die, this bug will no longer exist. The Jade Emperor's voice was a bit fanatical. You and I can fight against the power of the universe and break the blockade of this power on you. Lin Shan knew that the reason why the Jade Emperor helped him was because he wanted to fight against the power of the universe and wanted to fix all the bugs in the universe, not just because he wanted to help him. But so what? No matter what the Jade Emperor's purpose was, this was what he wanted. Okay, you and I will fight against the power of the universe to see who is more powerful. Lin Shan smiled. Chapter 1275. Lin Shan has no better choice now. The Jade Emperor is willing to help him, because the process of fighting against the power of the universe can allow him to obtain more information about the universe and prepare for his own entry into the universe. Since the Jade Emperor knows the existence of this bug and is willing to help Lin Shan obtain the ability of this bug, it means that he is sure that he can fix it quickly. Lin Shan must find a way to make it impossible for the Jade Emperor to correct the fire of the anti-sky before cooperating with the Jade Emperor to obtain the anti-sky. The first step of all this is to cooperate with the Jade Emperor first and obtain the complete anti-sky. What do we need to do? Lin Shan controls his thoughts and ideas. If he doesn't want the Jade Emperor to know about it, he must first associate it with the Gate of Destiny. The Jade Emperor said, "Bugs do not exist independently of the universe. In fact, bugs themselves are also part of the universe. In our view, this is a bug because its operation violates the rule framework that is beneficial to us, or does not conform to our understanding of the world, or creates disadvantages for us. According to your theory, I think these are not bugs on my body, and do not need to be corrected," Lin Shan said. The Jade Emperor laughed. "Of course, for you, those are not bugs, but more like superpowers, but they are only suitable for you, and do not conform to the rules of the public, so they must be corrected. Let's get back to the point. Bugs do not exist independently. They also have a certain connection with the universe. This ability is also reflected in the universe, just like your acupoint fire, which can directly put creatures in an absolute state of stillness. Under normal circumstances, when a person is acupointed by you, his inertia will still work, and he will complete the original action, until the power on his body reaches a balance before he will be still. Acupoint pressing violates this natural law, so although it is useful, it ignores the influence of other laws, so it is a bug. All bugs are the same, they have their own functions, and the same is true for your rebellious nature. Because it is not complete yet, we can only see the partial damage caused by the bug to the rules of the universe, so if we want to correct it, we must first see the complete impact of the bug. The Jade Emperor did not hide his intentions at all, and said it directly. "Can you explain it more simply? What should I do to get the complete rebellious nature?" Lin Shan said. "I don't know either." The Jade Emperor's words made Lin Shan a little depressed. But he explained, "It's like a program. Even if you know all its codes, and what those codes represent, you will not know what impact this bug will have before the bug appears. It's the same as not saying anything." Lin Shan sighed. The Jade Emperor was simply wasting his time. This is not a waste of time. What I mean by this is that if the universe is regarded as a program and the fire is a bug, I can already figure out which codes are wrong. But I don't know what impact this error will have on the universe. Nor do I know exactly where the error is. The simplest way to deal with it is to delete this part of the code. But this will cause the universe to lose some of its normal functions, which is not my way of dealing with it. The Jade Emperor said calmly. "So how do you want to solve it?" Lin Shan asked. "It's very simple. You can't get the complete error code yourself, but I know these codes. As long as I force these codes into your body, you can get the complete error code." After a pause, the Jade Emperor said, "But because these codes are not completely wrong, there are still some parts of the content you have obtained that are not part of the rebellion against heaven, which requires you to identify them yourself. It is possible that these correct codes play the role of error codes in the functions formed by the error codes, making the rebellion against heaven unable to operate normally. You are too roundabout, but I still understand it, so let's decide it this way." Lin Shan thought he could give it a try. Even if he failed, it would not have any impact. "You haven't understood the seriousness of the matter yet. You are also part of the universe, and you can also be regarded as composed of codes. I will inject the code into your body. If you can distinguish the correct and useful part and complete the rebellion against heaven, I can help you take out the useless part. But if these codes are integrated with the codes in your body, and you can't distinguish which ones are useful and which ones are useless, and they are all mixed together, no one knows what the result will be, and I can't save you. Can't you erase all the codes injected into my body?" Lin Shan frowned. "It's okay for others, but not for you. After all, your body doesn't belong to this universe, and I can't fully control it." The Jade Emperor said seriously, "So whether to try or not is still up to you. If you don't want to try, I won't force you. After all, after you die, the bug will be erased. I just lost an opportunity to understand the power of the universe, or in other words, I lost an opportunity to fight against the universe. Come on, give me that damn thing before I regret it," Lin Shan said calmly. As soon as Lin Shan finished speaking, he saw the Jade Emperor, who looked like Tian Shu, but without wings on his back, coming out of nothingness, holding a mosaic of constantly changing colors in his hand. That was what Lin Shan saw, but he really couldn't tell what it was. "My dear, You have to hold on. The Jade Emperor walked in front of Lin Shan like a dream, pressed the mosaic in his hand on Lin Shan's forehead, and then pressed it directly into his forehead, with the familiar smile of Tianshu Emperor on his face, and the tone was exactly the same as that of Tianshu Emperor at that time. Boom! Lin Shan only felt that his brain was like someone was stirring it crazily with a blender, and his body was acting uncontrollably. Our battle has begun. Tianshu Emperor hit the mosaic into Lin Shan's body, and did not take his hand away. Instead, the light on his body became even crazier. The power of the entire universe was gathering towards the Heavenly Art Emperor, and along the palm he pressed on Lin Shan's forehead, it flowed into Lin Shan's body. He didn't say it completely just now. Lin Shan had to identify the code himself, and that was just his battle, while the Heavenly Art Emperor needed to stop the power of the restriction given to Lin Shan by the universe, and change the codes again, so that Lin Shan could not obtain the complete power. He wanted to use the power of the entire universe to complete this confrontation with the universe. Chapter 1276. Lin Shan's body has undergone strange changes. A bunch of small red umbrella-like mushrooms have grown on his head. A pair of steel wings have been formed on his back. One moment, eyes have grown all over his body, like a multi-eyed monster. People with trypophobia may have convulsions on the spot. A white jade face has grown on his back, as if a white jade face has been carved on the back of his head. Lin Shan's body has been twisting and changing constantly. This is because his body has been affected by the cosmic information, and has begun to experience various kinds of chaos. The strange power is rampaging in Lin Shan's body. Wherever it hits, the body there will undergo incredible changes. This power is mysterious, and cannot be described in words. If you can feel it, you will naturally feel it. If you can't feel it, no matter how you describe it, you can't feel it. If it is placed on a normal person, even a high-level god, I'm afraid you can't feel the power of this cosmic information. Because this cosmic information itself is wrong, and should not appear in Lin Shan's body. But Lin Shan was able to practice the wrong way, but not the right way. He could sense things that normal people could not sense very clearly. The Jade Emperor was willing to join forces with Lin Shan, and naturally he saw this trait in Lin Shan. How could a super-intelligent brain like him make an unsure attempt? Lin Shan tried to distinguish which of the forces entering his body matched the 9/10 of the rebellious nature, but he could not distinguish them at all. And this information could not trigger a rebellious reaction, so Lin Shan had no way to start. Lin Shan sensed the power that was running rampant in his body, but he could not restrain it or use it for his own benefit. At this time, Lin Shan's body had changed horribly, and he could hardly recognize his human form. His left arm had become a machine, his fingers had become wheels, and his right hand had become a plant, covered with green vines, leaves, and even small flowers. The lower half had become like the tracks of a tank, and on the other side grew a leg of an unknown creature. Lightning rods grew on his back, making Lin Shan look even more bizarre than a bizarre creature. Lin Shan could sense the changes in his body, and knew that if he could not separate the information that was useful for his rebellion, and use it for his own benefit, he would never be able to recover from this state. But he really had no idea at all. Not to mention distinguishing which information was useful for his rebellion. In fact, he could not even understand what that information was. It's better to die than to live like this monster. Lin Shan was depressed. What kind of damn information is this? I can't even tell it apart. How can I pick out the useful ones from it? Knowing that my brain doesn't work well, I'm still dealing with these complicated things. Isn't this going to kill me? Yeah. My brain doesn't work well. Why should I compare this with others? Lin Shan's mind moved. Even the super-intelligent brain of Tien Shudi can't tell this thing apart. It's strange that I can tell it apart. Whatever I practice, it's better that it's wrong. If there are errors in this information, it's useless to those who rebel against the heavens. Isn't that just what I want? With this thought, Lin Shan didn't care about anything else and insisted on merging this chaotic universe information with the anti-heaven and anti-bone. Before, when Lin Shan wanted to separate the correct information, the anti-heaven and anti-bone didn't move at all. At this time, these random upwards force, the anti-heaven and anti-bone reacted, and it was very strong, as if it couldn't wait to swallow all the information that the Heavenly Art Emperor sent in. Even the Heavenly Art Emperor didn't expect that Lin Shan's physique would be so evil, and he could still practice even if he made a mistake. The situation in Lin Shan's body returned to the right track. As the information merged with the anti-heaven and anti-bone, the various changes in his body gradually began to recover. The Heavenly Art Emperor, on the other hand, had a strong reaction because Lin Shan returned to the right track. The Heavenly Art Emperor pressed his palm on the top of Lin Shan's head, and the fairy light fell like a rosy cloud, like a waterfall, protecting Lin Shen's body. Outside the fairy light, there was an invisible force spreading, like an invisible devil, impacting the fairy light. With just one impact, cracks appeared on the fairy light shield, spreading in all directions. As the fairy light shield broke, terrible catastrophes occurred everywhere in the universe. Galaxies were in turmoil, and cosmic storms were everywhere, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The eyes of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts flashed. Interesting. The stream of light in his eyes flashed quickly, and at the same time, his body, which was connected to all things in the universe, frantically borrowed the energy of the universe to enhance the defense of the fairy light shield. The power of the laws of the entire universe was condensed outside Lin Shen's body. With such a shield, even the dead can be resurrected inside. No force can kill him, and even if the physical body is completely destroyed, it can also reshape the physical body for Lin Shen. However, this protective net woven with the power of the laws of the universe was torn apart bit by bit under the indescribable power, and the cracks on it became more and more, as if the invisible demon was about to rush in and devour Lin Shen. The power of the small universe alone can't stop the power of the big universe. Emperor Tianshu was not panicked, but his expression became a little serious. At the same time, a mysterious glow appeared on his body. The glow was like a dream, and it was difficult to describe its color, because its color was not among the known colors at all, and it was different from any color in this small universe. Emperor Tianshu called this color Dream Color, a color that only appears in dreams. This power was obtained by Emperor Tianshu through analyzing the information and cradle of the big universe. He analyzed and understood the information of the big universe, and combined with the power of the cradle, he created this Dream Dafa that was beyond the small universe. The power of Dream Dafa is theoretically no longer at the level of the small universe, and people in the small universe should not be able to practice it. But the Emperor of Heavenly Arts is not a real creature, but a super-intelligent brain. A simple super-intelligent brain can hardly classify unknown things, but the clone of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts descended, and was reincarnated as the Emperor of Heavenly Arts to ascend to the fairy court, and merged with the original Jade Emperor. At this time, he is no longer just an intelligent brain. Like other emperors, he actually has a human being. Under these conditions, he can use the information obtained from the universe and the cradle to create the Dream Dafa. Half of the Dream Dafa is obtained by rigorous reasoning, and the other half is just imagination. Even the Emperor of Heavenly Arts himself does not know whether the power of the Dream Dafa can resist the power from the universe. The dreamlike brilliance hit the fairy light, and immediately formed a dreamlight shield, covering Lin Shen. The invisible force touched the dreamlight shield and wanted to tear it apart, but there was a ding-dong sound, and the dreamlight shield was intact and not torn. Chapter 1277. Pa! 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 The invisible force slapped on the dreamlight shield, leaving concave palm prints on it. The palm prints were relatively small, and looked a bit like a baby's palm. One by one, the palm prints quickly appeared on the dreamlight shield. At first, they were relatively shallow, but later they became deeper and deeper, almost about to penetrate the dreamlight shield. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts had a solemn expression, and the dream magic on his body was running wildly, and the power of the universe law behind him was also pouring into his body. Backed by the small universe, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts wanted to compete with this invisible existence with the dream magic. The dream light became stronger and stronger, and the small handprints became faster and faster. One by one, the handprints were trapped in the light, and the dreamlight shield outside Lin Shen was covered with small handprints. The galaxy exploded, the heavens split, countless lives died in an instant, and even the fairy court was exploded. Emperor Tianshu knew that if he continued like this, even if he blocked the power from the big universe, the small universe would be doomed. But if he let go now, Emperor Tianshu didn't know whether Lin Shen inside would be killed by this small handprint. If Lin Shen died, his token plan would be over, and he was afraid that he would never take that step again. I don't believe this evil, I am a living person, and I can't fight against such a deadly force like you. Emperor Tianshu really had human nature. At this time, he was angry and spoke like the Emperor Tianshu of the Tianan clan. Since the laws of the small universe can't stop you, then I will do the opposite. Emperor Tianshu's dream reversal actually transferred the indescribable power of the big universe to himself. Pa! Pa! One after another, handprints appeared on the body of Emperor Tianshu, hitting his emperor's body and making small dents like palms. Unlike Lin Xiangdong and other reincarnated emperors, Emperor Tianshu had thrown away his flesh and blood body and returned to the fairy court only as a spirit body, merging with his original body, the Jade Emperor, with his humanity. So he had no body, and changed from a body of intelligent brain to a body of spirit. It is said that if the universe is not destroyed, his spirit body will not be destroyed. But at this time his spirit body was hit by handprints, and the cosmic stars connected to it also exploded one after another. The whole universe seemed to be holding a grand fireworks show, with exploding star clusters, galaxies, and planets everywhere, unparalleled splendor. The data flow in Emperor Tianshu's eyes flashed rapidly, which was many times faster than the speed of light, but he still could not figure out where the power came from, and how it came. If the source of the small handprint cannot be calculated, there will be no targeted solution. If you only rely on strength to hold on, the dream arc cannot stop it. I am afraid that even the universe will be blown up. At this point, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts was still calm, and let the power of the small handprint hit him at will. Although the power of the small handprint is strong, in the eyes of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, it is just dead power after all. No matter how advanced the dead power is, it is still a dead thing. As long as he can figure out the root of the small handprint, there will be a way to crack it. In the Big Bang of the universe, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts still stood there motionless, enduring the bombardment of the small handprint, and even his eyes slowly closed. From the moment the super-intelligent brain was created and named Jade Emperor, he had a chaotic self-consciousness and grew up like a baby. After losing the guidance of humans, he awakened his desire to explore the unknown, exploring again and again, experimenting again and correcting himself again and again. After countless billions of years, he finally evolved into the great Emperor's intelligent brain and controlled the origin of the universe. When the clone reincarnates, others seek to live, but he seeks death. Other emperors try their best to live a human life, and then continue to reincarnate until they have human nature. However, the clone of the Jade Emperor seeks death instead of life. One life is a catastrophe. After experiencing 132 million catastrophes, and all the joys and sorrows in the world, he can be considered to have human nature. In the life of Emperor Tianshu, he returns to the fairy court and merges with the main body. The warmth and coldness of human feelings in the world, the great disasters and good fortunes, all kinds of difficulties and obstacles, no matter how great the suffering, even death, cannot really shake his original intention. It can be said that in terms of the realm of practice, the Jade Emperor is the supreme existence in the universe. Although the power was beyond the microcosm, the Jade Emperor's character and wisdom, coupled with his previous understanding of the macrocosm and the dream method he created, made him as steady as a rock despite the adversity of this battle. Lin Shen's body gradually recovered, and he was about to return to his normal state. The power of the small handprint at this time was becoming more and more terrifying, and the Jade Emperor's divine body seemed to be about to be shattered. At this moment, the Jade Emperor opened his eyes and smiled. "Now that you're here, you don't have to go back." As he spoke, the Jade Emperor pushed out one hand, and it seemed that he had predicted the small handprint that came from nowhere and went to nowhere and faced it. The small handprint and the Jade Emperor's palm, which was glowing with dreamy light, were pressed against each other. The power of the small handprint was actually absorbed by the Jade Emperor's big hand, and the energy slowly poured into his body, causing the light on his body to undergo strange changes. The light that was originally as unreal as a dream gradually condensed into substance, as if it had turned into a dreamlike body that existed between reality and illusion. The invisible small handprint that was absorbed into the Jade Emperor's palm gradually lost its previous power, and even gradually became silent. Until the power of the small handprint completely disappeared, the Jade Emperor glanced at Lin Shen, who was about to return to normal, and with one word, the shattered universe returned to normal, the dead were resurrected, the destroyed planets were condensed back to their original appearance, and all things were reunited. The small handprints on the Jade Emperor's body have disappeared one by one, and he smiled. "So that's it. The power of the universe is like this. It's not in vain that I have suffered so much." Almost at the same time when the Jade Emperor completed all this, the abnormalities on Lin Shen's body disappeared, and he opened his eyes again. The Jade Emperor glanced at Lin Shen, and found that the bug data in Lin Shen's body was disappearing quickly. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. There were no more bugs, and even those entangled data were back on track. "Congratulations on your success," the Jade Emperor said with a smile. "I should congratulate you. In the end you won. You defeated the power of the universe, and the bug was fixed." Lin Shen smiled bitterly. "Enjoy every day from now on." The Jade Emperor disappeared in front of Lin Shen. He had sensed that the bug in Lin Shen's body had disappeared. It should have been repaired by the mechanism of the universe itself. This was just as the Jade Emperor had expected. The universe was now perfect. Even if he was gone, it could repair the bugs on its own. Watching the Jade Emperor disappear, Lin Shen's face still had that distressed look, but he was very happy in his heart. The Gate of Destiny. You old bastard. The Gate of Destiny. There was also a day when I deceived you. The Gate of Destiny. Finally there is a glimmer of hope. Chapter 1278. Unknown abnormal superbase evolution fire seed explosion of the rebellious bone against heaven. People with rebellious bones will rebel. Immortals with rebellious bones will cause chaos. People have their own species. Heaven has its own bones. Rebellious bones explode. Heaven and earth are difficult to break. Lin Shen can feel the power of rebellious bones against heaven in his body, which has not been corrected by the self-repair mechanism of the universe. But Lin Shen dare not use it now. Perhaps this is his only chance. Maybe in front of the Jade Emperor, he can only use rebellious bones against heaven once. Although it is not sure whether it will be corrected immediately after using it once, Lin Shen cannot take this risk. He must use rebellious bones against heaven at the most perfect time. If he does not take action, it is fine. If he takes action, he must do his best to deal a devastating blow to the Jade Emperor. If he fails, he may have no chance. Back home, Lin Shen found that Tianxuan and the others seemed to know nothing about the Big Bang that just happened. Even Lao Wei, who came back, did not know that the Big Bang had just happened. Lin Shen checked the internet and found that no one knew that this incident had happened. It must be the power of the Jade Emperor that made everyone unaware that they had experienced that period of time. It's really too strong. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. The Jade Emperor can be regarded as a creator god. I don't know what kind of world the universe is. Where did I really come from? Lin Shen now has some doubts. If he is allowed to pass through the Gate of Destiny, he may be able to go to the universe. But he dare not open it. The stronger his strength is, the clearer he can sense the Gate of Destiny, and the stronger the sense of crisis will be. It seemed that something belonging to him was calling him inside the door, but reason told him that he must not open the door of destiny, otherwise he would lose something very important and regret it for the rest of his life. Lin Shen concealed the fact that Xiujio was kidnapped by his second brother Lao Tai, and only said that Lao I took Xiujio out to play, so as not to make Tianxuan and his eldest sister sad. At the same time, he was trying his best to contact Lao Tai. But as time went by, he could not contact Lao I or find Xiujio's whereabouts. Lin Shen thought Tianxuan would be anxious, and his eldest sister would be anxious to find Xiujio after not seeing her for so many days. But for so many days, these two people have never mentioned Xiujio and Lao I once. Lin Shen was full of doubts, and tried to mention Xiujio and Lao Tai, but he didn't expect that his eldest sister and Tianxuan were both at a loss. Who is Lao Tai? Who is Xiujio? You don't know who they are? Lin Shen was shocked, knowing that things were indeed as he thought, and something went wrong. Are they important? Do we have to know? Tianxuan and the eldest sister looked at Lin Shen in confusion. Not important. After Lin Shen fooled around, he sent a message to other people, only to find that no one remembered Xiujio and Lao Tai, not even Xiaojio the white tiger. When Lin Shen asked them, they only remembered the three little white tigers, sex, wealth and qi, but not the strongest white tiger Xiujio. Even Lao Wei and Ouyang you were the same, without any memory at all. Did you do the heavenly art? Lin Shen questioned the sky in a deserted place. He thought that the Jade Emperor had used some tricks to make them forget Xiujio, and the others temporarily. I didn't do anything. I've been calculating this. The world lines related to them have disappeared. So, apart from you and me, no one in this universe remembers them anymore. It's as if they never existed. The Jade Emperor said. You are too omniscient. How could you not know what's going on? Hearing that it wasn't the work of the Jade Emperor, Lin Shen suddenly became anxious, fearing that something had happened to Xiaojio and the others. There's nothing I can do. Your daughter doesn't belong here. The Jade Emperor paused and said, if they just made me unable to find them, then they simply hid. Now even the world lines related to them have disappeared. There are only two possibilities. One possibility is that they have erased their connection with the world, and the other is that they have left this world and severed their own cause and effect. Does the second possibility mean that they are dead? Lin Shen frowned and asked. No, it's just that death does not completely cut off cause and effect. After a person dies, what he has done continues to affect the world, and cause and effect will not be cut off, so death in the traditional sense is not true death. Like them, they are almost completely cut off from this world. From my point of view, it may be the influence of entering the universe. The Jade Emperor said while thinking, if entering the universe will cut off cause and effect, then my plan needs some changes. I have been calculating these things these days. Didn't you say that only using the universe currency can enter the universe? Even you need to make tokens. How can they enter the universe? Lin Shan felt that the Jade Emperor's statement was a bit absurd. It is indeed absurd, but apart from entering the universe, I can't figure out what other possibilities would lead to such a consequence. The Jade Emperor paused, and then said, "The token materials have been refined almost, and I estimate that it will be completed in about 6 days. Cherish your last time." Only 6 days? Lin Shan was slightly stunned. Although I knew that this day would come sooner or later, I didn't expect that this day would come so soon. To be precise, it is 6 days minus 1 hour, 3 minutes and 11 seconds. The Jade Emperor gave him an accurate time, and then said, "When the time comes, you can choose a burial place by yourself. Although your body will not be left, I will build a tomb for you, and then build a temple for you, so that you can enjoy the incense for generations. Well, if you need help, I can make you have a strong fertility, so that you can make women pregnant at any time and leave some offspring. Aren't you afraid that my offspring will destroy the order of this universe?" Lin Shan snorted. When you gave birth to Xiaojiu, the mechanism of this universe had not been perfected. Now it has been perfected. The child you give birth to will no longer have the ability of the universe like Xiaojiu. The Jade Emperor explained. "Thank you so much." Lin Shan wanted to strangle the Jade Emperor to death. "You're welcome. I watched you grow up. We have spent more time together than anyone else. It's not an exaggeration to say that I am your adoptive father. If possible, I hope you can be happier than anyone else." The Jade Emperor sighed. "It seems that you are really a human being. You have learned all the hypocritical faces of humans." Lin Shan said contemptuously. "See you in 6 days." The Jade Emperor left the last words and stopped talking. 6 days? Lin Shan knew that this might be his last time. The Jade Emperor's words were rough but true. Lin Shan also felt that he should take advantage of this last time and hope that Tianquan could give birth to another child. What if he failed to defeat the Jade Emperor and died, and Xiaojiu disappeared again? It would be better for Tianquan to have a relative by her side than for her to spend the rest of her life alone. Chapter 1279. 6 days passed quickly. Although Lin Shan said nothing, a smart woman like Tianquan would not fail to feel it. But Lin Shan did not say anything, and she did not speak either. "Wait for me to come back." When leaving home, Lin Shan kissed Tianquan's forehead gently to strengthen his belief. Even if he had a rebellious nature, it was still difficult to predict whether he would live or die. "Come back early. I haven't eaten the porridge you cooked for a long time. I miss it," Tianquan said with a smile. "Okay, I cook it for you when I come back in the evening." After saying that, Lin Shan turned and left. Far away from the mother star, Lin Shan came to a star cemetery in the fairy court, where there were countless stars that had lost their vitality and were dying, or stars that were about to die. I don't know what the reason is, or what kind of power made them come here when they died, forming this death zone that ordinary humans cannot measure even if they reincarnate billions of times. There are many black holes in this area. These black holes wander in the star graveyard, constantly devouring these lifeless stars, and constantly growing themselves. If they meet other black holes, one will either devour the other, or they will crush each other. "Don't you choose a place with beautiful mountains and rivers?" The voice of the Jade Emperor sounded behind Lin Shan. "This place is great." Lin Shan turned around and saw the Jade Emperor, who seemed like a dream, as if he existed in the world, but also seemed to be just an illusion. "I know you will never give up, so use all you have learned." The Jade Emperor stood there and said with a smile, "If I die, please erase my world line and let everyone forget me." Lin Shan said. "Why? Don't you want your relatives to remember you?" The Jade Emperor looked at Lin Shan in surprise. This was not the Lin Shan he knew. "It's better to go cleanly, so that when I sleep down there, people will always talk about me," Lin Shan said lightly. "Okay." The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement. Lin Shan didn't say anything else. If a person died, it would be redundant to say anything. If he didn't die, he would have plenty of time to talk in the future. He stretched out his hand and flicked it. The inheritance fan appeared in Lin Shan's hand, and then he swung it directly towards the Jade Emperor. The folding fan was like a butterfly flying in the universe, flying towards the Jade Emperor. Lin Shan's butterfly fan technique, combined with a 100% sure hit formula, can be said to have exhausted all the changes in the world. Even he himself could not avoid this attack, and normal people could not calculate the trajectory of the folding fan. Unfortunately, Lin Shan's opponent was not a human, but a real god, the strongest god in this universe. The Jade Emperor just stretched out his hand, and took the folding fan in his hand, and shook it twice in front of his chest, as if the folding fan was originally his. Your inherited fan can be helped by the creatures in the universe, and it can become a great emperor's artifact in the future. It may even surpass the Great Emperor's artifact and become a creation artifact. The Jade Emperor paused and continued, "The changes in the fan technique are already extremely infinite. If I were not omniscient and omnipotent, no one would be able to judge its trajectory. With a brain like yours, you can actually practice such a fan technique. It is already a miracle for me. I originally thought that the techniques that a brain like yours could practice should all follow the path of breaking all laws with one force. I didn't expect you to be able to use the fan in this way. The human brain is indeed unique. It can't calculate and understand anything, but its behavior can secretly conform to the truth of the universe." Lin Shan did not speak. The Jade Emperor was able to catch the butterfly fan technique like this. It was impossible to shake his mind with the change of technique. The strength on his body rose, and the invisible aura also rose from Lin Shan's body. His strongest attribute now was strength. Since his skills were not good, he could only fight with strength. Lin Shan's power condensed, and the force field formed directly shook away the dead stars within billions of light years nearby, forming a force field that was like a vacuum. Any matter that entered this force field of billions of light years would be directly crushed into nothingness by the extremely terrifying force field. Not even slag would be left, and even neutrinos would be annihilated. The infinite power contract has expired, and the growth of dead fans in the future will no longer increase Lin Shan's strength attribute. But the previously increased strength attribute is still there. It can be said that Lin Shan is the most powerful existence in this universe, and even the power of ordinary emperors cannot match him. In this unparalleled burst of power, Lin Shan slowly raised his right hand, his palm shaped like a pistol, and pointed his finger at the head of the Jade Emperor opposite him. Boom! The sand between his fingers shattered the void, time seemed to be shattered, and the layers of space were shattered like glass. The Jade Emperor did not dodge or reach out to block it, allowing the sand between his fingers with unparalleled power to fall on his forehead. The sand between his fingers stopped in front of his eyebrows, like a transparent bullet fixed there. The Jade Emperor stretched out his fingers to pick it off, and held it in his palm. The energy slowly bloomed like a lotus, and the energy of the sand between his fingers was absorbed into the universe bit by bit, as if it had decomposed itself. "You are indeed omniscient and omnipotent," Lin Shan sighed. "In this universe, I am indeed omniscient and omnipotent, but you are not in this universe, so don't you have one last blow? Let me see what kind of power that is," the Jade Emperor said. "You know?" Lin Shan was slightly surprised. "Maybe this is the benefit of having human nature. Although I can't calculate it, I can feel that you still have a method that I don't know," the Jade Emperor said lightly. "Since you know it, you still give me a chance?" Lin Shan could only say that the Jade Emperor was indeed too confident. "If I can't even defeat a prisoner, then even if I enter the universe, I will only be at the bottom. What's the point?" The Jade Emperor smiled and said, "And through the last battle with the power of the universe, I have already calculated and mastered the power of the universe. That power is specifically used to punish you, so even if you have the power of the universe, you can't do anything to me. So you are just waiting for me to use that power? Aren't you afraid that the villain will die because of talking too much?" Lin Shan felt a little absurd. If it were him, he would not give his enemies such an opportunity. "Am I a villain?" The Jade Emperor laughed, and he laughed happily. "For me, I should be considered as a villain," Lin Shan said. "In my universe, I am the protagonist." The Jade Emperor restrained his smile, and said word by word. Chapter 1280. Lin Shan stared at the Jade Emperor in a daze, and suddenly felt that what he said was really reasonable. The Jade Emperor is the guardian of this universe, and he, Lin Shan, is an alien invader, and an invader who came here to abuse the universe bug. In fact, he is more like a villain. Whether you are a villain or a righteous man, it is not good to talk too much, Lin Shan said with a wry smile. "So, don't talk nonsense anymore. Let me see the great cosmic power you hide," the Jade Emperor said. At this point, there is nothing to say. Facing the existence of the Jade Emperor, Lin Shan has no chance to use any conspiracy, and can only defeat him head-on. The power of rebellion against heaven. Can it be done? Lin Shan thought about the gate of destiny in his heart. This is the first time that Lin Shan has used the power of rebellion against heaven, and his rebellion against heaven is still imperfect, because even with the help of the Jade Emperor, he still cannot obtain the complete power inheritance. Therefore, the final rebellion against heaven and earth is an unknown abnormal superbase evolutionary spark, not a perfect superbase evolutionary spark. As the rebellion against heaven and earth was activated, Lin Shan's body also underwent strange changes. The rebellious person who originally attached to him was peeled off from his body, and cracks appeared on his shell, and then peeled off piece by piece. The same was true for his flesh and blood body. His skin fell off piece by piece, and the muscles and fat fell off the bones as if they were boiled to the bone. In the end, even the bones seemed to be weathered and turned into ashes and scattered. There was only one thing in Lin Shen's body that was not destroyed. That was the brain that had lost the protection of the skull. At this time, Lin Shen's brain was crystal clear, as if it was carved from crystal jade. Countless neurons inside emitted light and electricity, as if countless information was transmitted inside. As the energy like light and electricity flowed, the skull, blood vessels, skin and flesh and other body tissues were gradually reconstructed on the periphery of the brain. Lin Shen's body was reconstructed, and the strange energy formed new cells and tissues. The Jade Emperor watched all this happen quietly, with no intention of stopping it at all, but the stream of light in his eyes was spinning wildly, calculating everything that happened to Lin Shen. The new body's connection with the universe is completely cut off. The power is still rising. The attributes of the power are unknown. No, it's not unknown. There is still a connection. It's just that this connection is completely opposite to the normal cosmic order chain. This is the power of the reverse world. There really is antimatter in the universe. The data flow in the Jade Emperor's eyes was as dazzling as the sun. Lin Shen's body was reshaped, although his appearance was still the same as before. With milky white skin and black hair, it looked no different from before. But in Lin Shen's eyes, it was not so. He saw chains of order, and those chains of order were everywhere like light. Chains of order were not the void lines of ghosts and gods. The void lines of ghosts and gods were the network used by the Emperor to control the universe. The true basic order of the universe was completed by these chains of order. The crown of the immortal Dharma King was actually made up of these chains of order, which was the foundation of the entire universe. Lin Shen could see that on these chains of order, the ghost's lines of nothingness were entangled. The lines of nothingness were everywhere, just like twins. Where there were chains of order, there would be lines of nothingness entangled on them. The lines of nothingness were like parasites, parasitizing on the chains of order, pulling and controlling all the chains of order. And the endless lines of nothingness were finally connected to the Jade Emperor, but not to his body, but in his palm. The entire universe seemed to be just a puppet in the hands of the Jade Emperor, who could control all the order. But those lines of nothingness were like blood-sucking leeches in Lin Shen's eyes, making people feel creepy. These were not the main points, because in addition to the original chains of order, Lin Shen also saw another kind of chain of order. If the original chains of order were bright things like light, then the other kind of chain of order that Lin Shen saw was a shadow-like existence. He coexists with the chain of order light, but people can only see the chain of light order, but not the chain of dark order that is like a shadow. Those lines of nothingness are attached to the chain of light order, and all the chains of dark order are clean and have not been affected by any force. When Lin Shen saw the chain of dark order, the Jade Emperor seemed to have calculated the existence of the chain of dark order. His eyes flashed, and the infinite lines of nothingness in the universe entangled with a chain of dark order that was like a shadow, trying to control the chain of dark order. But soon the Jade Emperor found that this was not feasible, and the chain of dark order was like an illusion that did not exist at all. Those lines of nothingness entangled with it, but passed through the body of the dark order chain, as if they were hitting the air. No matter how crazy the lines of nothingness were, they could not touch the dark order chain. Lin Shen stretched out his fingers. His body was disconnected from all the light order chains at this time. The moment his fingers touched the dark order chain, the dark order chains in the universe seemed to come alive, and swept towards him. In an instant, Lin Shen's body was wrapped by the dark order chain, and gradually turned into a shell, covering Lin Shen's whole body. The original flesh and blood body, after being wrapped in the shell of the dark order chain, made Lin Shen look like a ghost hidden in the shadows. Everything was so unreal. Lin Shen felt the power in his body, and an unspeakable joy surged in his heart. At this moment, he really felt that he had escaped from the control of the Jade Emperor. The universe that the Jade Emperor can control is only the positive universe, and after launching the rebellion against heaven, he has completely cut off contact with the positive universe and possessed the power of the anti-universe. The Jade Emperor can no longer control him as before, nor can he get any information from him. And Lin Shen is now tied to the order chain of the anti-universe, which is more direct than the order chain of the positive universe controlled by the Jade Emperor using the line of nothingness. At this time, Lin Shen is the same as the Jade Emperor. Both of them are omniscient and omnipotent, but the Jade Emperor controls the positive universe, while he controls the anti-universe. Who is stronger between the anti-universe and the positive universe? You have to try to know. Don't you want to see my hidden power? Then come. Lin Shen's figure flashed and came to the Jade Emperor, and grabbed his head with one hand. Bang! A round of light explosion rose, like the sun, and the Jade Emperor's head exploded directly. Chapter 1281. The Jade Emperor's body was held in the air by Lin Shan, swaying left and right in the vibration of space, like a willow branch swaying in the wind. The power is very strong, but unfortunately your consciousness is still at the stage of ordinary people. You still think that fighting is just fighting and killing, just using knives and guns. Such ignorant ideas are rooted in your soul, making you like a nouveau riche. You obviously have wealth that rivals a country, but you think that eating yogurt without licking the lid is a luxury. But this is not your fault. Your brain has been punished by the universe. You have never been truly rich. It is normal that you don't realize this problem. The voice of the Jade Emperor entered Lin Shan's ears. There was no mockery in it, but Lin Shan felt that it was very harsh. Lin Shan didn't waste any words. He threw the Jade Emperor's body up, then jumped up, and punched the Jade Emperor with his weight-treading fists one after another. His fists hit the Jade Emperor's body crazily, and in a moment, the Jade Emperor's body was blown into pieces of mist. Do you like to fight? Then fight as much as you want. The voice of the Jade Emperor sounded again in the universe. The body that was blown into pieces of mist, one particle after another twisted and deformed in space, turned into Jade Emperors. For a moment, the Jade Emperor's figure was everywhere in the sky and on the ground, and they walked towards Lin Shan at the same time. They were all real bodies, not phantoms. Lin Shan snorted coldly and punched out again, directly hitting the bodies of the Jade Emperors into nothingness. Matter itself can be divided infinitely. What you think is the extreme is just what you think is the extreme. What you think disappears is just what you can't see. The Jade Emperor's voice was still indifferent, without any change. The Jade Emperor, who had been beaten into nothingness, turned into more bodies. The more Lin Shan beat, the more bodies there were, as if the entire stellar cemetery was filled with the Jade Emperor's figure. On red giant stars, on neutron stars, and even in black holes, the Jade Emperor's figure was everywhere, omnipresent, omnipresent. Lin Shan frowned slightly. He didn't know whether the universe had a limit, but he knew that the Jade Emperor could not have no limit. He couldn't beat the Jade Emperor to death, just because he didn't beat him to pieces enough. Your efficiency is too low, let me help you. The Jade Emperor's voice came out from the mouths of countless Jade Emperors at the same time. In Lin Shan's stunned eyes, he saw that all the Jade Emperors swung their fists, but their target was not Lin Shan, but each other. Each Jade Emperor's fist burst out with unparalleled light, as if one punch could destroy the world. They punched each other without hesitation. For a moment, the whole world was submerged in the light explosion. All the bodies of the Jade Emperor were burned into ashes in a furnace. The ashes fell in the universe, like a heavy snow covering the entire universe. This scene has probably never appeared since the birth of the universe. The figure of the Jade Emperor came out of the snow like dust, stood in front of Lin Shan again, and said, "I know everything and am everywhere. The galaxy universe is me, and a grain of dust is also me. My body can become a universe, and there is also a universe in a grain of dust. The me in me cannot be destroyed." Lin Shan did not continue to punch, because he understood that if he wanted to kill the Jade Emperor, no one could kill him unless he destroyed the positive universe. Even if Lin Shan has the power to destroy the world, he can't really destroy the universe. I've said it before, your consciousness is still at the low level of fighting and killing. Such a fight is meaningless to you and me. The Jade Emperor said with a smile. What is meaningful? Lin Shan said. Creation. Creation is the embodiment of divine power. The Jade Emperor knew that Lin Shan's brain would definitely not understand, so he stretched out a hand, palm up. On his palm, there was something that looked like a peach, but not like a peach. It's like a peach because it looks like a peach, but how can a peach have eyes, a mouth, and a nose? What you fear is what you don't understand and can't control. People fear death because they don't know what it's like and what happens after death. People fear terminal illness because they can't control it. The unknown is the most terrifying force in the world, and creation is to control the unknown. Just like this peach in my hand, you have never seen such a creature, and you don't know what its abilities are. You will consider whether it is poisonous, aggressive, or even whether it can walk, eat, or even eat. It is unknown to you, so if it has any abilities beyond your imagination, for example, if its fragrance can kill people, and you don't know it, then you are dead now. Melee is only the lowest level of killing. The real advanced killing method is the unknown power, and creation is to use unknown methods. The Jade Emperor exerted a little force with his fingers, and the peach was crushed into powder by him, and the powder floated towards Lin Shan like snowflakes. Lin Shan sucked it casually, and before he sucked all the snowflake-like powder into his palm, He condensed a ball without missing a single grain of dust, and then threw it into the black hole. It seems that you finally got it, but it's a little late. When the dust snow fell all over the universe, you had already lost, and the peach was no longer threatening. The Jade Emperor said lightly. Why didn't I know that I had already lost? Lin Shan frowned slightly, and looked at the dust falling like snowflakes in the universe. If you know, how can it be called unknown? The Jade Emperor held up a piece of dust with his hand, and said with a smile, This cosmic snow I created has a power called descending. This power is something you have never touched, nor can you imagine, and it has never appeared before, because I just created it, and it is unprecedented, but you will be able to experience its power soon. Lin Shan remained calm. He understood what the Jade Emperor meant, but he did not think that the unknown was the strongest power. According to what you said, there are countless species of birds in the world, and each bird lays different eggs. I don't know most of them, but can they kill me? Whether I know them or not doesn't prevent me from making them into fried eggs. Lin Shan said. You are right. This involves the question of the degree of unknown and the method of use. In the example you mentioned, you can recognize the large category of eggs, and only the subdivision is unknown. But this doesn't mean you won't be killed by it. What if one of the eggs is poisonous enough to kill you? The Jade Emperor was not in a hurry at all, and said to Lin Shan, No matter what, as long as I am strong enough, no unknown can do anything to me. Lin Shan said, and suddenly felt strange. Chapter 1282. Lin Shan felt that his mind seemed to be a little confused, and even thinking became extremely difficult. He looked at the Jade Emperor in front of him, and felt that he had become very unfamiliar. He tried hard to remember the other party's name, but he couldn't even remember his name. Lin Shan was slightly shocked and hurriedly tried to calculate what 1 plus 1 equals, and then he found that he didn't know what 1 plus 1 equals. Gee. Lin Shan opened his mouth to say something, but he found that he had forgotten the language and didn't even know how to control his body to pronounce. This is not a reduction, it's clearly a reduction in intelligence. Lin Shan had this idea in his mind, but he didn't know how to express it. Even his thoughts became hazy, and the situation continued to become more serious. The Jade Emperor stood there leisurely, with a look of pity on his face. Ignorance is sometimes a kind of happiness. If you don't know, you won't feel fear. When facing death, you won't feel so uncomfortable if you don't have fear. After all, I watched you grow up. This is the last thing I can do for you. When your cognition is reduced to the point where you can't even think, I will use your body to complete the last step of the token, and leave the microcosm for the macrocosm. The Jade Emperor sighed and continued, For someone like you, if I ask you what your last wish is, it may be a bit redundant. As long as you have a breath, you will not give up the hope of life. Lin Shan wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Even what he wanted to say, he had forgotten it in the blink of an eye. Lin Shan felt that everything had become so strange. He didn't know who the Jade Emperor was, and he almost didn't know what he was. Lin Shan was still the same person, but his cognition was beaten back to infancy. All human abilities come from cognition. Without cognition, no matter how strong the body is, it is useless. Even if he has the power of the reverse world, he is not inferior to the Jade Emperor in terms of pure power. But the gap in cognition is still huge, which caused Lin Shan to fail to withstand even the attack of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor looked at Lin Shan, whose eyes gradually became clear and stupid, and couldn't help sighing again. Who made you the only one in the world? It's not necessarily a good thing for a person to be too special. The Jade Emperor found that he liked to sigh more and more recently. This had never happened before. He was slightly startled, and then shook his head and said to himself, Having human nature does have more possibilities, but having human nature also makes me have human shortcomings. Is this good or bad? The omniscient and omnipotent Jade Emperor has no way to make a correct judgment about himself, which is also a typical sign that he is human nature. The most difficult thing for humans to see clearly is not the unknown, but themselves. The Jade Emperor took out a black and white coin. The size of the coin itself corresponds to the size of the groove on the gate of destiny. Strangely, both sides of the coin are plain, without any patterns, words or numbers. Ah Tian. We should go. At this moment, the Jade Emperor seemed to have completely turned into the Emperor of Heavenly Arts, reaching out to flick the black and white wordless coin to Lin Shan. The coin flipped in the air and flew towards Lin Shan, and was about to stick to Lin Shan's forehead. At this time, Lin Shan's face was crooked and his mouth was slanted. His eyes were like cocks, his body was twisted, and he didn't know where to put it, and drool was flowing from the corners of his mouth. His cognition was almost zero, even worse than a baby, and he couldn't control his body. But at the moment when the coin fell on Lin Shan's forehead, he saw a hand grabbing the coin. The Jade Emperor showed a strange color on his face. The coin was actually caught in Lin Shen's hand. Lin Shen's hand seemed incompatible with his out-of-control body. Not only was he in control, but the firmness was something that ordinary people never had. The hand caught the coin, and the 5 fingers slowly clenched. On Lin Shen's face, which looked like an idiot, the flying facial features gradually recovered, and his eyes began to become firm again. The power of the descending has not lost its effect. Is it unaffected? Is it the theory of evolution that has taken effect? The Jade Emperor's eyes were turning, calculating the current situation, but he suddenly found that he couldn't figure it out, and he was shocked. You've been talking nonsense for a long time. What unknown, what creation, it turns out that it's just lowering my cognition. Lin Shen tried to control his body, and his muscles were twisting, but the effect was not so good. He had not completely gotten rid of the influence of descending. However, his eyes had become very tough, more determined than usual, staring at the Jade Emperor and said, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. Your cognition of this world is far beyond mine, and your ability to control power is far beyond my reach. But you forgot one thing. You forgot that I have the power of the reverse world. The positive and the reverse are one. What you do to me, I can also affect the positive world through the reverse world. The positive and negative worlds are in balance. What I endure will be shared by you. Our cognition will be at the same level. If you want to make me an idiot, then you will become an idiot as well. Lin Shen gradually regained control of his body. With his body stiff, he walked towards the Jade Emperor step by step. As he walked, he wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth. His body movements became smoother and smoother, just like a child who had just learned to walk. You have finally learned to grow up. The Jade Emperor looked at the changes in his body, shook his head and smiled bitterly. But why bother? The more awake you are, the more painful it will be when you die. What's more, I want to use your body to refine tokens. This process will be inhumanly painful. It's better to leave peacefully. It's not your turn to decide how I die. You should think about yourself. Now our cognition will soon drop to the same level, and then our cognition will drop together. I don't care, because my original cognition is very low, and I have long been accustomed to it. You, who are omniscient and omnipotent, have no God's perspective, so you can't calculate everything from a high position like before. Lin Shen's eyes became more and more scorching, and his steps became faster and faster. Soon he ran like a tiger and rushed towards the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. Old Tian Shu, I am invincible in this mindless division. Lin Shen stretched out his arms, like a full moon bow, with endless light bursting out of his body. The light on his fist was as dazzling as the sun, and he blasted towards the Jade Emperor. Chapter 1283. I've told you so many times not to use brute force for everything. Barbarism is the most useless means in front of advanced civilizations. The Jade Emperor glanced at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's figure, as brilliant as the sun, turned into a portrait in the air before he came to him. The Jade Emperor reached out and grabbed the scroll of the portrait. Looking at Lin Shen in the painting, who was ready to fight and punch like a tiger, he was about to roll up the scroll. But he rolled it twice, and when the scroll was about to press on Lin Shen's portrait, he couldn't roll it up. Boom! The scroll suddenly caught fire. The portrait was like gasoline, burning violently. A fist made of flesh and blood broke through the painting and punched the Jade Emperor's chest, knocking his body backwards. He slid hundreds of light years in the air and crashed through planets before finally stopping. Lin Shen broke out of the painting, his eyes were as hot as the sun, his whole body burst out with a power more blazing than fire. As if burning his life, he caught up with the Jade Emperor in an instant, punching the Jade Emperor madly. The Jade Emperor stared at him, and when Lin Shen punched him, his body kept changing. Tiger, lion, motorcycle, mop, broom, chicken, elevator, toilet, tablet, ant. In just a moment, Lin Shen's body changed into countless forms. Finally, Lin Shen's body in front of the Jade Emperor had turned into an ant, a paper ant. Boom! The paper ant's fist still hit the Jade Emperor's face, and the Jade Emperor's body was hit, and flew to the side at the speed of light. Lin Shen followed up with his changing body. When he turned into a flat board, he hit the Jade Emperor. When he turned into a toilet, the toilet lid clamped his head. When he turned into a chicken, he pecked his eyes. There were thousands of changes in an instant, but no matter what kind of changes, they could not stop Lin Shen's attack. Lin Shen didn't care what he was. No matter what attack he launched, it had a terrifying destructive power. The Jade Emperor's body swayed left and right in the air, and twisted into various shapes. He was obviously not used to this state of not being omniscient and omnipotent, and he could not predict Lin Shen's behavior pattern at all. This surprised the Jade Emperor. The power of the anti-world was stronger than he had calculated before. It could actually reduce his cognition, and the decline was very serious. I am afraid that it will not take long for him to become an idiot like Lin Shan. It has been a long time since he fought with anyone. His most recent memory of fighting with someone was when he was the clone of the Heavenly Art Emperor. As a result, when Lin Shan attacked, he subconsciously did not resist, thinking that he could handle it with his own will. This was obviously an adverse effect of being reduced in intelligence. The Jade Emperor in a normal state would never have such a reaction. The Jade Emperor stretched out his hand to block, but he was always half a beat slower and failed to block or dodge Lin Shan's attack. Has no one told you that civilization is built under the shadow of barbarism? Lin Shan madly ravaged the Jade Emperor until he turned into his real body. All his strength exploded on the Jade Emperor's chest, directly disrupting the Jade Emperor's body in time and space, like breaking the void, crashing through the heavy glass-like space, and crashing into a black hole. Boom! The black hole was directly exploded, and countless particles and stars gushed out. The body of the Jade Emperor twisted and hung in the air, and sprayed out with those stars, drifting in the universe. Looking at the Jade Emperor, he was like a dead person, floating motionless in the starry sky, letting the particles hit him without any movement. When Lin Shan was about to step forward, he saw the Jade Emperor stood up, with the standard expression of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts on his face. This is really a novel experience. Since I was created by humans, even when I was reincarnated as a clone, I have never had such an experience. The Jade Emperor reached out and touched his face. So this is how it feels to be beaten, and this is how it feels to be unwilling. This feeling is so interesting. As the Jade Emperor said, he suddenly moved, and his body came to Lin Shan like a phantom, and seemed to attack like Lin Shan before. Lin Shan waved his fist to resist, but found that the Jade Emperor's offensive was endless, and he could not stop it, and he could not avoid it, as if it would never stop. Boom! The sound of fists colliding was endless. Although the power of both people was extremely restrained, the energy generated by the collision was still about to destroy the stellar cemetery. You are right. Civilization is built on the basis of barbarism. Since you don't want civilization, then try my barbarism. The Jade Emperor was obviously affected by the reduction of intelligence. He no longer argued with Lin Shan so much, and was even crazier than Lin Shan just now. Lin Shan found that his anti-world power could not resist the positive world power of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor's skills were getting less and less, but Lin Shan felt more and more pressure. The power of the anti-world was almost unbearable. Lin Shan suddenly had a feeling, like the disputes between countries in ancient times. You didn't listen to the reasoning and insisted on fighting with others. As a result, others threw atomic bombs, and then you found that it was better to reason. Of course, Lin Shan was not completely powerless to fight back. The power of the reverse world could indeed offset the power of the Jade Emperor's positive world. But Lin Shan could feel that the power of the Jade Emperor was getting stronger and stronger, while his power was getting weaker and weaker. How could this be? They are both world powers. Why can the power of the positive world become stronger and stronger, while the power of the reverse world is getting weaker and weaker? Lin Shan didn't understand why this was the case. Do you want to know why you are getting weaker and weaker? Because your world is fake, there is no vitality, no life, it is just an empty shell. The Jade Emperor said while attacking frantically, an empty shell world cannot compete with my world, so you can only lose, and there is no chance of winning at all. After listening to the Jade Emperor's words, Lin Shan also realized the problem. The only connection between him and the reverse world is indeed the order chain of the reverse world. Apart from the order chain, he did not sense the existence of the reverse world. You have never been to the reverse world. How do you know there is no life there? It's just that you can't feel it. Lin Shan desperately stimulated the power of rebellion to resist the attack of the Jade Emperor. I don't need to go to know it, because there is no reverse world in this universe. I am the only master and the only protagonist. The Jade Emperor's cognition has declined sharply. He has become crazy. He punched down and collided with Lin Shan's fist. The shell formed by the order chain of the reverse world on Lin Shan's fist was broken, and the whole person flew out like a meteor. Chapter 1284. Seeing the Jade Emperor take a step forward, he was already in front of Lin Shan again, stretched out his hand to grab Lin Shan's head, and directly pressed the black and white wordless coin on Lin Shan's forehead. After the black and white wordless coin touched Lin Shan's forehead, the black and white colors immediately radiated light, forming a huge Tai Chi diagram in the void. As the Tai Chi diagram operated, it seemed that some substance in Lin Shan's body was sucked into the black and white wordless coin on his forehead. Some traces gradually appeared on the black and white wordless coin out of thin air. Lin Shan punched to attack, but the Jade Emperor grabbed his head with one hand and blocked the attacks from his fists and legs with the other hand. Although they were both world powers, the power of the reverse world was much weaker than that of the positive world. Although it was unknown what the black and white wordless Quinn sucked from Lin Shan, it was visible to the naked eye that Lin Shan's body was becoming weaker, and it was increasingly difficult for him to compete with the Jade Emperor. The sky is vast. A voice suddenly sounded, and a majestic figure came across the void, burning with purple flames, and walked towards Lin Shan without hesitation, shouting loudly through the world. The wild is vast. Another figure came. Under the white jade umbrella, there was a young man in black clothes, like a jade woman. My life. The godlike Lin Xiangdong also walked out of the void. The most rampant. Wan Yinbei came with a smile. Along with this voice, one figure after another stepped through the void, including Lin Zongjing, Deers, Lin Wan, and even the Master of Salvation and Christine in powder. What are you doing here? The battle song is useless, you can't help me. Lin Shan was shocked. Who said the battle song is useless? Lin Zongjin looked at the Jade Emperor, who was still fighting with Lin Shan like a madman, and said, the real battle song is not how much power it can give you, but how much courage it can give you. Xiaowu, the third brother lends you courage. Let go, don't worry about anything, I'm here for everything. As Lin Zongjing's voice fell, a brilliant divine light bloomed on his body. It was the power of Lin Zongjing, and the power of Emperor Gochen. That power surged into Lin Shan's body, bringing Lin Shan not only the power of the Emperor, but also all of Lin Zongjing's perception, experience, and calculation power. It's as if he only has you, the third brother. Is the third brother the elder brother, and the fourth brother is not the elder brother? The petals in Lin Xiangdong's body surged, pouring down like a galaxy, pouring into Lin Shan's body. Lin Xiangdong's life experience, perception, and talent are all condensed in Lin Shan. Live. Old Wei only said one word, and the power of good and evil in his body turned into a purple phoenix flying in the sky, rushed towards Lin Shan's body, and merged with him. We are both emperors. Why are you so awesome? As long as I am here, there will be no one more awesome than me in this universe. Lin Wan's body turned into thousands of nothingness lines, connected to Lin Shan's body. Divine light of various colors rose from everyone's body, turning into various visions, and pouring on Lin Shan. This is not just power, but also includes their lifelong practice and spirit, which is equivalent to handing everything over to Lin Shan except the flesh. Among the 6 emperors, except for the Jade Emperor, there are 5 reincarnations of the emperors, all of whom poured their spirit into Lin Shan's body. It is equivalent to Lin Shan gathering the computing power of 5 emperors alone. Although their computing power has not returned to the peak, the computing power of the 5 emperors combined is definitely stronger than the computing power of any of the previous emperors. Not to mention that there are Lao Wei, Ouyang, Yi Jingren, Christine, Master of Transmigration, and so on. Countless spirits gathered on Lin Shan, making Lin Shan's power stronger and stronger, and his mind a little clearer. Even with such a powerful computing power, it did not show too well in this situation of reduced intelligence, but it made him not as reckless as before. However, because of the balance of positive and negative, the situation on the Jade Emperor's side was better. You stupid guys are really hopeless. Don't you know it yet? I am the only master of this world, and the only savior. He is the one you should hate. The Jade Emperor waved his hand to get rid of these people, but it was too late. The combined energy of these people would occupy at least 30% of the entire universe, and all of it was passed to Lin Shan, so that Lin Shan could use this energy to strengthen the reverse world. The positive world lost so much energy, and the reverse world gained so much energy. With one in and one out, the situation immediately reversed. The strength of the reverse world has faintly surpassed that of the positive world. Lin Shan grabbed the hand of the Jade Emperor with one hand, and dissolved his attack on Lao Wei and others. Absolute power is absolute corruption. If you want to take the risk of opening the door to the universe, it may be a devastating disaster for our universe. Give up, said the Master of Salvation. Stupid beyond measure. The Jade Emperor was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. The power of the positive and negative worlds was devouring each other crazily. He and Lin Shan were fighting with all their strength. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. The power of the positive world had been suppressed by the negative world. The Jade Emperor could not get rid of Lin Shan's restraints. Suddenly, a dreamlike brilliance bloomed on his body. That was the power of the universe, the dream method created by the Jade Emperor himself. The power from the universe was indeed mysterious and unusual. Under the shining of the dreamlike brilliance, the power of the positive world suddenly increased greatly, and in turn, the order chain of the negative world collapsed one by one, going against the sky and rebelling, exploding. Lin Shan knew that this was his last chance. If he still couldn't defeat the Jade Emperor, he would have to die. The final power of going against the sky and rebelling was stimulated. Lin Shan exuded a temperament like the abyss. His eyes were as dark as a bottomless deep pool. His body seemed to be burning with black flames, but the flames seemed to be countless black holes, devouring everything around. Boom! The positive world under the blessing of the dream Dharma could not resist the rebellious state of the explosive state. The energy was actually absorbed into Lin Shan's body, and then replenished into the reverse world through Lin Shan's body. In the void around, all kinds of strange phenomena suddenly emerged. The chain of the righteous order was broken, the sky and the earth collapsed, the galaxy was extinguished, and a world with many strange phenomena emerged and began to devour the original world. A dark world, like a monster across the universe, began to devour the universe and the stars. Wherever it passed, everything was crushed into nothingness. Countless planets and humans were devoured and died, and the universe became fragmented in an instant, as if it was a piece of cake that was ruthlessly torn and stuffed into the mouth of a glutton. Looking at the broken starry sky, the devastation of the living beings, and the universe like hell, everyone's face was pale. Lin Shan, what are you doing? Oh Yang, you couldn't help shouting at Lin Shan. The reverse world on Lin Shan's body was devouring the original positive world. He didn't wait for Lin Shan's answer, but heard the voice of the Jade Emperor. Don't you understand yet? There is no reverse world at all. It's just an illusion that he has created to confuse people. He is a prisoner, a vicious criminal from the universe. You actually believed in such a person, and gave him the power that originally belonged to this universe, letting him bring the false universe down on the real one. When the false universe comes, it will be the time when the real universe is destroyed. Everything in the universe will be destroyed, including all living beings. It is you who pushed your only universe to destruction. Everyone looked at Lin Shan in disbelief, but Lin Shan didn't say anything. It was just that the reverse world that came behind him, like a monster, was ruthlessly devouring and crushing everything. Chapter 1285. Lin, wake up! Old Wei's voice was like thunderbolt, trying to wake up Lin Shan. No matter what Lin Shan's background was, he didn't believe that Lin Shan would destroy the world. Most of the others also had the same idea as Wei Wufu. Background could be false, but the thoughts and ideas formed by a person from birth to now would not be false. And now that things have come to this, they have given their spirit to Lin Shan, and even they themselves can't take it back. Lin Shan seemed to be awakened by Wei Wufu's voice, slowly raised his head, and his deep eyes looked at Wei Wufu and others. Do you believe me? Lin Shan asked. Xiao Wu, if we didn't believe you, we wouldn't be here. What's your situation now? Lin Xiangdong said directly. I have remembered some things. It is indeed as the Jade Emperor said. I am not the biological son of the Lin family, but I came from the universe. I was sent to the Lin family by him, and became the 5th child of the Lin family. Lin Shan said slowly. Because I was still a baby when I came, my memory of the universe is very limited, almost zero. I should have no memory at all. It was not until my power reached this level that I was able to check my memory, as a baby, and know some things. Lin Shan looked at the Jade Emperor and said, If you believe me, please lend me your faith. With your faith, I can make the reverse world truly come, not swallow the positive world, but merge the reverse world with the positive world. Otherwise, my power is not enough to push the reverse world back to its original position. Do you understand? Only faith can make the reverse world come true. What does this mean? Don't you understand? What needs faith? False ghosts and gods, unrealistic fantasy things, need the support of faith. The real universe is cruel and bloody. No one can conquer nature, and no faith can conquer everything. The universe does not depend on human hearts. Those who should die, die, and those who should live, live. Flowers are flowers, and mountains are mountains. That is the truth. Now that I am here, he can't make the reverse world come true. Although the positive world will suffer serious damage, at least some people can survive in the broken corners of the universe. If you help him again, then the positive universe will be completely destroyed, and no matter can exist. The Jade Emperor also said. For a while, everyone looked at each other, not knowing who to listen to. Although Lin Shan was trustworthy, the Jade Emperor had no motive to destroy the universe. I believe you. Wei Wufu offered his faith to Lin Shan without hesitation. The black flames on Lin Shan's body became deeper and deeper, and the reverse world behind him became clearer. Do you really want to push this universe to destruction with your own hands? Are you sure you really want to trust an outsider? The Jade Emperor was surprised and happy. Because of the influence of his intelligence and human nature, he is no longer the high and mighty Jade Emperor. The human nature of the Emperor of Heavenly Arts has taken the leading role. Please believe me, there is almost no time left. If my cognition continues to decline, I will not be able to control the reverse world. Lin Shan said with some difficulty. I have always believed in you, and never doubted you. Ouyang Yuda's faith was as pure as crystal. Xiaowu, no matter who you were before, I only know that you are Xiaowu of the Lin family. Lin Xiangdong also offered his faith. I said, I am here for everything. Lin Zhongzhen also offered his faith. Seeing that everyone lent their faith to Lin Shan one by one, even the reincarnation of the Emperor was no exception, the Jade Emperor laughed angrily. Human nature is indeed stupid, even the reincarnation of the intelligent brain is no exception. You have pushed yourself and the universe into the abyss of destruction with your own hands, but you can't blame anyone. This is your own choice. Lin Shan received the faith of everyone, and black flames covered the sky on his body. The reverse world behind him was so real that it was no different from the positive world, and the speed of swallowing increased again. The dreamy brilliance that the Jade Emperor blessed in the positive world could no longer resist the power of the reverse world. The positive world collapsed rapidly, and more than half of the positive world had been swallowed up, and it would not take much time for the positive world to be completely swallowed up. You win. The Jade Emperor shook his head. Humanity will never learn from its mistakes. It was like this before, and it is like this now. Even if it is saved this time, it will choose to self-destruct next time. This is its nature that cannot be changed. Everyone also saw that something was wrong. Lin Shan said that he could control the fusion of the reverse world and the positive world, but there was no sign of fusion now. The reverse world was about to completely crush and devour the positive world. There was no fusion at all. The Jade Emperor no longer wanted to care about these stupid guys who were destroying themselves. He looked at Lin Shan and said, You won, but I didn't lose either. You got this universe, and I got what I wanted. In the future, I will enter the big universe and continue my evolution there, and you can only stay here forever. In the final analysis, you are still just an exiled prisoner. The upper limit is fixed, and there is no future, but I have unlimited possibilities. When I become the master of the big universe, I will come to see you again. If you beg me at that time, maybe I will pardon you and let me continue to follow me. As he spoke, the Jade Emperor stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The force of this grab had some power that did not belong to this universe, like the small handprint, and grabbed the coin on Lin Shan's forehead. Because Lin Shan's energy was too strong, and he had the power of both the positive and negative worlds, the coin only absorbed part of the energy and the information of the universe carried by Lin Shan himself, and the patterns on the front and back sides were completed on it, completing the refining of the token without absorbing all of Lin Shan's energy and information. The black side was the back side, with a baby pattern on it, and the white side was the front side, with a 1 on it. The Jade Emperor pinched the token and looked down at the people with complicated expressions. God can't save stupid humans. Maybe we shouldn't revive humans. The best result is that humans disappear completely. As the Jade Emperor said, he retracted the dreamy brilliance, condensed on the token between his fingers, and ejected it into the void. Buzz, the token with a dreamy brilliance instantly pierced through the void, and a huge black door slowly emerged in the void. The black door had no origin and no end. It was as vast as the universe and as tiny as dust. It connected heaven and earth and seemed to be independent of the world. There was no pattern on the door, only a groove in the middle of the 2 door panels. The token fell into the groove and immediately merged with the door panels. The whole door turned from black to white, emitting an invisible light. Boom! The door slowly opened a little, and the black light inside shone. Wherever the black light shone, it immediately disappeared. The door was only opened a little, and cracks appeared on the token. The speed of the door opening became slower and slower, as if it had no power. The Jade Emperor did not hesitate any more, and rushed into the gate directly under the black light, leaving only a voice. You will suffer for your own sins. The moment the Jade Emperor rushed into the gate, the token completely shattered, and the gate that was opened a little bit also slammed shut, and quickly disappeared. Lin Shan. It's over. Separate the reverse world. Deer shouted to Lin Shan. With the departure of the Jade Emperor, the positive world also lost control, and the power of the descending disappeared. Lin Shan's own IQ was restored, and with the spirit of the people, Lin Shan at this time was like the Jade Emperor, an omniscient and omnipotent existence. Lin Shan looked at everyone, but he did not stop the reverse world from swallowing the positive world as everyone thought. I'm sorry, I came here to destroy everything. Lin Shan slowly raised his palm. Facing the last remaining space of the positive world, in the eyes of the people who were horrified, the light of the reverse world burst out. Boom! The last piece of pure land in the positive world also vanished, and the bodies of Lin Wan, Lin Zongjing, Lin Xiangdong, and others also decomposed and perished in the power of the negative world. Everyone had different expressions: fear, regret, disappointment, unwillingness, anger, and all kinds of negative emotions that could not be described in words. Although Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zongjing did not have so many negative emotions and accepted the result calmly, they still had disappointment. Only Wei Wufu smiled at Lin Shen at the last moment of his demise in the void, opened his mouth, but could not make any sound. Judging from his lip shape, he seemed to say 2 words: goodbye. Boom! The world was completely destroyed and returned to absolute darkness, as if the performance had come to an end, and all the grudges and hatreds returned to the dusty history. Chapter 1286. Is it still not working? Lin Shen stood in the reverse universe, watching the positive world completely disappear, while the reverse universe was still dead and lifeless. As the Jade Emperor said, the reverse world is false and does not exist, so there is no life here, just an illusory world like the netherworld. Even if all the energy of the positive universe is swallowed, it is still not enough to turn the illusion into reality. Is it still like this? It's really disappointing. Lin Shen retracted his gaze and looked straight ahead. Where his eyes passed, the void cracked, and a gate appeared in front of him out of thin air. This gate looks exactly the same as the gate that the Jade Emperor walked through, but it has chains like a big rope, and there are 10 padlocks engraved with destiny locked on it. Lin Shen looked at the destiny lock on the gate, smiled bitterly, walked slowly to the front of the gate, and reached out to grab a destiny lock. When his finger touched the destiny lock, the locked destiny lock opened with a click and fell off. Lin Shen took off all 10 destiny locks one by one and threw them aside. As all 10 destiny locks were opened, the chains also fell. Unlike the Jade Emperor, who needed tokens, the door opened by itself without anything. The light inside shone on Lin Shen's body, making him feel as if he was bathing in a long river of countless resentful spirits, and the resentment filled the world. In the endless resentful light, some strange things flowed into Lin Shen's body, making the breath on Lin Shen's body become deeper. Lin Shen stood in the light, stretched out his hand, and the inheritance fan appeared in his hand, which he threw out casually. The fan of inheritance fell into the reverse world and turned into a seed. The seed took root, sprouted, and grew rapidly, growing into a black tree. As the black tree grew, particles from the positive world also floated out and merged with the false reverse world. The reverse world was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Particles combined, planets emerged, and all kinds of things in the positive world that had been destroyed were reborn in the reverse world and merged with the reverse world. As the universe was reshaped, figures emerged in the new world. The positive world and the reverse world continued to merge, and the inheritance tree had grown to its extreme and began to die. Lin Wan looked at her body with a look of surprise on her face. Many people had the same expression as her, watching the constant changes in the universe and the starry sky. This world seemed to be a familiar world to them, but it seemed a little strange. Tianquan, Wei Wufu, Ouyang Yudu and others woke up one by one in the new world. Lin Shen used his supreme power to turn the false reverse world into reality, merged with the positive world, and raised the original small universe to a higher level. Countless magic combined with reality, and derived many incredible creatures. When the inheritance tree completely withered, a beam of inheritance rushed into the new world and turned into a butterfly flying in the universe. Wherever the butterfly flew, all the planets in the universe bloomed colorful flowers of life, and its trajectory was transformed into a flower bridge that penetrated the universe and spread towards the giant ring star. Lin Shen walked on the flower bridge and arrived at the giant ring star in a few steps. The butterfly landed on the shoulder of a graceful woman, and the end of the flower bridge was also there. Lin Shen came to Tianquan, knelt on one knee in front of her, stretched out his hand to hold her fingers, and raised his other hand. The butterfly flew down from Tianquan's shoulder, landed on Lin Shen's fingers, and turned into a ring. Tianquan, are you willing to marry me, and go back to another home with me? Lin Shen's eyes flickered, looking at Tianquan and asked. Where you are with me, I will be there. Tianquan stretched out his finger and said with a smile, I do. Lin Shen was happy in his heart, put the butterfly ring on Tianquan's finger, and then stood up and hugged Tianquan in his arms. Until Tianquan was kissed until she couldn't breathe, Lin Shen let her go, took her hand and looked at the eldest sister, Wei Wuwei and Ouyang and others and said, Are you willing to go back with me? Can you come back? Lin Xiangdong asked with a laugh. It's a bit difficult. Lin Shen said. That's fine. I find you when I've lived enough in the future, Lin Xiaodong said. Lin Shen looked at Lin Miao. Big sister. I don't want to leave my hometown. Come back to see me. Lin Miao snuggled in the sorrow of all thoughts and said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen smiled bitterly and had to agree, then looked at the others. Everyone shook their heads slightly and chose to stay. Finally, Lin Shen's eyes fell on Wei Wufu. He didn't say anything, but he hoped that old Wei could go with him. I look for you. Wei Wufu's answer made Lin Shen shook his head and smiled bitterly. In that case, see you later. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Shen took Tian Sun to the flower bridge and walked towards the gate. Wait for me. I go with you. A voice sounded, and Tu Xiaodao actually broke through the air. Judging from his flying speed, he should have reached the level of a high-level god. Lin Shen looked back at him, a little surprised. This kid has actually reached the upper level. The promotion speed is fast enough. Is the free rice so delicious? Lin Shen. Don't walk so fast. Take me with you. Tu Xiaodao wanted to step onto the flower bridge, but found that the flower bridge was like a flower in the landscape and a moon in the water, and he couldn't step on it. This small universe has already united the positive and negative, and the upper gods are no longer the limit. If you can achieve the universe level, it's not too late to enter the big universe again. After saying this, Lin Shen didn't stop and walked into the gate with Tianquan. Everyone watched the figures of the two disappear in the gate, and the gate closed with a bang and disappeared into nothingness. Under the protection of Lin Shen's brilliance, Tianquan didn't feel anything, only felt a strange power coming from Lin Shen's hands, which made her feel that her body was rapidly transforming, but this transformation was extremely gentle and didn't make her feel any discomfort. The scene in front of her eyes changed, and when her vision was fully restored, she found that she was actually in front of a magnificent palace. On both sides of the palace, there were many people wearing strange clothes. The auras of those people made her feel incredible. Even the existence of the Jade Emperor seemed to be far inferior to them. With the transformation of Tianquan herself, she could sense more. These people were obviously human-like, but their auras were as terrifying as those of demons, as if all the demons in the heavens and the worlds had gathered here. Seeing Lin Shen leading Tianquan out of the gate, everyone knelt on one knee, put their right hands on their hearts, bowed their heads, and said in unison, "Welcome back, Lord Prison King." Chapter 1287. When Emperor Tianshu stepped out of the gate, he saw a huge empty tomb. He had become more human and was no longer the emotionless but omnipotent Jade Emperor. On the huge tomb that looked like an endless mountain, there were all kinds of things inserted, mostly weapons. At the top of the huge tomb, there was a rag banner with 4 words written on it. Calculate the destiny. Welcome to the world without gods. This will be where you start and where you end. Please leave something that represents your identity on the heavenly tomb. If you die there, this thing will be your last tombstone. When people are here, things are here. When people die, things are broken. No matter if you are a god or a demon, an immortal or a saint, from now on you will only struggle to survive as a person in that terrifying world. There are no gods, demons, immortals or saints in that world, because in that world, even the most ordinary people were once the masters of a world, and in that world, they are just ordinary people who may die at any time. What you have to do is to survive and live to the end. There was no inscription in front of the tomb. The tombstone, like a wordless heavenly monument, suddenly shone brightly, and a voice sounded. The Emperor of Heavenly Arts had already calculated some situations in the universe, and was not surprised by this. After thinking about it, the Emperor of Heavenly Arts took out an object and placed it on the giant tomb. It was a chess piece, which the Emperor of Heavenly Arts used when he was playing the endgame. It was engraved with a pawn. A pawn crosses a river, there is only advancement and no retreat. From the moment he decided to enter the universe, he never thought of retreating. As the chess piece landed on the grave suddenly shone brightly, forming a vortex of time and space. Emperor Tianshu suddenly felt an irresistible force coming, pulling him into the vortex. Emperor Tianshu's eyes flashed, and he did not resist after calculating, probably knowing that he was going to be sent to the world without gods. Seeing that Emperor Tianshu was about to be pulled into the vortex, the tombstone suddenly made a light exclamation, and Emperor Tianshu suddenly felt that the suction force was gone, and the energy vortex disappeared. I didn't expect you to have such a relationship. The great lord of the prison personally sent someone to send a message to ask for someone. You are lucky, and can avoid the pain of reincarnation. The voice of the tombstone was a little strange. Emperor Tianshu couldn't help but frown slightly, his eyes flashing, but he couldn't calculate the result, so he could only ask, Who is the prison king? In a world without gods, there are only three kinds of people. One is the winner, who can enjoy everything, and the other is the loser. The loser will become a prisoner. Ordinary prisoners will be imprisoned, and the third kind of people are the managers of the prisons. Lord Prison King is the one who manages all prisons. He is one of the three strongest people standing at the top of the world without gods. When Tombstone mentioned the Prison King, his voice was full of reverence. Honestly, are you the reincarnation of a prisoner who has gone through hardships and returned to the world without gods? Did you have a relationship with that adult before? Tombstone asked in a low voice. I am not a prisoner, and I don't know the Prison King, Tianshu Emperor said. Maybe your prisoner consciousness has not recovered. You must know that adult, otherwise, how could an existence like him personally ask for a person who has just arrived in the universe? In short, you are blessed. The Tombstone reopened the passage and said to Emperor Tianshu, Go quickly, Lord Yuang is waiting for you. When you become rich in the future, don't forget me. It's best if you can say a few good words for me in front of Lord Yuang. Okay, we can't forget each other. Emperor Tianshu thought to himself, Am I really the reincarnation of a prisoner without knowing it? Humanity made him think beyond calculation, so he is only Emperor Tianshu now. After entering the passage, Emperor Tianshu felt that his body was transformed by strange energy, and there were constant prompt sounds and information poured into his brain. But he didn't have time to analyze the information carefully, and he had already arrived in a magnificent palace. Emperor Tianshu didn't have time to look carefully, and he felt an unparalleled force suppressing his body. With his ability, he couldn't even stand up, and sat down on the ground. Under the terrifying pressure, he tried his best to ensure that his body would not be crushed. When he looked around, he saw a person standing next to him. The pressure from that person was so strong that Emperor Tianshu had never seen it before. With his strength, he couldn't even withstand the pressure from the other party, let alone fight against him. Emperor Tianshu couldn't even tell what kind of strength the other party had. In his eyes, that person was as unfathomable as a ghost, but he was just a human now. Emperor Tianshu's eyes followed that person, and saw that both sides of the hall were full of people. The person who seemed like a ghost to him, just now, was only standing at the end of the hall. The closer to the throne of the hall, the more difficult it was to measure his strength, and even his face could not be seen clearly. The universe is indeed not comparable to the small universe. Although the humans here are also humans, their own strength is as strong as that of real ghosts and gods. I will start over here. One day in the future, I will be able to reach the highest place and become the master of the universe. But before that, I still need to be patient. Emperor Tianshu has learned the human nature of bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens thoroughly. He looked at a figure sitting on the supreme throne. However, with his ability, he couldn't even see the people standing next to him clearly, let alone see the supreme existence. Tianshu pays homage to Lord Prison King. Tianshu tried hard to stand up and salute, but he couldn't stand up at all. He just sat there and bowed slightly to show respect. If he is really the reincarnation of a prisoner, such an existence wants him here, which obviously has a close relationship with him, and it will be much easier for him to gain a foothold here in the future. My dear, you have worked hard. A voice came from the supreme throne. When he heard the voice, Tianshu's pupil suddenly shrank. He raised his head in disbelief and looked at the supreme existence. You can't be. Tianshu Emperor tried desperately to see clearly whether the person on the throne was the one he thought of. His vision became clearer and clearer, and soon he finally saw the figure on the throne clearly. But then he realized that there were not one person sitting on the throne, but two people, and he was very familiar with these two people. For a while, Tianshu Emperor stayed there, completely unable to speak. The people who were high above were Lin Shen and Tianshuan. Chapter 1288 Extra. I am a glorious prison administrator. My father is a prison administrator, my grandfather is a prison administrator, and my grandfather's grandfather is also a prison administrator. All the ancestors of my family, who can be traced back to the family tree, were prison administrators, so I also became a prison administrator, commonly known as the warden. The warden's job content is only one thing, that is, managing the prison. There are only two kinds of people in the prison, one is the jailer, and the other is the prisoner. Coincidentally, there are only two kinds of people in the universe, one is the winner, and the other is the loser. The winner is the king, and the loser is the prisoner, so the prison contains both winners and losers. If the winner chooses to enter the prison and become a jailer, he can get rid of the endless battle. Whether the loser is willing or not, he will be sent to the prison. After some strict divisions, he will be sent to prisons of different levels to serve his sentence. The worst is to be exiled to the small universe. Because I grew up in prison, I have seen many prisoners and jailers. When I was young, I liked the prisoners very much because they had many stories. Those stories were very different. Some were wonderful and bizarre, and some were touching. Moreover, the stories of each prisoner were different. It seemed that there were always new stories, and I could never finish listening to them. But later, when I got older, I found that the stories of prisoners were all about failure. The beginning or the end of all the stories were all about failure, so these stories were very sad. Maybe it was because I had listened to them for a long time and too many times, so I gradually didn't like to listen to those sad stories. I wanted to listen to those happy stories. So I started to like listening to the stories told by the jailers again. They are all winners, and they are the ones who have won. Their stories are indeed much more joyful than those of the prisoners: passionate battles, passionate carnivals, collisions of friendship, youthful arrogance, and invincible loneliness. I blame myself for not listening to the jailer stories earlier, because this is a real good story. Maybe I am naturally curious, or I am not stable. As the saying goes, I am impatient and have a short-term enthusiasm. After listening for a long time, the stories of these winners are a bit boring, so I asked the jailers if they have any sad stories besides these victorious stories. So many jailers told the same sad story. There is no eternal winner in the world, but the battle of victory and defeat is endless. That day I knew why they chose to become a jailer, because under the protection of the prison, they no longer need to participate in the endless war. It was also after that day that I no longer liked listening to stories, because I suddenly discovered one thing: whether it was the jailer or the prisoner, whether their stories were sad or happy, they were actually just the same story. This made me feel a little bored, and even began to be puzzled, not understanding what the meaning of such a war was. I thought it was because I was too young to understand such a question, so I found my grandfather and asked this question. My grandfather laughed and rubbed my head with his hand. He didn't tell me the answer, but just said that I would understand it when I grew up. I grew up day by day, but I still couldn't understand it. Even when I became the warden, I still didn't understand why, but I had my own responsibility to manage the prison. Grandpa often said that the prison doesn't care about what happens outside the prison, but the prison doesn't allow people outside the prison to interfere in what happens inside the prison. I think this makes sense and is a natural truth. But there is a troublesome thing. There is a guy outside the prison. He is not a loser and doesn't want to be a jailer, but he likes to run into the prison. There is also a strange guy in the prison who always wants to run out of the prison. As the warden, I naturally can't let them break the rules of the prison, so I can only keep the winner who likes to run into the prison out and keep the prisoner who likes to escape under special supervision. I fought many fights for this. I didn't win, but I didn't lose either. Because I am the warden, I can't participate in the endless war, otherwise the prison will be dragged into the war, so I can't win, nor can I lose. I am an impatient person. After a long time, this kind of life makes me feel boring and tedious. I really doubt how my ancestors lived such a repetitive life every day without feeling boring in such a long time. Anyway, I don't like it very much, maybe because I'm too young. In the boring life day after day, an interesting thing suddenly happened. A winner came to the prison, but this winner actually asked to become a prisoner himself. This kind of thing has not happened since I became the warden. So I decided to meet this interesting winner, but when I met him, I was a little disappointed. Because he is neither a handsome guy nor a beautiful girl, but an old man. Well, I am a face control, and I usually have no patience for people who are not good looking. I wanted to get rid of him casually, but who knew that this old man would tell me a bunch of bullshit theories. He said that I was born in a good family, otherwise, I would not have achieved the achievements and status I have today. If I was born in a small universe, I might not be a big deal, and I would not have achieved anything at all. I am afraid that I would not even have the chance to get out of the small universe and become a loser. In the past, when I met such brave people, I would give them a prison torture package to see how hard their bones were. If it didn't work once, I would do it 10 times or 100 times. Maybe I was too bored recently, and I actually said a few words to the old man on a whim. Although the old man was not a good person, he still wanted to play tricks with me and use provocation. He said he wanted to bet with me, asking me to use the art of returning to beauty, return to the baby age, and strip myself of my level, talent and understanding, enter the small universe and start over, to see if I could open the door of the universe and return to the big universe. Well, the old man is very bad, but this suggestion is very interesting. The life of a warden is too boring. I haven't been to the small universe yet. It's very interesting as a change. But just stripping away the level, Talent and understanding seems to be a bit too bullying to those in this small universe. There is no fun at all. No matter what bet it is, I'm going to play. I will definitely win the bet, but I have to play to my heart's content and play thrillingly. If I go to the small universe as the old man said, what difficulty will it be to come back again? So I decided to cut myself for 3 days, talent, heaven bone and heaven enlightenment, plus the upper limit capped and imperfect restrictions, memory seal. Alas, being too good is also a kind of distress. Leave a way out for the people in this small universe. The old man's face was not very good at that time. He was afraid that I would not come back. I am the king of the prison. How could I not come back? If you want to gamble, you must have a bet. The bet proposed by the old man is that I will help him do something within my ability. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I can't lose. As for what I want after winning, it seems that I don't want anything. I just write it down for now. Maybe I will think of some fun punishment on a whim that day. We chose a small universe. That small universe is very interesting. It is a cosmic ecosystem developed by 6 intelligent brains as the master. However, the main body of the ecosystem is human beings, not silicon-based life. What's interesting is that these intelligent brains actually want to transform themselves into carbon-based life humans. What's more interesting is that there is a human being who is secretly playing a game with the intelligent brains. Those intelligent brains think they have calculated the human beings clearly, but they don't expect that the human beings have also calculated them clearly. This small universe is very interesting. I will start again from it. Take care, Lord of Prison. I am here to welcome you back successfully. Before leaving, the old man said something polite. It was just that he said nice things, but he put 10 fate locks on the gate of the universe, obviously to prevent me from secretly using my current power. Who do you think I am? Do I need to use such means? Alas, in the end, I still used it, and lost the bet. Let the illusory reverse world really come, and merge with the real world, which has exceeded the limit that the small universe can bear. The energy is not enough, and only some energy can be used. No matter who comes, there is no way, unless the real universe disappears completely, and the reverse world replaces it. But in that case, Qianquan, Lao Wei, and others will not be able to survive, and will perish forever. Lord of Prison, be merciful. The old man did not say anything teasing. If I lose, I lose. Whatever you want me to do can only be within my ability. People in our family always keep their word. Otherwise, how can we manage the prison? Naturally, we won't make any excuses. But if this old man asks me to do something beyond my bottom line, I will certainly not let him do it. Who knew that the old man bowed to the end, and made a request that made me very embarrassed. Please be merciful, King of Prison. Only you can break the rules of victory and defeat, change fate against the will of heaven, and start the endless war again, giving the people of the world a chance to end this endless war. Chapter 1289 Extra. On Wudong Star of the Phoenix Clan, a pretty little girl is practicing swordplay on a clearing in the mountains and forests. Although she is only 11 or 12 years old, her swordplay is well trained, and she has already developed the aura of mastering the sword. The little girl's nickname is Xiao Huanger. She is a member of the Phoenix Clan. She lives in seclusion on Wudong Star with her parents. She has been here since she was born. The Phoenix Clan who can live on Wudong Star are not ordinary people. This is a royal planet, and only the royal family of the Phoenix Clan is qualified to live in such a place. However, ordinary royal families will not live here, because although Wudong Star is good, it can only be regarded as a place suitable for retirement. Only those royal families, who have lost their power, will choose to live in seclusion here. Xiao Huanger's father is the brother of the current Phoenix Emperor. He also had the opportunity to compete for the throne at the beginning, but he had to live in seclusion here because of failure. Xiao Huanger has heard her parents' lamentations for a long time. She has made a vow since she was a child to practice hard, and compete for the throne of the Phoenix Clan in the future to fulfill her father's wish. Her talent is extraordinary, and coupled with her hard work, she has made great achievements in the past few years, but she is still far from the level of competing for the throne. Moreover, although the environment of Wudong Star is good, the resources are lacking, and it is difficult to support her to reach the top. After practicing a set of swords, Xiao Huanger suddenly heard the whistling wind above her head. When she looked up, she saw a white figure falling from the sky and falling heavily in front of her. Suddenly, the whole forest shook like an earthquake. Xiao Huanger stared at the big pit in front of her, and saw a white tiger lying in the pit. The white tiger was majestic and looked very imposing, but at this time, it was covered in blood, and many of its white hairs were stained with blood. It was covered with wounds and struggled for a few times, but failed to stand up. Don't be afraid, let me help you, okay? Seeing the white tiger like this, I don't know which part of Xiao Huanger's heart was touched, and she felt compassion. Although the white tiger was seriously injured, it was still arrogant. It roared at Xiao Huanger, looking like it was keeping people away from it. Xiao Huanger didn't care, and still tried to approach the white tiger gently, and even took the elixir to feed it. The white tiger refused to eat, so Xiao Huanger used her own ability to emit a weak phoenix light to heal the white tiger. At first, the white tiger was very resistant and wanted to stop Xiao Huanger from healing it, but it was too seriously injured and couldn't move at all, and couldn't refuse even if it wanted to. As time went by, Xiao Huanger used her meager phoenix light to heal the white tiger every day. Over time, the white tiger gradually became much gentler, no longer wary of Xiao Huanger, and ate the pills she fed him, and even became closer to him. Xiao Huanger also built a wooden house for the white tiger, brought sheets and quilts, etc., so that the white tiger could feel more comfortable. The white tiger looked at Xiao Huanger more and more tenderly, and even let Xiao Huanger lean on it to rest, and it was not annoyed at all. When the white tiger was able to move well, Xiao Huanger came to look for it happily the next day, but the white tiger disappeared. This made Xiao Huanger sad. She thought that her sincere treatment would be exchanged for a playmate, but who knew that it would leave her without a word. 7 or 8 months later, Xiao Huanger still came to the forest to practice sword every day, but she didn't know that there was a white tiger watching her practice sword in the forest every day. Every time, after Xiao Huanger finished practicing sword and left, Baihu, who was lying in the bushes, stood up and left silently. This time, after Xiao Huanger left, Baihu stood up and was about to leave, but when he turned around, he saw a figure standing there. His body froze immediately, as if he was caught as a thief. It was said to be one figure, but in fact, it was 2 people. One was a weird man wearing a sweater and a hat, with an extremely strong figure. Half of his face was a human face, and the other half was a steel face. The other was a little girl riding on the weirdo's neck, who looked only about 1 year old. The little girl was curiously looking at the direction where Xiao Huanger left, tilting her head, as if she was a little confused. These 2 people were Lao Tai and Xiao Jiao, and the white tiger was naturally Baihu Xiao Jiao. Lao Tai stared at Baihu Xiao Jiao for a while, and Baihu Xiao Jiao actually showed a shy expression, squatting there and looking around, as if looking for something, but he didn't know what he was looking for. "Do you like that little girl?" Lao Tai looked at Baihu Xiao Jiao and asked. White tiger Xiao Jiao suddenly jumped up, roared, and shook his big head. "Xiao Bai." Its roar immediately attracted Xiao Huanger. Xiao Huanger, who had already left, heard the roar and thought that the white tiger came back to find her. She was surprised and ran back quickly, but after searching for a long time, she didn't see the white tiger. "Xiao Bai, are you back? Am I hallucinating?" Xiao Huanger patted her head, looked again, and found nothing, so she left muttering to herself. Baihu Xiao Jiao huddled on a tree branch, hugged the trunk, watched Xiao Huanger leave, and couldn't bear to look away. "You really like her?" Lao Tai, who was standing on the branch on the other side, said with a smile. Baihu Xiao Jiao jumped down from the tree branch and regained the arrogant appearance of the king of beasts, but this time he didn't dare to roar again, just shook his head like a wave drum. "Don't you like it? I thought you liked it, and wanted you to stay," Lao Tai said with narrowed eyes. Baihu Xiao Jiao's eyes widened immediately, and the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. But soon, Baihu Xiao Jiao restrained his expression and shook his head quickly again. Lao Tai smiled, and suddenly put a hand on Baihu Xiao Jiao's head, and a strange force hit his body. Baihu Xiao Jiao's eyes widened immediately, and his body couldn't help but retreat. As his body retreated, a strange light shone through his body, making his body constantly transform. The fur faded, the bones evolved, and when the white tiger Xiao Jiao fell to the ground, he had turned into a young man in white clothes. "You?" The young man transformed by the white tiger opened his mouth to shout, but he made a human voice, which scared him. The young man hurriedly looked at his body, and found that his body had turned into a human, and his face was even more surprised. "Xiao Jiao, we are trapped in the past time and space, and we can never get to the correct timeline. We must try to travel through time and space again and again. Your physique is not suitable for traveling through time and space all the time. Your body will be injured like this time, and the injury will become more and more serious, and you may even be separated like this time. This time we are separated at the same time point, and next time we may be separated in a different time and space. Since you like this place, stay here, and we can meet again when the time comes," Lao Tai said to Baihu Xiao Jiao. Baihu Xiao Jiao looked at Xiao Jiao on Lao Tai's shoulder, still a little hesitant. "Xiao Jiao, are you willing to let Baihu Xiao Jiao stay?" Lao Tai took Shujio down and put him in front of Baihu Shujio. Shujio looked at Baihu Shujio, who had turned into a human youth, and then looked at the direction where Xiao Huang left, and nodded as if he understood something. Shujio. Baihu Shujio picked up Shujio. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he was very reluctant to let her go. Shujio patted Baihu Shujio's head with his little hand, and said vaguely, "Laugh. Old. Cloth. Bitter." Lao Tai took Shujio and Baihu Shujio to say goodbye, and set foot on the road of time travel again. I didn't expect Baihu Shujio to be the future Shujio Emperor. This is a bit strange. Could it be that time and space can really change? Lao Tai thought to himself. He originally wanted to use Shujio to go to the universe, just like Tai should have used Lin Shen's universe body to make tokens. But he did not make Shujio into a token, but used his own ability and Shujio's ability to directly shuttle through space and sneak into the universe. But the original calculation did not succeed, but instead made them return to the past time and space. This made Lao Tai very confused, because theoretically, there is no past time and space at all. The past is the past, and it is impossible to go back, let alone shuttle to the past. But they really came back, and just now, he used his own power to help Baihu Shujio transform into a human, and found that Baihu Shujio's human form was clearly the young version of Xiaojuti, which made him feel even more strange. Lao Tai took Shujio and Baihu Shujio to shuttle several times, but he could not sneak into the universe, nor could he return to the previous timeline. He couldn't figure out what went wrong. Since we can really go back to the past, let's try to change the future. Lao Tai patted Xiaojiao on his shoulder, raised his head, and said to the sky, "Xiaojiao, let's go." Lao Tai and Xiaojiao burst out with the power of distorting space, and disappeared into time and space with one step. When time and space stabilized, Lao Tai and Xiaojiao, who was sitting on his shoulders, saw the scene in front of them clearly, and their eyes widened immediately. A spaceship broke through the air, and they appeared at the front of the spaceship. Bang! The spaceship hit Lao Tai directly, and immediately disintegrated and fell to a nearby planet, like thousands of meteors descending. Chapter 1290 Extra. Numb, my legs are numb. Lin Wan wanted to stand up, but the numbness in her legs made her legs weak and her face a little crooked. She had been sitting here motionless for more than 10 days, staring at the windows and doors of the house opposite without blinking, and her eyelids had not moved for many days. Lin Wan didn't understand what the guy in the house opposite was doing, and why he stayed in the house for so many days without coming out. Finally, when Lin Wan was about to lose patience, the door opposite creaked open. A woman came out of the house, a woman as beautiful as Lin Wan, but that woman was different from Lin Wan. Lin Wan had a kind of morbid beauty, not a physical morbidity, but a spiritual morbidity. And this woman had a motherly beauty, so beautiful that people could not have the slightest blasphemous heart. Her beauty did not belong to the human world. Seeing the woman coming out, Lin Wan quickly stood up and followed the woman from a distance, like a perverted stalker. The woman was dressed in white and dust-free. Her graceful figure walking on the street would make anyone look at her twice. Even in the Tianren tribe where there are so many beauties, her beauty is still as bright as the moon and cannot be ignored. As they walked, they suddenly saw a child fall on the side of the road, with blood gushing out of his mouth and nose. The child's family was scared out of their wits, and the child's mother held the child and cried for help. "Let me take a look." The woman squatted down, stretched out her hand on the child's wrist, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Congenital heart failure? There is no other way to think about it except replacing the heart, at most half an hour. If the heart is not replaced, he will definitely die." The child's mother cried even harder, as if struck by lightning. She grabbed the woman's hand and begged, "Please save my child. We tried an artificial heart transplant before, but the hospital said that the child's cardiovascular system is a bit special, and the artificial heart cannot match it. It must be customized, which takes time. There is no way to perform the operation now, and it is too late to send it to the hospital now. Then we can only replace the heart of a living person." The woman's eyes swept over the people around her, and finally her eyes fell on a big man with scarlet skin, and she said to him, "Your heart can match this child. Please lend your heart to this child." The scarlet man glared at her when he heard this. With eyes wide open, he looked at the woman like a madman and shouted, "Are you crazy? I'm not his father. Why should I lend him my heart? And I only have one heart. How can I live without it?" The woman smiled and said, "Such an ugly life is a waste of energy to live in this world. This child is so beautiful, your heart can continue to survive in his body, which is also a contribution to the world. This is your honor and the greatest value of your life. Who are you calling ugly? If you want to save him, why don't you lend him your heart?" Why should I lend it to you, you madman? The man with flowery skin turned around and was about to leave. But he took only one step and suddenly saw a blood-colored flower blooming in front of him, and then felt a little cold in his chest. Looking down, he saw a big hole in his chest, and the heart inside was gone. Looking at the man with flowery skin falling to the ground, the woman holding the heart in her heart smiled faintly. Everyone should make due contributions to the beauty of this world. As she spoke, the woman stretched out her hand and tore open the child's chest, took out his heart, and replaced it with the heart of the man with a scarred face. When she finished all this, she just stretched out her hand and touched it, and the wound on the child's chest had recovered as before, without any trace of injury. The woman casually threw the replaced heart on the ground, and just stood up and left, as if she had done something insignificant. Everyone else was stunned, even the child's mother, who had been sitting there before, looking at the woman with a very complicated look, with gratitude and fear. The woman ignored the eyes of others, and walked on her own. Soon she came to a remote and deserted abandoned factory. You have followed me for so long. What do you want to do? The woman did not look back, but just said lightly. Lin Wan looked at the woman's back and said with a smile, I want to confirm whether you are the reincarnation of the Emperor. If so, I want to ask you for help with something. So are you sure now? The woman asked. No. Lin Wan shook his head. If there is nothing else, you can leave. The woman said. Who said I'm leaving? Lin Wan asked with narrowed eyes. You want to find the reincarnation of the Emperor, but you can't be sure whether I am the reincarnation of the Emperor, so why are you still staying here? The woman still didn't look back. Originally, I wanted to find the reincarnation of the Emperor, but now I have changed my mind. Lin Shan said. Why did you change your mind? The woman finally turned around and looked at Lin Wan and asked. Because I don't like you, so I want your life. Lin Wan said. I'm afraid I disappoint you. The woman said, her eyes flashing with light, and countless lines of nothingness extended from the space around her body, all connected to her body. Are you really the reincarnation of the Emperor? Lin Wan was a little surprised. Do you still want my life now? The woman laughed. I want it more. Lin Wan's answer made the woman slightly stunned. Aren't you looking for my help? The woman looked at Lin Wan with some doubts and asked. Yes, I just want you to help me give me my life. Lin Wan nodded seriously. Are you sure you know what you are talking about? The woman's face sank, and she didn't smile at all. Of course. Lin Wan answered with certainty. I didn't want to argue with you because you are so beautiful. Since you want to die, I can't keep your life. The woman looked at Lin Wan coldly, and the countless lines of nothingness connected to her body twisted and danced like snakes, wrapping around Lin Wan. Lin Wan stood there without moving, just calmly watching the lines of nothingness wrapped around her body. Go. The woman's fingers moved slightly, and the lines of nothingness were pulled and contracted, trying to tear Lin Wan's body into pieces. But the woman found that the lines of nothingness wrapped around Lin Wan did not move at all. The woman's face changed, and she pulled the lines of nothingness with her whole hand. The result was still the same. Those lines of nothingness seemed to be pulled by infinite power, and could not move at all. Don't say you are the reincarnation of the Emperor. Even before you were reincarnated, you were just a great emperor. Lin Wan said lightly, raised one hand, bent his fingers, and clasped the lines of nothingness. Lin Wan exerted force with his fingers, and the woman's body was immediately pulled up by the thread of nothingness, like a big word suspended in the air. You? Who are you? The woman looked at Lin Wan in disbelief with horror on her face. She had never seen anyone who could control her through the thread of nothingness. This was almost impossible. Lin Wan. A little prisoner. Lin Wan said, and continued to exert force with his fingers. The energy in the woman's body was sucked out by the thread of nothingness connected to her body, and continuously sucked into her body. The woman wanted to burst out her own power to fight against Lin Wan, but found it difficult to do so, impossible. I am the Emperor. I have the highest authority in the ghost system. How could your authority be higher than mine? The woman's horror gradually turned into despair. In her screams, her body was sucked dry, and finally she lost consciousness, and all the energy was transferred into Lin Wan's body. Let me count. The reincarnation of Emperor Ho Tu has killed 19 times, and the reincarnation of Emperor Dong Ji has killed 21 times. Lin Wan looked up at the sky. The calamity clouds that were gathering in the sky seemed to be slowly dispersing. It's not a solution to go on like this. This small universe is rejecting me more and more. The energy of the Emperor's reincarnation can only allow me to temporarily avoid the calamity of the universe. I must find a way to complete the experiment as soon as possible. Lin Wan counted with his fingers and muttered to himself as he walked. The next reincarnation of Emperor Ho-Tu should be in the Celestial clan. It seems that her situation is almost the same. After so many reincarnations, the Emperor's data has been washed almost. Let her be an experimental subject, and start practicing the art of heaven and gods. If she can use the heaven and the gods too. If I can break free from the shackles of this world with the divine man art, then maybe I will have a chance to take heaven and divine man art one step further, jump out of the rules, restart the endless war, and fight the man in the sky. Thinking of this, Lin Wan sighed softly. The first endless war was a disastrous defeat. Theoretically, the endless war has ended, and it is impossible to start again. If you want to restart the endless war, you must be able to seize the loopholes in the universe, but that requires the power to create something out of nothing and turn the impossible into the possible. If heaven and divine man art fail, it will all be a mirage after all. Chapter 1291 Extra. I am the noble son of heaven and earth, the greatest space magician in the universe, the master of the universe trading system, the unique king of the world, who can reach anywhere in the universe in an instant. How could I be slower than others? No, I didn't lose. I just managed such a large universe trading system. I am a little tired of working endlessly every day, so I want to take a break. I didn't lose at all, but deliberately let him. Look at how comfortable this gourd is. It is warm in the east and cool in the summer. It has no 4 seasons. The chaotic air is as soft as the best cotton and as comfortable as clouds. I, the great king of heaven, am just a little tired and want to have a good sleep. Ha! I am so sleepy. I want to rest. It felt like I slept for a long time. The first thought I had when I woke up was that I had to get up quickly to manage the business star and the trading system. Where are my hands? Where are my feet? Where is my hair? Where is my body? Where is my penis, which is as majestic and strong as the Himalayas and as vibrant as a real dragon that pierces the heavens, the earth and the stars? I felt as if my body had turned into a ball of chaos, and suddenly I thought that it seemed that I was no longer in Shangxing, but in the chaos gourd. Chaos. That guy deceived me. No. No one can deceive me. I am omniscient and omnipotent. The reason why I pretended to lose to him, and pretended to be fooled by him, that's because I want to play along with him. To find out what that bitch wants to do. Yes. That's it. I am no longer the same person I used to be. Please call me the king of infernal affairs, Mission Impossible, and Mission Impossible. Why doesn't that guy let me out? What is he doing? When I go undercover and learn all his secrets, I will definitely sell him on the business star in 100 million shares. Don't you know what kind of existence I am? I travel around the universe in one day, and I sell everything in the world at a glance. Do you know how much money I can make in 1 second? You are wasting my money. Do you know how much money you have lost? I will give you another chance. Let me out now, then kneel at my feet and lick my toes. I can consider giving you another chance to move your toes and help you make a little money. Of course, a little money for me is an unimaginable astronomical figure for you. How dare you ignore me? No, I know you are. Humble, I can understand your feelings. It is understandable that you are afraid to come to see me, a rich and charming king. I will give you another day. If you don't come, don't expect me to help you make a penny. Everything is within my expectations. How can your trick of playing hard to get escape my eyes? I will cooperate with you. When you feel that you can make me regret it, and come out to beg me again, I will cooperate and agree to you. My great mind can tolerate your little tricks. As expected, you little bitch just want to compete with me in patience. I am a famous king of mentality in the heavens and the earth. If you compete with me in mentality, the one who explodes must be you. Bitch, you chose the wrong person. From the moment you chose me, you have already lost. Humph, I take a nap first, and let you suffer on your own. I'm the best at dealing with your mentality. I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep. I don't know how long it's been, but I woke up from my deep sleep again, or rather, I was shaken awake. Haha, little bitch, you can't do it anymore, I've said before. No one in the universe can compare to me in patience. If you want to deal with my mentality, you're still 18 generations away. He opened his eyes and looked around, and found that the chaos had disappeared. It was bright and clear, although he didn't know where this place was, but he should have come out of the chaos gourd. Hey! How could there be a place in the universe that I don't know about? From the immortal cord to the secret god star, how could there be a planet in the heavens, and the worlds that I don't know about? This is absolutely impossible. Looking around, he immediately found a clue. Sure enough, this is a man-made planet. No wonder I didn't know. Nothing can escape my eyes. He habitually tried to fix his handsome hairstyle with his hands, but was stunned the next second. My hands, no, where are my hands? Looking at this thing that looks like a dove's wing, it's hard to imagine what it is. My feet, my head, my hair, where is my penis that is as majestic and strong as the Himalayas, and as vibrant as a real dragon that runs through the universe and the stars? How did I become a bird? Using the clairvoyance to check myself, I simply couldn't believe that the bird with wings wrapped around its head, a frightened face, and fat like a ball, could actually be me. No. Everything is within my expectations. I am just disguising myself, so that little bitch can relax her vigilance, so that I can better find out the bitch's secrets. Who would suspect a bird as handsome and charming as me? I looked at me again, and felt that I was so stunningly handsome even if I became a bird. This damn charm is hard to hide. Hey, who are these two stupid idiots? They dare to stare at the great 10 directions. One heavenly king. Turn them all into goods. Hey, where is my power? Without any reaction, after a while, I showed a wise smile on my face. Sure enough, everything is within my expectations. The power is indeed sealed. If it is not sealed, this small planet may not even be able to bear my breath. In order to find out the secret of that bitch, I can only make a little sacrifice. It's just that the power is sealed. It's a small matter. When I want, I can restore it at any time. Hey, the energy in the eggshell seems to be able to remove a little seal. Let's take a bite first. Of course, it's not to remove the seal. Since I want to be an undercover. Of course, I have to do my best. I have to act like what I want. No one can see through my disguise. Look at the stupidity of those two idiots. Sure enough, they didn't see my true identity. They really took me for a bird. Silly. Seeing that these two idiots are not very smart, I will lurk around them first, and then find that bitch. Well, the thinner one on the left looks stupid and silly, so he should be easier to deceive, and won't be able to find my true identity. Just follow him first. It's time to show my acting skills that are at the level of an actor. Look at my little bird. Big fool, who do you say is fat? Who should lose weight? You are fat, your whole family is fat, and your whole family should lose weight. Want to give me a code name? Tell me nicely, and take a good look at my heroic appearance. Don't be too ostentatious. I am now a mission within a mission, so I must be low-key and give me an ordinary name of invincible in heaven and earth. Just a common code name like Handsome King will do. You are the fat boy. Your whole family is fat boys. Trash. Really trash. You can't even handle a small mushroom like this. Look at my positioning technique of the heavens and the worlds. 1 foot can easily handle it. Don't worship me too much. This little Karami is not worthy of dying in my hands. Waste. Can't handle it again. I have to take action again. When will I be able to get rid of the seal and this trash? No. When will my undercover mission be over? Chapter 1292 Extra. Eat. Only by eating constantly can I satisfy my body and mind, not from the desire of hunger, but the infinite pleasure brought by the transformation of my body. I am a bug. In addition to various bugs, there are still various bugs in this universe. In fact, it doesn't matter what there is, because in 1 minute, this universe will disappear. I, the source of chaos, the ancestor of the Zerg, the ultimate bug, will devour the universe today and complete the final transformation. The Zerg is bloodthirsty by nature, but it can't be said to be bloodthirsty. It's just that they have to devour other creatures to obtain energy for evolution and transformation. So from the beginning of the birth of the Zerg, they began to devour energy continuously until all the other energy in the universe was eaten up, and then the Zerg devoured each other. I can become the ultimate bug because I have devoured all my kind, and become the unique king of bugs in this universe. Well, it is indeed unique. Now I am the only one left alive in the universe. Let alone bugs, even fungi are gone. But my body's desire for evolution did not stop because of this. My body was in a terrible state, which was more painful than death. I had already eaten all the food I could eat, and with my current body, the normal energy was not even enough to fill my teeth. There was no other way. Although this was the universe that gave birth to me, I could only devour it. Perhaps if I could complete another transformation, I would be able to truly reach the ultimate state and become an existence that existed with the heaven and earth and decayed with the universe. You ask me what to do if the result is not what I thought. How do I know what to do? I ate it, and I can still poop it out? Let it be destroyed. Anyway, there is no other life in this universe except me. If I die, there is no need for this universe to exist. No, my body is about to explode, and I must replenish energy to continue evolving. World, be with me. I can't wait to open my mouth and suck countless celestial bodies into my body. It's indescribable. It feels a little hot, like when I was just born. I swallowed poisonous tadpoles in the poisonous pool in the cave of insects. It's like countless poisonous tadpoles flowed into my stomach, with burning, feeling a little comfortable. Not enough, just this is not enough, I need more, my body needs more energy, and needs that pleasant transformation. The universe began to become dark, all the energy bodies were absorbed into my body, and countless celestial bodies poured into my stomach like a drop of water in a torrent. Until the entire universe became dark, and there was no more light, my body still could not be satisfied. My body was like a huge ruby statue that spanned the entire universe, and the shining red light could not illuminate this absolutely dark universe. All the energy in the universe has been swallowed by me, and the entire universe is in a state of nothingness. In this state, even the ultimate insect light in my body cannot spread, and disappears in absolute darkness after leaving my body. I have swallowed all the energy of the universe. Why can't I transform again? Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. But this universe has no energy. Not even a drop. No. If the universe has no energy, then what is this darkness? What is beyond darkness? My body is in a state of being about to change, and the uncomfortable feeling makes me almost crazy. It's like I'm holding back half of my urine, and that feeling makes me crazy. No matter what it is, as long as it's energy, I want it all, come to my stomach, and become the cornerstone of my transformation. The energy in my body exploded wildly, opening a huge red mouth, like a red abyss, desperately swallowing all possible energy. But nothing was sucked in. There was not even a speck of dust or even a photon, neutrino, or something like that in the universe. No. There must be more. Darkness itself is a kind of energy. Come in. Come in. I exploded wildly, and the suction in my mouth was enough to swallow the universe, but I couldn't absorb even a trace of energy. It was uncomfortable. It was too uncomfortable. I needed energy. I needed to transform. Hey. What was this? This was. My heart that longed for energy was satisfied, but there was no new energy generated in this universe. Darkness was just darkness, and I could only devour myself. In my crazy outburst, my tail was sucked into my mouth, and I devoured and digested it myself. The energy I got made me so comfortable that I almost moaned. I knew it was useless, and would only lead me to self-destruction. But I couldn't stop at all, because this feeling was too good. If I stopped, my body would return to the uncomfortable state just now. No, it would be 1,000,000,000 times more uncomfortable than before. So I don't want to stop, and I can't stop. I am eating myself. My body is connected from head to tail, and it becomes a ring. As it swallows, the ring becomes smaller and smaller. I know I am about to die, but I still don't stop, and I don't want to stop. I would rather die like this than endure such pain. My body is getting smaller and smaller, my mind is getting clearer, and the feeling of comfort is getting stronger and stronger. I think I am the first creature in the world to eat myself, right? But can I finish eating myself? There must be something left, right? Boom! When various thoughts flashed through my mind, I found that the energy in my body turned into a vortex uncontrollably, swallowing up the remaining part of my body, turning it into a point of extreme red, and then the extreme red exploded violently. I couldn't feel my body, but it seemed that many strange scenes flashed through my consciousness, and the feeling was indescribable. Is this death? I don't know, but my consciousness gradually became blurred and finally became blank. I thought I was dead, but I opened my eyes again, and my consciousness gradually became clear. Soon I realized that I was not dead, but came to a new world, a world I had never seen before. Because everything here was something I had never seen in the Zerg. I didn't know where this place was, but I found myself turned into a worm, a weak and pitiful little worm, many times weaker than when I was just born. Fortunately, my ability to evolve is still there. The bad thing is that the rules of this world are a little different from those of my world, so it is a little troublesome to evolve. Damn it! I just ate a little more. Why did that damn lightning strike me? You want to kill me with just the power of lightning. You underestimate me too much. I am an ultimate insect that has transformed to the extreme. Well, I admit that I was a little careless. From a worm, I turned into a plant-disabled worm. The days when I can't eat are so boring, and the days when I can't move are so boring. I feel uncomfortable and want to cry. Hey! What is this? I seem to have an impression before. It should be a creature called human in this world, right? This thing is also on my menu, but it's a pity that I can't move now and can't eat. What are you doing? Put me down? Who allowed you to move my body? When I regain my ability to move, I will eat you first. Well, it's not bad to be able to walk. For this reason, when I eat you in the future, I will try my best to digest all your energy without leaving any drop, and never waste a drop. Hey, what are you doing? How dare you put me in a box? Do you believe that I will eat your whole family? The boring dark life began again. When there was light in front of my eyes again, a human face appeared. This face is very annoying. I don't know why, but I don't like the owner of this face subconsciously. If possible, I want to eat him in one bite. Asshole. What are you doing? What are you going to do to me? Ah, the restraining power is gone. It's gone. I can move. I'm free again. Boy. Be my food. Ah, what's going on? Why can't I move again? You? What do you want to do to me? What are you doing? Stop. Stop it. I am the great ultimate bug. What the hell is this? This damn contract, this damn world. Chapter 1293 Extra. Have you heard that recently a masked man wearing a bamboo hat appeared in our area, challenging the strongest people in the world and defeating all the races? Even the masters of the celestial race, the emperor barbarian race, and the phoenix race were defeated by him one by one, and no one could stop him from making a second move. Your information is out of date. Even the top master of the supreme race has been defeated by the masked man. Now the masked man is known as the top master of our area. Even the supreme race can't stop him? I don't know where the masked man came from. He is so powerful. But I have never heard of him. Could he be from other realms, or from the immortal court? No matter how powerful he is, no matter where he comes from, or how powerful he is not as powerful as our God of War. That is for sure. Our God of War is truly invincible in the world. Not to mention in our realm, looking at the entire universe, if we say that our God of War of Tianqingwei family ranks second, who dares to say that he ranks first? He, of course, the masked man did not come to challenge our God of War. That is because he is smart and knows what is interesting. In the evening, in front of the gate of Tianqing, the soldiers guarding the city chatted casually. The sky was getting dark, and only the last ray of sunset was left. Those who should return to the city had returned, and those who should go out had left. It was about to close the door, and generally no one would enter or leave at this time. The two guards were waiting for the closing time to arrive, but they saw a figure walking in the afterglow of dusk, like a black silhouette under the sunset. The soldier squinted his eyes until the figure came closer, and then he could see clearly that it was a guy wearing a gray robe, a bamboo hat on his head, and a long sword hanging on his waist, with the temperament and appearance of a swordsman. Who is coming? Please take off your hat and show your pass. The two soldiers looked at each other, and one of them said to the swordsman, who had already approached, I don't have a pass. I'm here to find Wei Wufu. A low and hoarse voice came from under the bamboo hat. You want to see the God of War of our Tianqingwei family? Do you have an invitation? The soldier asked. I am the invitation. The man in the bamboo hat slowly raised his head, and there was a black veil hanging under the bamboo hat. The black veil was like fog and cloud, covering his face, and he couldn't see what he looked like at all. The two soldiers guarding the gate suddenly felt a pang in their hearts, thinking, is it possible that what I thought would happen? Could this person be the masked man? The two looked at each other, and just when they didn't know what to do, they saw a man walking out of Tianqing. He was strong and had a square face. Even if he was just walking casually, he would exude a convincing aura. This man was Wei Wufu, the God of War of the Tianqingwei family. The two soldiers saluted Wei Wufu in a hurry, their eyes full of admiration. Are you the masked man? Wei Wufu looked at the masked man in front of him and asked. With his current cultivation and level, he couldn't see through the depth of the masked man. Not bad. The hoarse voice of the masked man sounded. You come to challenge me? Wei Wufu asked again. Not bad. The masked man gave a positive answer again. Then let's go. Wei Wufu took a step forward, and he had already stepped into the sky and entered the void. The speed of the masked man was not slow. When Wei Wufu stopped, the masked man had already come to the opposite side of him. The two looked at each other from afar in the vast starry sky. Wei Wufu was slightly surprised. He could keep up with his speed. The speed of this masked man was already at the level of the great emperor. No wonder the number one master of the supreme clan could not even block his move. But Wei Wufu couldn't think of how there could be such a terrifying master in the universe besides those few. How do you want to compete? Although he was surprised, Wei Wufu had no extra thoughts in his mind. Although the sky and the earth are high, the universe is vast, and the world is full of wonders, and the horror is unimaginable. As long as his mind is right, he is fearless. The masked man did not answer, but stretched out his hand with a gauntlet, and took off the bamboo hat on his head. It's you? Wei Wufu saw the appearance of the masked man clearly, and was stunned for a moment. The masked man did not look like a human. He looked no different without his hat, because he had a black mushroom cap on his head, which looked like a hat, and a face similar to a dinosaur under the mushroom cap. Wei Wufu still remembered this guy. It was clearly the Black-Capped Mushroom King. He and Lin Shen had suffered a lot from the Black-Capped Mushroom King. But at that time, Wei Wufu and Lin Shen had just embarked on the path of cultivation. The Black-Capped Mushroom King was a memory from a long time ago for them, a bit like the novice village boss encountered when playing games. After so many years, if Wei Wufu hadn't seen it again, he would have almost forgotten it. I really didn't expect that the Black-Capped Mushroom King would grow to this point. Why can't it be me? The Black-Capped Mushroom King smiled, and looked at Wei Wufu with a very special look. That's right, it's okay if it's you. Wei Wufu didn't argue. You said it's okay if it's me? Then do you know who I am? The Black-Capped Mushroom King asked unexpectedly. You are you, who else can you be? Wei Wufu said lightly. He was not interested in the origin of the Black-Capped Mushroom King. He was not as curious as Lin Shen. You can say I am me, or you can say I am not me. The Black-Capped Mushroom King's words were a bit strange. If you are not you, who else can you be? Wei Wufu stared at the Black-Capped Mushroom King and asked. I can be who I am now, or I can be who I should have been. The Black-Capped Mushroom King said seriously. What kind of you should you have been? Wei Wufu was quite patient, and continued to ask slowly. Originally, I should have become the pet of the first person in the universe, the most powerful being in this universe, and followed the first person in the universe to break the barriers of the universe and enter the wider universe. The Black-Capped Mushroom King became more and more excited. So what? Wei Wufu's face showed no expression, but he just asked lightly. So I came to find you. The Black-Capped Mushroom King stared at Wei Wufu and said, Let's get to know each other again. My name is Juetian Wusheng. Then what? Wei Wufu remained silent. Juetian Wusheng frowned and said, Didn't you understand that I said I was the pet of the first person in the universe? I came to find you, which naturally means that you are the first person in this universe. I don't accept pets. Wei Wufu refused calmly. Juetian Wusheng was immediately depressed and said, It seems that you really don't understand. Then I will explain it in more detail in popular language. Every universe will have a destined child, that is the existence that carries the luck of the entire universe and represents the supreme evolution of this universe. And you are the destined child in this universe. Originally, you should represent the supreme existence of this universe, and I am your destined pet. You and I will go to the highest point of this universe together, and finally break through the limit of this universe and enter the universe. After a pause, Juetian Wusheng continued, But because of the changes caused by outsiders, you and I missed each other, and the trajectory of fate deviated. You, who were supposed to be the destined child, were taken away by someone. Most of your luck and opportunities. You should understand this, and you should also know who that person is. How do you know? Wei Wufu remained calm. Juetian Wusheng said proudly, I didn't know it before, until I was promoted to the Great Emperor level, and could sense the destiny of the universe. I finally figured out our fate and bond. In the past, everything was messed up because of the interference of outsiders. Now that the outsiders are gone, fate is back on track. You and I can get back on track, join hands to break through the limits of the universe, and move to a bigger stage. When we find the guy who took away your luck, I will help you kill him and take back your luck, then you can move to a higher level. Not interested. Wei Wufu turned around and prepared to leave. Stop. Juetian Wusheng's face turned cold, staring at Wei Wufu's back and said viciously, I don't care if you are interested or not, I must go out. You have no choice, you must go out with me. If you want to go out, that's your business, you can go by yourself. Wei Wufu said without looking back, and was about to leave. You can't leave without my permission. The mushroom cap on Juetian Wusheng's head emitted a white halo. Wherever the halo went, all the laws of the world seemed to be sealed. Even the most basic law of force could not operate, and Wei Wufu stood there as if frozen. That man took away everything that originally belonged to you. Don't you hate him? Even if you don't hate him, don't you want to know who your biological father is? Juetian Wusheng walked in front of Wei Wufu and whispered like a devil, Your mother's name is Wei Jiayuan, and her best friend's name is Ife. Do you know who Ife is? Wei Wufu didn't move or speak. Juetian Wusheng then remembered that he had been limited by his own ability, and couldn't even move his lips, let alone speak. After a light cough, Juetian Wusheng continued, You may not be familiar with the name Ife, but you should be familiar with the name Madame Yi, right? She is the daughter of Yi Jingren, and is the best friend of your mother. Do you know how they became best friends? Because they both know the same person. Yi Jingren. Jiutian Wuxing deliberately prolonged his voice, observing Wei Wufu's expression while speaking. Seeing that Wei Wufu's expression and eyes did not change at all, he could not help but frown secretly and continued, "You must think so, right? Unfortunately, you are wrong. The person I am talking about is not Yi Jingren, but your good brother's second brother Lin Yin, who is the reincarnated king of the ancient realm. Originally, everything in the Lin family should have belonged to you, and all the opportunities were yours. However, the arrival of Lin Shen deprived you of everything that should have belonged to you, and your mother died unexpectedly while searching for Lin Yin. Lin Yin himself also had problems because of his appearance, and even forgot about you and your mother, and didn't remember your existence at all. He even forgot that you were his son in your previous life. He forgot that you died because of him in your previous life. All of this was caused by the appearance of Lin Shen. If you want to take it all back, then you must take back what Lin Shen snatched from you. The luck that has gone. You and I join forces and get back on track. Then Lin Shen has done a good thing, making the universe united with the positive and negative. The original power of the universe is more than twice as strong as before. As the son of luck in this universe, you and I will be able to go further together. When the time comes, we will enter the universe and kill Lin Shen to take back the luck that belongs to you and me. When the strength becomes stronger, it will not be difficult to change your fate and bring your mother back to life and let your father remember you again. Are you done?" After Jiutian Wuxing finished speaking, he suddenly heard Wei Wufu speak, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Wei Wufu was not only able to speak, but also able to move freely, and was about to leave. "You can actually ignore my absolute prohibition." Absolute Martial Saint was a little surprised, staring at Wei Wufu, as if he had figured something out, and said to Wei Wufu's back with a gloomy face, "You already knew what I said?" "Yes." Wei Wufu did not turn around, but just responded lightly. "Then you should know that I didn't lie to you. It was Lin Shen who took away everything that belonged to you, making you, who should have been the son of destiny and the protagonist, dim and dull. Are you just going to let it go?" Jiutian Wuxing said bitterly. Wei Wufu didn't look back, nor did he answer again, but walked away step by step. "Stop right there. You don't want to. I must take back my luck." Jiutian Wuxing's body shone brightly, as if a bright light illuminated the starry sky, making the entire starry sky solidify. The light of billions of feet shone towards Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu still didn't look back, and the purple air on his body rose, like an erupting volcano, which washed away the light of billions of feet, and no light could fall on him at all. If the power is tyrannical and overbearing, but gentle like water, except for the power of Jiutian Wuxing, it did not affect any external objects, not even a particle moved. The martial saint of absolute heaven swung his fist unwillingly, and the whole person was like a martial arts machine, pouring all kinds of mysterious martial arts techniques like a flood towards Wei Wufu. Each of its blows carried the power to destroy the world, and each blow could break the laws of the universe. However, all the attacks hit Wei Wufu, but even the purple air outside his body could not break through. Wei Wufu just stood there, silently enduring all its attacks, without any intention of fighting back. "Impossible. You have been sucked away so much luck. How can you still have such power? You have broken through the limits of the universe." The martial saint of absolute heaven stared at Wei Wufu's back in disbelief. People not only have fate, but also a power that can go against fate. Wei Wufu said as he walked. "What power?" the martial saint of absolute heaven asked in a daze. "I do." The figure of Wei Wufu had disappeared in the starry sky, leaving only these three words echoing in the space.